harmed by treacherous individuals. I became a fateful outcast from a young age, destined to endure a life of misfortune. My father succumbed to despair, jumping to his death after his business crumbled, while my mother suffered grievous injuries at the hands of our kin and was subsequently expelled from the family, ultimately passing away from illness. To my astonishment, on the very first day of my transmigration, I found myself entangled in a dire situation where I was witnessing the protagonist about to kill the female lead. In an instant, I offered my apologies and resolved to sever ties with her, firmly deciding to annul our engagement. Yet, unbeknownst to me, the female lead, who had eavesdropped on my innermost thoughts, discovered the true nature of the protagonist and became infatuated with me. "Help!" I cried out. "I merely wish to survive. Please do not involve me." Chapter 1. The Protagonist's Altar. "You beast! This is my office. How dare you insult me? My junior disciple will not let you off easily." Li Wentai stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him. A stunningly beautiful woman was pinned against the office desk. His left hand covered her mouth while his right hand held a vial of potion, poised to force it into her mouth. The woman struggled desperately, her attire in disarray, tears of despair glistening on her face, evoking a pang of sympathy within him. This moment jolted him back to reality. He had not forgotten the purpose of his transmigration, to seize the fortune of the protagonist within the narrative. From the moment of his birth, his fate had been altered by treacherous family members, labeling him a doomed soul destined for a life of calamity. Consequently, shortly after his birth, his father's assets were entirely squandered, leading him to leap from a great height due to overwhelming debts. When the elders of the family learned of this, they summoned a sage who determined that he was the cause of their misfortunes, resulting in his expulsion along with his mother. His mother, in a desperate plea, knelt before the family, beseeching them to alter their fate and uncover the identity of the one who had wronged them. Instead, she was met with brutal violence and cast out. It was during this time that she developed a lingering illness, striving to raise him until he reached the age of 18, when she ultimately succumbed to her ailments. In his professional life, he had worked for numerous companies, either driving them to bankruptcy or causing the owners to flee without paying salaries. Until recently, it seemed even the heavens could no longer bear witness to his misfortune. A voice resonated in his mind, offering him a chance to alter his fate. He could transmigrate into the narrative and assume the role of an antagonist, siphoning the protagonist's fortune for his own benefit. The key to this endeavor lay in surviving all narrative arcs. However, should he perish within the story, he would indeed meet his end. Li Wentai recalled the tragic fates of his parents. The book into which he had transmigrated was titled My 7 Beautiful Senior Sisters. Undoubtedly, it was a quintessential harem fantasy. Simultaneously, his mind swiftly absorbed the memories of his character, who shared his name, Li Wentai. He was the eldest son of the Li family, one of the 4 prominent families in Sangzhou, which boasted a fortune exceeding 100 billion. The woman before him was the eldest daughter of the Bai family, another of Sangzhou's 4 great families, Bai Rushuang, and his fiancée. Moreover, she held a critical role as one of the protagonist's 7 senior sisters. Despite their engagement, Bai Rushuang harbored disdain for him due to the original character's excessive adoration of her. In truth, this antagonist had not engaged in any particularly egregious acts throughout his life, especially after becoming betrothed to Bai Rushuang. He devoted himself entirely to her, severing ties with his former companions. However, faced with Bai Rushuang's disdain and her repeated proposals to annul their engagement, the original character could no longer endure the situation. In a moment of impulsiveness, he stormed into Bai Rushuang's company, intent on forcing her, leading to the current predicament. This is it. According to the narrative, the protagonist will soon arrive and kill me, Li Wentai thought, anxiety gripping his heart. Having read numerous novels, he was well aware of the narrative tropes. As an antagonist, his survival hinged on evading the protagonist and anyone associated with him. Resolutely, he released Bai Rushuang. She blinked in surprise, momentarily forgetting to wipe the tears from her face, glancing around in confusion. Who was that just now? It sounded somewhat like this beast's voice. Or was it merely an illusion? Without time to ponder further, she quickly retreated. Let me make this clear. Even if you possess my body, you shall never possess my heart. My heart belongs solely to my junior disciple. Li Wentai smirked inwardly. Your junior disciple is indeed remarkable, remarkably akin to a thoroughbred stallion. 7 senior sisters vying to be part of his harem, each eager to contribute their family's influence to him. In truth, they are but 7 vessels, assisting their esteemed junior in honing his skills. The master who took them as disciples trained them in tea arts and floral arrangements, ultimately preparing them to serve the protagonist's harem, recognizing their naturally suitable physiques as vessels. By Rushuang's eyes widened. It was not an illusion. She had genuinely heard his voice. Why could she hear his thoughts? And what was he implying? That she, along with her 6 fellow sisters, were to become part of her junior disciple's harem? This was inconceivable. While he was indeed charming to all 7 of them, he could not possibly be that kind of person. After all, they had been under their master's tutelage for 7 years, learning only the most suitable skills for them. Shaking her head, she thought, this is impossible. I've come to realize that forcing something that does not wish to happen yields no sweetness. Let us annul our engagement, Li Wentai stated earnestly. Bai Rushuang regarded him with skepticism. Just moments ago, he had acted like a beast, and now he sought to end their engagement. This abrupt shift made her question whether he had ulterior motives. Seeing her doubt, Li Wentai swiftly penned a letter of annulment. Handing it to her, he urged, take a look. If all is satisfactory, please sign it. I will clarify matters with our parents. Bai Rushuang, astonished, accepted the hastily written document. The hurried script revealed his determination to end their engagement. Initially, she felt joy at the prospect of the annulment, yet his sudden urgency left her feeling unsettled. While Li Wentai had previously showered her with attention, now he seemed desperate to distance himself, creating an unsettling contrast. What is this foolish woman waiting for? Shouldn't she be overjoyed to sign it and rush to her junior disciple? If memory serves, their master had also instilled a love-inducing parasite within these female disciples, didn't they? Chapter 2. The existence of the parasite. The love-inducing parasite? Bai Rushuang was taken aback. How could she not be aware of it? It was a form of emotional parasite crafted from the blood of those with a pure yang constitution. Once activated, it could incite overwhelming feelings of love, but should the afflicted harbor any treachery in their hearts, they would suffer the parasite's wrath, leading to their demise. When had their master placed such a parasite upon them? Recalling the benevolent visage of her master, she found it hard to believe that he would engage in such actions. What is it? Are there still issues? Is it about a separation fee? Name your price, and I shall comply. Li Wentai, noticing her silence, began to feel anxious. Bai Rushuang's face darkened. That a separation fee? Did she lack for such trifles? Did he take her for a woman who could be casually discarded? Li Wentai rummaged through his pocket and produced a check, saying, you may fill in any amount you desire. At this display, Bai Rushuang's fury ignited further. Fill in any amount. With a resounding crash, the door was forcefully kicked open, splintering upon impact. A towering figure strode in, none other than the protagonist of this tale, Zhou Lang. Upon seeing him, Li Wentai felt despair wash over him. 3rd senior sister, what vile act have you committed against her? Zhou Lang's eyes burned with fury upon seeing Bai Rushuang's disheveled attire, emanating an overwhelming aura. Xiao Lang. Bai Rushuang's expression brightened at the sight of Zhou Lang. Li Wentai's 2 bodyguards quickly rushed forward, glaring at Zhou Lang. You insolent brat! How dare you disturb our young master's affairs? Zhou Lang regarded the 2 with a cold stare, a disdainful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Li Wentai's countenance shifted. This was not good. Just as Zhou Lang prepared to retaliate against the 2 guards, Li Wentai bellowed, you fools! Who permitted you to shout and holler here? Get away! Leave! He reprimanded once more. The 2 guards, looking aggrieved, retreated to the side. Li Wentai shot them a frustrated glance. Do you know nothing? I am trying to save your lives. This is the protagonist, the destined one. How can a mere mortal stand against him? He then turned to Zhou Lang, wearing a smile as warm as spring. Greetings, young junior brother. It was all a misunderstanding. I have decided to annul my engagement with Miss Bai. Zhou Lang stood there, taken aback. His purpose for coming here was to compel this wealthy heir to release his 3rd senior sister from their engagement. He had even anticipated the wrath he would unleash if the other party refused. Yet, before he could utter a word, the agreement to annul the engagement was already made, rendering his well-prepared punch as ineffective as striking a pillow. Is it to be resolved with just your word of misunderstanding? Zhou Lang's expression darkened. Bai Rushuang was his destined furnace. She was akin to his personal possession, and he would not allow anyone to encroach upon her. Moreover, aside from assisting his third senior sister in annulling her engagement, he intended to build his own reputation. This affluent heir was undoubtedly an excellent stepping stone. He believed that his relentless pressure would cause Li Wentai to lose face and provoke a conflict. However, Li Wentai was utterly unconcerned about appearances. Without a moment's hesitation, he bowed his head. "I am willing to apologize and offer an additional 100 million as compensation. I hope for your understanding." Zhou Lang was momentarily stunned. His mouth twitched with disbelief. He began to question whether this man truly belonged to the wealthy elite. How could he lack any semblance of a wealthy heir's temperament? Even when pressed, he not only refrained from resistance, but also offered an apology and compensation. It left Zhou Lang feeling a frustration with no outlet. At that moment, all eyes outside the office turned to them, astonishment evident on their faces. Isn't Li Xiao fond of Bai Zhong? Why would he annul their engagement? It seems he is quite intimidated by this person. Who is he? Really? To make Li Xiao propose an annulment, he must have considerable influence. Zhou Lang cast a proud glance over his shoulder. He retrieved a card from his hand and approached Bai Rushuang, presenting it to her. "Third senior sister, this was given to me by a friend when I arrived. Now, I bestow it upon you. My heavens, this is a property owner card from Tianding Real Estate. Who is this country bumpkin? Tianding Real Estate is the most prestigious in Sangzhou, housing only the elite and wealthy. How does he possess such a card? No wonder he has the audacity to pursue Bai Zhong, and no wonder Li Xiao fears him." As the crowd gasped in surprise, satisfaction spread across Zhou Lang's face. Although he currently possessed nothing, he was certainly not on the same level as Li Wentai. After speaking, he turned coldly to Li Wentai. "Is a little filthy money so impressive?" Today, he had firmly established his foothold. Producing this card pained him somewhat. Yet, he needed to convey to everyone that he had every right to tread upon Li Wentai. This was not merely about compensation. It was also to demonstrate to Bai Rushuang that he possessed undeniable capability. Li Wentai felt a chill run down his spine. It was over. He had attracted the protagonist's attention. His mind raced with various escape plans. At that moment, Zhou Lang summoned forth his pure yang energy, preparing to strike. "Hold on." Bai Rushuang stepped in front of Li Wentai. Li Wentai, drenched in cold sweat, instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. He looked at Bai Rushuang with suspicion. Shouldn't she want him dead? Why was she protecting him? Seeing this, Zhou Lang hastily quelled his energy. Amidst his astonishment, a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" He believed his ire was well concealed. Yet, Zhou Lang, freshly descended from the mountain, lacked the worldly wisdom to navigate such emotions. Bai Rushuang captured his discontent with clarity. Her heart ached. Did the once cherished junior brother truly feel such dissatisfaction? To Zhou Lang, she remarked, "Xiao Lang, I still have use for this person. There are matters I wish to inquire." As Zhou Lang had just tapped into his energy, Bai Rushuang suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of affection swell within her. This love ignited an impulse to sacrifice herself for Zhou Lang. Initially, she suspected it was merely a result of longing for her junior brother after their long separation. Yet, suddenly, Li Wentai's earlier words flashed through her mind. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt, urging her to clarify the situation first. "Third senior sister, he is merely a vile beast. What is there to inquire about? Step aside, I will slay him." Zhou Lang's frustration could no longer be contained. It was nearly overflowing. Bai Rushuang's disappointment deepened. "Xiao Lang, do you not value your senior sister even this much?" Zhou Lang's expression shifted. With Bai Rushuang's words, he found it difficult to refuse her request. However, she was merely a furnace to him. Why should he relinquish her? "How about this, senior sister? Hand him over to me. I shall assist you with your inquiries." As he spoke, Zhou Lang concealed his hands behind his back, forming a particular gesture. Li Wentai, aware of what this meant, felt his expression darken. It was over. It was truly over. This fellow is rather cunning, secretly mobilizing his pure yang energy. This foolish woman surely hasn't realized. Once her emotions surge, she will undoubtedly forget about me. Indeed, at that very moment, Bai Rushuang felt her love intensify within her heart. Yet this time, she heard Li Wentai's inner voice. Instinctively, she maintained a measure of rationality. She distinctly felt something writhing in her heart. It was this very writhing that intensified her affection. A sudden shock gripped her. Could it be that a young emotion parasite truly dwelled within her? Had her master truly placed a curse upon her? If so, then the other 6 senior sisters likely bore the same fate. Her heart chilled to the core. Devoted to Zhou Lang, she held no disdain for his humble origins, believing that as long as they could be together, she would willingly endure anything. Yet, to her dismay, he conspired with his master, treating her as mere fodder for their ambitions. No need for that. You may leave. Bai Ruoshuang's face was devoid of any expression. Li Wentai's actions today were indeed beastly. However, until this moment, his various gestures of affection had been evident to her. This little junior disciple she cherished had cared for her for a full 7 years, offering her everything she desired. Yet now, he and his master had meticulously plotted against her from the very beginning. Zhou Lang, puzzled, inquired, "Third senior sister, what troubles you?" "I am fine. This is a private matter between my fiancé and me, and does not require assistance from others." Private matter? She even rejected her own gifts for this man. Zhou Lang's expression darkened. "I recall that President Bai has always been quite averse to young Master Li. How could she possibly acknowledge him as her fiancé? It appears that time has fostered affection. President Bai has developed feelings for young Master Li. This sentiment seems profound. Just look, President Bai even declined the owner card for Tianding Real Estate." In a fit of anger, Zhou Lang summoned his energy once more. "Third senior sister, you cannot truly have feelings for such a man. Aside from being a wealthy heir, he possesses nothing of worth. Yet I, with my master's legacy, will surely ascend to greatness one day. Trust in me." Bai Ruoshuang admired Zhou Lang's pride and confidence. However, as he activated his pure yang energy, the parasitic insects within her writhed more violently. The affection burgeoning in her heart clouded her mind for several seconds. But once clarity returned, she was left with burning sensation in her heart, as if it were being scorched. She understood that this was the consequence of her betrayal of the pure yang body. Suppressing the agony within, she could not allow Zhou Lang to perceive her distress. "Is it not natural for me to love him? After all, he is my fiancé. Fiancé. It is only natural to love him." Zhou Lang felt as if he might spew blood and rage, especially with others chiming in. "Indeed, since President Bai has taken a liking to young Master Li, why cling to the past? I thought he was here to heroically rescue the damsel, but it seems he's merely a third party seeking to usurp. Although he appears quite capable, his character seems lacking, speaks of murder so casually." Zhou Lang cast a cold glance at the surrounding onlookers, who met him with derision. Faced with these ordinary people, he could not unleash his wrath. He shot Li Wentai a resentful glare before turning to leave. Li Wentai, bewildered, surveyed the scene before him. This cannot be. Has her young affection truly not manifested? Why does she seem unaffected? All you needed to do was stop him from killing me. Why accompany him? I would not utter a word. Now, having earned the protagonist's ire, am I destined for doom? Suddenly, Li Wentai noticed a golden thread emerging from Zhou Lang as he departed. The thread drifted into his body, instilling him with a warm, invigorating sensation, revitalizing every function within him. This must be the fortune of the protagonist, he mused. Moreover, it appeared he had also gained a significant boost in the protagonist's cultivation. Casting a glance at Zhou Lang's retreating figure, he saw a fleeting glimmer of light dimly echoing his own. It seemed that the so-called fortune he had seized encompassed not only the protagonist's luck, but also his physical capabilities and cultivation. His fists clenched in excitement. Excellent. This was a promising beginning. If he continued to bide his time and develop quietly, he would inevitably usurp the protagonist's fortune. Bai Ruoshuang glared at Li Wentai in anger. After all, she was his fiancée. He only sought to cast her aside. Very well, I shall not grant you your wish. Turning to Zhou Lang, she declared, I have reconsidered. I have always believed you to be a good person. Hence I shall not agree to the annulment of our engagement. Good person? You think so highly of yourself. Yet ultimately, you refuse to annul the engagement? Li Wentai felt deeply wounded. Foolish woman, have you lost your mind? Which of your eyes saw me as a good person? A good person, you say? Allow me to reveal my true self today. Feeling a sense of crisis, Li Wentai furrowed his brow and said, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Where do you think you're going? Bai Ruo, Shuang demanded, her brow furrowed. Li Wentai replied impatiently, to find a woman, to say such a thing in front of her? Bai Ruo Shuang seethed with anger. Did he think he could force her into an annulment? Suppressing her rage, she observed the employees around them, who were equally astonished. Did young Master Li truly dare to be so bold in front of President Bai? When did President Bai's temper become so mild? Young Master Li is indeed a role model for us all. Not only them, but Li Wentai was also taken aback. The plot was growing ever more bizarre. The female lead reaction was decidedly odd. Chapter 4, Sending a moment on social media. Can a man who indulges in frivolity still be desired? Silly woman, hurry and seek your true soulmate. Your rightful place is to be part of Zhou Lang's harem. Upon hearing the mention of Zhou Lang, Bai Rushuang felt a wave of nausea. Yet, despite her disdain, she did not hold back her contempt. With a forced smile, she remarked, it's getting late, my dear, you should take your leave. Li Wentai shuddered, feeling a chill run down his spine. What is this foolish woman thinking? Fine, if you choose to disregard me, then do not blame me for being relentless. In front of Bai Rushuang, he pulled out his phone and made a call. Dongzi, let us go out for drinks. There was a brief silence on the other end. Is this Brother Tai? Of course it is. Go find a place. He glanced at Bai Rushuang as he spoke. Well, this woman was still smiling, showing no reaction whatsoever. Let her laugh now. We shall see how long that lasts. On the other end, Wang Dong fell silent again. Brother Tai, what has gotten into you? Stop with the nonsense and just do as I say. I'll be over shortly. Wang Dong, also a rich heir and a childhood friend, was the most reliable choice for such matters. Wang Dong quickly agreed and provided Li Wentai with an address. After hanging up, Li Wentai stole another glance at Bai Rushuang. As expected, her expression had shifted. Is this all it takes? Can't handle it? If you cannot, then hurry up and annul our engagement. Li Wentai silently scoffed. He asked Bai Rushuang, how do I get to your public relations department? The public relations department? What does he want? Bai Rushuang felt a surge of anger. So, Li Wentai wanted to play games, did he? She would oblige him. With a cheerful demeanor, she summoned her secretary, take young Master Li to the public relations department and heed his instructions. The secretary complied and led Li Wentai to the department. Without hesitation, Li Wentai selected a dozen of the most stunning women from the public relations team. Come with me. I'll cover the expenses for tonight. As he took the beautiful women away, the secretary's eyes widened in disbelief. She hurried to report back to Bai Rushuang. Upon hearing the news, Bai Rushuang's expression soured. This shameless man. Going out to drink and flirt was one thing, but to take her public relations team with him was another. Ultimately, she waved her hand dismissively. You may leave. I'm aware. The secretary cast her a peculiar glance but dared not say more and exited. Bai Rushuang clenched her fists tightly. Did he think this would make her yield? The thought of annulling their engagement was out of the question. Bai Rushuang's company specialized in lingerie, and the girls within were exceptionally beautiful. Eventually, he brought the girls to the venue Wang Dong had prepared. Wang Dong looked utterly perplexed. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked Li Wentai, Brother Tai, where did you find so many beautiful women? The girls from the public relations department were undoubtedly far more exquisite than those typically found in the market, possessing an entirely different aura. Wang Dong realized he had seldom encountered such caliber. Li Wentai smiled. They're all from Bai Rushuang's public relations team. No wonder they exuded such elegance. It turned out they were from Bai Rushuang's company. Wang Dong's expression shifted as he processed this revelation. Stunned, he stammered, Brother Tai, you mean? They are sister-in-law's public relations team. Li Wentai nodded casually. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? The audacity is astounding. To take Bai Rushuang's public relations team to entertain? Wang Dong gasped, touching Li Wentai's forehead. Brother Tai, are you feeling well? Li Wentai swatted his hand away. Enough of that. It was Bai Rushuang who let me choose them. If you don't believe me, ask them yourself. Wang Dong trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Given Li Wentai's confidence, it had to be true. But how could Bai Rushuang allow Li Wentai to bring her public relations team along for entertainment? Had she lost her mind? Come, let us drink. Li Wentai interrupted Wang Dong's thoughts, filling their glasses. He unabashedly wrapped an arm around each of two women, saying to Wang Dong, Dongzi, come, take a picture for me. Wang Dong, puzzled, asked, "Why take a picture?" "Of course, to commemorate the liberation I've so eagerly awaited." Li Wentai replied with conviction. Wang Dong smacked his forehead. "Oh right, that makes sense." He quickly took out his phone and snapped a photo of Li Wentai with the two women, who looked exceedingly intimate. Once Wang Dong finished taking the picture, Li Wentai urged, "At such a significant moment, you must post this on social media." Upon hearing this, Wang Dong, slightly sobered by the gravity of the situation, hesitated. "Brother Tai, is that really appropriate? I am friends with sister-in-law." Li Wentai scoffed. "What does that matter? Today, I declare that I intend to enjoy myself, and even the heavens cannot stop me." Clap, clap, clap. Spurred on by the alcohol and Li Wentai's bold declaration, Wang Dong enthusiastically applauded. Without hesitation, he posted the pictures and videos to social media. In Bai Rushuang's company, she had never intended to marry Li Wentai. However, today's events were utterly bizarre. Was that truly Li Wentai's voice she heard, or was she merely imagining things? Such occurrences were unprecedented. Thus, she decided to maintain their engagement until she could clarify the situation, especially since her other 6 disciples, including herself, were still under the control of the young junior. The voice knew a great deal, and it was advantageous for her and her 6 fellow disciples. Suddenly, she saw Wang Dong's post, displaying Li Wentai grinning with 2 women, and her expression darkened instantly. This scoundrel, not only had he taken her public relations team, but he also dared to go this far. Did he really think she was nothing to him? Especially when she saw the video where Li Wentai arrogantly declared she was of no consequence. Her anger flared. Very well. If he dared to act recklessly, she would not hold back either. She made a phone call. Shortly after, the call connected. "Hello, daughter, what's wrong?" The voice on the other end belonged to Li Wentai's father, Li Dahai. Bai Rushuang instantly broke down in tears. "Uncle." Li Dahai sensed something was amiss and became anxious. "Speak slowly, what exactly happened?" He placed significant importance on the marriage between their families. Chapter 5: The True Face of Zhou Lang. I just saw Dongzi's social media post. At this point, Bai Rushuang seemed reluctant to continue and abruptly hung up, grabbing her bag and applying a touch of makeup that rendered her slightly haggard. She exited her office. Unsurprisingly, Li Dahai would soon arrive, and she intended to meet him. On the other end, Li Dahai, puzzled, immediately opened Wang Dong's social media post, for he was also among Wang Dong's friends. Instantly, he saw the images and videos, his face darkening to a shade akin to a charred pot. His anger caused his hands to tremble. Smash! An antique teacup before him shattered under the strain of his fury. "This scoundrel! Why are you so upset?" Li Dahai's wife approached him. Li Dahai threw his phone at her. "Take a good look for yourself." Zhang Mei's expression changed upon seeing the images. How could he do such a thing? Li Dahai's anger caused veins to bulge on his forehead. Look closely at those women in the pictures. Zhang Mei scrutinized the images carefully. He nearly fainted from anger, his teeth grinding in frustration. This scoundrel, how dare he bring the public relations team from Rushuang Company over? They had all visited the Rushuang Company and met various individuals there. Not only was he indulging in debauchery, but he also sought women from his fiancée's company. He was utterly beastly. Zhang Mei deeply resonated with Li Dahai's words. Their family upheld strict morals, and as parents, they taught their son to avoid vice and illicit activities. They believed in doing good and refraining from wrongdoing, which had led Li Wentai to a life devoid of any significant misdeeds. Such behavior was a complete affront to their values as a couple. They simply could not accept it. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Dahai seized a stick. "Stay out of this." "Wait, you still want to protect him?" To his surprise, Zhang Mei found a thicker iron rod nearby and handed it to Li Dahai. "Wood breaks easily. Use the iron." Li Dahai's eyes widened in surprise. Slowly nodding, "You think ahead." Inside, Li Wentai was blissfully unaware of the impending chaos, reveling with the women from the public relations department. He couldn't help but marvel at how well the original owner of his body understood life. This was what living was all about. Why confine oneself to a single woman, akin to living in mourning? Bai Rushuang was indeed beautiful, being the female lead, while the women before him might not compare. Their numbers were impressive. Each one was charming, considerate, pouring drinks, lighting cigarettes, and serving wine. How could they be compared to that fierce tigress, Bai Rushuang? No, that wasn't entirely accurate. At least one among them could rival the female lead in beauty. Intrigued, Li Wentai approached. "Hello, who might you be?" The woman appeared somewhat uneasy, her demeanor shy. "You can call me Yaya." Yaya. Li Wentai's mind exploded with realization. Yao Haiwa. Oh my, this truly is the harem of Zhou Lang. Yao Haiwei was taken aback. Did he just say Zhou Lang? Did he recognize the voice of Lang Ge? Li Wenai quickly distanced himself from her. Yao Haiwei looked at him in confusion, inching closer. Li Xiao, is there a problem? No, don't come any closer. This is the protagonist's harem. How could I dare provoke them? I might as well be courting death. Yao Haiwei was again taken aback. This voice was identical to the one she just heard. Could it be that was his true voice? His thoughts. Yao Haiwei was astonished, wondering how she could hear his innermost thoughts. Did he just imply that he was part of Zhou Lang's harem? Speaking of which, this woman is indeed a pitiable soul. Her entire family was annihilated by Zhou Lang and his master, and she remains unaware. Zhou Lang pretended to care for her injured mother. In the end, even after discovering the truth, she still chose to follow Zhou Lang, becoming part of his harem. What a tragic fate. Li Wentai lamented inwardly, sipping his drink in frustration. He had wondered how there could be a woman in the story who matched the female lead's beauty. Indeed, it was the protagonist's harem. Yao Haiwei was in a daze. What did he just say? Her entire family was wiped out by Lang Ge and his master. And now, she had to become part of Lang Ji's harem? Was this really true? She couldn't fathom that the gentle Zhou Lang could be such a person. Years ago, her family was exterminated, leaving only her and her mother. However, her mother was severely injured in that massacre and had been in the hospital ever since. Subsequently, she met Zhou Lang, who treated her with utmost kindness. He not only paid for her mother's medical expenses, but also cared for her deeply. Yet, she didn't want to remain dependent on Zhou Lang's kindness and decided to earn her own money. She wanted to repay Zhou Lang and no longer burden him with her mother's medical fees. Only then did she believe she could stand on equal footing in a relationship with Zhou Lang. But now, she was hearing that he was this kind of person. She desperately wanted to ask Li Wentai what his thoughts meant. However, when she tried to voice her questions, she found herself unable to speak them aloud. Was this some sort of inexplicable restraint? Li Xiao, would you like a drink? Yao Haiwei offered her cup to Li Wentai. He quickly waved her off. No. That's unnecessary. You don't have to keep me company, really. Then he turned to Wang Dong. Dongzi, do you have any money on you? What's up, Li Xiao? How much do you have? Wang Dong replied, a few 100,000, all in the card. How much do you need? I can send someone to get it. Li Wentai felt helpless. His allowance came from his parents, and it was a pittance each month. Bai Rushuang certainly wouldn't give him any money. Just give me the card. Wang Dong pulled out the card and handed it over. Li Wentai took the card and handed it to Yao Haiwei. You take this money. Let us pretend we never met. Please leave now. Li Xiao, what is this? Wang Dong was puzzled, thinking Li Wentai was trying to woo a girl. But what did it mean to pretend not to have met and let her leave just like that? Li Wentai ignored Wang Dong. He genuinely did not want any further entanglements with Yao Haiwei, given that the protagonist currently harbored hatred towards him. Perhaps giving his woman some money would help him avoid trouble, hoping to foster some goodwill. Huh? No, this is too much. Yao Haiwei quickly declined. Li Wenai firmly pressed the card into her hand. This is your fee for today. You deserve it. Take the money and leave quickly. And let this also serve as a helping hand for this unfortunate girl. Chapter 6. Scoundrel, how dare you return? Yao Haiwei felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. So, he genuinely wanted to help her. Haiwei, what are you doing? A furious roar echoed from the entrance of the private room. Li Wentai's heart tightened. He didn't even need to look to know who had arrived. Why was it him again? Turning around, it was none other than Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang, upon seeing Li Wentai, was instantly consumed with rage. You again? Kid, who the hell do you think you are, showing such audacity? Do you know whose territory this is? Wang Dong rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Li Wentai quickly held him back. Don't move. If you charge in, you'll definitely end up crippled. Wang Dong was confused. Li Xiao, what is going on? Trust me, don't move. Zhou Lang glared at Wang Dong, then turned his furious gaze back to Li Wentai. Did you coerce Haiwei? Li Wentai cleared his throat. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't force anyone. This was accidental. Before he could finish, Yao Haiwei hurriedly stood up. Lang Ge. I came here to work voluntarily. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Voluntarily? Zhou Lang's eyes narrowed as he saw the bank card in her hand. His fury reaching new heights. Is it because he gave you money that you say it was voluntary? When did you become so cheap? Yao Haiwei stared at him in disbelief. Was this really the gentle and considerate Zhou Lang she had once known? How could he say such a thing? She recalled Li Wentai's thoughts. Had she truly been unaware of his true nature? It was indeed him and his master who had annihilated her family? As this realization struck, Yao Haiwei's heart grew cold. What are you to me? What I choose to do is none of your concern. Zhou Lang still hadn't realized his own issues. his rage clouding his judgment. I've paid so much for your mother's medical expenses, and you dare say it's none of my business? What about my family's annihilation? How do you account for that? Yao Highway could no longer contain her questions. Zhou Lang's expression shifted. How could she possibly know? Yao Highway's heart grew cold, her anger rising. Upon witnessing the expression on Zhou Lang's face, she immediately discerned that even if her family's downfall was not directly orchestrated by him, he undoubtedly held some connection to it. Casting a resentful glance in his direction, she turned to Li Wentai and said, Li Xiao, I apologize for the trouble I've caused today. I shall take my leave now. As she was about to hand the card to Li Wentai, he insisted, Keep it. I've said it's rightfully yours. Yao Highway, not wishing to prolong her inconvenience to Li Wentai and also reluctant to see Zhou Lang at ease, nodded and departed with the card. Highway, allow me to explain. Zhou Lang exclaimed, immediately pursuing her as she left. Li Wentai exhaled a sigh of relief. The insufferable protagonist had finally taken his leave, a relief indeed. He felt another surge of golden light emanate from Zhou Lang, infiltrating his body, bringing with it a comforting warmth. The energy within him surged, invigorating him further. A glimmer of light flickered in Li Wentai's eyes, accompanied by a smile. He had successfully traversed yet another chapter, skillfully seizing fortune, continuing to drink with Wang Dong. They indulged until after 9 in the evening, at which point Li Wentai decided it was time to exit. Ah, that foolish woman must be fuming. He mused as he entered his home, only to be met by Ru Shuang, who stood before him with a gentle demeanor. She dutifully assisted him in removing his coat and changing his shoes. What a scoundrel! Is he intent on being a rogue? Li Wentai was utterly baffled. Had she been possessed? Despite their lengthy cohabitation prior to marriage, her sudden change in attitude was bewildering. As they entered the living room, a thunderous voice erupted. Father! Mother! What brings you here? Upon seeing his parents seated in the living room, the effects of alcohol dissipated instantly. The original owner of this body had an innate fear of his father, particularly due to the frequent beatings he had received in his mischievous youth. Should I not come? I fear I may not know the extent to which Ru Shuang has been mistreated by you. Li Dahai roared, his face a mask of disappointment. Li Wentai's eyes widened in disbelief. You claim I mistreat her? The original owner was a loyal dog. When would he have time to mistreat her? Still in denial? Very well. Today, if you do not present evidence, you shall not be forgiven. Li Dahai angrily hurled his phone onto the sofa. Li Wentai glanced at the screen and was horrified to see a photograph of himself embracing 2 women, alongside a video showcasing his arrogant demeanor. What a disaster. How could they have seen this? In that moment, everything became clear. She must have seen it and called his parents over. When did this woman become so unscrupulous? Kneel before me, Li Dahai bellowed, brandishing a stick as he advanced towards Li Wentai. Terrified, Li Wentai fled. Father, I am no longer a child. Do you not fear injuring me with that stick? Li Dahai was beyond furious. You little rascal, do not run. Uncle, please do not strike him. If anyone is to blame, it is I for not taking better care of Wentai, allowing him to indulge in debauchery. Ru Shuang interjected, blocking Li Dahai. Li Wentai was dumbfounded. Ru Shuang, what nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever indulged in such behavior? Her complexion paled as she quickly retorted, No, I misspoke. Uncle, I implore you, do not strike him. If you do, he will. Her voice faltered, and she lowered her head in fear. Li Wentai was on the brink of insanity. You wicked woman, do you truly wish for my father to end my life? Strike him hard. This scoundrel dares to strike a woman. This was the voice of Li Wentai's mother, Zhang Mei, who was equally infuriated by Ru Shuang's pitiful demeanor. Their family held strong principles against violence towards women. Li Dahai seized the stick, and despite Ru Shuang's futile attempts to intervene, he pursued Li Wentai. Ouch! Father! I was wrong. Please, do not hit me. I truly understand my mistakes. Li Wentai, affected by the alcohol, was no match for his father's speed, and he endured several blows before Li Dahai finally relented, fearing he might inflict serious harm. Will you dare to indulge in debauchery again? Will you dare to mistreat Ru Shuang again? Li Dahai panted. I will not. Li Wentai replied, feeling wronged and on the verge of tears. I merely wished to call off the engagement. It was this foolish woman's desire, and I was merely assisting her. Ru Shuang, observing from the sidelines, wore a smug expression. What an insufferable man, calling me foolish. As for the engagement, while postponement was feasible, Li Wentai's parents were genuinely benevolent. At least he had not been subjected to mistreatment. All right, old man, this will suffice for today. You listen well, if you dare to misbehave again. I shall personally ensure you regret it, Zhang Mei declared fiercely. Li Wentai forced a smile, well aware of his mother's nature. Her words were not mere threats. When she vowed to break his legs, she would not hesitate to do so. And do not linger at home idly. Go to Rushuang's company tomorrow, learn from her diligently, and cease your aimless wandering, Zhang Mei added with disdain. Li Wentai nodded obediently, watching his parents depart with a countenance full of resentment directed at Bai Rushuang. You are the one wishing to call off the engagement, yet you are the one stirring up trouble. Do you wish to see me perish, dear friend? When did I ever express a desire to end the engagement? It was your wish to indulge in debauchery that warranted punishment. Bai Rushuang replied with a triumphant smile. Li Wentai, incredulous, challenged her once more. You never stated it? You wicked woman. Bai Rushuang feigned innocence. I never said such a thing. It seems your parents have misunderstood. Li Wentai gazed at her in astonishment. How curious that this seemingly aloof ice queen was also a little devil. It appeared she indeed had never voiced her intentions. Do you not know how to clarify? You malicious woman, he exclaimed in frustration. Bai Rushuang, with a pitiful expression, produced her phone. Li Wentai's heart raced. If his parents were still close, they could easily return to chastise him again. He quickly grasped her hand. Let us discuss this calmly. Finally, she lowered her phone. You are to report to work at 9 tomorrow. Do not be late, or your parents will be displeased. Li Wentai gritted his teeth as he watched her saunter away. So you wish for me to work at your company? I shall ensure you have no choice but to consider divorce. The following day, Li Wentai arrived punctually at the office. He sought out Bai Rushuang, but she was preoccupied and dismissed him, telling him to find a place to occupy himself. A place to cool off? Indeed, Bai Rushuang's company specialized in women's lingerie. There were certainly ample opportunities for that, particularly in the live streaming room. He confidently strolled into the marketing department, approaching the live streaming area. In this age of advanced online marketing, Bai Rushuang's company was also engaged in live selling. Observing the scant audience within the live room, he noted two attractive women energetically presenting their products before the camera. Li Wentai shook his head. Such a lackluster sales pitch would yield little success. Yet, this was not his concern. He was acutely aware of his purpose today, to wreak havoc within Bai Rushuang's company. Indeed, the vast reach of the internet made it an ideal setting for disruption. The enchanting woman, I believe this lingerie is perfectly suited for you, Li Wentai remarked as he approached a lady demonstrating the garments. The woman's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It was rare to have men in their lingerie company. Yet she was aware that Li Wentai was the husband of the owner. Despite being playfully teased, she felt hesitant to respond. Li Wentai took the lingerie from her hands. Directing his gaze toward her, Look, you appear quite sophisticated. This purple lingerie is ideal for mature women. The buttons at the front make it convenient for men to unfasten. Thus, I sincerely believe this piece is a perfect match for you. The woman's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Oh, how did our live stream suddenly jump from dozens of viewers to 300? A fellow host expressed his surprise. They were astonished to see the comments flooding in. Haha, who is this bold fellow? This lingerie live stream is quite intriguing. I'm tempted to buy one for my girlfriend. My wife is around the same age as this young lady. So I'll place an order now. In Bai Rushuang's office, her secretary rushed in, flustered. What happened? Bai Rushuang inquired. It's Li Xiao, the secretary stammered. Bai Rushuang furrowed her brow. What is he up to today? She was not surprised by Li Wentai's antics. The secretary quickly shook her head. No, boss. Li Xiao just entered our live stream room and explained our lingerie. It's sold out in mere minutes, over 2,000 sets. The sales are still climbing. His presentation is simply remarkable. Bai Rushuang was taken aback. You mean, he ignited our live stream? The secretary nodded affirmatively. Yes, the sales are skyrocketing, and the viewer count is increasing as well. Netizens are eager to purchase. Bai Rushuang raised an eyebrow, astonished that Li Wentai could successfully present lingerie in the live stream. She knew the quality of their products was commendable, yet their previous broadcasts had not been as successful. All right, continue to monitor other departments. I will personally check the live stream, she commanded, recognizing the significant shift in sales. She swiftly made her way to the live stream room, opening her phone to watch the ongoing broadcast. Li Wentai remained in front of the camera, humorously intertwining his commentary with the lingerie presentation. The viewers perceived his explanations as both entertaining and informative. Bai Rushuang observed as the viewership numbers soared and sales continued to rise, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. The barrage of comments reflected the audience's enthusiasm. Li Xiao is truly impressive. Haha, his humor and insights are captivating. Lingerie live streams shouldn't be limited to female hosts. Li Xiao has proven that men can indeed understand lingerie. Standing in the live stream, Li Wentai was astonished by the surge in sales resulting from his explanations. What a stroke of luck, he muttered, suddenly losing interest. His intention had merely been to disrupt, hoping to expedite Bai Rushuang's agreement to end their engagement. To his surprise, he had approached the task so professionally that sales were about to explode. He decided to withdraw, leaving behind a parting remark as he relinquished the live stream to the woman. Hey, Li Xiao, don't leave. Keep talking. Yes, we love your live stream. It's so lively, filled with valuable knowledge. Don't go. The live stream erupted in commotion. Li Wen's retreating figure was resolute, devoid of any lingering attachment. Chapter 8. Breaking the mold. Returning to his workstation, he wore a defeated expression. How could he persuade Bai Rushuang to agree to end their engagement? Yet, he was acutely aware of the consequences. If he persisted in this manner, wouldn't that be foolish? Sighing at his desk, Li Wentai lamented, it was once difficult to marry. Now even ending an engagement seems daunting. Before long, Bai Rushuang entered the office, her face adorned with a smile, clearly pleased with her contribution to the company on her first day. Li Wentai, facing her, forced a smile. His smile was more of a grimace. This foolish woman, who would want to work for her? In a month or so, her little junior will be offering himself up. I must find a way to extricate myself. Hearing this inner monologue, Bai Rushuang's expression darkened slightly. A month, huh? She contemplated that keeping Li Wentai constrained was not a sustainable solution. Let us make a deal, she suggested with a charming smile. What sort of deal? He inquired. You'll work diligently at my company and fulfill the role of my fiancé. Before she could finish, Li Wentai interrupted, not a chance. This foolish woman wanted him to play the role of her unwitting fiancé. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Bai Rushuang shot him a glance. That's not what I meant. I'm suggesting that if you persist for a month and perform well, I may consider agreeing to the annulment of our engagement. Li Wentai paused, surprised that she was willing to let go. After pondering, he realized it might not be such a bad idea. Fine, I agree. 1 month is far preferable to a lifetime. However, even if he were to commit for a month, he would not exert himself wholeheartedly. If Bai Rushuang were to genuinely develop feelings for him, that would be troublesome. I must devise a strategy to ensure she finds no interest in me. Otherwise, what will I do when the month is up? Bai Rushuang shot him another glance before departing silently from the office. In a few days, due to the surge in interest from the live stream, a significant order arrived, with the other party requesting Li Wentai to negotiate. Bai Rushuang approached him with the news. Li Wentai pondered, if I deliberately sabotage this deal, perhaps this foolish woman will allow me to leave early. Bai Rushuang felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. She tapped his desk lightly, feigning a smile. Darling, you must put in your best effort, perform well, and there will be rewards. If not, she trailed off. Raising her phone, Li Wentai felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of her having summoned his parents previously. All right, this woman is truly ruthless. Fine. What good is it to agree on the surface? Pretending to try is not beyond my capabilities. Bai Rushuang said nothing further, pouting slightly as she left. Yet, she was still somewhat apprehensive, instructing her assistant to accompany him during the negotiations. Li Wentai resolved to employ various tactics to undermine the business deal. The counterpart's CEO was a middle-aged woman with a pleasant demeanor, arriving at the company with a sense of curiosity. In the conference room, Li Wentai deliberately scrutinized the woman before him, feigning interest. Beautiful lady, is it you who wishes to collaborate with us? Our products are truly exceptional. I just wonder if we have anything suitable for someone of your measurements. His words were rather offensive. Li Wentai felt his lips twitch. Despite the harshness of his remarks, the CEO seemed unfazed. In fact, she appeared slightly intrigued. Why were these women not following the script? Well, our products aren't cheap. We might even incur losses. He feigned concern for her, intending to persuade her to abandon the idea. The CEO suddenly burst into laughter. Li Xiao, you are genuinely humorous. Thank you for your concern. But I believe I won't incur any losses. Li Wentai shifted uncomfortably, feeling anxious. He had been attempting to provoke her. Yet her temperament was as calm as a snail. Oh, what special advantages do you offer? He attempted to redirect the inquiry back to her. Our company possesses a stable clientele, capable of providing your esteemed organization with an expansive sales network for your lingerie offerings. Furthermore, we have devised a unique marketing strategy. And I firmly believe that our collaboration will yield mutual benefits. Li Wentai discovered that, regardless of his efforts, The opposing company's CEO remained resolute in pursuing the partnership, completely unfazed by his distractions. Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede. "Well, since you are so persistent, let us proceed with the collaboration," he said, lowering his brows in a gesture of acquiescence. His initial desire to sabotage the arrangement ended in failure. With a sigh, he lamented that he had hoped to use this opportunity to extricate himself from the engagement with Bairushuang. However, it seemed that matters had not unfolded as he wished. Perhaps he would need to contemplate alternative methods. After the partnership agreement was signed, the CEO took his leave, stating, "Li, I am confident that our cooperation will achieve great success." Li Wentai forced a smile, hoping that would indeed be the case. Once the CEO departed, Li sat in his office, deep in thought. Observing him, Bairushuang remarked, "I hear you have successfully negotiated a collaboration with the other company? It appears I underestimated you. Foolish woman, who would assist you? I would prefer your company to collapse swiftly so that you may soon find solace in Zhou Lang's embrace and cease to trouble me." Bairushuang's expression darkened. She found it unsettling that someone who had once pursued her so fervently now seemed to avoid her entirely. Now that today's tasks are completed, may I leave for the day? Li Wentai thought to himself, wishing to evade her. Bairushuang, lacking enthusiasm, gathered her belongings and hurriedly exited. Upon leaving her establishment, she promptly called Wang Dong. "Dongzi, let us go for a drink." The two arranged to meet at their usual spot. Li Wentai recounted the events of the day to Wang Dong, including the collaboration with the opposing company. Wang Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. "Bro, I truly cannot comprehend why you wish to withdraw from your engagement with your wife again. Weren't you previously?" The sentence hung in the air. Li Wentai understood what he was implying. His former self had resembled a sycophant, fearful of Bairushuang's departure. The transformation was indeed remarkable. He took a sip of his drink and explained, "In my youth, I was ignorant, but now I see clearly that women hold little significance." Just as he spoke, a commotion erupted in front of the bar. To his surprise, it was Yao Highway. A man was aggressively confronting her, his voice laced with arrogance. "This is your fault. Beautiful. How dare you refuse me? Do you know who I am?" The man clearly struggled to accept her rejection and continued to apply pressure. "You should think twice. Get away." Yao Highway retreated in alarm, catching sight of Li Wentai nearby. She hurriedly approached him. Li did not intend to intervene, yet Wang Dong was filled with fervor. "Tai Gu, should we not step in? This is intolerable." Li Wentai merely glanced up before returning to his drink, opting not to intervene. It was not that he was indifferent to her plight. Rather, he was aware that someone else would come to her aid. After all, this man would not truly harm Yao Haiwa. He was sent by Zhou Lang to orchestrate a heroic rescue. However, Zhou Lang would never permit a woman destined for his embrace to be touched by another. Yao Haiwa, hearing these thoughts, widened her eyes in disbelief. She observed the man before her. Though his words were unrefined, his actions were not overtly aggressive. He hadn't even touched her. Would Zhou Lang truly come? Yao Haiwa wished to dismiss the notion that this was orchestrated by Zhou Lang. Just then, someone parted the crowd, revealing a figure at the entrance. His aura was formidable, unmistakably a person of significance. The man harassing Yao Haiwa displayed a flicker of fear and immediately tempered his arrogance, stepping back. "Who are you?" The atmosphere grew tense. Zhou Lang's gaze shifted between the man and Yao Haiwa before settling on her. "Yeah, are you unharmed?" His voice conveyed genuine concern. Yao Haiwa nodded, her emotions conflicted. Zhou Lang cast a cold glance at the man, then turned to Yao Haiwa, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. "It is all right now, do not be afraid." He then directed his attention back to the man. "Why are you still here?" With a surge of energy, the man was forced back several steps, fleeing in terror. Zhou Lang did not pursue him further, focusing solely on Yao Haiwa's well-being. He sat beside her and softly inquired, "How did you find yourself in such a predicament? Are you all right?" His eyes conveyed a profound depth. Feeling Zhou Lang's concern, Yao Haiwa recalled the incident at the bar and instinctively attempted to distance herself from him. Yet, deep within, she felt an inexplicable pang. The sensation was beyond description. Zhou Lang's eyes shimmered with affection. "No matter when, should you encounter trouble, seek me out. I shall always be by your side." Li Wentai and Wang Dong observed the scene quietly from the side. Li Wentai scoffed, "What a pity. Yet another woman ensnared by a seductive influence." A seductive influence? She gasped. Could it be that Li Wentai's thoughts were indeed accurate? Instinctively, she stepped back from Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang was perplexed. Despite the influence having been activated, why had Yao Haiwa not collapsed into his embrace? She appeared frightened, and Zhou Lang, feeling helpless, refrained from forcing her. Li Wentai and Wang Dong remained at the bar, continuing to drink. Li Wentai was filled with uncertainty, pondering the events that had transpired, particularly Yao Haiyue's reaction. Something feels amiss. Dongzi, do you not find this situation peculiar? Li asked. Wang Dong furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. Indeed, it is strange. When Yao Haiyue was with Zhou Lang, she did not seem frightened. Her sudden withdrawal appeared as if she were evading something. Li Wentai, filled with questions, especially regarding the relationship between Zhou Lang and Yao Haiyue, found it hard to believe that Yao Haiyue would not be captivated by him. It matters not. It is not my concern, so I shall not dwell on it. Upon returning home, he discovered that Bai Rushuang's room remained illuminated. This woman had yet to retire for the night. Pushing open the door, Li Wentai entered the room, where a gentle lamp illuminated a corner. Bai Rushuang emerged from the shadows, clad in a dark dress, her demeanor icy, her gaze fixed on Li Wentai as if peering into his very soul. My parents have asked me to look after you when I have the chance, but it seems you require no such care. Li Wentai, fatigued by the encounter, sank into the nearby sofa, crossing his legs. What do my parents understand? I hardly need it. This woman, what a whimsical mood. Does she not realize that her beloved junior is out enjoying himself with others? Why does she come to tend to me instead? The thought made Bai Rushuang feel nauseous. Reflecting on Zhou Lang's actions, she felt a wave of revulsion. This man spoke such words to ensure her discomfort. If he wished for her to suffer, she would not grant him the satisfaction. She approached Li Wentai, sitting beside him and smoothing his collar. Look at you. After all, we are still engaged. It is only natural that I care for you. Her tone softened, startling Li Wentai, who instinctively scooted away. What is this foolish woman doing, suddenly drawing so near? If I were to act improperly and Zhou Lang found out, would he not flay my skin? His expression darkened as he hastily evaded her touch. Recalling that he had indeed set a 1-month deadline, a flicker of displeasure crossed Bai Rushuang's face, yet she did not press further. Very well, you should rest early. With that, she turned and walked towards the bedroom. Before closing the door, she left him with a warning: do not forget our agreement. If you fail to meet your end, I shall also break my promise. Once she vanished from his sight, he relaxed his body, feeling a lingering dread. This woman was truly formidable. Li Wentai felt a twinge of regret. It seemed he had not been sufficiently cruel to warrant her goodwill. Perhaps it was time to engage in the reckless pursuits befitting a scion of wealth. Chapter 10. The racing appeared to be an enticing option. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed Wang Dong's number in the dead of night. Wang Dong, who had indulged a bit too much, had just settled down to sleep. The ringing of the phone stirred him from his slumber, and he answered with a hint of irritation, unaware of the caller's identity. What is the matter? Help me arrange a racing car. Recognizing the familiar voice, Wang Dong squinted at his phone in surprise. After a brief hesitation, he inquired, are you certain? Racing is no trivial matter. When did you develop an interest in this, young masterly? The latter part of his statement was laced with teasing. Wang Dong was well aware of Li Wentai's steadfast nature. He seldom altered his decisions lightly. Nodding, he offered, all right, I'll find a way to get you one by tomorrow. Satisfied, Li Wentai hung up and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Li Wentai was jolted awake by Wang Dong's call. Wentai, hurry over. I've contacted an old friend who just ordered a batch of racing cars. Come and choose one. Instantly alert, Li Wentai felt a surge of excitement. Although he had no experience with racing, he was willing to dive into the extravagant lifestyle of the elite. To him, racing cars were not vastly different from ordinary vehicles. They merely boasted greater speed. Send me the address. I'll be right there. He promptly ended the call, changed his attire with haste, and departed with the car keys in hand. Following Wang Dong's directions, Li Wentai arrived at the racing venue outside the city within 20 minutes. The owner was a longtime friend of Wang Dong. At that moment, Wang Dong was engaged in jovial conversation with the car owner. Spotting Li Wentai, he waved eagerly. Finally, you're here. Come over. I want to introduce you. After bringing them together, Wang Dong pointed at Li Wentai. This is Li Wentai, my lifelong friend. You must have heard of young Master Li's reputation. The car owner appraised Li Wentai with a smile. Ah, I've heard much about you. Your name resonates throughout the affluent circles. Indeed, Li Wentai was known not for his accomplishments, but for his infamous pursuit of Bai Rushuang, which had rendered him the subject of ridicule among the elite. However, this was not the opportune moment to dwell on such matters. A pleasure to meet you. Li Wentai replied as they shook hands, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. They quickly moved on to business. Young Master Li, come this way. These are the new cars that arrived last night. With a press of a button, a large door creaked open, revealing a lineup of dazzling racing cars. Impressive, Wang Dong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight. Every man harbors a dream of racing, and he was no exception. Li Wentai also seemed intrigued. As they wandered among the cars, Li Wentai pointed to a striking red one at the end. How much for this one? Wu Yuxin chuckled. Young Master Li has a keen eye. You've chosen the best of the lot, though it comes at a premium. Li Wentai waved dismissively. Just tell me the price. He was here to spend money, and wealth was his least concern. This model features cutting-edge technology and the finest components, Wu Yuxin explained, holding up a number with his fingers. Before he could finish, Li Wentai interrupted. I'll take it. He pulled out his card and tossed it over, unwavering in his resolve. Wu Yuxin beamed broadly, fearful that Li Wentai might have second thoughts, and promptly stepped outside. Wang Dong shot him a questioning glance, about to speak, but was cut off by Li Wentai's inquiry. Are there any racing venues nearby? Earlier, when Li Wentai was absent, the owner mentioned that a significant racing event was scheduled for the coming days, with a tenfold return on bets for the victor, although the entry fee was substantial. Li Wentai's interest was piqued. Does it not sound like an excellent opportunity to burn some cash? Make it happen. After finalizing the transaction, Li Wentai drove home, his thoughts drifting to Bai Rushuang, a woman who left him feeling despondent. Recalling the beating he had received last time still stung. It was best not to provoke her again. Despite her inexplicable hostility, he was determined to find a way to persuade Bai Rushuang to call off their engagement. Hey Dongzi, how is it going? Is there anything I can't handle? This Saturday afternoon, I'll have my friend bring you in. Wang Dong hesitated before adding. But are you sure you want to go? It's a money pit, and it might not be safe. It's not like your usual driving on the streets. Of course, racing is a dream every man harbors. Seeing his determination, Wang Dong could only sigh and end the call. Li Wentai hung up, humming a tune. Bai Rushuang, passing by, noticed the evident excitement on his face and frowned slightly. What mischief was this restless man concocting now? As she pondered, she found herself stepping closer. What brings you here? Upon seeing Bai Rushuang approach, Li Wentai instinctively wanted to retreat. What is this foolish woman doing here? Must she disrupt my current mood? Bai Rushuang felt a wave of nausea wash over her, but was simultaneously drawn to the warmth she felt towards Zhou Lang. Maintaining her composure, she stated, I came to see how well you're performing at work. Li Wentai leaned back with disdain, arms crossed. You can see for yourself. I'm not here to work for you. Were it not for my parents' influence, I would have left long ago. Hurry up and finish so that I can enjoy my weekend racing. Bai Rushuang subtly furrowed her brow. Racing? When did Li Wentai take an interest in that? Keeping her expression neutral, she asked, Are you free this weekend? Absolutely not. Li Wentai's internal alarms blared. What scheme was this woman hatching? Fine. I initially intended to invite you to discuss a collaboration, but if you're unavailable, so be it. With that, she turned to leave. But Li Wentai's voice called after her. Foolish woman, I want to disrupt your collaboration, and you expect me to join you for overtime this weekend? Dream on. Chapter 11. Striking back with power. Saturday arrived swiftly. Upon reaching the address provided by Wang Dong, he spotted him conversing with a man, scanning the surroundings. As soon as he saw Li Wentai's vehicle, Wang Dong waved excitedly, Over here. Li Wentai exited the car and approached. Wang Dong introduced him. This is my friend S. associate. He is the head of this racing venue. And this is my brother. You know who he is. Everyone knows the illustrious young Master Li. Wang Jie beamed brightly. The infamous Li Wentai, the notorious sycophant in the wealthy circles. Naturally, he was eager to cater to a recent buyer of luxury cars. Li Wentai nodded in acknowledgement. His curiosity piqued as he gazed toward the entrance. His excitement was palpable. He had seen racing venues on television before, with their speed, thrill, and cheers. He could still feel the exhilaration and longing from those moments. Today, he was finally on the brink of fulfilling his dream. Let me take young Master Li inside for a look and offer introductions. Li Wentai nodded, a bright smile illuminating his face. I appreciate it, boss. The grand entrance was meticulously arranged. Stepping inside, one could hardly see the end, far larger than he had ever perceived on television. This was a private racetrack, fully equipped to cater to our needs. Typically, entry was restricted to members, yet Li Xiao, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively and produced his card, requesting the highest tier of membership. He was determined to spend lavishly today. Wang Jie resembled an eager sycophant, nodding and bowing. Of course, Li Xiao, your timing is impeccable. We have a race shortly. Would you care to participate? Li Wentai shot him a glance. What do you think? Very well, I shall arrange it at once. You. Take Li Xiao to prepare. A well-dressed attendant hurried over. This way, Li Xiao. Wang Dong observed Wang Jie's demeanor, clicking his tongue. Are you truly going to engage in this? Li Wentai's expression was one of exhilaration. Absolutely. Not only will I participate, but I shall also win splendidly. Who am I? I am the future protagonist. For now, however, he needed to play it safe. His mind drifted to Bai Rushuang, a woman whose peculiar behavior baffled him. Does she know you're here? Li Wentai shot him a disapproving glance. Why should I tell her? To ruin my good mood? As they spoke, the attendant led them to an exquisitely decorated venue. The opulence of the surroundings was striking, with a few men lounging with glasses of red wine, chatting and laughing. Upon their entrance, the men exchanged glances. Oh, isn't this Li Xiao? One of the men, with a hint of disdain, looked over. What wind has blown you here today? His tone dripped with sarcasm. Li Wentai scrutinized the man, wondering if he had crossed him in the past. What is it to you? He retorted, refusing to be outdone in the verbal exchange. The man was momentarily at a loss for words. Let us not create a scene. We're all guests here. Let us sit and chat. Another man interjected, diffusing the tension. Li Wentai had no objections. He was here for enjoyment, not confrontation. Li Xiao, it's our first time seeing you here. What prompted this visit? The smiling man inquired. I neglected to introduce myself. We've collaborated in the past, Wang Dong interjected, his expression revealing a hint of disdain. Indeed, though it seems it wasn't a pleasant experience, he added, his tone laced with skepticism. Li Wentai nodded, indifferent, as he had little recollection of the individual. As he had mentioned earlier, he was merely here to experience the extravagant lifestyle of a wealthy heir. As long as they did not provoke him, he would regard them as non-existent. However, his avoidance did not prevent others from seeking him out. The man who had instigated the tension clearly aligned with the others, exchanging knowing glances regarding Li Wentai, the so-called super sycophant, with contempt. For a woman, he had become the subject of ridicule within this circle. He was deemed unworthy of being there. I heard this place is not membership-based. Have the rules changed? One man remarked, it seems the rumored hierarchy isn't as strict as it once was. Another chimed in, when I joined, that was the rule. How has it altered now? Someone unaware might just waltz in and be carried out. Don't say that. It might actually happen. Laughter erupted among them. Li Xiao, please don't take offense. We're merely jesting, the smiling man said, his expression revealing both disdain and mockery. Essentially, they looked down on him for being a newcomer, unfamiliar with how to curry favor with the veterans. Li Wentai chuckled coldly. These individuals were overtly mocking him, implying he was inept, and yet still dared to show up. Wang Dong, picking up on their disdain, was ready to charge at them, but Li Wentai restrained him. These people are beneath my notice. It matters not. I shall let my abilities speak for themselves. I certainly entered on merit. I wonder if you look down on yourselves, or on me. Li Wentai replied, feigning disinterest. If you doubt my standing, perhaps you should inquire with the owner? He gestured towards the exit, though he was uncertain if the owner would entertain them. According to Wang Dong's insights from the previous day, few had met the owner of this racetrack, rumored to be a significant figure. This was merely one of his private tracks, occasionally visited for leisure. Even Wang Dong was unaware of the owner's true identity, thanks to his lengthy explanations the day before. Li Wentai possessed some knowledge of the situation. However, given his nature, he would not be at a loss even without such background. After all, he spoke only the truth. Which owner? We haven't met him either, the previously jovial man remarked, concealing his irritation. We're here to unwind. Let us not harbor any animosity. Let us discuss racing instead. I've heard today as competition will feature a significant surprise. One participant comes highly recommended by a notable figure. Indeed. I wonder who that illustrious individual might be. They have yet to arrive, perhaps heading directly to the track, another chimed in. Li Xiao. He is merely here for a visit, right? Exactly. What if he gets injured? Li Wentai initially intended to ignore them, taking a sip of his wine. I shall participate. The victor remains uncertain. While he had never competed, he had observed numerous races, and his driving skills were commendable. Remembering his past life, had it not been for that incident, his current existence would likely mirror this one. Moreover, racing heavily relied on talent, though skill remained crucial. Li Wentai surveyed the group. His character-esque background was not trivial, it far exceeded theirs. He wondered if they were here for the racing or merely to gossip. He threw them a derisive glance, a smirk accompanying it. Their expressions soured, wine glasses crashing down on the table in frustration. The ever-smiling man silenced them with a glance. indicating his leadership role among them. Li Xiao is quite confident. We can only wish you success. Indeed, the man added, though I wonder if anyone will bet on your victory. Of course, I shall, Wang Dong exclaimed, standing up and downing his drink in one go. A bunch of contemptuous fools. Let us go change. Li Wentai rose slowly, allowing Wang Dong to pull him up. He was weary of their presence and preferred to change attire. However, he felt a twinge of curiosity about the mysterious contestant they mentioned. Who could it be? As long as they were not the protagonist, he would be keen to make their acquaintance. He mused that the true protagonist was likely preoccupied with charming one of his wives, leaving no time to seek him out. Yet, Bai Rushuang remained a nuisance. He needed to devise a plan to rid himself of her. Following the attendant to the changing room, he awaited further instructions. In the changing room, it was just him and Wang Dong. Do not gaze at me so intently. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to incur losses. Naturally, I place my trust in you. Wang Dong hesitated, his words caught in his throat, ultimately swallowing them back. Let us speak of it after the competition concludes. Having donned his racing attire and meticulously reviewed the rules, Li Wentai arrived at the venue. Although it was a private racing arena, spectators were still permitted to enter. Uniquely, the seating arrangement resembled a cinema, comfortable and leisurely. Li Wentai excitedly caressed the steering wheel, every man's dream. Several racers simultaneously took their positions, and a chorus of cheers erupted, drawing Li Wentai's gaze towards the source, causing his eyes to widen involuntarily. Zhou Lang. Noticing the attention upon him, Zhou Lang's gaze locked onto Li Wentai's with pinpoint accuracy. A shiver ran down Li Wentai's spine. This is it. The main contender is here. How can I possibly showcase my skills? Zhou Lang cast a cold glance in his direction before entering his vehicle. The engine roared to life as a stunning model stood at the center, waving a flag. With a single movement, the two cars surged ahead. Li Wentai's heart raced. What a refreshing breeze. Alas, my touch feels exquisite. What if I inadvertently win? No, I must restrain myself. The feel is indeed splendid, and this car is remarkable. At that moment, a tall woman stealthily approached the scene, her disdain palpable as she overheard the surrounding chatter. The competition had barely commenced, yet she seemed to have already foreseen the outcome. How could Li Wentai possibly triumph? Yet, surprisingly, a flicker of anticipation lingered within her. Having previously noticed Li Wentai's subtle maneuvers, she had discreetly investigated him, arriving at the venue upon discovering the time and place of the race. Fortunately, she had made it just in time. Li Wentai sat comfortably in his vehicle, the speed astonishing. He appeared oblivious to the scenery, wholly absorbed in the act of driving, perhaps due to the prolonged absence from the wheel. He felt a surge of exhilaration. That was close. I nearly overtook. If I win, I might offend someone. Stay calm, stay calm. Bai Rushi twitched her lips. She was skeptical but could not deny that Li Wentai had indeed nearly passed. Thus, she found herself uncertain whether Li Wentai was merely boasting. In stark contrast to Li Wentai's ease, the driver ahead was tense, having presumed that this young man would be effortlessly defeated, securing a stylish victory. However, the vehicle trailing closely behind seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, fixated on his rear. Just moments ago, he had nearly been overtaken. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Zhou Lang muttered to himself, tightening his grip on the steering wheel and accelerating. His car was superior to Li Wentai's, and indeed he distanced himself from him. Yet, after a sharp turn, the car he thought he had shaken off clung closely to his rear like a relentless specter. No matter his efforts, he could not evade it. Panic enveloped Zhou Lang. Bai Rushi was momentarily taken aback by the unfolding scene. Though not particularly knowledgeable about vehicles, she heard a spectator exclaim in awe. Impressive. Another spectator applauded. What a rare sight to witness such a master. Bai Rushi hesitated before inquiring. Is it truly remarkable? The spectator turned to see a stunning beauty beside him, startled, then eagerly replied. This is no ordinary skill. The red model may not rival the yellow one, yet it consistently closes in on every turn without overtaking. Such finesse is not something just anyone can achieve. Only with exceptional technique can one maintain such proximity during turns. Another spectator chimed in. Moreover, it seems he possesses overtaking capabilities but chooses to remain behind, playing with the driver's mindset. The yellow vehicle's owner, if I recall correctly, is notably skilled. Zhou Lang is indeed adept, yet today he has encountered a formidable opponent. Bai Rushi, astonished, shifted her gaze back to the track. What is that? Wow, such a large bird. Li Wentai's tone was casual. Bai Rushi, influenced by his words, glanced forward. Indeed, that is quite a sizable bird. Before she could finish her musings, a sudden uproar erupted around her. The red car has won. Bairushi was momentarily stunned. In the brief span of turning her head, Li Wentai had surged across the finish line victorious. What a disaster. I lost control while distracted by the bird. How could Zhou Lang falter? Li Wentai's lips twitched. Bairushi was left utterly speechless. Was Li Wentai truly this formidable? Chapter 13. The adoration of a young fan on stage. The audience's cheers resounded incessantly. After parking, Zhou Lang stormed over to Li Wentai's side. You deliberately launched a surprise attack at the end, didn't you? You could never win against me on merit. Li Wentai was taken aback. The game is over. Surely, he wouldn't strike him here, surrounded by so many witnesses? How did you end up here? Li Wentai smiled radiantly, almost obsequiously. I had no idea you were present here. This remark struck a nerve with Zhou Lang. The championship was rightfully his. Why? Why must this fellow continually disrupt his plans? Anger surged within him, a potent energy manifesting. Li Wentai felt a chill of fear. Fortunately, staff members rushed over to mediate. Though their words were far from soothing, no violations occurred. Remain calm. You have lost. Zhou Lang shrugged off the staff's grasp, directing his ire at Li Wentai. Are you brave enough to race again? This time, I will ensure you lose convincingly. The staff stumbled back, but managed to restrain him. Mr. Zhou, please understand the gravity of this situation. Do not create disturbances. Bairushi observed the unfolding drama from afar, while others may have been oblivious. She was acutely aware of Li Wentai's true sentiments. He had secured victory through skill, yet always appeared overshadowed by Zhou Lang. What could be the reason for this? Mr. Zhou, please refrain from causing trouble. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Zhou Lang appeared somewhat apprehensive, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Li Wentai. I will not let you off the hook. Mark my words. With that, he stormed away. Simultaneously, a golden hue drifted forth, gradually enveloping Li Wentai's being. Much like before, a warm sensation filled him, leaving him momentarily entranced. Li Wentai felt a twinge of insecurity. What should I do? My enmity with Zhou Lang only deepens. Fortunately, staff members were present today. Had Zhou Lang not been cautious, I might have been relegated to a mere supporting role. Sigh, I still have unfinished business with Bairushi. And now I've embroiled myself in this conflict. I must expedite the dissolution of my engagement with the Bai family. To offend the protagonist now is akin to courting death. I hope he won't be waiting for me outside. Surely, as a main character, he wouldn't stoop to such unethical behavior? Upon further reflection, no, he indeed lacks morality. Bairushi furrowed her brow, earlier, as Zhou Lang confronted Li Wentai. The troubling thoughts stirred within her once more. An overwhelming urge to rush to Zhou Lang's aid nearly overcame her. She must resolve this troubling matter swiftly. And Li Wentai's inner voice, what an enigma it is. In the audience, several young admirers clad in short skirts approached Li Wentai, smiling brightly. Handsome young man, your racing skills are truly exceptional. Might we have the pleasure of joining you for a ride next time? Li Wentai turned to face them. A cluster of girls, each around 6 meters tall, gazed at him in admiration. Ha ha, I shall gladly take you for a ride next time. It's a trivial matter. My skills are not that impressive. Zhou Lang is far more skilled. Are you referring to that individual from earlier? I find his skills rather lacking. You are being too modest, aren't you? Should we exchange contact information? Li Wentai hesitated for a moment. The petite beauty dressed in Lolita fashion waved her phone in front of him. Hey there, can we add each other? If you're willing to add me. He felt completely at a loss. Having merely won a competition, he was suddenly besieged by a throng of admirers. Goodness, what is this all about? It felt as if the heavens were conspiring against him. All he wanted was to quietly be a mere observer. Bairushi stood at a distance and felt an inexplicable discomfort upon seeing so many admirers around Li Wentai. It was just a competition, after all. She couldn't help but scoff. He must have lost the match due to his distraction. How about we have a rematch? A rematch? Didn't you hear the referee just now? That would be against the rules. Li Wentai felt like crying. He too wished for a chance to compete again, but alas, the host would not permit it. Watching Zhou Lang, who seemed intent on taking him down, Li Wentai felt an immense bitterness. I'm sorry. I didn't intend for it to turn out this way. Zhou Lang's fists were clenched, his expression seething with indignation. Li Wentai's admirers regarded him with disdain. Sir, you're being unreasonable. He won the match. That's an undeniable fact. Why can't you accept it? There's no shame in losing. Zhou Lang, feeling despondent, had no choice but to turn away. If he lingered any longer, who knows how things would escalate. Silently sighing, Li Wentai thought, I never aimed to defeat you. Who could have known? He felt utterly miserable, yet he could only bear the burden alone. Zhou Lang indeed had some skill, being the main character from the original story. It felt as though he was treading on the same path. What must he do to make Bai Rushuang relinquish her feelings for him? After much contemplation, Li Wentai resolved to incur a significant financial loss. The group of admirers beside him eagerly awaited to add him as a friend, and reluctantly, he decided to accept their requests. Bai Rushuang, observing from a distance, clenched her teeth in frustration. How naive of her to think he wouldn't add anyone. Dressed in a sleek black gown, with 10-centimeter heels, she approached Li Wentai. Noticing the surrounding girls, she remarked with a smile. I didn't expect that just one competition would bring you so many admirers. You truly are impressive. Li Wentai, with his back to her, felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing her voice. He turned to face Bai Rushuang. When did she arrive? How had he not noticed her earlier? Thank you for the compliment, Miss Bai, he said, as he bought each of the little admirers a bottle of water. Thank you all for your support. There will be more competitions in the future, and I will ensure you're invited. Don't deceive us, big brother. You must keep your word. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Chapter 14. This man has ill intentions. Bai Rushuang stood nearby, tightly gripping her hands, her nails digging into her flesh, completely unaware. She strained to maintain a smile. Do remember to call me for future competitions. After all, the last one was indeed thrilling. What is this woman up to? It felt as though she were vying for his attention. Li Wentai was startled by his own thoughts. No, that's impossible. He must be overthinking. It's getting late. We should take our leave now. She repeatedly called him big brother, reminiscent of a crow's call. As the admirers departed, Bai Rushuang raised her gaze to Li Wentai. You seem quite fond of the term big brother. Miss Bai, what are you implying? I am a man, am I not? How could I not enjoy hearing delicate girls call me big brother? Li Wentai replied with a smile, though Bai Rushuang felt a pang of discomfort within. You do have a point. After all, what man could resist the charm of sweet, gentle girls? Just then, a phone rang. It was a call from a travel project partner for Bai Rushuang. Miss Bai, do you have time to discuss collaboration? Instantly, she switched to work mode. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I am available. Shall we meet in an hour? The man on the other end responded excitedly. That's perfect. I'll send you the reservation for the restaurant shortly. Since I initiated the invitation, I must show my sincerity, so please don't decline. Li Wentai, standing nearby, couldn't suppress a yawn. This woman is truly a workaholic. Now she has to discuss business. TSK. I wonder if you would care to accompany me for the meeting. Her words left Li Wentai speechless. Please, he was about to fall asleep. He had no desire to follow Bai Rushuang around. Before he could voice his thoughts, she added, You are so kind-hearted. I trust you wouldn't refuse. Besides, with so many men in the business world, should I happen to drink too much, remember what my parents said. Li Wentai sighed inwardly. This woman is something else. Well, let us just consider it a sacrifice for a worthy cause, especially since the person in front of me is not unattractive. She is quite the beauty. All right then. I will accompany you to this collaboration. The Dina restaurant is the most prestigious 5-star establishment in the city, exceedingly difficult to book. One must admit. This partner certainly knows how to make a grand gesture. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Bai Rushuang and Li Wentai were greeted by 5 impeccably dressed waitstaff at the entrance. Welcome, it must be Miss Bai, am I correct? One of the staff recognized her immediately. Bai Rushuang nodded slightly. And this gentleman beside you, is he your husband? The unexpected question nearly caused Li Wentai to choke on his own saliva. Coughing, he thought, while 5-star hotels often have strict protocols. Surely they could see his attire and recognize he could not possibly be Miss Bai's husband. She was a vision of beauty, while he was merely a nobody. Bai Rushuang's expression softened as she turned to the staff. This gentleman is not my husband. He is my assistant. Upon entering, they spotted a man seated alone, wearing sunglasses, seemingly monopolizing the entire restaurant. You've arrived quite early, Miss Bai. Our meeting is still half an hour away. Bai Rushuang spoke with poise. Mr. Lin, have you reserved the entire place? The man nodded in affirmation. When discussing collaboration with you, it is best to avoid any distractions. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Li Wentai. That's quite unnecessary, Mr. Lin. After all, we are merely here to discuss business, Bai Rushuang replied calmly. Having navigated the business world for years, she was well aware of the ulterior motives some individuals harbored. If she were to guess correctly, this man likely harbored intentions toward her. Lin Huaxing felt displeased internally, yet his demeanor remained composed as he graciously invited Bai Rushuang to sit. Li Wentai remained standing throughout. Bai Rushuang glanced at him. Mr. Lin, my assistant has been with me the entire time and has worked hard. Today was supposed to be his day off. The insinuation was unmistakable. It is often said that if Lin Huaxing were to deny Li Wentai a seat at this juncture, it would reflect poorly on him. No problem. Let the assistant sit at the nearby table. Waiter, please serve this assistant a few small dishes. Observing Lin Huaxing's tightly clenched fists, Li Wentai could not suppress a chuckle. Eagerly anticipating the moment he would break down. Mr. Lin, you mentioned wanting to discuss a collaboration with me. I wonder if you brought the project proposal? Bai Rushuang took the initiative. Lin Huaxing retrieved a folder from the side. You want the collaboration proposal? Of course, it's no trouble at all. Take a look. If everything is satisfactory, a signature is all that is needed. Bai Rushuang casually accepted the document, only to find that the contents of the collaboration proposal were entirely different from her expectations. May I ask, Mr. Lin, why is the commission structure here presented in a completely inverse manner? Shouldn't it be equal between both parties? I was a bit hurried on my way here. It should actually be 60-40, with Ms. Bai receiving 60 and I receiving 40. Bai Rushuang's lips parted slightly in disbelief. Is this fellow lacking in judgment? I still suggest that Mr. Lin amend it to reflect an equitable division between us. She had never been one to take small advantages for herself. Moreover, receiving unearned benefits could hardly be deemed wise. Lin Huaxing's sudden alteration of the commission structure was not necessarily a favorable sign. Li Wentai listened to their discussion with little interest, sipping his juice alone. The luxurious five-star restaurant was indeed magnificent, with decor that was simply splendid. Especially the table adorned with pearls. Ms. Bai, before Bai Rushuang could utter a word, Lin Huaxing interjected. To collaborate with you is indeed a fortune I have accumulated over 3 lifetimes. It felt almost like a confession. Li Wentai took a deep breath. Ahem, excuse me, sir. Do you not perceive the ambiguity in your words? Chapter 15. A gentleman's word is as good as a promise. Is this insufferable brat truly lacking in common sense? Having understood the implications of his words, why could he not remain silent and unobtrusive? Lin Huaxing closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, wishing he could summon security to eject Li Wentai from the premises. Mr. Lin, please do not look at me as though I have committed some heinous act. Lin Huaxing scoffed, unwilling to engage with Li Wentai. Turning his gaze to Bai Rushuang, he continued, Ms. Bai, if you find no issues with this collaboration proposal, shall we finalize it now? Given that he had made such a declaration, if Bai Rushuang were to reject it, it would appear overly pretentious. No problem, but Mr. Lin is at a slight disadvantage. It's of little consequence. These matters are trivial and should not be overly concerned about. Li Wentai yawned beside them, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. He decided to lay his head on the table, intending to take a short nap. Lin Huaxing's lips twitched. The assistant of Ms. Bai was indeed quiet. The following words remained unspoken. Bai Rushuang understood his thoughts. Mr. Lin, how I interact with my assistant seems to bear little relevance to you, does it? Lin Huaxing chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, I have overstepped my bounds. I hope Ms. Bai will not hold it against me. Bai Rushuang offered a perfunctory smile, disinclined to engage further. She stood and approached Li Wentai. Shall I get you some dessert? No need, Ms. Bai. You should focus on discussing the collaboration with Mr. Lin. Li Wentai spoke lazily without lifting his head. Bai Rushuang turned to Lin Huaxing, about to speak when Lin Huaxing preempted her. Ms. Bai, are you not planning to join me for a meal? One cannot be remiss in courtesy after signing a contract. It would be exceedingly ungracious. The waiter then presented a bottle of Lafite with an 80-year history. This bottle of red wine is a treasured collection of our restaurant. I wonder if Ms. Bai would do me the honor of sharing a glass. Is it just a glass of wine? Bai Rushuang thought, her tolerance for alcohol seemingly not too poor. How bold of him. Bai Rushuang was speechless as she raised her glass and drank it all in one go. Meanwhile, a temptress with a sultry figure approached Li Wentai. You are the gentleman who won the race the other day, aren't you? Li Wentai had intended to stretch and take a brief rest, but upon hearing a sweet voice, he looked up to see a woman standing before him. Might I persuade you to keep me company for a while? Li Wentai was no fool. When they had entered, the hall was devoid of any other guest aside from Lin Huaxing. Where had she appeared from? If his guess was correct, this woman had likely been arranged by Lin Huaxing. What ulterior motives did Lin Huaxing harbor? Curiosity piqued, he glanced toward Bai Rushuang. Unbeknownst to him, a glass wall had materialized, obstructing their conversation. Oh no, What is that old lecher up to? Though he yearned to sever ties with Bai Rushuang, they had come out together this time. If anything were to happen to her under his watch, who knew how Zhou Lang would react? Li Wentai instinctively attempted to rise, but before he could move, the woman had entwined her arm around his. Sir, are you intending to disturb them? They are currently engrossed in conversation. If it were not for the advanced technology of the restaurant, today might have been spoiled by that insufferable brat. Lin Huaxing silently rejoiced. Ms. Bai, I have long admired you. Might you consider being with me? Should you agree, I would be willing to relinquish all the profits from this project. He spoke earnestly. Bai Rushuang straightened slightly, almost without thought. She declined. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, but I believe there may be a misunderstanding between us. Rejected. Lin Huaxing felt a pang of disappointment, but remained undeterred. He produced a bouquet of 9,999 roses. Such a grand display would have left others overwhelmed with gratitude. Unfortunately, Bai Rushuang was no ordinary woman. She had long been accustomed to such gestures. The 99 roses held no allure for her. Mr. Lin, our relationship is solely that of business partners. The conversation had reached a definitive point. Bai Rushuang wished to avoid further interaction with him. Rising to leave, she found Lin Huaxin blocking her path. Ms. Bai, are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? With our combined strengths, we could dominate the business world. Bai Rushuang suppressed a laugh. A strong alliance? Mr. Lin, you may be overestimating yourself. My patience has its limits, should you continue. Ms. Bai, are you suggesting a breach of contract? Li Wentai, now growing impatient with the woman's persistence, stood up. His gaze turned cold. I do not enjoy striking women. But if you insist on challenging my boundaries, I will not hold back. The woman was taken aback by his sudden shift in demeanor and ultimately retreated, tail between her legs. The overpowering scent of her perfume clung to Li Wentai as he exited the area, fighting the urge to gag. Upon leaving, the oppressive feeling began to dissipate. The waiter, surprised to see Li Wentai emerge, observed the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Lin Huaxing and Bai Rushuang's exchange reached Li Wentai's ears. This man truly is relentless. As a man himself, Li Wentai understood the thoughts that resided in another man's mind. Hey, she has already expressed her disinterest. Do you not realize your actions completely lack the decorum of a gentleman? Li Wentai strode forward with great confidence. I am speaking with your president, Bai. What right do you, a mere assistant, have to interrupt? If I truly unite my life with Miss Bai, your company will still flourish even without our collaboration. Who do you think you are? Upon seeing Li Wentai, Bai Rushuang felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if she had discovered a lifeline. Her tone gained newfound assertiveness. Sir, we are canceling our cooperation. The sudden declaration struck Lin Huaxing like a thunderclap, leaving him in disbelief as he stared at Bai Rushuang. Is Miss Bai jesting? Are you certain you wish to terminate our partnership? A gentleman's word is his bond, since I did not sign the cooperation agreement. There is no need for any compensation for breach of contract. Chapter 16. Halted by the police, Bai Rushuang had navigated the business world for quite some time and hailed from a distinguished lineage. If she lacked genuine skill, she could not have maintained her position for so long. Lin Huaxing picked up the cooperation agreement and, upon closer inspection, felt his hands tremble with rage. You vile woman, how dare you deceive me? Watching Lin Huaxing flounder, Li Wentai could hardly suppress his amusement. Lin Huaxing quivered with anger, his rationality slipping away, without a second thought. He raised his hand towards Bai Rushuang. Still contemplating violence? Li Wentai felt a jolt of alarm. Even if you must strike, do not aim for her face. What if she bears a scar? Would Zhou Lang not kill me? He lunged forward, positioning himself protectively behind Bai Rushuang, fixing Lin Huaxing with a cold stare, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Are you jesting with me? To think you would strike a woman. Do you not realize that men who hit women are akin to refuse? Lin Huaxing ignored Li Wentai, his gaze fixed solely on Bai Rushuang. After cherishing you for so long, I never expected you would treat me this way. Li Wentai sensed an underlying story in this tension. With him present, Lin Huaxing refrained from acting against Bai Rushuang, fearing a complete breakdown of civility. Ultimately, he conceded and allowed them to leave. Once outside the restaurant, inhaling the fresh air, Bai Rushuang turned to Li Wentai. Thank you. Without you, I might not have so easily escaped Lin Huaxing. It was a trivial matter. I must take my leave. He replied. He had intended to evoke disappointment in Bai Rushuang, but found himself thwarted. He sighed inwardly, contemplating the unexpected turn of events. How about this? Allow me to treat you to a meal. You must be hungry. Bai Rushuang tentatively proposed. Li Wentai, eager for her departure, waved his hand dismissively. You need not concern yourself with me. Go along quickly. I can manage my hunger. There were indeed matters at the company that required his attention. After a brief silence, Bai Rushuang turned to leave. It was only when her figure disappeared completely that Li Wentai breathed a sigh of relief. He realized he must devise a plan to ensure that their paths would not cross again. Li Wentai contemplated incurring a significant financial loss while persuading Bai Rushuang to invest in a certain industry. Let us see if he will still regard me with the same enthusiasm after that, he mused. Just then, the sound of a revving engine caught his attention. A gust of wind swept past as a car pulled up beside him. The bodyguard in the driver's seat rolled down the window. Young master, I've been searching for you. Hurry and get in. Li Wentai nodded slightly, glancing around before entering the vehicle. With a fire of ambition burning within him, he took a moment to gaze at the sky, smoking alone. He took out his phone to admire Bai Rushuang's visage. Suddenly, an impulse surged within him, and he hurled the phone to the ground, shattering it into 3 large pieces. Damn it, he exclaimed, unable to suppress a sneeze. Strange. Why do I feel as though someone is cursing me? He rubbed his nose and sighed. Bai Rushuang, do not hold my heartlessness against me. I have no desire to provoke the protagonist. Recalling Zhou Lang's animosity towards him, Li Wentai felt a chill run down his spine. He did not wish to become collateral damage. What a day. Why must fate always oppose me? He lamented, having devised a way to extricate himself from Bai Rushuang's influence. Li Wentai hummed a cheerful tune as he walked, elated with his plan. I refuse to believe that within this week, I cannot make you lose interest in me. He had no intention of entangling himself further in the affairs between Bai Rushuang and Zhou Lang. If he inadvertently angered Zhou Lang, he would likely face dire consequences. With wealth at his disposal, how could he possibly lack for beautiful women? As he drove towards an upscale club, Bai Rushuang's car fortuitously passed by. The familiar license plate caught her eye, and she frowned. What is Li Wentai doing here? Xiao Chun, please follow that car ahead, she instructed. Sensing that someone was tailing them, Li Wentai instinctively glanced in the rearview mirror. Indeed, a supercar was pursuing him. What could they possibly want? I merely wish to visit a club. Who have I offended? Li Wentai drove a globally limited edition Bentley, of which only 2 existed, one in his possession and the other seemingly still on display in an exhibition hall. Do they intend to chase me? I just won a racing competition. I shall see if they can keep up, he thought disdainfully, extending his arm out the window to make a derisive gesture at the pursuing vehicle. Boss, the gentleman in the car ahead just made a contemptuous gesture at us, his driver reported, furrowing his brow. A flock of crows flew overhead, and Bai Rushuang nearly laughed in exasperation. Xiao Chun, please speed up and ensure we keep up with them. Noticing the car behind them remained persistently close, Li Wentai's competitive spirit surged. He whistled, spotting the highway ahead, and pressed down on the accelerator, unhesitatingly opening the sunroof to relish the breeze. Due to his excessive speed, several traffic police began pursuing him. How dare he drive so fast in front of us? His audacity is remarkable. Hearing the sirens drawing nearer, Li Wentai realized the gravity of the situation and quickly donned his sunglasses. Reluctantly, he brought the car to a halt. The Ferrari that had been tailing him finally arrived late to the scene. Li Wentai hesitated for a moment. The Ferrari was also a limited edition, though slightly inferior to the Bentley. Its pink hue was distinctive. He wondered who the owner might be. Bai Rushuang sat anxiously in her car, eyes closed, fearful of being spotted by Li Wentai. If he saw her car, how would she explain herself? Would she admit to following him? I must not be seen. Bai Rushuang was at a loss for how to justify her actions to Li Wentai. Young man, do refrain from reckless driving. Traffic laws are not mere formalities. Thank you, officer. Li Wentai waved as the police drove away. Arriving at the entrance of the upscale club, a server approached him. Sir, what type of private room would you prefer? Our rooms are categorized by level. Would you like a standard or a premium suite? Chapter 17. An incorrigible youngster noticing his affluent appearance. The server displayed keen insight in her inquiry. To his surprise, the private rooms had various classifications. Li Wentai waved his hand grandiosely. Bring me the finest one. Upon entering the private room, he felt an air of exclusivity surrounding him. I must say, the ambience here is quite palpable. As Li Wentai stepped into the establishment, Bai Rushuang furrowed her brow. Indeed, he is an ignorant scoundrel. Recalling Li Wentai's antics from earlier that day, she felt a headache coming on. She followed closely behind him into the venue. Coincidentally, the private room she chose was right next to his. The sound of her high heels echoed down the corridor. prompting Li Wentai to glance towards the entrance, puzzled. There he caught sight of a figure so familiar it was almost surreal. Bai Rushuang? How could she possibly be at this establishment? Am I seeing things? He rubbed his eyes, focusing once more, but she had already entered her room. Surely, there must be something wrong with my vision. A person as pure and virtuous as Bai Rushuang could never be found in such a place. He quickly dismissed the thought, attributing it to a mere optical illusion. Inside the adjacent room, Bai Rushuang surveyed the bottle of red wine on the table and downed it in one go. Suddenly, a commotion arose as the door swung open and a group of men entered, approximately 10 in number. Raising an eyebrow, she reclined with her legs crossed, coolly assessing the newcomers. Indeed, they were all quite handsome. However, she felt no interest whatsoever. The men, upon catching sight of Bai Rushuang, were momentarily taken aback. Most female patrons here were affluent and rather plump. Encountering such a stunning woman was a rarity for them. The manager, arms crossed and wearing a grin, addressed her, "Miss. These gentlemen are our finest. If you're not interested, I can certainly bring in a different selection. Would you prefer someone a bit more rugged?" Bai Rushuang rose, scrutinizing the men before casually indicating two of them with her delicate hand. "I believe these two will suffice. They may remain. The rest may leave." The rejected men appeared crestfallen, having hoped to win her favor. Meanwhile, Li Wentai awaited the manager's arrangements for an attendant. Hearing the men outside express their disappointment, he frowned and opened the door. Peering out, he saw several sharply dressed men standing at the entrance to the neighboring room. Before he could ponder further, a raspy voice called out, "Oh, isn't that young Masterly? What brings you to the club today? Aren't you with Miss Bai?" Turning around, he was approached by a portly man who casually threw an arm around his shoulder. Li Wentai recoiled in distaste, creating distance between them. "My good fellow, we are not acquainted. Kindly remove your hand." "Oh, don't say that. You wound me, really. Have you forgotten our past collaborations so soon?" The man feigned a look of hurt. Li Wentai chuckled awkwardly, letting the man go. Once the man departed, he felt several intense gazes directed at him. Turning, he noticed the men from the adjacent room watching him intently. Li Wentai felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. What were these looks? "Pardon me, gentlemen," he called out casually. "Could you tell me the name of the lady in that room?" The men exchanged glances, assessing Li Wentai's opulent attire, which suggested wealth, and then glanced back at the lady. Could they be a couple? One handsome, one beautiful, indeed a fitting pair. Yet, why would a couple visit a club together? Perhaps it was a case of infidelity? They couldn't help but feel anxious for the two men inside. The lady seemed to bear the surname Bai. Before he could finish his thought, Li Wentai strode toward the door of the private room. Through the window, he caught sight of two flamboyantly dressed men surrounding a fair-skinned, beautiful woman. A few lines of annoyance appeared on Li Wentai's forehead. It truly was Bai Rushuang. Could it be that she had been tailing him this entire time? If so, what could be her motive? Li Wentai found himself at a loss. Returning to his own room, surrounded by two beautiful women, he felt no interest whatsoever, opting instead to scroll through his phone. One of the women hesitated before asking the other, "Hua Hua, what is going on here? Should we call in some of the other sisters to try their luck?" "I agree. Let us go," Hua Hua echoed. "Waiting around here without earning a commission isn't worth it. We might as well seek opportunities with other patrons." The two stood and bowed deeply to Li Wentai. He was taken aback by their sudden display. "What are you doing?" "Apologies for any discomfort we may have caused, sir. We'll fetch some of our sisters to keep you company." Li Wentai quickly understood. "No need to apologize. I simply lack the inclination." He raised a wine glass from the table, tilting it back to drain its contents. "Is this the only wine you serve? Do you not have something with a higher alcohol content?" "Of course, sir. What would you like?" Li Wentai ordered a Corrales cocktail. The women's delight was palpable at the prospect of a commission, and they became even more enthusiastic. "You have exquisite taste, sir. This cocktail is our establishment's top seller," the woman named Hua Hua remarked. She then stood, swaying her hips as she exited the room, only to be stopped in her tracks. Li Wentai took the cocktail and downed it once more. Hua Hua and Huan Huan exchanged glances. "Are you perhaps worried about the lady next door?" Huan Huan tentatively inquired. Noticing Li Wentai lost in thought, gazing at the neighboring room. "Not at all. Who would fret over that woman?" Li Wentai silently scoffed. "Could you devise a way to invite the lady next door to leave the establishment? It's quite disheartening to be monitored by an unofficial fiancé while trying to enjoy oneself." Chapter 18. Is the one following me you? Hua Hua and Huan Huan exchanged looks, perplexed by Li Wentai's intentions. They instinctively wanted to refuse. "We have certain rules here. We can't risk punishment to assist you. Before she could finish, Li Wentai suddenly opened his coat and produced something from his inner pocket, a check for 200,000. Money truly talks. Their eyes sparkled with desire. We will certainly find a way to invite the lady out. You need not worry, sir. Next door, the atmosphere was tense. The two young masters sat stiffly on the sofa, their expressions uneasy as they gazed at the stunning woman seated between them. A gust of wind swept through as the door swung open. Who are you? Bai Rushuang scrutinized the two flamboyantly dressed women before her, wary of their intentions. With smiles on their faces, the women closed the door behind them. Miss, we've come to convey a message. The gentleman next door hopes you will leave the establishment. So, it has been discovered. Bai Rushuang maintained her composure, sizing up the two gaudily dressed women before her. Although seated, they exuded an air of superiority. Is there a problem with my presence here? A silence followed, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Bai Rushuang coldly stared at Huan Huan and Hua Hua. Since a forceful approach was ineffective, they decided to adopt a more gentle tactic. Gritting their teeth, the two resolved to step forward before Bai Rushuang. Sitting beside her on the sofa and taking her hand. Sister, do you have feelings for that gentleman next door? If so, perhaps we could assist you. I have no interest in that gentleman next door. There's no need for your help, Bai Rushuang replied, furrowing her brow as she withdrew her hand. Though she uttered those words, an unusual sensation stirred within her, vanishing in the blink of an eye. What a pity. I thought we could assist you, sister. How about I pour you a glass of wine? This is our club's second-best wine, called Roland Zilluel. Hua Hua smiled, picking up a glass from the table and offering it to her. Bai Rushuang regarded her with skepticism. She had always maintained her integrity, rarely indulging in alcohol. Her sole purpose for being here was to observe Li Wentai's antics, and she had not touched a drop since entering. With a tentative spirit, she accepted the glass and took a delicate sip. The taste was exquisite. What do you think of this wine, sister? We have other varieties in our club. If you're unhappy, I could personally mix a drink for you. Meanwhile, Li Wentai remained seated next door, puzzled by the lack of noise from the two women. He had come to the club to relax, yet it seemed he was encountering the opposite effect. What on earth is happening? Can't I just enjoy myself for once? Li Wentai's head throbbed. He needed to play matchmaker between Bai Rushuang and Zhou Lang. The manager made his routine rounds and approached the private room's door. Peering through the window, he observed the two girls chatting with Bai Rushuang, while two others sat properly on the sofa. In stark contrast, the adjacent room was shrouded in darkness, almost impenetrable. Fearing something might go awry, the manager pushed the door open. Li Wentai lay sprawled on the sofa, and upon hearing the noise, he slowly opened his eyes. The manager cleared his throat awkwardly. Mr. Li, why are you here alone? Did I not arrange for two headliners for you? I felt a bit tired and wanted to take a nap. As for those two, I've sent them next door. Li Wentai replied. The manager was momentarily taken aback. He refrained from probing further and turned to leave. The private room fell silent once more as Li Wentai removed his jacket and draped it over himself. When he awoke, for hours had passed, approaching Bai Rushuang's room. He was surprised to find them still thoroughly enjoying themselves. This woman knew how to have fun even more than he did. Leaning slightly forward, he nearly stumbled, but managed to steady himself against a nearby pillar. All 5 pairs of eyes in the room turned toward him. Li Wentai rubbed his head awkwardly. I just happened to pass by. What are you all playing? Huan Huan and Hua Hua stood up. It's just a little game. The loser has to drink a glass of wine. And these drinks are all ones we've just mixed. Would you like to join us, sir? Bai Rushuang, having consumed a bit of wine, suppressed her embarrassment. Li Wentai heard this and nodded slightly. Isn't it just a drink? A trivial matter for me. However, he did not anticipate that the game would present some challenges. Did you mix all these drinks? Indeed, they were all mixed by Miss Bai, Hua Hua chimed in. What? Li Wentai's eyes widened in disbelief. Bai Rushuang, who rarely indulged in alcohol, could mix drinks. Are you joking? Ha. Just because she doesn't know how to mix drinks doesn't mean we can't teach her. Bai Rushuang remained seated, silent, but an odd sense of being caught lingered in the air, even though she was not involved in any wrongdoing. Just as she decided to leave, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, and she nearly collapsed. In the nick of time, a warm hand grasped her slender waist, lifting her off the ground. In her panic, Bai Rushuang instinctively clung to Li Wentai's neck, lowering her head as a faint blush crept across her cheeks. How much do these drinks cost? Let's settle up. Li Wentai, holding her effortlessly, casually pulled out a bank card and handed it over, silently sighing. What have I gotten myself into? Observing him carry Bai Rushuang away, Hua Hua and Huan Huan whispered to each other. See, I told you they were involved. Indeed. Didn't you witness it? The two young gentlemen nearby were utterly baffled, having unwittingly profited from the situation. Exiting the club building, Li Wentai glanced down at the woman in his arms and asked, "Were you the one following me just now?" What an absurd thing to say. Don't flatter yourself. It was merely a coincidence, Bai Rushuang replied, her heart steady as she requested to be let down. Reluctantly, Li Wentai complied. Chapter 19. I did nothing. Li Wentai, not desiring a swift demise, was about to refuse her when Bai Rushuang saw through his intentions and directly named their relationship. Don't forget our connection. You wouldn't want the media to catch you leaving the nightclub alone, would you? As the young master of the Li family, he could not afford to be indifferent to his reputation. Bai Rushuang's plans were well laid, but she was destined to miscalculate. What would happen if the media caught wind of it? Who doesn't know I'm merely a fool? Bai Rushuang paused, surprised by his self-awareness. Li Wentai internally scoffed at the thought and decided to lay his cards on the table. Miss Bai, I am inherently reckless, shameless, and thus I do not mind being in the news. Reflecting on the earlier events, Li Wentai felt an undercurrent of frustration. He had come out to enjoy himself, arranged for a few girls, yet upon encountering Bai Rushuang, all his thoughts gravitated toward her. How regrettable. Had he known, he wouldn't have let himself be distracted. To diminish Bai Rushuang's impression of him, he spoke deliberately. Bai Rushuang's expression darkened, and she inwardly cursed him for being a fool. It was late at night, yet he still sought the company of women. Truly, he was nothing but a young master who indulged in pleasures. Bai Rushuang felt inexplicably angry, especially as she watched Li Wentai feign indifference. She pulled out her phone and lit up the screen, saying pointedly, "You may not care about your reputation, but your parents are very concerned about our situation. If you were to make tabloid news, they would undoubtedly find out." Pretending to be worried, she added, "Your parents are in poor health. They might not withstand the shock." Li Wentai's face paled as he suddenly recalled his parents. I absolutely cannot let this make it to the news. If they discovered he had been at a nightclub again, he would surely face a fierce reprimand. I need to find a way to escape. I cannot let her have her way. Upon sensing his internal turmoil, Bai Rushuang smirked inwardly, tightening her grip on her phone. Did he think he could still play tricks in front of her? I initially had no intention of pushing matters to extremes, but since you've chosen this path, I must inform your parents. Bai Rushuang swiftly pulled out her phone, flipping the script. If your parents find out you're hiring escorts, do you believe they wouldn't break your legs today? Her smile turned cold as she mimicked dialing a number. Li Wentai's eyes widened. Bai Rushuang was indeed a woman of fierce resolve. Faced with such a threat, he resembled a defeated rooster, nodding in submission. Bai Rushuang emerged victorious, feeling a sense of satisfaction. She had long desired to teach Li Wentai a lesson. The engagement between them proved effective, easily compelling Li Wentai to bow to her will. Recalling previous events, she instructed Li Wentai to wait while she hailed a taxi. As they settled into the cab, Li Wentai wore a puzzled expression. Bai Rushuang, a poised and aloof CEO, refrains from driving her luxury car or summoning a chauffeur, opting instead for a taxi. She feigns ignorance of Li Wentai's expression, nonchalantly scrolling through her phone while occasionally tuning into his thoughts, her demeanor unperturbed. She has long grown accustomed to the ability to hear his inner voice, realizing that he likely knows her fate and possesses knowledge beyond her own. Only by remaining close to him can she glean more insights. Were it not for Li Wentai, she would remain oblivious to the true nature of the younger disciple she had sincerely cared for over 7 years. Bai Rushuang closed her eyes, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Upon alighting, she paid the fare. The two entered the house, one after the other, the living room illuminated. Before Li Wentai could question the source of the light, he opened the door to find his father's ominous visage awaiting him. A wave of guilt washed over him, leading him to cast a furious glare at Bai Rushuang. It must be that wretched woman who has secretly informed my father. Bai Rushuang remained speechless, calmly greeting her future father-in-law as she changed into slippers at the entrance. This situation was not of her making. She was unaware of how Li Dezai and Zhang Mei had arrived. Before his father, Li Wenai dared not utter a word, retreating to the living room to stand in disgrace. Dad, what brings you here at this hour? Li Dezai, a man of stature, could easily discern his son's guilty expression. Casting a sympathetic glance at his future daughter-in-law, he said, Rushuang, you've worked late. Please rest. Your mother has brought you some food, so do eat a bit. As Bai Rushuang headed to the kitchen to heat the meal, Li Dezai erupted in fury, seizing a broom from the corner and pointing it accusingly at his son. Why do you reek of alcohol and perfume? Confess immediately. Where have you been? Li Dezai glared at Li Wentai with palpable disappointment, almost wishing to throttle his unworthy son. It appeared that the lesson from their previous encounter had not been learned, as he dared to misbehave again. Did you visit a nightclub? Speak up. Zhang Mei chimed in. At your age, don't you know to behave? Ru Shuang is a fine girl, and yet you're still out gallivanting. When will you mature? The couple held by Ru Shuang in high regard, appreciating her clean background, ambition, and independence. A rare gem of a woman, they lamented their son's inability to cherish her. Li Wentai, overwhelmed by his parents' interrogation, nodded vacantly, admitting to his nightclub excursion. Noticing their suddenly grave expressions, he quickly attempted to clarify. I was just there to have fun. I didn't do anything. Li Dezai's anger flared as he swung the broom at Li Wentai. You dare to claim you did nothing? In front of your father. You still pretend? It appears you seek punishment. As a man, Li Wentai should not have succumbed to such frivolities, especially when he had a good woman like Bai Rushuang at his side. Hearing the commotion, Bai Rushuang rushed from the kitchen, intervening. Please, do not resort to violence. Li Dezai, heartbroken, lamented, Rushuang, it seems your mother and I have failed to raise our child well. Wentai shows no signs of growth. He looked at Li Wentai with a desire to administer a few slaps. Li Wentai felt utterly aggrieved. Yes, he had indeed gone to the nightclub, but he truly had done nothing wrong. Bai Rushuang knew perfectly well that he was as innocent as tofu. Chapter 20. The marriage proposal. Li Wentai, quick-witted, darted behind Bai Rushuang, raising his voice. Dad, you've misunderstood your son. With each disparaging remark, he realized that if he did not shield himself behind Bai Rushuang, his father would surely unleash his wrath. Seeing Li Dezai suddenly halt, Li Wentai felt his composure crumble. Truly, this was his biological father, at this moment. It seemed he desired his daughter-in-law more than his son. Was there hope for his future? Glaring at Bai Rushuang with resentment, he thought, foolish woman. You know I did nothing wrong. Why don't you clarify to my father? Bai Rushuang, with a complex expression, took a deep breath and addressed Li Dezai. Uncle, you have made a mistake. Li Dezai eyed Li Wentai behind her with a cold snort. Zhang Mei approached, and gently guided Bai Rushuang to sit down beside her, resembling a maternal bond. Rushuang, do not fear. I am here. Please tell me the truth about what he did tonight. Li Wentai sighed deeply, feeling the weight of his predicament. This woman had always sought to control him, and now she would surely use this opportunity to her advantage. A marriage proposal loomed over him like a noose. He was convinced that Bai Rushuang would report him to her parents, and he resigned himself to silence, bracing for the inevitable consequences. Bai Rushuang softly replied, Aunt, you truly misunderstand. Although he has a temper, he has treated me quite well at times. Li Wentai's brow furrowed. She was indeed speaking ill of him. When have I ever had a bad temper? He was about to defend himself when the thought of Bai Rushuang harboring a negative impression of him brought a smile to his face. She finally sees me in a poor light. Hurry and dislike me, so we can annul this engagement. Hearing the thoughts behind him, Bai Rushuang's expression shifted slightly. How could he still be thinking of canceling their engagement while relying on her for protection? Dream on. Her cheeks flushed as she bashfully continued. He took me out for a drink tonight, which explains the sin of alcohol. As for the perfume, that's simply from the private room. Her face reddened, revealing the intimacy of their evening, which contradicted their parents' assumptions. With remarkable finesse, she deceived Li Dezai and Zhang Mei. Li Dezai eyed his son with suspicion. If they had indeed gone out drinking together, why was he acting so guilty? Was there a kiss involved? Did one need to feel shy about a mere kiss? Accepting Bai Rushuang's account, he cleared his throat and said, Wentai, I apologize for my earlier misunderstanding. Do not take it to heart. He paused. It is natural for a father to discipline his son. Do not object to it. Li Wentai, still stunned by Bai Rushuang's defense, found himself at a loss for words. He felt utterly deprived of his rights. Dad, you have wronged me this time. If it weren't for Rushuang's testimony, you would have surely beaten me. Li Wentai complained a few times, and Li Dezai, feeling awkward, brushed it off. Sit down. Your mother and I have come to discuss something important with you. Finally, the situation was smoothed over. Li Wentai sighed in relief as he took a seat on the sofa, yet he could not shake the confusion over why Bai Rushuang had chosen to lie for him, creating an illusion of their relationship being strong. Furrowing his brow, he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this woman genuinely has feelings for me? As Bai Rushuang conversed with Zhang Mei, she nearly erupted in frustration. Li Dezai continued, Your relationship with Rushuang gives us peace of mind. Since you have been living together for so long, it is time to discuss the matter seriously. We should arrange a meeting with her parents, after all. Such a wonderful daughter-in-law is a rare find, and we must seize the opportunity. The natural desire for a son to marry and settle down arises, for they long to hold their grandchildren. Li Dahai frequently encounters Bai Rushuang's father in the marketplace. However, such a significant matrimonial affair necessitates a suitable time for both families to convene and engage in earnest discussion. Li Wentai sensed something amiss. Could his parents possibly be pressuring him into marriage? Panic seized him instantly. Oh no, this meeting must not occur. I have no intention of marrying that insufferable woman. Li Wentai was in a state of turmoil. Father, I refuse. At my age, you wish for me to step into the grave of matrimony. This is utterly unreasonable. Bai Rushuang is the love interest of the protagonist. He would never dare to usurp the protagonist's beloved. Those well-versed in novels understand the dire consequences that befall anyone who attempts to steal the protagonist's affections. It is invariably a path to ruin. He had meticulously devised strategies to avoid the narrative, ensuring that Bai Rushuang despised him, thereby evading Zhou Lang. Countless calculations had been made. Yet he had not anticipated his parents' interference. Bai Rushuang lowered her gaze, listening to the thoughts emanating from Li Wentai, along with his incessant complaints. A cryptic expression crossed her features. Did he truly wish to avoid marrying her? Was he willing to go to such lengths to tarnish her reputation merely to evade Zhou Lang? She would not allow Li Wentai to succeed. Uncle, I have no objections. I will adhere to your arrangements, she spoke softly. Li Dahai, exasperated, pointed at his son, ready to admonish him. Li Wentai, Bai Rushuang is willing to marry. And yet you present such a morose demeanor. You are even less considerate than she is. Li Wentai rolled his eyes. His father had just referred to her as Rushuang, and now he was calling her little Rushuang. Had he truly begun to regard Bai Rushuang as his daughter-in-law? Zhang Mei shot her son an irritated glance before turning to Bai Rushuang with warmth. Little Rushuang, since you have no objections, let us choose a time to meet. Please share your parents' preferences with me so we can prepare gifts, secure a venue, and ensure a proper reception for you. Bai Rushuang casually mentioned a few of her parents' interests. Li Dahai, captivated, took it upon himself to investigate local luxury hotels. Since this was a meeting between in-laws to discuss marriage, it was imperative to be adequately prepared. During their first encounter, the gifts must be generous, and gold and silver should not be lacking. The Li family must present everything impeccably, otherwise, the Bai family would surely be displeased. The couple engaged Bai Rushuang in lively conversation, almost uncovering her father's fondness for dogs. At the end of the sofa, Li Wentai felt his vision darken. He imagined Zhou Lang approaching him with a sword drawn. Chapter 21. From now on. Listen to me, the couple conversed with Bai Rushuang for over an hour, even settling the matter of whose name would be on the marriage certificate. Throughout this, Li Wentai's voice was rendered irrelevant. He could only lean back on the sofa, his mind adrift. This is it. They have even decided on how many children we shall have. Do I still have the right to object? I am not a stallion. Can they truly expect me to father children on command? Being coerced into having children with the protagonist's love interest was akin to being pushed towards the guillotine. Zhou Lang, while pretending to be exceptionally gentle, was inherently spoiled and selfish. His master had meticulously trained 7 women for him, all of whom were prepared to devote themselves to him at any moment. It was not just a matter of marrying Bai Rushuang. Likely, as soon as the news of the parents' meeting spread, Zhou Lang would already be sharpening his knife, ready to claim his prey. Li Wentai was that prey. After Li Dahai and his wife departed, Li Wentai rose from the sofa, his expression fierce. Bai Rushuang, this must be your doing. Otherwise, my father would not have come to pressure me into marriage. You have put my life in jeopardy. Bai Rushuang, maintaining her calm demeanor, sipped her tea. What do you wish to call me? She had already heard all of Li Wentai's thoughts and was fully aware that he was placing the blame on her. Although she felt a twinge of reluctance, she delighted in seeing Li Wentai's discomfort, especially his frustrated expression, which was utterly gratifying. Li Wentai glared at her. What do you mean by that? Are you a snitch? You clearly know we have no feelings for each other, yet you feign innocence before my parents. No feelings? Upon hearing his accusation, Bai Rushuang felt a slight sting, an inexplicable discomfort washing over her. Not long ago, Li Wentai had relentlessly pursued her, even nearly resorting to force. Everyone knew that he had lowered his pride and dignity, behaving like a devoted admirer in his quest to win her heart. His deeply invested demeanor had led to his embarrassment among high society. Now, to claim that they had no feelings for each other? Bai Rushuang felt an unexplainable annoyance. Was he so eager to push her onto someone else? You are mistaken, Li Wentai. I did not inform your parents of anything. Her gaze remained steady. tinged with a hint of coldness. I do not know why they came, but it has nothing to do with me. Even if she wished to manipulate Li Wentai, she would not do so at this moment. Observing Bai Rushuang's expression, Li Wentai discerned that she was not lying. If Bai Rushuang had not betrayed him, then that was a relief. He shifted the topic. I apologize for my misunderstanding. Miss Bai, we both know there are no feelings between us. Given this, let us brainstorm ways to prevent our families from meeting, shall we? It was evident that Bai Rushuang harbored no fondness for him and would not wish to marry him. This signified that they were in the same predicament. Since Li Wentai could not take action himself, it fell upon Bai Rushuang to handle the situation. After traversing into this world, Li Wantai's sole desire had been to survive. He had no inclination to contemplate romantic matters, especially with Zhou Lang's looming threat. The mere sight of beautiful women on the street filled him with dread, fearing they might belong to the protagonist's harem. For a man driven by desires, this was an unbearable torment. With his life in peril, he had no time for frivolities. Li Wentai was in turmoil, hoping Bai Rushuang might possess a solution. Bai Rushuang raised an eyebrow, teasing him. Why would I assist you? Your parents are quite fond of me. They have promised me numerous gifts. Why should I not marry you? Zhang Mei had taken a particular liking to Bai Rushuang, promising her an array of splendid offerings should she marry into the Li family. The Li family intended to transfer ownership of several businesses and properties to her, ensuring that all future assets would belong to her and Li Wentai. Setting aside the marriage topic, merely for this meeting, Zhang Mei planned to gift a precious gemstone worth 50 million as a token of their first encounter. Not to mention the other exquisite items prepared, Bai Rushuang could not consider it a loss. Bai Rushuang meticulously recounted the benefits, deliberately stating, without lifting a finger. I could acquire all these wonderful things, so why should I? She glanced at the astonished Li Wentai, nearly unable to suppress her laughter. Li Wentai was simply too easy to tease. Li Wentai was taken aback. While his family was indeed wealthy, this was excessive. Were it not for Zhou Lang, he would have considered a marriage of convenience. He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. Miss Bai, I have no desire to marry you. If you can prevent our parents from meeting, feel free to propose any condition. I will comply. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Rushuang made her demand. I may agree. But you must pledge to follow my every command henceforth, without any dissent. She was acutely aware of Li Wentai's penchant for mischief and preferred to seize this chance to keep him in check, lest he act behind her back. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Wentai's eyes widened in disbelief. This is too much of a sacrifice. Bai Rushuang, are you still a woman? How is this any different from slavery? Bai Rushuang remained silent, prompting Li Wentai to assess his own circumstances. According to the original plot, on the day the former host attempted to force Bai Rushuang, he had met his demise. The original character was already dead, leaving him, the unfortunate transmigrator, to struggle for survival. He had no intention of marrying Bai Rushuang. He must avoid Zhou Lang's women. Only by steering clear of Zhou Lang's narrative and distancing himself from anyone associated with Zhou Lang can he live peacefully. Thus, Li Wentai, with a face full of humiliation, declared, Fine, as long as you can prevent them from meeting, I will heed your words from now on. Bai Rushuang, a true man of his word, responded, I will live up to my promises. In order to preserve his own life, he had no choice but to temporarily yield. He believed that if he could simply gloss over this matter, he would continue to cause turmoil and strive to tarnish his own reputation. Sooner or later, Bai Rushuang would be eager to bid him farewell, exclaiming, Goodbye, you scoundrel. Bai Rushuang assured him she would devise a plan and then went to take a shower. Seizing the opportunity while she was bathing, Li Wentai began to ponder how to squander money. Racing consumed cash, but it hardly sufficed. Could he venture into real estate and purchase a property on the brink of collapse? No, one misstep could land him in trouble. Investing in stocks that could go south? Perhaps inviting his friends out for a lavish spree? Li Wentai racked his brain for a long while, but still could not devise a solution. He finally grasped a terrifying truth. Being excessively wealthy made it difficult to squander money. He could not fathom how to waste his fortune to the extent that others would disdain him, rendering Bai Rushuang to view him as refuse. Li Wentai muttered in agony. In this day and age, how is it even difficult to become wasteful? Chapter 22. Who Plays Whom as Bai Rushuang emerged wrapped in a towel. She happened to overhear Li Wentai's long sighs and lamentations about the challenges of squandering wealth. She rolled her eyes in silence. While others toiled to earn money, he insisted on burning it, unafraid of ridicule. Oh, is the foolish woman out? Can I act like a rogue? Will she despise me for it? Upon hearing the familiar thoughts, Bai Rushuang's lips curled into a smirk. The show was about to begin. In the next moment, Li Wentai sauntered over from the sofa. leering at Bai Rushuang. Miss Bai, I never anticipated your figure to be so splendid. Since you are my fiancé, Li Wentai deliberately licked his lips. His gaze fixated on her bosom. Would you allow me the pleasure of feasting my eyes? He fancied his behavior to be sufficiently disgusting to repulse a woman of Bai Rushuang's high temperament, possibly prompting her to slap him 18 times and call off their engagement. Li Wentai's mind wandered to the prospect of annulment, a grin suppressing his features. Hurry up and call off the engagement, dear sister. You are my deity. Bai Rushuan tossed her hair and asked, do you truly wish to see? She placed her hand on the towel. Li Wentai was taken aback. This reaction was unexpected. He quickly played along. Indeed, I wish to see. After all, Miss Bai is a rare beauty. All men are inherently drawn to beauty. It is only natural. He circled around Bai Rushuang, desperately inhaling the delightful fragrance emanating from her. The faint scent of grapefruit on her skin was enchanting. However, the threat of Zhou Lang loomed larger. His life could be at stake, leaving Li Wentai devoid of any whimsical thoughts. Am I not perverse enough? Hearing his own inner monologue, Bai Rushuan could no longer suppress her smile. A corner of her heart seemed to collapse gradually. This version of Li Wentai was unexpectedly amusing. Bai Rushuang played along. Li Wentai, you are correct. We are on the verge of marriage. If this is your desire, I wouldn't recommend letting you see it, since, after all, this is inevitable for us. Her 3 simple sentences halted his footsteps. As the beautiful CEO had deftly grasped Li Wentai's pulse, Li Wentai felt as if struck by lightning. What? The wretched woman does not mind. Is she exceptionally open-minded? He gazed incredulously at Bai Rushuang. I mean, are you serious? You don't despise me even after my blatant harassment? Bai Rushuang tossed him a nonchalant glance. Is this harassment? She scrutinized Li Wentai's physique, sending shivers down his spine. He retreated a few steps, crossing his arms protectively, resembling a girl who felt harassed. Bai Rushuang chuckled and turned away. Soon, the sound of a hairdryer echoed from her room. Li Wentai gradually came to realize that he appeared to be the one being harassed. His face darkened instantly, nearly cursing aloud. If it weren't for that damn Zhou Lang, he would never have allowed a woman to toy with him. In her room, Bai Rushuang smiled, pursing her lips. Compared to Li Wentai's exaggerated antics in the past, he was now undeniably more intriguing. His thoughts were ever-changing, and he seemed to be finding ways to act, all to diminish his own favorability. Little did he know, she saw through it all. Thinking of his clumsy performance, Bai Rushuang felt she could indulge in sweet dreams that night. The next day, they arrived at the company one after the other. Li Wentai intended to tease the beauties in the PR department, but was forcibly called away by Bai Rushuang. In the office, Bai Rushuang, dressed in professional attire and sporting a refined makeup look, said, a few investors will be coming for lunch today. Pay attention and don't cause any trouble. Li Wentai was taken aback, his heart soaring with joy. What a stroke of fortune. As long as he stirred up trouble in front of the investors, causing them to leave in anger, he could rightfully receive a scolding, couldn't he? A good-for-nothing who only creates chaos. How delightful. Li Wentai's face contorted with excitement. Don't worry, Miss Bai. I promise not to cause any disruptions. I will absolutely cause chaos. I want you to witness the prowess of a troublemaker. If I don't mess this up for you, I won't bear the surname Li. Li Wentai laughed maniacally in his heart. Women like Bai Rushuang, the CEO, must particularly despise fools, right? As long as he acted sufficiently foolish and incompetent. It wouldn't be long before Bai Rushuang would dismiss him. He departed exuberantly, oblivious to Bai Rushuang's icy expression. Bai Rushuang gazed thoughtfully at Li Wentai's retreating figure. Was he truly willing to ruin his reputation just to dissolve their engagement? Li Wentai had already decided. He would choose the most lucrative project and deliberately offend the investors. He would make them detest their company, ensuring they would never collaborate with Bai Rushuang's firm again. Cutting off their financial lifeline was akin to murdering their parents. By then, Bai Rushuang would surely despise him. Li Wentai left in high spirits. Just as he descended the stairs, he spotted a woman, Yao Haiwei. Yao Haiwei was flustered, desperately pressing the elevator button. Tears brimmed in her eyes, her face a mask of panic. Something was clearly amiss. The situation was urgent, and Yao Haiwei was on the verge of tears. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure. Li Wentai? Salvation had come. She knew Li Wentai was a good man. She dashed out of the elevator and grabbed him, tears streaming down her face. Mr. Li, can you do me a favor? Please take me to the city hospital. I beg you. Yao Haiwei was nearly in tears. Her mother had been receiving treatment at the city hospital. She had only felt secure enough to work part-time at a bar, but today she received a call from the hospital. Her mother's condition had suddenly deteriorated. and the cause was unknown. The hospital was currently making every effort to save her. Yao Haiwei sobbed uncontrollably. My mother is in critical condition at the hospital. She has severe heart problems. The doctor just called to say her condition has worsened. Yao Haiwei choked on her words, her beautiful eyes swollen beyond recognition. Li Wentai's heart softened. He could not bear to see a woman cry. Yet, she was part of Zhou Lang's harem. Ugh, never mind. One cannot stand idly by in the face of suffering. Li Wentai spoke softly. Please, calm down and tell me slowly. Yao Haiwei quickly relayed the hospital's address, wiping her tears as she looked at Li Wentai. It was working hours, but she could no longer afford to care. She was anxious, wishing she could fly to the hospital immediately. Mr. Li, please, I beg you to take me to the hospital. If I arrive too late, I may never see my mother again. Her heart condition is severe, and she could pass away at any moment. She must be taken to the hospital urgently. Time is of the essence. Otherwise, Li Wentai, realizing the gravity of the woman's words, immediately nodded in agreement. All right, let's take the elevator downstairs. I will drive you there. The stakes are high. He cannot concern himself with the fact that Yao Haiwei is the protagonist's woman. The two rushed to the parking lot, and Li Wentai pressed the accelerator with determination. Chapter 23. Assisting Yao Haiwei at the municipal hospital, Yao Haiwei hurriedly entered the intensive care unit. The overpowering scent of disinfectant filling the air. Occasionally, the sounds of family members weeping could be heard, causing her heart to race. She dared not linger on the source of those sounds. After locating the attending physician, Yao Haiwei trembled as she spoke. Doctor, I am Yao Haiwei. We just spoke on the phone. Her heart was gripped with anxiety, nearly unable to confront the reality before her. What is my mother's condition? Is she all right? The question slipped from her lips with immense effort, as she feared hearing bad news from the doctor. The thought of losing her mother was unbearable. With her family already gone, her mother was her only remaining kin. The doctor, adopting a professional demeanor, issued a critical condition notice, requesting her signature. The patient's situation was dire, her heart was unstable, and the possibility of death loomed. A heart bypass surgery was imperative. Without it, survival was unlikely. The heart ailment was exceedingly grave, as an attack could claim a life within a minute. This condition was even more severe than a stroke, underscoring the critical nature of Yao Haiwei's mother's health. By the time her mother was brought in, the situation was already precarious, and it was feared that she might not endure this time. Yao Haiwei stared at the critical condition notice, her vision darkening. The doctor continued. Your mother has danced with death multiple times. If surgery is not performed, her chances of survival are slim. Trembling, Yao Haiwei asked, is surgery absolutely necessary? Her eyelashes fluttered with anxiety. How much will the surgery cost? Approximately 250,000 yuan, the doctor replied, observing Yao Haiwei begin to tremble all over. His eyes filled with pity. You should make a decision swiftly, gather the funds. Your mother's condition is critical, and she may not last 2 days. It is common for families to be unable to pay. Even if doctors wish to help, they are often powerless, as fate is a cruel mistress. Leaning against the wall, she sank down, gripping her hair in despair. The pain in her scalp mirrored the turmoil in her heart. 250,000 yuan. To save her mother's life. She needed that amount. She had barely 5,000 yuan to her name. Asking her to produce 250,000 yuan felt like a death sentence. She was utterly alone, with no one to borrow from. Silent tears streamed down her face. She could not come up with the money, nor could she save her mother. She despised her own helplessness. Lacking funds meant her mother would be abandoned, leaving her all alone in this world. The harsh reality was despairing. After all, money could dictate life and death, and she had none. In the corridor, Li Wentai watched Yao Haiwei quietly weeping in the distance, sighing silently. He was aware of her family background. After the destruction of the Yao family, only she and her mother remained, relying on each other. If her mother were to pass, Yao Haiwei would be left without a single relative in this world. Once the esteemed daughter of the prominent Yao family, she had been left destitute by the protagonist's actions. Now, isolated and vulnerable, she would be forced to enter the arms of her enemies as part of their harem. Yet, tragically, Yao Haiwei remained oblivious to the truth, rendering her plight all the more pitiful. She is so unfortunate. I wish I could assist her. But if I help her, will Zhou Lang kill me? Yao Haiwei, lost in her tears, suddenly heard a voice and froze. Zhou Lang? Instinctively, she glanced toward the man in the distance. Li Wentai's eyes were vacant, seemingly wrestling with an internal conflict. I hope Zhou Lang does not arrive. Perhaps I can help Yao Haiwei. Li Wentai was not the only one facing a difficult choice. He too was torn. His heart was soft, unable to bear the sight of another's suffering. It was one thing to be a poor wretch in a past life, but now, having transcended to a world of wealth beyond measure, he found Yao Haiyue's plight directly before him. With just a flick of his finger, he could save a life. He longed to assist Yao Haiyue but was compelled to avoid the narrative involving Zhou Lang, torn between his desire to help and the preservation of his own life. The decision weighed heavily upon him. Let us not forget that Yao Haiyue is one of the protagonist's women. If he were to assist her, and she developed feelings for him, Zhou Lang would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of wrath. The storyline dictated that Yao Haiyue's mother was critically ill, and she was unable to gather the necessary funds. At the pivotal moment, the protagonist would arrive to save the day, leading to Yao Haiyue's unwavering affection for him. On the night of her mother's surgery, she would surrender herself to him. This was the protagonist's narrative, and Zhou Lang would certainly come to the hospital. If he did not leave now, he would inevitably encounter Zhou Lang. Gritting his teeth, Li Wentai resolved to depart. However, gazing at the sobbing Yao Haiyue, his conscience stirred with remorse. It felt as though if he turned a blind eye today, he would suffer a lifetime of guilt. Li Wentai closed his eyes, resolved to act. Yao Haiyue, stop crying. I will cover the expenses. Yao Haiyue, absorbed in his heartfelt declaration, ceased her tears. In disbelief, she asked, really? Fearing he might regret his decision, Li Wentai nodded emphatically. Yes, I will pay. You should stay with your mother at the hospital. Accompanied by Yao Haiyue, Li Wentai proceeded to the admissions office to settle the bill. Once the payment was processed, the hospital promptly prepared for the surgery. The nurses began the preparations, and within half an hour, Yao Haiyue's mother would be undergoing surgery. After confirming the surgery time, Li Wentai made it clear that he intended to leave. Yao Haiyue, now considerably calmer, expressed her gratitude. Mr. Li, thank you for helping me. I will work hard to repay you. Li Wentai shook his head, correcting her. Do not dwell on this matter. Let us consider it as if it never happened. He had no desire to be entangled with the protagonist's woman. The themes of repaying kindness and debts belonged solely to the protagonist, with no relation to him whatsoever. After bidding farewell to Yao Haiyue, Li Wentai walked down the corridor, releasing a sigh of relief. His body relaxed, and he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. That was a close call. He had been incredibly tense, fearing that Zhou Lang might make a dramatic entrance at that critical moment. If Zhou Lang were to believe he had been courting Yao Haiyue, he could very well resort to violence, ending his life in the hospital. The protagonist was capable of murder and arson. The world itself was a cheat. Fortunately, the protagonist did not appear. If he learned that I helped his woman, he would surely despise me. Yao Haiyue felt a familiar pang of anxiety at those thoughts, her body going rigid. Suddenly, she became acutely aware that her fate seemed to be orchestrated by some unseen force. In the next moment, a figure emerged. Zhou Lang frowned as he looked at Yao Haiyue. He had already received word and had come to the hospital expressly to assist her. As long as he offered his help generously, Yao Haiyue would undoubtedly become completely devoted to him. Chapter 24. A convergence of foes. Zhou Lang was scheming, oblivious to the fact that Yao Haiyue's dilemma had already been resolved. He could not afford to be daunted by the prospect of lending money. Adopting a gentle demeanor, he asked softly, Yu, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Yao Haiyue managed a strained smile and shook her head slightly, recounting her mother's condition. Observing Zhou Lang's nuanced expression, it seemed he was already aware of the situation. She was in a state of utter confusion and anxiety. Indeed, Li Wentai's inner voice was correct. Zhou Lang had long been aware that something had happened to his mother, yet he had chosen to remain passive, merely waiting for the opportune moment to enhance his own favor. Not only that, but Zhou Lang was also the protagonist of this narrative, reflecting on Li Wentai's sentiments. Yao Haiyue felt a chill in her heart. Had it not been for her consideration of Zhou Lang, Li Wentai would have already offered her assistance, sparing her the prolonged sorrow. Contemplating this relationship, Yao Haiyue felt an inexplicable disappointment towards Zhou Lang, which only fueled her aversion to social interactions. Unbeknownst to Zhou Lang, Yao Haiyue's perception of him had already shifted. He continued to feign concern, saying, Yeah, do not worry. I will cover the surgery costs. As long as there is money, your mother will be able to undergo the operation and survive. His tone was gentle, yet devoid of any genuine affection. He harbored no feelings for Yao Haiyue. He merely desired to possess her as a personal trophy due to her innocent appearance. Yao Haiyue observed the insincerity in Zhou Lang's gaze, and his feigned concern made her feel nauseated. With a cold voice tinged with detachment, She replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but the surgical fees have already been settled." Zhou Lang blurted out, "Impossible. You have no money." Realizing his blunder, he quickly corrected himself. "Yeah, you are a young woman who just started working. How could you possibly have hundreds of thousands? Please, let me help you." He believed Yao Hiwei was merely putting on a brave front. He had decimated the entire Yao family and stripped their wealth. When Yao Hiwei left her home, she had not a penny to her name. He was acutely aware that she could not afford the surgery fees. Yao Hiwei explained, "Someone has already covered the fees for me. There is no need for you to contribute." Zhou Lang was taken aback. Someone had assisted Yao Hiwei. Instinctively, he scanned the vicinity and spotted a familiar figure in the distance. His eyelids flickered, slowly uttering a name, Li Wantai. An ominous feeling crept into Zhou Lang's heart, as if something unsettling was afoot. Since encountering Li Wantai, his plans had been thwarted multiple times. Not only had Yao Hiwei grown distant, but even Bai Rushuang had begun to ignore him. All of this was somehow connected to Li Wantai. Was it possible that Li Wantai was entangled with Yao Hiwei, thus deliberately coming to her aid? With this thought, Zhou Lang's gaze turned increasingly hostile. He strode forward, directly confronting Li Wantai. Li Wantai was in a state of dismay. He had done his utmost to blend into the background, yet the protagonist had still discovered him. Had he known it would come to this, he would have simply paid and fled, avoiding the confrontation altogether. Now he found himself trapped with no chance of escape. Internally cursing Zhou Lang, he maintained an outwardly respectful demeanor, appearing exceedingly humble. "Young Master Zhou, I truly did not see you earlier. I sincerely apologize. I happened to pass by the hospital and will leave immediately, causing you no inconvenience." With that, Li Wantai turned to flee. However, it was too late to leave. He needed to run to catch up. Zhou Lang narrowed his eyes. "Who said you could go?" His voice was icy, almost commanding, evoking an inexplicable sense of humiliation. In that instant, Li Wantai felt goosebumps rise on his skin, fearing Zhou Lang might act without discernment and resort to violence. Thus, he turned back, forcing a smile and continuing to grovel. "Of course, young Master Zhou. Whatever you command, I shall comply." Having already debased himself to such a level, surely the protagonist wouldn't resort to killing him, would he? Zhou Lang pressed on. "Li Wantai, speak honestly. You have been entangled with Yaya. Do you have ulterior motives?" His gaze was sharp as a blade, filled with skepticism that Li Wantai's presence at the hospital was merely coincidental. He was convinced of other intentions. The mere thought of Li Wantai harboring inappropriate feelings for his woman nearly drove Zhou Lang to violence. Meanwhile, Li Wantai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could swear that he had no designs on Yao Hiwei, not a shred of affection. Even if Yao Hiwei stood before him unclothed, he would not glance her way. Li Wantai managed a forced smile, trying to defend himself. "Young Master Zhou, please do not jest." Just as Zhou Lang was about to further interrogate him, Yao Hiwei stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Li Wantai with a displeased expression. "Zhou Lang, it was Mr. Li who assisted me. I will not allow you to insult him." Upon learning that it was Li Wantai who had covered the costs, Zhou Lang became even more convinced of the man's nefariousness. Gritting his teeth, he spat. Yeah, he surely has designs on you. Why else would he coincidentally appear at the hospital and offer assistance? He must have orchestrated this entire situation, waiting for you to fall into his trap. He refused to believe in mere coincidence, regardless of whether it was serendipity or not. He would not permit Li Wantai to come near his woman. Yao Hiwei could only belong to him. No one else could lay claim to her. Yao Hiwei coldly inquired, "And you? Why were you coincidentally at the hospital?" "I did not call you." Zhou Lang stiffened, momentarily at a loss for words. In questioning Li Wantai, he had inadvertently implicated himself. His appearance had been too fortuitous. He clumsily explained, "I was ill, and I just happened to see you." Yeah. Li Wantai quickly added, "I was also unwell and happened to pass by." Seeing Li Wantai still daring to speak, Zhou Lang's fury surged. Just as he was about to act, Yao Hiwei coldly interjected, "If that is the case, then you should go seek medical attention." Grabbing Li Wantai, she directly led him into the hospital room, shutting the door behind them and leaving Zhou Lang outside. Realizing Yao Hiwei's growing detachment, Zhou Lang's resentment towards Li Wantai deepened. He glared at the closed door with a flicker of murderous intent. He must eliminate Li Wantai. There could be no further delays. Inside the hospital room, Li Wantai's legs felt weak, and darkness clouded his vision. This was disastrous. Zhou Lang would undoubtedly conclude that he was trying to curry favor with Yao Hiwei. He would not let him off easily. Li Wantai grimly realized that his life was in imminent danger. Looking at the oblivious woman beside him, He felt a profound despair. Yao Haiwei, I went to great lengths to save your mother, and yet you have pushed me into a perilous situation. Chapter 25. The affectionate man and the intentional woman. Li Wentai's composure crumbled. Whenever he came into contact with the protagonist's woman, misfortune was certain to follow. This time, Zhou Lang would surely harbor resentment towards him, wishing to rid himself of him entirely. Had he known this would be the consequence, he would not have offered his assistance. Helping others had only led to his own downfall. Li Wentai sighed deeply, hoping that Yao Haiwei harbored no feelings for him. Otherwise, his life would truly be at an end. Aside from Zhou Lang's 7 senior sisters, Yao Haiwei was the first woman he had set his sights on. Her tragic background and striking beauty captivated many, exuding a charm that was both pitiful and resilient. Should Yao Haiwei develop feelings for someone else, Zhou Lang would certainly see her as nothing more than a mere trophy to be claimed. After hastily bidding farewell to Yao Haiwei, Li Wentai returned to Bai Rushuang's company. Only then realizing he had neglected work. Given Bai Rushuang's temperament, he was bound to face repercussions. Upon arriving at the office, he found Bai Rushuang seated, her gaze icy. During work hours, you departed without permission. I called you several times, but you did not answer. What were you doing? I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. Today, she had specifically instructed him that investors would be visiting, emphasizing that he should refrain from causing any trouble. Just a moment of inattention had allowed Li Wentai to vanish, leading to speculation about his potential ulterior motives. Recalling his previous plans, Bai Rushuang's expression soured further. The earlier incident had taught Li Wentai a lesson. He had no intention of becoming entangled with Zhou Lang's woman again. He should promptly distance himself from Bai Rushuang, lest he inadvertently provoke Zhou Lang once more. Li Wentai, with a calm demeanor, deceitfully stated, I was hungry and merely went out for a meal nearby. Bye. You wouldn't mind, would you? He lounged nonchalantly on the sofa, crossing his legs, exuding an air of indifference, as he brazenly tarnished his own image. Bai Rushuang despised those who took liberties during work hours. She would undoubtedly be furious about his absence. Ideally, she would cancel the engagement in a fit of anger, freeing him from the constraints of their betrothal. Li Wentai's thoughts were rather fanciful, oblivious to the fact that his calculations had been unraveled. Bai Rushuang's expression shifted, her eyes ablaze with fury as she struggled to suppress her anger. You were lying. I sent someone to search nearby, yet you were nowhere to be found. Upon discovering Li Wentai's absence, she immediately dispatched a search party, fearing he might create chaos at the company. To her astonishment, he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Anxious about his potential mischief, she attempted to reach him multiple times, but her calls went unanswered. Her frustration mounting, she glared at him. Confess, where exactly have you been? Li Wentai scratched his head. Why? This is a personal matter. I needn't report to you. What personal matters could you possibly have during work hours? Bai Rushuang retorted aggressively. Li Wentai stubbornly remained silent. As long as he withheld the truth, no one could discern his actions. Noticing Bai Rushuang's face reddening in anger, he surmised she was on the verge of exploding. Just as her fury threatened to boil over, the assistant knocked on the door. Bai, I have news to report. Come in. Upon entering, the assistant paused momentarily, taken aback by Li Wentai's presence on the sofa, before approaching Bai Rushuang and whispering, Bai, I saw Mr. Li walking with Yao Haiwei today. Yao is currently absent from the company. She just took a leave of absence from HR. Her voice was not particularly muted, and Li Wentai's expression shifted slightly. At that time, his actions had not been particularly discreet. He had encountered company personnel while following Yao Haiwei. He had no intention of hiding it, but now, as he sought to deceive Bai Rushuang, the assistant's revelation was quite unfortunate. Bai Rushuang frowned. Yao Haiwei? What business do you have with her? Recalling their prior interactions, Bai Rushuang's demeanor darkened. Li Wentai, what were you doing with her? Her gaze was piercing as she pressed him. Are you flirting with someone in my company? Li Wentai, I brought you into work, and look at what you've done. She could not fathom any connection between them, the only possibility being that Li Wentai had taken a liking to Yao Haiwei. The thought that he might have developed feelings for someone else left Bai Rushuang feeling inexplicably uneasy. Hearing Yao Haiwei's name, Li Wentai furrowed his brow. He raised 4 fingers to the sky, vowing earnestly, I swear, I harbor no romantic feelings for Yao Haiwei. Not a shred of affection. The assistant, momentarily taken aback, discreetly withdrew. Bai Rushuang's expression softened somewhat. Then what were you doing? She pressed on, determined to uncover his whereabouts. Li Wentai hesitated for a few seconds. Realizing this matter was unrelated to Bai Rushuang, he shook his head and replied, Bye. This is my personal affair. It does not concern you. You are welcome to treat my absence as a no-show. After all, he was not short on money. His salary could be deducted at will. He and Bai Rushuang were merely pretending to be a couple, not genuinely involved. Even if he had feelings for someone, there was no need to explain himself to Bai Rushuang. Bai Rushuang chuckled lightly. Do not forget our engagement. You may choose not to speak the truth, but I can inform your parents. Li Wentai's head shot up in shock. Bai Rushuang smiled slightly. I will give you one last chance to be honest, or I will promptly call them and inform them of my agreement to marry you. Li Wentai was left speechless. In his entire life, he had only seen men use marriage as a threat against women. He had never witnessed a woman doing the same to a man. This was truly an eye-opener. Li Wentai took a deep breath, resigning himself to the inevitable. He recounted the events in a few succinct phrases, emphasizing Zhou Lang's presence. Attempting to redirect Bai Rushuang's attention to his junior. Bai, you should check on Zhou Lang. He is ill and could use your care. The bond between the protagonists was profound, and Bai Rushuang held a particular fondness for her junior. Hearing that he was unwell, she would undoubtedly rush to offer her support. Li Wentai believed he had secured his victory. To his surprise, Bai Rushuang's eyelids flickered. So, you paid for Yao Haiyue's surgery? Li Wentai was taken aback, incredulous as he gazed at Bai Rushuang. How could she not care about the protagonist? Her beloved junior was ill. Why was she preoccupied with other matters? Bai Rushuang let out a cold laugh. I didn't realize you were so concerned about her. Even more so than I, your boss. Her words were laced with barbs. Since Yao Haiyue had tearfully sought help, Li Wentai had skipped work, driving her directly to the hospital and even covering over 200,000 in medical expenses. It sounded like a tale of mutual affection. Chapter 26. A twist of fate. Li Wentai realized that Bai Rushuang had misunderstood. He forced himself to explain. His face flushed with embarrassment. Bai, I have no relationship with her. I merely lent a helping hand by chance. You cannot hold a grudge against her because of my actions. He could not allow Bai Rushuang to misinterpret Yao Haiyue's situation. Yao Haiyue was in a difficult position, and her job was vital to her. If Bai Rushuang developed a negative opinion of her, Yao's experience at the company would be quite unpleasant. The implication in his words was clear. Bai Rushuang scoffed, retorting, in your view, am I such a petty person? Yao Haiyue is an exceptional individual. Even if they had a connection, it would not concern me. I would still employ Yao Haiyue. Li Wentai underestimated her character. Li Wentai maintained his faade, showering her with insincere praise. I knew Bai had a generous heart. Nonsense. This woman is clearly petty and possessive. I step away for just a moment, and she has to interrogate me. It's truly terrifying. Li Wentai remained oblivious to his own inner thoughts spilling out, fervently critiquing Bai Rushuang's jealousy, nearly inscribing the words petty upon her face, utterly unaware that her expression was growing darker by the moment. Bai Rushuang reclined heavily against her chair, her voice icy as she spoke. Just as Li Wentai was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something. He called out, have the investors arrived? He had not forgotten about the investors. Disrupting Bai Rushuang's collaboration with them was part of his plan. As long as he could sabotage the partnership, Bai Rushuang's perception of him would plummet. Bai Rushuang, typing away on her keyboard, got to work. The investors have left. The investment plan has been finalized, and the collaboration was highly successful. You need not worry. Li Wentai was left in a state of confusion. They left. Indeed. Bai Rushuang sensed something was amiss and cast a glance at Li Wentai, who appeared as if struck by lightning. She wondered what could be so shocking about merely hearing that the investors had departed. As she pondered Li Wentai's thoughts, his despairing internal monologue resonated once more. The investors have already left. How am I to squander money now? Heavens, has my plan been completely ruined? Li Wentai stood in the corner, believing Bai Rushuang could not see his expression. He ground his teeth in frustration, nearly ready to pound the table. I am at a loss. Is it truly so difficult for me to tarnish my own image? The person has already left. How can I create a scene? Harassing the streaming host? Bullying employees with false authority? Rambunctiously speaking nonsense in the office? Attempting to humiliate myself? Yet, contrary to my expectations, the company staff became even more enthusiastic towards me. My plans have all faltered. Now I can only hope to sabotage the contract. With the investors gone and the contract vanished, what means do I have left to diminish Bai Rushuang's favorable impression of me? What if I defecate on her office desk? Would she call off the engagement? Bai Rushuang's lips twitched. She could no longer listen. Otherwise, she would not be able to maintain her facade. Clearing her throat, she called out, Li Wentai, come here for a moment. Take this document. It contains a very important contract. The company has decided to allocate some funds for investment purposes. Review the contract and identify suitable industries for investment. You will finalize the outcome. How does that sound? This contract is merely a template. Certain details are of little importance. Compared to other contracts, this investment plan is trivial. Even if Li Wentai were to tamper with it, he would create no significant disturbance. The investment capital is minimal. Should it fail, the losses would be negligible. If successful, it would yield substantial returns, thereby stabilizing Li Wentai and preventing him from causing further trouble. A perfect twofold benefit. However, Li Wentai was entirely unaware of this. He eagerly accepted the contract, glanced at it, and his face lit up in delight. Good heavens! He could not comprehend a single word. This investment contract in his hands required no deliberate sabotage. It would collapse on its own. Hearing laughter, Bai Rushuang inquired in confusion. What are you laughing at? Are you particularly skilled at investment? She had not heard any news about Li Wentai, only knowing him to be rather incompetent. What could possibly be amusing about reviewing a contract? Li Wentai feigned profundity, his tone grave. Bai, I must confess, I am exceptionally proficient in investments. You have truly delivered this contract to the right person. I shall ensure the company invests in a promising industry. Bai Rushuang raised an eyebrow. Really? She pondered. After all, Li Wentai was also the heir painstakingly nurtured by the Li family. Li Dehai and Zhang Mei, his parents, were not particularly educated, but the Li family was substantial. Surely there had to be an heir to inherit. Did they hire someone to teach Li Wentai about investments? It made sense, as an heir. He could not be entirely incompetent. Bai Rushuang believed she had come to an understanding and nodded, signaling for him to leave. Before he departed, she overheard the raucous laughter of Li Wentai. Ha! Foolish woman, you actually handed the investment contract to me. Your company is doomed. I can't understand a single word on this contract, and you expect me to succeed? Ha! Li Wentai laughed heartily as he exited. It was not until the door was completely shut that Bai Rushuang could no longer hear his thoughts. Finally, she was left alone. Bai Rushuang exhaled deeply. Recalling the peculiarities of Li Wentai, unable to suppress a faint smile. She had never encountered someone so comically self-destructive. Then she thought of Zhou Lang, and her smile faded slightly. In comparison, Li Wentai was far more genuine. Zhou Lang, on the other hand, resembled a smiling tiger. Engaging with him was akin to scheming with a predator. Such individuals are often the most formidable. After organizing her documents, Bai Rushuang summoned her assistant. Keep a close watch on the contract he holds. Monitor his every move. Report any anomalies to me immediately. People are often invigorated by joyous occasions. Li Wentai grinned as he approached his workstation. That foolish woman truly handed me the investment contract. Did she not realize I am utterly incompetent? A distinguished female CEO. Yet her judgment is laughably poor. The thought of Bai Rushuang's furious reaction after I botched the contract nearly made him break into song. He strode quickly. Yet someone moved even faster. Around the corner, a girl walked straight ahead, oblivious to her surroundings. By the time Li Wentai noticed, it was too late. The girl collided with him, spilling scalding coffee all over his trousers. Li Wentai yelped, his face contorting in pain. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have clutched his trousers and shouted in agony. I am so sorry. I didn't see you. I truly apologize. The girl, visibly pale, offered her apologies. Chapter 27. The nice guy being splashed with freshly brewed scalding coffee in the lap is exceedingly unfriendly to any man. Li Wentai's expression twisted in an instant. He suppressed a cry and struggled to appear unaffected. It's fine. No need to apologize. Just be more careful next time. I'll head to the restroom to clean up. Li Wentai hurriedly said a few words before turning and entering the men's restroom. He swiftly removed his clothing and, after confirming he had not suffered any burns, sighed in relief. What kind of misfortune is this? That cup of hot coffee nearly transformed me. After a quick clean-up, Li Wentai exited the restroom. In the corner, a girl leaned against the wall. Upon seeing him emerge, she appeared extremely anxious, bowing deeply. Mr. Li, are you truly all right? Do you need me to take you to the hospital or provide some medical expenses? Li Wentai paused for a moment. Medical expenses? Perhaps compensation for mental distress would be more appropriate. The girl seemed to be around 20, dressed modestly, and it was evident her circumstances were not particularly favorable. He did not wish to dwell on it, casually waving his hand. No need. It was merely an accident. I was walking a bit too close to the wall. It's understandable that you didn't see me. There's no need to fuss over it. A real man bears his burdens alone. The girl was momentarily taken aback. Was he letting this go just like that? not seeking to lay blame upon her. She had heard rumors of his ambiguous relationship with Bai Rushuang, and since joining the company, he had been favored by her. Everyone harbored some desire to curry favor with him, speculating whether this well-connected individual might one day become the boss. Therefore, many believed Li Wentai to be temperamental and difficult to deal with. After colliding with him, the girl had braced herself for a reprimand, even preparing for a scolding. Yet it was resolved so easily. Observing the girl still in shock, Li Wentai wondered if she was dazed. He glanced at her and noticed a blister forming on her hand, already red and swollen, suggesting it must be quite painful. "You burned your hand. You should attend to it." As he was about to leave, he caught her gaze, her cheeks flushed. To his surprise, he realized he was unexpectedly considerate. Not only was he good-tempered, but he was also quite thoughtful. Such men are truly rare. The girl, filled with excitement, went to treat her injury. Li Wentai stood at the restroom entrance, sighing as he glanced around to ensure no one was watching. "Ouch, that hurts. I nearly thought I was going to be castrated." With a blister forming on the girl's hand, he was fortunate to have had his trousers as a barrier. Otherwise, he would have garnered the title of the most bizarre injury on the internet. Maintaining a normal expression and demeanor, everyone remained oblivious to the recent calamity. Reflecting on what she had just witnessed, she found herself lost in thought. She had seen the momentary look of shock and despair on Li Wentai's face. Realizing the extent of his suffering, she had expected him to berate the girl mercilessly, perhaps even reducing her to tears. In the workplace, it is common for superiors to scold employees harshly. Bai Rushuang had witnessed a manager being summoned to the office, berated and struck, a scene that was profoundly humiliating. Such occurrences are rather commonplace. Many individuals exhibit a lack of character and virtue. Upon assuming leadership roles, they eagerly await sycophantic praise from their subordinates. Should one fail to curry favor, they are subjected to petty grievances, a scenario all too familiar. Li Wentai, the pampered scion of the Li family, is notorious for his boorish temperament, a reputation well known to Bai Rushuang. However, she unexpectedly discovers a different facet of Li Wentai, or perhaps his true nature: lively, humorous, and somewhat cheeky, possessing a modicum of cunning and occasionally displaying intellect. His moral character is passable, and overall, he proves to be a far more agreeable individual than many who hide daggers behind smiles. He is, after all, a quintessentially good-natured person. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Rushuang's opinion of him has elevated significantly. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly express his discontent, exclaiming, "You foolish woman, have you lost your senses?" Li Wentai reclined, propping his legs on the desk, intently perusing the investment contract provided by Bai Rushuang. He was not genuinely incapable of comprehending the contract. Due to his previous employment, he had acquired a degree of knowledge on the subject. With the assistance of the plot, he was well aware of which contract would yield the most favorable outcome. His intent was to inflict losses upon Bai Rushuang, leading her to perceive him as inept. Thus, he felt no compulsion to exhibit exemplary behavior. He merely needed to navigate the murky waters and squander the company's funds. After all, who does not know how to feign incompetence? Feigning seriousness. Li Wentai meticulously examined the document, decisively selecting a contract that appeared mediocre. It promised considerable investment with exorbitant returns. Ranking as a secondary option in terms of both income and investment, a relatively safe bet. This would suffice to deceive a professional investor. Once he had made his selection, Li Wentai planned to inform Bai Rushuang of his decision. Meanwhile, Yo Hiwei sat in the hospital corridor, her lovely visage marred by fatigue. A few hours prior, her mother had been wheeled into the operating room, her mind clouded and unconscious. The doctor had informed her that her mother had suffered several episodes and required a heart stent urgently. Yet, her mother had concealed her condition, missing the opportune moment for treatment, resulting in a deterioration of her health. Consequently, the doctor conveyed that the surgery's success rate was merely 50%, and they could not guarantee her survival on the operating table. As the surgery prolonged, Yao Haiyu's anxiety intensified. She feared complications arising from the extended duration and dreaded receiving dire news about her mother. She could only huddle outside, praying for her mother's safety. With a beep, the operating room door swung open, and the lead surgeon emerged, weary yet relieved. "Ms. Yao, your mother's surgery was a success. She will need to be observed overnight. But if all goes well, she can be transferred to a regular ward tomorrow and will be able to recover fully." Overcome with joy, Yao Hiwei repeatedly thanked the doctor. The successful surgery meant her mother would no longer be plagued by heart disease, allowing her to regain her health and continue to be by her side. At that moment, Yao Haiyue felt immense gratitude towards Li Wentai. Had it not been for his selfless assistance, she might have lost her mother. She resolved to repay Li Wentai for his kindness. After confirming her mother's safety, she recognized her debt of 250,000 yuan to Li Wentai, which she must repay. Beyond the debt, she also needed to earn enough to support her mother's needs. She worked in Bai Rushuang's company as a public relations officer, where the salary was substantial, adequate for most individuals, and even allowed for savings. Yet, with her mother's medical expenses, that income barely sufficed for their survival in the city. In the office, Li Wentai extracted documents and explicitly stated his intention to invest in the Qianzhong land. The rationale was straightforward. It was located in an economic development zone, and establishing a business there would undoubtedly yield profits. In the original narrative, it was Li Wentai who invested in the Qianzhong land, but after the acquisition, it was revealed to be contaminated land, resulting in significant financial loss. However, with Li Wentai's arrival, the plot had been altered, creating discrepancies in the storyline. Now, he aimed to divert the investment elsewhere. Bai Rushuang perused the contract, nodding in agreement. Your insight is commendable. I too intend to invest in the Qianzhong land. Li Wentai froze. She had chosen the same land? What a coincidence. His expression twitched as he quickly rephrased, Ms. Bai, perhaps we should consider a different plot for investment. I have reservations about this one. Bai Rushuang, discerning his evasiveness, provocatively inquired, what makes it unreliable? Explain yourself. If you can convince me, I shall reconsider this investment. She narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Li Wentai, anticipating his attempts to sabotage the endeavor. She had dispatched someone to monitor him and deliberately selected the same contract to elicit further information. Clearing his throat, Li Wentai winked at Bai Rushuang. Ms. Bai, there have been numerous reports regarding contaminated land lately. Why would they sell it to us at such a low price? In the professional realm, items priced below market value often harbored issues. Bai Rushuang, unfamiliar with the relevant market, had not initially perceived the price as suspicious. Realizing the implications, she cast her eyes downwards. Then, which plot do you believe we should invest in? Compared to Li Wenai's dubious words, she preferred to hear his genuine thoughts. I will ponder this further, he replied, internally strategizing. Why not simply invest in the Fuching project? That's where the real profits lie. Aside from Fuching, all other investments are bound to incur losses. How can I persuade Bai Rushuang to select an alternative? Li Wentai dismissed ordinary losses. He intended to select a project requiring a lower initial investment, but necessitating substantial cash flow in later stages. Should the investment proceed, Bai Rushuang's current cash flow would falter, likely leading to complications. If any issues arose, Bai Rushuang could choose to withdraw, limiting her losses. However, if she persisted, it would be tantamount to throwing money away. Should the project prove troublesome, Bai Rushuang would undoubtedly blame the project leader, Li Wentai himself. As Li Wentai was reveling in his plans, Li Dahi contacted Bai Rushuang. She glanced at Li Wentai with a questioning look. Li Wentai, my uncle is on the line. What should I do? As the prospective daughter-in-law of the Li family, she could not ignore the call, lest she face repercussions. Answer the phone quickly and inquire about his intentions. Rest assured, take the call. I will be right here, ready to advise you should anything go awry. After all, Li Dahi was no ordinary person. Every time he intervened, something was amiss. He feared that Li Dahi might conspire with Bai Rushuang behind the scenes, potentially jeopardizing his family's wealth. Uncle, what is the purpose of your call? Li Dahi replied, Xiao Shuang, have you spoken with your parents about meeting? Your aunt and I have prepared everything. We are merely awaiting a suitable time to convene. Do they agree to meet? His tone was slightly urgent. As a week had elapsed since their last meeting, and Bai Rushuang had yet to provide any updates, the couple was anxious that their parents might refuse to meet. Without a meeting, how could they discuss marriage? The Li family was fortunate to find such an excellent daughter-in-law, and they could not afford to let her slip away. Hence, Li Dahi took it upon himself to expedite the matter. Bai Rushuang looked to Li Wentai for assistance. She found herself at a loss. Li Wentai mouthed to her. Feign illness. Say you are in the hospital. Bai Rushuang responded, Uncle, Li Wentai and I are currently at the hospital. I have not been feeling well lately. Perhaps we can discuss this once I have recovered. Li Wentai smirked with satisfaction. No matter how anxious he was, he could not allow Bai Rushuang to exert herself while suffering from illness. As expected, Li Dahi believed him. After advising Bai Rushuang to take good care of her health, he directly hung up the phone. Li Wentai said, Bai, I have followed your instructions. When do you plan to arrange a meeting for both parties? The old man is pressing for it. It seemed he had found a good wife for Li Wentai, but in reality, he had merely handed him a double-edged sword. Marrying Bai Rushuang equated to a death sentence at Zhou Lang's hands. They would deal with investment matters before anything else. Li Wentai had no choice but to leave. Before he departed, he cursed Bai Rushuang a few times in his heart. Stingy woman, how dare you not follow my instructions? I will make you bankrupt. Inside, Bai Rushuang was amused by his frustration. Was he so eager to call off their engagement? Did he dare to threaten her? With a cold laugh, Bai Rushuang pulled out her phone and called Zhang Mei. Auntie, Wentai is busy paying bills. Yes, I haven't been feeling well. She feigned a few dry heaves. Perhaps I've developed anorexia from dieting. I haven't been able to eat for the past month and keep feeling nauseous. I'm checking to see if I have anorexia. Zhang Mei paused, keenly picking up on the keywords. Nauseous? Unable to eat? Was it as if she were pregnant? Zhang Mei patiently advised her for a bit. After hanging up the phone, she smacked Li Dahai on the head. Quick, call your son. Tell him to take Xiaoshuang for a gynecological checkup. Li Dahai was bewildered. Can't she just go to the gynecologist herself? What use is it for my son to go with her? Zhang Mei shot him a glare. Are you foolish? Xiaoshuang hasn't been able to eat, and I heard her dry heaving. I suspect she might be pregnant. What are you waiting for? Go find out what your son knows about the situation. Li Dahai quickly understood. He immediately called Li Wentai. Son, how far have you and Xiaoshuang progressed? In the restroom. Squatting on the toilet, Li Wentai was dumbfounded. What do you mean how far have we progressed? We haven't progressed at all. No kissing, no holding hands, nothing. Despite living under the same roof, they couldn't stand each other and wished the other would leave. To outsiders, they appeared to be an engaged couple. But Li Dahai was skeptical. Li Wentai's mind raced, and he lied. Dad, don't worry about it. Xiaoshuang is already mine. Chapter 29, a half-green situation. Li Dahai's heart leapt into his throat. Had they really? Xiaoshuang. On the other end of the line. Li Dahai slapped his thigh, his face filled with disbelief. What kind of education did your mother and I provide you? Although you have an engagement with Xiaoshuang, you must still take precautions. Our Li family has always maintained a good reputation. How can you do this and explain it to your mother and your uncle Bai and Aunt Bai? Li Wentai listened in a daze, feeling increasingly uneasy. Li Dahai raised his voice. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take Xiaoshuang to the hospital for a checkup. After a few seconds, Li Wentai realized what his father meant. Bai Rushuan was pregnant? How could he not have known? To be safe, he decided to probe his father's thoughts. Dad, how did you find out? After all, he lived under the same roof with Bai Rushuang. Why hadn't he noticed anything unusual? Li Dahai replied, of course. Xiaoshuang called your mother and told her. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Would a woman joke about something like this? Did Bai Rushuang say it herself? Li Dahai insisted that he take her to the hospital to confirm the pregnancy and ordered Li Wentai to take good care of Bai Rushuang. Otherwise, he would break his legs. Li Wentai was speechless, realizing that his father cared for his daughter-in-law more than for him. After hanging up, Li Wentai stroked his chin, deep in thought. According to the plot, Zhou Lang would indeed end up in bed with Bai Rushuang later, but not at this moment. Who would have nothing better to do than to spread rumors about being pregnant? He couldn't understand why his father was so overjoyed. Even if Bai Rushuang were pregnant, the child wouldn't belong to the Li family. He had known Bai Rushuang for so long, and aside from the last incident where she nearly forced herself on him, nothing inappropriate had occurred between them. The child certainly wasn't his. With a sigh, Li Wentai rubbed his head. They weren't even married yet, and he was already half-green. Although he hadn't truly been cuckolded, his father believed the child was his, which felt like being half-cuckolded. As for the child in Bai Rushuang's womb, it was most likely Zhou Lang's. Bai Rushuang had always cared for her junior brother and had developed feelings for him. Zhou Lang, with his charming demeanor, certainly had already captured Bai Rushuang's heart. Just as he was about to come to a conclusion, Li Wentai suddenly realized something was amiss. If the two truly had a physical relationship, why would Bai Rushuang still be engaged to him? Would the protagonist allow his woman to be engaged to a minor character? If they had been intimate, given the protagonist's temperament, he would have likely killed him by now. Li Wentai wasn't foolish. He could tell that Bai Rushuang was deliberately avoiding Zhou Lang and seemed to have a poor impression of him, although he didn't know why. It was enough to prove that nothing had happened between them. But how could Bai Rushuang claim to be pregnant? A few seconds later, Li Wentai suddenly understood. Damn it. He had been deceived. Bai Rushuang, you wicked woman. Li Wentai stormed into the office, furious. Bai Rushuang, why did you deceive my mother into thinking you were pregnant? He suspected that Bai Rushuang was pretending to be pregnant to manipulate him better. She must have realized he wasn't fully committed to his work, so she pulled this stunt on him. Bai Rushuang looked up, her beautiful features exuding confidence. Did I deceive anyone? I merely called your mother to express my concerns about potentially having anorexia. Did Annie overthink it? Li Wentai's eyes widened in disbelief. She had already been exposed, yet she continued to feign innocence. He was shocked by Bai Rushuang's audacity. Enraged, he nearly shouted at her. You still deny it? I asked my mother. She said she heard you dry heaving. Isn't that deliberate? Don't tell me this is all a misunderstanding. Do you really think I would believe that? He could not accept this as mere coincidence. Bai Rushuang was undoubtedly pulling strings, and he demanded an explanation. His parents already believed Bai Rushuang was pregnant, which would inevitably hasten their marriage plans, bringing him one step closer to his doom. Bai Rushuang's expression turned cold, seemingly encased in frost. Are you accusing me of faking a pregnancy? We are merely pretending to be a couple. I am fully aware of what I stand to gain from this. Ruining my reputation? Her gaze was icy, as if mocking Li Wentai's foolishness. You. Li Wentai was infuriated. Fine, if I can't argue with you, then consider it slander on my part. Repeatedly saying you, Li Wentai stormed off, refusing to believe this was a mere coincidence. Why would Bai Rushuang call her mother out of the blue? Clearly, it was revenge against him. So you, Bai Rushuang, dare to play such a trick? Then don't blame me for sabotaging your company. Li Wentai slammed the door as he left. Inside, Bai Rushuang finally couldn't contain her laughter. Li Wentai stormed down the stairs, cursing Bai Rushuang in his heart. At that moment, he unexpectedly ran into someone. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Zhou Lang. Li Wenta froze, fearing the protagonist had learned that he had been cursing Bai Rushuang and was now coming for him with a knife. Instinctively, he sought a place to hide. Zhou Lang, clad in a sleek silver-gray suit, strolled towards the company, relishing the admiring glances bestowed upon him by the female employees. His heart brimmed with exhilaration. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, a man he recognized all too well. The memory of their last racing encounter surged back, casting a shadow over his joy. He had always prided himself on his intelligence and prowess, never having been outdone or defeated. Yet, in a public spectacle, he had succumbed to Li Wentai, enduring humiliation at the hands of a few irate women. Undoubtedly, this was a profound disgrace for him. Upon encountering Li Wentai once more, he felt an insatiable urge to exact revenge. Zhou Lang strode purposefully towards Li Wentai, towering over him as he demanded, "What brings you here?" The scion of a wealthy family, someone he could easily crush with a flick of his wrist, now stood within the company of Bai Rushi. Was he still clinging to hopes regarding Bai Rushi? The mere thought of another vying for the affections of the woman he coveted filled Zhou Lang with revulsion. With a derisive laugh, he taunted, "Are you still intent on harassing Sanshiji? Let me make it clear. As long as I am here, you shall not harm her." Li Wentai, upon hearing Zhou Lang's domineering declaration, remained unfazed. His very life was in the hands of the protagonist. He dared not retaliate. Instead, he offered a forced smile. Murmuring, "Young Master Zhou, I am merely here to work for President Bai. You are right. A person like me is not worthy of her. You are truly her guardian angel." In a bid to preserve his own life, Li Wentai shamelessly flattered Zhou Lang. Before the gathered crowd, Zhou Lang observed his rival's submission and reveled in his self-praise, a sense of defeat dissipating within him. Truly, no one could rival him. Though Zhou Lang felt a modicum of satisfaction, it did little to quell his anger. The humiliation he had suffered lingered in his mind. Moreover, his intent was to humiliate Li Wentai further, and he would not let him off easily. Narrowing his eyes, he declared, "Li Wentai, do you believe I would trust your words?" Intentionally raising his voice, he continued, "You harassed Yao Haiwe and nearly assaulted my Sanshiji. Your vile deeds are undeniable. I never imagined someone who appears so refined could harbor such a monstrous heart." His gaze, filled with disdain, fixed on Li Wentai. Zhou Lang unleashed another verbal onslaught. "You are utterly unworthy of working in Sanshiji's company. Your presence here is a blight. You are filthy, do you understand?" He aimed to publicly disgrace Li Wentai, ensuring that all would witness his true, sordid nature. Thus, he would be reviled by everyone, living like a wretched insect in a gutter, pitiful and despised. Zhou Lang's words were devastating. To be labeled filthy or a scoundrel would humiliate anyone, and the sensitive souls might never hold their heads high again, possibly contemplating their own demise. Li Wentai stood stunned, his complexion shifting in response to Zhou Lang's cruel words. Yet, he could not lash out. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Young Master Zhou, things are not as you perceive them. I harbor no ill intentions towards them. Pausing, he spoke earnestly, I recognize my shortcomings. And I am fully prepared to remain single for the rest of my life. Rest assured, I will no longer be involved with them. He willingly accepted the blame. Harboring no resentment, Zhou Lang, in a tone laden with arrogance and scorn, retorted, Indeed, a wretch like you is unfit for marriage. You do not deserve happiness. You should live like a dog. The entire first-floor lobby bore witness to the unfolding drama. From Zhou Lang's deliberate humiliation of Li Wentai to Li's meek apologies in the face of scorn, Li Wentai had a decent reputation among the employees, and they now fell silent, witnessing this wealthy young man openly berate someone before them. Zhou Lang's words were like daggers, piercing through the crowd. He continued with a malicious remark, So, why don't you go die? Your existence adds no value to this world. The room fell into a heavy silence. Even the sound of typing ceased, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Li Wentai blinked, a wry smile escaping his lips. Perhaps you are right. I truly create no value. His voice betrayed a hint of defeat, clearly wounded by Zhou Lang's taunts. He stood dejectedly to the side, parting the way for Zhou Lang. Resembling a defeated rooster, pathetic and forlorn. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves. Hey, don't push your luck. A bright voice rang out, and a striking young woman, around 25 years of age, emerged from the crowd. Later, her sales would soar in her live streaming room, and she would express her gratitude to Li Wentai. Unexpectedly, she possessed a heart full of gratitude, though he hardly required it. The girl rolled up her sleeves, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Lang, exclaiming, Who do you think you are to insult brotherly? With that, she turned back to Li Wentai, stating, Brotherly, you cannot reason with someone like him. I can no longer tolerate his arrogance. Another female employee joined her, standing united before Li Wentai. One by one, more women encircled him, forming a protective barrier. Their eyes warily fixed on Zhou Lang, as if Li Wentai were a vulnerable chick under their guard. Li Wentai was taken aback. How had it escalated to this? He had merely sought to appear weak before the protagonist, hoping Zhou Lang would humiliate him, and yet, the employees of Bairushi had come to his defense. Please, don't be impulsive, he urged. Zhang Xiaozue, the employee who had previously spilled coffee on Li Wentai, looked at him with concern. Brotherly, what is your relationship with this person? Why do you endure such insults? Do not fear, we will protect you. The crowd rallied, asserting that Li Wentai had been wronged. Eager to stand up for him. What sort of person are you, spewing such filth? One shouted, You should leave our company and stop creating chaos. Another added, their words laced with venom. The situation grew increasingly chaotic, as more voices joined in condemning Zhou Lang. Li Wentai's heart raced. The plan is ruined, and so am I. The protagonist will surely hold me responsible again. With a sense of dread, he cautiously glanced at Zhou Lang, whose face had turned an alarming shade of green. Eyes blazing with fury directed at Li Wentai. A chill ran down Li Wentai's spine as he quickly interjected, Everyone, please stop. Do not say another word. You may feel vindicated, but it is I who will bear the consequences. Zhang Xiaozue, reluctant to relent, misinterpreted Li Wentai's plea as a desire to shoulder the burden alone. Brotherly, why shouldn't we speak out? I see him as the real scoundrel, incapable of contributing anything of value. You excel in this company. Why allow him to demean you? He has no right to judge you. Zhou Lang, consumed by rage, countered with a mocking laugh. Who are you calling a scoundrel? No one has ever dared to insult me, let alone label me as such. Zhang Xiaozue retorted defiantly. I call you a scoundrel. If you disagree, prove it by striking me. Zhou Lang narrowed his eyes, a surge of energy enveloping him. You asked for it. Li Wentai panicked, realizing the confrontation was escalating. Zhang Xiaozue quickly apologized to young Master Zhou. Now, why should I apologize? He is the real scoundrel, and he even wished for your death. I believe it is he who deserves to perish. As Zhou Lang summoned his power, Li Wentai recognized the impending threat of violence. This is Bai Rushuang's company, and Zhou Lang actually dares to take action. Is he not afraid of offending Bai Rushuang? Just as Bai Rushuang reached the elevator, she suddenly heard a voice in her heart. Zhou Lang is gone mad. After all, he is an employee of Bai Rushuang. She frowned immediately, wondering why Li Wentai brought up Zhou Lang. Could it be that Zhou Lang has arrived? Exiting the elevator and standing at the corner, she glanced over to see a crowd gathered at the entrance. The atmosphere felt somewhat off. Chapter 31. Confrontation. Several women were huddled together, indignantly discussing something. She furrowed her brow, questioning what they were doing during work hours. Suddenly, she noticed that the person surrounded by the women was none other than Li Wentai. He appeared anxious, shielding the women behind him. Everyone, stop talking. Zhou Lang, you cannot resort to violence here. This is Bai Rushuang's company. Do you understand the consequences of attacking Bai Rushuang's people? He was certain that Zhou Lang would not dare to act against Bai Rushuang's employees, as he had always masqueraded well, appearing deeply affectionate towards his third senior sister, while concealing a beast ready to pounce within. If he were to reveal his true nature now, all his previous efforts would be in vain. However, Zhou Lang was unfazed. So what? I believe my third senior sister will understand me. He glared menacingly at the group of female employees, cursing, "You dare to insult me? Do you really think I won't strike you?" With a concentrated burst of energy, he lunged towards the women. Li Wantai's expression changed dramatically. Get back. Even if Zhou Lang would not kill, a single burst of energy could leave the women bedridden for days. Let us not forget that the protagonist was exceptionally gifted. The female employees sensed the danger and quickly dispersed. Zhou Lang sneered, coldly taunting, "Now you know fear. It's too late. Am I to be taught a lesson by you?" Li Wantai, fearing the situation would escalate, pleaded, "Young Master Zhou, this matter has nothing to do with them. They are merely defending me. If you are still angry, why not just take it out on me? They are just women." Li Wantai gritted his teeth. In front of everyone, the protagonist could not possibly kill him, right? This was a society governed by law. "Junior brother, what are you doing in my company?" The sound of high heels echoed on the floor as Bai Rushuang strode over in a business suit, her expression grim. She noticed the female employees cowering in fear behind Li Wantai. Zhou Lang was taken aback. He had not expected to encounter Bai Rushuang at this moment. Just as he was about to explain, someone else spoke up. "Whoa, President Bai, you've finally arrived." Zhang Xiaozue rushed over, as if she had found a lifeline. Pointing at Zhou Lang, she recounted several of Zhou Lang's remarks, oblivious to his identity, calling him arrogant for openly declaring that Li Wantai should die, belittling him as worthless and scum. She stood up for Li Wantai, asserting that he was a good person and questioning how he could be demeaned to such an extent, likening him to a rat in a sewer. Since the coffee incident, Zhang Xiaozue had been observing Li Wantai from a distance. He was humorous and gentle, occasionally joking yet responsible in his work, a clear example of a good man. How could Zhou Lang's words paint him in such a negative light? Bai Rushuang turned to Zhou Lang, her tone icy. "Junior brother, is what she said true?" Zhou Lang's face flushed. The timing of Bai Rushuang's arrival left him speechless. He could only muster the courage to say, "I did say that, but he truly is scum. Third senior sister, don't forget what he has done. He even tried to bully you." Fixating on Li Wantai, Zhou Lang's fury ignited. "How dare you claim you haven't done anything? Why are we bringing this up again?" Li Wantai replied earnestly, attempting to distance himself from the matter. "You are mistaken. I did not bully President Bai." Bai Rushuang interjected at the right moment. "Junior brother, he indeed did not bully me. You have misunderstood." Pausing, she continued, "Just now, I witnessed you attacking my company's employees. Can you explain why?" She had pieced together the entire situation. Given Li Wantai's popularity in the company, it was understandable that others would defend him when he was publicly insulted, provoking Zhou Lang into action. Zhou Lang felt desperate. How could he explain? With a heavy heart, he activated the goo worm. Opposite him, Bai Rushuang awaited an explanation. And suddenly, she noticed something in Zhou Lang's expression that softened her resolve. She couldn't help but wonder if she had misjudged her junior brother. After all, he had been performing well, and she had always doted on him. Was it possible she had misunderstood him? As this thought crossed her mind, Bai Rushuang inhaled gently. She calmed herself, sensing an inexplicable sensation in her heart, as if a worm was crawling through it, and gazed steadily at Zhou Lang. "You may leave. I will let this go this time, but I hope it does not happen again." Zhou Lang's expression darkened, continuing to urge the goo worm. Meanwhile, Li Wantai rolled his eyes secretly. Was this all the protagonist could do? Was he merely playing the emotional card? As she prepared to soften her stance, she caught a glimpse of Li Wantai's thoughts. What nonsense is he spouting in broad daylight? After all, Bai Rushuang is the protagonist's first woman. It's no wonder the protagonist is anxious. Bai Rushuang's expression turned cold, her determination solidifying. Indeed, she might just be a vessel. How could her junior brother harbor significant feelings for her? "Junior brother, it is work hours. Please leave now. We can meet again when you are free." Zhou Lang's expression shifted dramatically. "Fine, I shall take my leave." Before departing, he cast a reluctant glance back at Bai Rushuang and turned away, just like before. He had activated the goo worm, yet Bai Rushuang remained indifferent. Had the goo worm failed? After Zhou Lang's departure, Li Wantai felt a trickle of golden light surge within him, leaving him languid and utterly comfortable. He could not help but rejoice. He had successfully altered the narrative and survived. It seemed he had garnered a bit of the protagonist's fortune. The company returned to normal, and Zhang Xiaocui offered Li Wentai words of encouragement. Li Wentai found it somewhat amusing. He had merely feigned weakness. He was not truly useless. It was only because of Zhou Lang's unique status that he allowed him to be so arrogant. He could have easily used his identity as the young master of the Li family to slap others into submission. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Glancing at the caller ID, an unsettling premonition washed over him. "Hello, Dad." Li Dehai ended the call abruptly. Li Wentai stared blankly at the sky. Chapter 32. A clear answer automatically glancing at Bai Rushuang. He saw her striding purposefully towards the underground parking lot. With that, he decided not to linger any longer. Upon arriving at the old residence, the atmosphere in the living room was tense. Li Wentai was at a loss for words. He had just gotten out of the car. Couldn't he catch a break? Noticing his dazed expression, Li Dehai's tone grew stern. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and tell us the test results." Li Wentai contemplated evading the question, but there was no way to gloss over this issue. It was better to lay everything bare than to continue lying. After a brief silence, he did not dare to speak the truth directly. "Mom and Dad, you should not concern yourselves with my relationship with Bai Rushuang." Zhang Mei frowned. "Son, what do you mean by that? I'm your mother. You want us to stay out of it?" She looked at Li Wentai with dissatisfaction. "You're already grown up. It's about time you settled down. Your father and I are worried about your marriage. You cannot expect us to not be involved." Li Dehai's eyes flashed with coldness. "Clarify your words. What do you mean?" As a man himself, he certainly understood his thoughts. When encountering a woman he admired, especially a beautiful one, the delay in marriage often indicated infidelity. Could it be that Li Wentai was once again indulging in reckless behavior? How could things change so swiftly? Li Dehai spoke in a low voice. "You need to give me and your mother a definitive answer. Is Xiaoshuang pregnant, and when do you plan to marry? Everything else can be discussed, but marriage must be settled promptly." Li Wentai, gathering his courage, stated the unvarnished truth. "I will not marry her, so you needn't worry." The couple was taken aback, and Li Dehai abruptly stood up, pointing a finger at him in outrage. "What did you say? Repeat that." After being acquainted with Xiaoshuang for so long and living together, he now claimed he wouldn't marry her? Was he even human? Cohabitation before marriage was a blatant irresponsibility towards the girl. Zhang Mei chimed in, urging him, "Don't speak foolishly. What's wrong with Xiaoshuang? You two have feelings for each other. Why can't you marry?" She went on to extol Xiaoshuang's virtues, further chilling Li Wentai's heart. Yes, Xiaoshuang was indeed beautiful and exceptional, but she simply was not the right person for him. If he dared to marry her, the protagonist would surely dismantle him, as he would merely be a pawn aspiring for the protagonist woman. At present, he had no means to contend with the world as protagonist and could only strive to preserve his life. Li Wentai interrupted Zhang Mei, emphatically declaring, "Mother, enough. I have made my decision. I will not marry her. Your words are futile. My mind is made up." His gaze was resolute, hoping they would respect his choice. Yet he had underestimated their determination to have grandchildren. Zhang Mei took a deep breath, realizing her son was a hopeless scoundrel. Suddenly, she sprang up, clawing at Li Wentai. "You ungrateful brat! You have such a wonderful wife, and you refuse her. I'll make you regret your reckless behavior." In her fury, she exclaimed how blind he was to reject such a good girlfriend. Li Dehai also pulled out his belt. Faced with their combined assault, Li Wentai was caught off guard. Receiving several blows, he gasped in shock. His mother was genuinely striking him. Being young and fleet of foot, he seized the opportunity and dashed into the yard, escaping in his car. Throughout the journey, Li Wentai was filled with trepidation. While his parents were important, his own life was paramount. If he could just survive and avoid the protagonist, what woman couldn't he pursue? Perhaps he could even attract several beautiful girls. Why obsess over just one flower? Humming a tune, he entered his home, only to find Xiaoshuang sitting on the sofa, looking dejected. Not wanting to pry, he disregarded her mood. The affairs of the CEO were beyond his concern. He prepared a bowl of instant noodles and set it on the coffee table to eat. Ding ding. Opening the voice message, he was met with his father's thunderous roar. "You dare run away. If you don't clarify things today, I want to let you off the hook. Li Wentai, you've truly grown bold." The usually composed Li Dehai hurled several expletives, a testament to his rage. Beside him, Xiaoshuang raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What did you do to make uncle so furious?" In her memory, Li Dehai was a kind and well-mannered man. Li Wentai scoffed, alluding to her unethical conduct. He had already made it clear to Xiaoshuang that he wouldn't marry her, so there was no need for her to be on guard. "Foolish woman, It's all your fault for pretending to be pregnant, leading me to get beaten by my mother. Xiao Shuang paused, and upon realizing that Li Wentai had been punished, she felt a twinge of delight. Ever since Zhou Lang had joined the company, her spirits had been low, and she had been morose all afternoon. The once kind junior she admired had merely seen her as a vessel, devoid of any true feelings. Moreover, she had been intentionally cultivated as a vessel by her master, so the bond of teacher and student, along with her naive youthful affection, had all been deceived. Perhaps she didn't truly like Zhou Lang. The goo insect had clouded her judgment. Why is this woman silent? Has she lost her voice? Could it be that upon seeing the junior, she has fallen for him? Hearing her thoughts, Xiao Shuang shook off her negative emotions. She lifted her head and asked, "Why did you tell your parents about this? Are you so eager to dissolve our engagement?" Li Wentai frowned. "Of course, I no longer have feelings for you. Bai Rushi, do not forget our 1-month deadline. Once that period is over, we will directly annul our engagement." He had no intention of entangling himself further with Xiao Shuang. While others toyed with emotions, he was gambling with his life. With only one life, he couldn't afford to play around. Staying away from the protagonist was essential for his safety, as a mere pawn could not afford to be hurt. He eagerly awaited the day he could dissolve their engagement. Xiao Shuang smiled gently. "I hope you remember that the initiative lies with me. Only I can annul the engagement." Li Dahai and his wife had already set their sights on her, making it nearly impossible for Li Wentai to unilaterally dissolve the engagement, unless she initiated the annulment. Li Wentai was bound to her for life. Halfway through her sentence, Xiao Shuang deliberately paused. She needed to stay with Li Wentai to uncover more information related to herself, the goo insect, the truth, the future. She was eager to know it all. Li Wentai's thoughts had been immensely helpful to her, so in the short term, she would not agree to the annulment. Li Wentai's heart raced. What? Dissatisfied. Chapter 33, Quarreling in Bed. Li Wentai was incredulous. "Bai, you are being unreasonable. I have cooperated sufficiently. What about this displeases you?" He had risked his life to play along with Xiao Shuang's charade, only to be met with a simple declaration of dissatisfaction. Had all his prior efforts been in vain? Xiao Shuang nodded slightly, feigning aloofness. "Indeed, I am dissatisfied, and you know the reason." It was clear she did not wish to elaborate further. Left standing there, Li Wentai was taken aback. He wanted to chase after her for an explanation but was too incensed by the earlier news. No reason given, and she just walked away? That treacherous woman. Had he known, he wouldn't have collaborated with her. In a fit of anger, he kicked the sofa and turned to leave. If it were anyone else, he might have resorted to violence. Unfortunately, Xiao Shuang was the protagonist woman, so he couldn't act out. Unable to contain his frustration, he called his childhood friend Wang Dong after leaving the villa, arranging to meet at a bar. In the bar's private room, the table was laden with various drinks. Li Wentai slumped on the sofa, looking despondent as he drank glass after glass. That wretched woman, why was she dissatisfied? Was she deliberately toying with him? His mind was consumed with thoughts of the recent events, growing increasingly anxious, on the verge of erupting. Wang Dong noticed his unusual demeanor and poured him a drink, asking, "Tai, what's wrong? Did something happen? Your expression seems off." Having known Li Wentai for so long, he could read him like a book. It was evident that something was troubling him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be calling him out for drinks at such a late hour. "We're brothers. If something's up, just tell me. Let us see if I can help," Wang Dong offered. Listening to his good friend, Li Wentai, feeling dejected, replied, "This matter you cannot assist with. I must handle it myself." He couldn't possibly reveal the truth to Wang Dong. Otherwise, Wang Dong would undoubtedly press for details. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to retaliate against Xiao Shuang, seeking a way to make her suffer. He was unwilling to endure such indignities without recompense. Wang Dong chuckled, patting his shoulder. "All right, just let me know when you need something." Observing his friend's attitude, Li Wentai felt a pang of guilt. After all, Wang Dong was a good friend of the original character. Was it a bit unkind to keep him in the dark? He had called him over. Yet now he was just sulking and drinking without considering Wang Dong's feelings. That felt quite inconsiderate. After all, Wang Dong is indeed a scion. Suddenly, Li Wentai had a flash of inspiration. He could ask Wang Dong for assistance. Since things were not progressing with Bai Rushuang, he could seek investments himself. "Dongzi, I heard you were doing venture capital with your father. Do you have any projects at hand?" Wang Dong raised an eyebrow. "There are a few projects." "What? Is Taigo planning to invest? Are there any projects that are bound to lose money? Introduce one to me." Wang Dong looked puzzled. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "There are projects, but what use do you have for them? Anyone who invests is in it to make money. targeting lucrative projects, striving to profit. Venture capital carries significant risks. No one can guarantee profits. But why would Taiga want a losing project? Are you swimming in money? Wang Dong's expression was quite peculiar. Are you starting to burn through cash again? He truly could not understand his brother's penchant for extravagance. Is having wealth not enough? Why must one squander it? Li Wentai replied candidly, I am working at Bai Rushuang's company, currently overseeing the investment sector. So I want you to provide me with a guaranteed loss project to invest in. Wang Dong realized something was amiss. He curiously asked, do you want Bai Rushuang to lose money? Exactly. I aim to undermine her business. Spare me the chatter. Just tell me if you can do it. Li Wentai's patience waned. He was not one to suffer losses, and even without following the script, he would not be toyed with. He had to retaliate. Targeting Bai Rushuang's company was the best course of action. Wang Dong scratched his head in confusion. Are you quarreling with your sister-in-law again? Now I hear you want to create trouble for Bai Rushuang. Is it raining red from the skies? Is the sun rising in the west? Li Wentai snorted coldly. Don't concern yourself too much. Just give me the project. After all, it won't be you who suffers. Why are you so anxious? Wang Dong was speechless. Indeed, he had no reason to worry. Wang Dong earnestly advised, it's not that I'm unwilling to help, but you will undoubtedly regret it. Have you forgotten how much you adore Bai Rushuang? He had witnessed many cases of men chasing after their wives only to face disaster. And he did not wish for Li Wentai to end up similarly, hence his reluctance to assist. As a childhood friend, he could not just stand by and watch his brother leap into the fire. Taiga, I advise you to calm down. There is nothing that can't be resolved. Couples may quarrel at the head of the bed, but they reconcile at the foot. What if one day you reconcile and recall this matter? Wouldn't you feel miserable? Li Wentai rolled his eyes. He and Bai Rushuang were nothing more than complete strangers. To put it bluntly, they were more like a death knell than a couple. Stop rambling. Just hand over the project. Are you my brother or her brother? With that remark, Wang Dong was firmly placed in a dilemma. He had no choice but to nod and quickly reported a project. Just so you know, if you invest, you'll likely lose 2 or 3 million at least. Are you sure Bai Rushuang won't be angry? 2 or 3 million is no trivial sum, especially when it comes to liquid funds. Bai Rushuang's company specializes in live streaming. Investments are merely a side business, and making money is not easy. Li Wentai was prepared to throw away 2 to 3 million just like that. Was this something a person would do? Li Wentai's mood lightened considerably as he chuckled. That's precisely the point. I want to make her angry. Dongzi, stop talking and drink up. Have someone bring in some fruit platters. Unable to dissuade him any longer, Wang Dong relented and ordered a few fruit platters. Soon after, the door to the private room was pushed open. A familiar figure appeared. Yao Haiwe looked astonished as she gazed at Li Wentai, who was seated in the center, momentarily stunned before placing down the fruit platter. Mr. Li, it's so wonderful to see you again. I didn't expect to encounter you here. My mother has awakened. The surgery was very successful. Thank you so much, Mr. Li. If it hadn't been for your generous assistance back then, my mother might not be alive today. Chapter 34. You've changed your heart. Li Wentai's gaze intensified. Within a single day, he had been provoked by Zhou Lang, toyed with by Bai Rushuang, and now unexpectedly came across Yao Haiwe. What terrible luck. Was today truly a day of misfortune? Li Wentai suppressed his thoughts and feigned ease. Miss Yao. No need for thanks. What brings you here? After sipping his drink, he regretted coming to the bar upon realizing he would run into Yao Haiwe. In a place where the protagonist's harem gathered, the protagonist's presence was inevitable. He had no desire to meet Zhou Lang again. Late at night. If Zhou Lang were to bury him, no one would know. Now that Bai Rushuang was absent, no one could protect him, and he had no opportunity to rescue himself. Thus he wished to avoid Yao Haiwe. Yao Haiwe stepped closer, pouring him a drink with thoughtful care. I'm working part-time at the bar to pay off my debts. Mr. Li, let me tidy up your table. She slightly bent down to clean the cluttered table, her exquisite curves on full display. The three were now in close proximity, and even Wang Dong could detect her faintly alluring fragrance. Wang Dong's eyes shifted, assessing the woman. It was evident that anyone who worked in Bai Rushuang's public relations department was truly exceptional. Li Wentai noticed Wang Dong's unusual expression and discreetly nudged him. Brother, you cannot fall for someone from the protagonist's circle. You cannot afford to play with fire. He had no intention of letting Wang Dong become the next pawn to fall. Yao Haiwe continued clearing the table, her face filled with gratitude. Mr. Li, you've been a tremendous help. I cannot let you bear this expense without repayment. I will work hard to pay you back as soon as possible. She had prepared herself for a reprimand, Yet what she received was not scorn. I had learned of her mother's illness and even granted her a few days off. After further inquiry, she discovered that Li Wentai had arranged the leave for her beforehand. Li Wentai's thoughts were elsewhere, and he was momentarily taken aback by her words. He scrutinized Yao Haiwa closely. No wonder she is one of the intricately portrayed characters in the harem. She is also the one Zhou Lang pays the most attention to, and her principles are unexpectedly sound. Yao Haiwa's delicate features and stunning figure appeared even more tempting in the dimly lit private room of the bar. As a young lady from a prestigious family, her lineage had withered, and her background was tragic. Ultimately, she had unknowingly fallen into the arms of an enemy. This was one thing, but now she continued to live a miserable existence, reduced to working part-time at a bar. A young lady who ought to be cherished in the palm of someone's hand ended up suffering terribly. What a pity. Li Wentai felt a surge of compassion. No rush. You continue your work. You don't have to take special care of me. Yao Haiwa had finished wiping the table and nodded in acknowledgement, taking the trash to exit the private room. Before leaving, she even brought an extra fruit platter for Li Wentai as a token of gratitude. There were many beautiful women, but Yao Haiwa could undoubtedly be considered exquisite. The difference in Yao Haiwa's attitude towards Li Wentai was evidently notable, piquing Wang Dong's curiosity. Li Wentai briefly recounted the situation. He then warned, Dongzi, as a favor to our brotherhood, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't harbor any thoughts about her. If you fall for her, your demise is not far off. Yao Haiwa belongs to the protagonist. Anyone who fancies her is bound to meet misfortune. He certainly did not wish for his good brother to suffer the same fate. Wang Dong laughed and cried, What do you take me for? I was just casually asking. She is from Bai Rushuang's company, from the public relations department. Why are you getting so close to her? He stroked his chin, looking at Li Wentai with a hint of suspicion. You can't possibly have changed your heart so quickly, right? I remember you were devoted to Bai Rushuang for years. Could it be that was all an act? Impossible. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Dong immediately refuted his own thoughts. He had personally witnessed Li Wentai's earnest pursuit of Bai Rushuang and knew that Li Wentai had remained steadfast. As a young master from a wealthy family, he had power and influence, with no shortage of women vying for his attention. He had countless women willing to pursue him. Previously, Li Wentai had been quite the playboy, known for his wild escapades, until he unexpectedly fell for Bai Rushuang at first sight, resolutely pursuing her without hesitation. Due to Bai Rushuang's scornful remarks about his tumultuous private life, he decisively severed ties with all his paramours and meticulously cleared his surroundings. From that moment onward, he never found himself embroiled in any scandal with a woman again. He lavished Bai Rushuang with adoration, offering her contracts, wealth, and jewelry, presenting her with countless treasures. With but a single utterance from her, he would be ensnared, much like a devoted lapdog. Li Wentai could hardly suppress an eye roll. Could the actions of the original owner truly be attributed to him? A man of honor must never succumb to being a sycophant. Enough of your prattling, he began, but was abruptly interrupted by the sounds of commotion from the adjacent room, where it seemed a brawl had erupted. Li Wentai immediately perked up. The ruckus next door was incessant, accompanied by the coarse, vulgar voices of men. Wang Dong leaned closer to the wall of the private room, straining to listen, his brow furrowing. Why do I hear Yao Haiwa's voice? He glanced at Li Wentai, his expression a mix of concern and urgency. It seems she is being harassed by the patrons next door. Taigu, should we intervene? In a bar, one cannot escape the presence of lecherous individuals. And given Yao Haiwa's striking beauty, it was not surprising that she might become a target. Listening to the disturbances from the next room, it was evident that Yao Haiwa was in trouble. Li Wentai silently sipped his drink. Not my problem. If you wish to go, then go. Wang Dong was astonished, blinking in disbelief. Are you truly going to sit idly by while such a beautiful woman is molested? Taigu, as a man, how can you remain so apathetic? Will you not step up? He could hardly believe his ears. Li Wentai sighed. Brother, I too wish I were a woman. But my parents did not grant me such fortune. Had I known I would be in a woman's body, I wouldn't have to concern myself with this mess. Why should I risk my life for this narrative? Wang Dong was taken aback. The last time you helped her, I thought you had some feelings for her. He struggled to comprehend his brother's mindset and refrained from commenting further. After all, this matter was not their responsibility. There were no laws dictating that they must play the heroes. Li Wentai shook his head. I merely feel pity for her. There are no ulterior motives. So do not misconstrue my intentions. Furthermore, Wang Dong, allow me to impart a truth. There are some situations where assistance is warranted, and others where it is not. especially when it entails risking one's life. Only saints are obliged to intervene. I am no saint. I prioritize my own safety. Chapter 35. The hero saves the beauty. Wang Dong looked at him in confusion. Tai Gu, have you suffered some sort of trauma? What has brought about this change in you? Li Wentai, who had always relished the notion of rescuing damsels in distress and possessed a strong sense of justice, was now passively observing and uttering nonsensical remarks. Was he driven mad by Rushuang? Li Wentai discerned his thoughts and spoke in an ethereal tone. Dongzi, heed my advice. Following my guidance will never lead you astray. When have I ever led you wrong? He pulled Wang Dong down to sit beside him, refilling his glass. Do not meddle, just continue to drink. Wang Dong, perplexed, raised his glass while straining to listen to the escalating noise next door. Is he truly going to ignore this? The commotion grew louder, accompanied by the unmistakable lewd remarks of men, causing Wang Dong's brow to furrow deeply. If one desires a woman, they should seek her out, not harass the staff at a bar. Yao Haiyue's beauty made her an easy target, and in such a place, without protection, her fate could be dire. Sensing Wang Dong's concern, Li Wentai reassured him. You are not the only one who wishes to play the hero. The bar will not allow patrons to misbehave. You need not worry. Wang Dong pondered for a moment before downing his drink. You make a valid point. The two of them had chosen a reputable bar, known for its cleanliness, and upon their arrival, they had noticed several security personnel stationed outside, ensuring safety. Moreover, establishing a bar in such a prime location indicated significant backing. The owner would never allow their staff to be mistreated. If they failed to ensure the safety of both patrons and employees, it would lead to a disastrous reputation. Perhaps they need not interfere after all. Wang Dong exhaled, coming to a realization. Yet, beside him, Li Wentai was on the brink of mental collapse. He sipped his drink with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unconcerned, while internally battling the conflict between self-interest and righteousness. His conscience tormented him deeply. The sound insulation of the private room was inadequate. He could hear Yao Haiyue's cries for help, tinged with fear, as she trembled in terror. He could even discern the vile words of the ruffians next door. Li Wentai shut his eyes, overwhelmed with the urge to rush in and deliver a thorough beating to those scoundrels, punishing them so severely they would be unrecognizable. He held the utmost disdain for those who preyed upon women. With that thought, Li Wentai tightened his grip on his glass, his expression darkening. His upbringing forbade him from remaining passive. He was on the verge of storming in to confront them. However, recalling his previous experience at the hospital, he hesitated once more. Just as he had successfully settled Yao Haiyue's tab, he had stumbled into a plot twist involving the protagonist. Wherever there was a protagonist's harem, the protagonist was sure to follow. Especially in a scenario as critical as Yao Haiyue being harassed by patrons, Zhou Lang would undoubtedly make an appearance. It was a certainty. If Zhou Lang perceived his intervention as an act of chivalry towards Yao Haiyue, there would be no way to clear his name. Inside the adjacent room, chaos reigned. Bottles were strewn across the floor. Yao Haiyue clutched a bottle tightly, cowering behind the karaoke machine. She stared at the men before her with wide, fearful eyes, her dread soaring to unimaginable heights. Stay away from me. Don't come any closer, or I will not hold back. She brandished the bottle, attempting to intimidate them, her stance suggesting that anyone who dared approach would be met with force. The men leered. Sweetheart, do you truly dare to strike us? You must understand. The most thrilling prey is that which struggles. The more you resist, the more invigorated we become. Their sadistic desires surged forth, eager to conquer the trembling woman before them. They were certain that Yao Haiyue would not dare to retaliate. I suggest you cease your struggles. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Stay away from me. Yao Haiyue recognized their intentions, her body trembling uncontrollably, and she found herself paralyzed with fear. As she hesitated, the men lunged at her in unison. In the chaos, they tore at her clothing, their hands roaming indiscriminately. Yao Haiyue was engulfed in panic, fully aware that her situation had taken a dire turn. In that moment of despair, she lost her footing and stumbled to the ground, creating a brief distance between herself and the assailants. Scrambling to her feet, she dashed toward the door, suddenly recalling the presence of Li Wentai just a wall away. Mr. Li, Yao Haiyue grasped onto him like a lifeline, flinging open the door to the private room. Upon seeing Li Wentai, tears streamed down her cheeks. Mr. Li, a sense of inexplicable comfort washed over her, as though a voice whispered that as long as she was near Li Wentai, she would be safe. With her disheveled appearance and tear-streaked face, she rushed to Li Wantai's side, her voice quivering with distress. Can you help me? They're trying to assault me, and I don't want. Her delicate makeup was ruined by her tears, rendering her even more pitiful, evoking an instinctive urge to protect her. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state, Wang Dong extinguished his cigarette, and his pent-up rage erupted to its peak. Bastards! They often frequented such places but adhered to a strict principle. They never forced themselves upon women. These men were nothing short of scum. He cast a glance at Li Wentai, fury igniting within him. At this point, it mattered not who spoke. Even the highest authority would not deter him. Today, he was determined to intervene. Yao Hiwei clung tightly to Li Wentai, as if he were her anchor, her eyes brimming with tears. Li Wentai inhaled deeply. Gently patting her through her clothing, he reassured her, "Do not be afraid." The moment Li Wentai saw Yao Hiwei rush in, his hand trembled. The internal conflict within him came to an abrupt end. His conscience prevailed. Yao Hiwei wept softly. Just then, the door to the private room was forcefully pushed open by a group of 3 men who stood outside, peering in through the dim light. Upon spotting the woman behind Li Wentai, they simultaneously narrowed their eyes. Were they planning to play the hero and rescue the damsel? How dare anyone obstruct them from acquiring what they desired? The 3 men exchanged glances and entered the room. The leader, smiling, extended a cigarette to Li Wentai, saying, "Brother, this is a woman I have my eye on. Kindly do me a favor and refrain from interfering, all right?" He had shown sufficient courtesy, and it was now up to this young man to recognize the situation. Li Wentai did not accept the cigarette but scrutinized the man before him. In the original narrative, this man would have been a mere passerby, destined to be killed by Zhou Lang. After Zhou Lang's heroic intervention, Yao Hiwei had been utterly smitten. Yet now, the plot had shifted to focus on him, leaving him uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Li Wentai replied coolly, "If you desire a woman, you may seek another. Why must it be her? I see that you and your companion are well-dressed, and likely have no shortage of women. Thus, why not do a kindness and let her go?" Chapter 36. A violent confrontation. Are you attempting to play the hero? The man appeared distinctly displeased, glaring fiercely at Li Wentai with an air of arrogance. "Do you even know who I am, to dare meddle in my affairs?" Li Wentai narrowed his eyes and remained silent. They were mere cannon fodder, wealthy enough to flaunt their status, destined to be defeated by the protagonist within moments of their introduction. Seeing Li Wentai silent, they assumed he was intimidated. They entered the room, attempting to forcibly drag Yao Hiwei away, even going so far as to grip her waist in an effort to haul her off. Yao Hiwei panicked, clinging desperately to Li Wentai, exclaiming mistily, "Please help me. I do not wish to go with them." Her eyes were filled with undeniable pleading. If taken away, her fate would surely involve unspeakable violations, potentially ruining her life forever. The thought of such a dreadful outcome made her tremble in despair. She simply did not want this. Upon meeting her gaze, Li Wentai felt a jolt in his heart. He understood that Yao Hiwei had never enjoyed a life of luxury and had faced numerous hardships. Now she was confronted with the threat of humiliation, and he could no longer bear to stand by. Even if Zhou Lang were to kill him later, he would accept it. Li Wentai took a deep breath and shouted, "Damn it, did you not hear me? I told you to let go. You refused to listen to reason and still wish to drag her away. Do you not fear the law?" He cursed under his breath to muster his courage, the flames of indignation surging within him. The man scoffed, "You think you have the right to speak of the law?" His disdainful gaze suggested that Li Wentai was powerless against him. Any man who met his gaze would be provoked, especially an enraged Li Wentai. Li Wentai chuckled derisively. "You little brat, you are overestimating yourself. What right did these minor characters, whose time in the spotlight was even shorter than his, have to act so arrogantly?" Without hesitation, he stood up, grabbed a wine bottle from the table, and swung it at one man's head with great force. With a loud crash, the bottle shattered. The man reeled from the blow, a warm trickle of blood cascading from the back of his head. Instinctively, he wiped his hand across his brow, revealing a crimson smear. "You dare strike me?" He staggered, turning to face Li Wentai like a vengeful spirit. "Do you know who I am? How dare you lay a hand on me?" Li Wentai kicked him aside, retorting, "Do you think I need to pick a time to strike you? These pathetic fools only know how to flaunt their lineage, as if it grants them the right to bully women." After the altercation, Li Wentai felt a sense of release. His pent-up frustration had finally been vented, leaving him feeling unburdened. He shielded Yao Hiwei behind him, steadying his breathing to calm his racing heart, and declared, "As long as I am here, I will not allow them to harm you. Be cautious and do not let them hurt you." His gaze was resolute, exuding determination to stand his ground. He had made up his mind to protect Yao Hiwei. Even if the protagonist were to intervene, it would not matter. He had spoken. Yao Hiwei was momentarily stunned, gazing at the man standing protectively in front of her, feeling something within her begin to thaw. Since her father's passing, no one had ever shielded her like this. She fought to suppress the whirlwind of emotions within her and softly replied, "They will surely want to hurt you. Can you manage?" Li Wentai nodded, signaling that he could take on 3 of them. At the very least, his good friend Wang Dong would not stand idly by and watch him get beaten. The men, now realizing the gravity of the situation, were incredulous. "You dare strike me? Go and find out who I am," one man roared. "I will make you regret laying a hand on me. You will be begging for mercy." With that, the men grabbed whatever weapons they could find, preparing to beat Li Wentai into submission. Unfazed, Li Wentai shrugged off their threats. After all, who couldn't fight? Wang Dong, who had remained seated on the sofa, finally stood, a sneer on his lips. "You are truly foolish. If we were to discuss status, you would not even comprehend how you met your end. Yet you dare to bring it up?" Setting aside the Li family, the Wang family alone was enough to crush them. Yet these fools remained oblivious, thinking their lineage gave them an advantage. "I am from the Xie family. Have you not heard of the Xie family from Jiangqing?" Wang Dong rifled through the room for a suitable weapon, ignoring their empty threats. He finally settled on a small electric kettle and cheerfully announced to Li Wentai, "Brother Tai, I will assist you in this fight." Li Wentai nodded slightly, not surprised at all. Wang Dong was the original's best friend. He would never neglect him. Standing before Li Wentai, Wang Dong casually addressed the men. "If you're men, come and fight. What is the use of whining about your fathers?" The men were incensed, and chaos ensued. Outside the private room, curious patrons began to gather at the door, whispering amongst themselves. In the midst of the turmoil, Yao Haiyue saw Li Wentai take several punches to the head, her concern pushing her to the brink of tears. This could not continue. They would surely be at a disadvantage. Grinding her teeth, Yao Haiyue seized the opportunity while no one was watching and rushed outside the private room. She intended to call for security, but unbeknownst to her, the commotion had already attracted the attention of management. A team of security personnel and the floor manager arrived simultaneously. The security rushed in to regain control, forcibly separating the combatants. At that moment, Li Wentai was disheveled, his clothes in disarray, and several footprints marred his body, clearly having been kicked multiple times. Wang Dong's glasses were shattered, and one eye was blackened. Among the men, 2 were bleeding profusely, indicating a dire situation. The crowd outside continued to swell, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Was there a woman involved? Could this be a case of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Recognizing that this conflict arose from a woman's involvement, the onlookers grew even more captivated. The floor manager's heart raced at the sight. Were there injuries? He quickly approached the men, attempting to mediate. "Gentlemen, is there not a way to resolve this amicably? What is the meaning of this? Everyone comes to the bar to unwind. Why resort to violence? Let us prioritize harmony." Those who frequented their establishment were typically affluent, each possessing a modicum of status. Now that a brawl had erupted, he feared he might suffer consequences as well. Wang Dong scoffed. "Manager, you should be asking them what they've done. Otherwise, I assure you, I would not have laid a finger on them." As the heir of the Wang family, Wang Dong's temper was notoriously volatile, and this confrontation had him seething with rage, nearly on the verge of violence. The floor manager sensed the impending disaster and turned to Yao Haiyue, inquiring about her presence. "Yao Haiyue, what are you doing here? Please, enlighten us on what transpired." "I was delivering a fruit platter when these men attempted to harass me," Yao Haiyue replied, biting her lip as she stepped closer to Li Wentai and recounted the incident in detail. Chapter 37. The scales tipped, the onlookers exchanged glances. Unsurprisingly, there were indeed those in the bar with ill intentions. The young lady being harassed was exceptionally beautiful, her pure features accentuated by the bar staff uniform that highlighted her alluring figure. Tears glistened in her lovely eyes, betraying her fear, clearly indicating that she had been frightened moments earlier. The floor manager frowned, addressing the 3 men with a forced smile. "I apologize, but she is merely a part-time employee, responsible for clearing tables and serving fruit platters. She does not provide any other services. If you require something else, please feel free to communicate that directly rather than causing her distress." Yao Haiyue was just a part-time worker, without a formal contract with the bar. If anything were to go awry, the establishment would undoubtedly face dire consequences. If any other patron had harassed her, the manager would have promptly called security to escort them out. Yet these particular individuals were not to be trifled with, and the manager could only attempt to negotiate, hoping to downplay the situation. The leader among them, Li Tao, was in a foul mood. All he desired was to engage with a woman. Yet he had attracted unwanted attention. "There are few women who catch my eye, and I have chosen her," he leered at Yao Haiyue. He then provocatively addressed the manager. I want this woman. What will you do about it? Who dares to stop me? To him, this insignificant bar was hardly worth his concern. In terms of status, he believed no one could rival him. The floor manager felt beads of cold sweat form on his brow. This is not permissible if the lady is unwilling. We cannot proceed, he managed to say, stealing a glance at Yao Haiwei, nearly wanting to chastise her for causing such trouble with her beauty. Now, with young Master Li causing a scene in front of everyone, the bar found itself in a precarious position, clearly on the verge of offending someone influential. Li Tao scoffed. If you can't control this, then step aside and don't interfere with my business. He then turned his attention to the man who had just confronted him, coldly stating, Hey, are you really going to protect this woman? Li Wentai, who had remained silent until now, raised an eyebrow at being addressed. Indeed, why else would I be standing here? Did you think I was merely playing a game with you? His derisive gaze suggested he found the situation laughable. Wang Dong chuckled, Brother Tai. Perhaps you truly knocked some sense out of him, given that he still has the nerve to question us. How amusing. Their banter seemed to mock Li Tao, eliciting laughter from the crowd. The three men were losing face. Enraged, Li Tao shouted, You little brat, just wait. I'll make you regret this. His companions joined in with their own curses, the atmosphere growing increasingly toxic. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the floor manager rushed in to mediate, only to be met with a barrage of insults from the trio. Meanwhile, Yao Haiwei observed the scene unfold. In her own territory, the manager was apologizing to the guests, indicating the significance of their stature. Realizing this, she glanced at the injured Li Wentai, an overwhelming sense of guilt washing over her. She grasped his arm tightly and whispered, Mr. Li, I am truly sorry for causing such a mess. I shouldn't have brought this upon you. Her heart was heavy with remorse. Had she not come here, none of this chaos would have ensued, and he would not have been harmed. Li Wentai frowned, quickly retorting, This is not your fault. There are plenty of beautiful women. Their behavior is their own doing. Reflecting on the backgrounds of these men, he scoffed. Having power and influence does not give them the right to bully others. At that moment, Li Tao overheard Li Wentai's words and seethed with anger. Who are you calling a dog? He bellowed, shoving the floor manager aside as he stormed toward Li Wentai, ready for a confrontation. Li Wentai met his gaze without fear. Whoever feels the need to take offense is indeed a dog. Witnessing the farce about to unfold, Wang Dong lit a cigarette and addressed the floor manager. It appears your bar is unwilling to operate. A merely family member has you trembling in fear, unable to protect your own employees. The manager suddenly recognized Wang Dong's identity and hurriedly approached him. Young Master Wang, this is all a misunderstanding. Li Tao, taken aback, scrutinized Wang Dong's face, attempting to reconcile it with the image he had of the Wang family. A member of the Wang family? Wang Dong, cigarette in hand, asked, Am I mistaken in my observations? You clearly neglected to protect your employee despite knowing she was harassed, hoping to downplay the situation while currying favor with Li Tao. If you cannot ensure the safety of your staff or uphold the rights of your patrons, then there is no necessity for this bar to remain open. I visited your establishment for a single evening, only to be harassed by an unruly patron and subsequently injured, without receiving any form of resolution from you. It seems to me that you are showing me, and by extension, the Wang family, a lack of respect. Wang Dong continued with a slight smile. Perhaps it would be best to close your bar. The floor manager was taken aback. He had been so focused on placating Li Tao that he had overlooked a significant figure. Now confronted by a member of the Wang family demanding accountability, he was at a loss for how to respond. The manager, with a forced smile, stammered, Young Master Wang, you truly misunderstand. I merely wish to advise them to cease their disturbances. It was evident to all that the manager was caught in a dilemma. Unwilling to offend either the Li family or the Wang family, Li Tao could not restrain himself, exclaiming, Why are you wasting time talking to him? The Wang family was indeed reputable, yet he believed the Li family was no minor player, just as the Xie and Lu families were not to be trifled with. He had brought his companions for a night of revelry, only to find himself embroiled in this mess. CFA added, Young Master Wang, though the Wang family is formidable, if the Li, Xie, and Lu families unite, I doubt the Wang family could withstand us. The crowd hesitated, weighing the consequences of offending a single Wang family member versus three influential families, clearly favoring the latter. Wang Dong had anticipated this response and rolled his eyes. Is that so? What if we add the wealthiest family in the capital, the Li family? He directed his gaze toward the shadowy figure lingering in the corner, his tone triumphant. Li Wentai, Young Master Li, how long do you intend to conceal your identity? Why not call your Uncle Li and have him come to settle this for you? Li Wentai, who had been silent for a while, smirked. It seemed he would have to step in personally. When it came to status, no one present could surpass him. Chapter 38. Identity revealed, realization dawned. He was Li Wentai, the scion of one of the four great families. Recognition spread among the crowd as whispers of astonishment filled the air. The Li family was known for its strict upbringing. And while it was common knowledge that Li Dahui cherished his eldest son, few had ever seen his face due to his typically low profile. The floor manager appeared uncertain. Young Master Li? Meanwhile, a security guard discreetly searched for information on the Li family and eventually found Li Wentai's photograph online. He muttered, "It truly is young Master Li." With the information corroborated by Wang Dong, Li Wentai's identity was firmly established. Li Wentai wore a smile that was not quite a smile, observing, "It seems your discernment leaves much to be desired, as even I went unrecognized." The lobby manager was instantly drenched in cold sweat. "It is my grave misjudgment. I truly failed to recognize you. Had I known of your presence, I would have arranged everything in advance." The Li family of Zhangzhou. In comparison, the family of Li Tao was utterly inconsequential. Li Tao stood frozen, belatedly realizing the grave trouble he had stirred. He had struck the son of Li Dahai. Li Tao, capable of both humility and pride, promptly lowered his head. "Young Master Li, I sincerely apologize." Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, the other two hastily followed suit. "We apologize." "Young Master Li, this was entirely our fault, and I extend my sincerest apologies." The proud family identities they held were rendered insignificant before the imposing presence of the Li family, akin to ants standing beside an elephant. There was no basis for comparison. Had they not swiftly apologized, young Master Li might have annihilated them. It was not just the three of them. Even their families would likely face repercussions. Observing their capitulation, Wang Dong raised an eyebrow, unwilling to let the trio off so easily. With a feigned look of regret, he addressed Li Wentai, "Brother Tai. It is a pity that our outing has been marred by such unpleasantness. What do you propose we do?" Li Wentai responded with a lackluster demeanor. "Indeed, it is rather dull. Had I known, I would have abstained from attending. Witnessing this farce and even engaging in a scuffle, how tiresome." Once his identity was revealed, Li Wentai adopted a composed demeanor. "Is putting on airs so difficult? Who is incapable of such?" A casual glance swept over the trio, causing them to instantly lower their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Li Wentai felt a surge of satisfaction. A few insignificant figures dared to oppose him. How audacious! He paused, turning his attention to Yao Highway. "You have been startled this evening. How do you intend to proceed with this matter?" The lobby manager quickly chimed in, "Indeed. Highway, with young Master Li backing you, do not be afraid." His tone had shifted dramatically, now addressing her as Highway, completely disregarding his earlier indifference. All eyes turned to Yao Highway. She was undeniably beautiful, and it was no wonder young Master Li would intervene on her behalf. The trio of Li Tao offered her sincere apologies, indicating their willingness to accept punishment, even slapping themselves publicly. Having apologized, Yao Haiyue's response was crucial. Clenching her fists, she took a deep breath and softly requested, "Since they have already apologized, let us consider this matter resolved. I do not wish to pursue it further." Her gaze timidly sought Li Wentai's, as she now understood his true identity, and naturally dared not make further demands. Li Wentai had already aided her significantly. She did not wish to impose upon him further, as she could not repay his kindness. Li Wentai was momentarily taken aback. Is it possible? Yao Highway is exceedingly timid. She was nearly bullied by a few men and is ready to let them off so easily? Well, according to the plot, Zhou Lang should arrive shortly. I ought to resolve this matter swiftly. Familiar voices echoed in his mind. Yao Haiyue blinked, momentarily caught off guard, instinctively looking at Li Wentai. He made a decision. Since you have chosen to spare them, let this matter conclude here. Should there be a next time, I will not be so lenient. With a meaningful glance directed at the lobby manager, he added, Yao Haiyue is my friend, understand? He was not keen on witnessing a repeat of such events. The lobby manager nodded vigorously, fervently assuring that such occurrences would never happen again. He even contemplated elevating Yao Haiyue's status in his establishment. After settling the matter, Li Wentai intended to leave. However, just as he picked up his coat, a furious voice erupted from outside. Yeah, are you all right? Li Wentai's body stiffened. The protagonist had arrived so swiftly. Gritting his teeth, he instructed, do not reveal my identity. In a swift motion, he ducked behind the sofa, conveniently positioning himself in a shadowy corner where his presence would be nearly undetectable. Silently, he clasped his hands in prayer. Heavenly deities, grant that Zhou Lang does not see me, As the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Given my monumental merits, please assist me. Yao Haiyue's eyelids fluttered, sensing something amiss. In the next moment, Zhou Lang emerged from the crowd, instantly spotting Yao Haiwei in a disheveled state. Fury ignited within him. Yeah, who has tormented you? He stepped protectively in front of her. Along the way, he had heard numerous accounts from passers-by regarding the recent events, initially dismissing them as mere gossip, only to discover their truth. Yao Haiwei attempted to distance herself, intending to assure him that all was well. However, Zhou Lang, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "You 3 scoundrels! How dare you conspire to bully her? Are you even human?" He unleashed a tirade of insults directed at them. Then, believing himself to be the gallant rescuer, said, "Yeah, do not fear. I have arrived, and I will ensure they do not harm you again. While I am here, no one shall touch you." Zhou Lang believed he had arrived just in time, successfully playing the role of the hero. Yet he overlooked the peculiar atmosphere surrounding him. At the moment his words fell, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Li Tao regarded the unexpected arrival with a strange expression. He scrutinized Zhou Lang closely. He had never seen him before. He appeared to have no affiliations with any family and seemed an insignificant nobody. He dared not speak, fearing this individual might also be someone he could not offend. TSK, I had already resolved the situation, and now he arrives, like a child crying for milk. How timely. Yao Haiwa bit her lip, nearly unable to contain her laughter. Li Wentai appeared calm on the surface, yet his mind was racing with thoughts. What a comedic figure this was. According to the plot, after the protagonist heroically saves the damsel, Yao Haiwei will be utterly devoted to him, and that very night, she will surrender herself. I ought to find an opportunity to slip away swiftly, lest I hinder the protagonist's good fortune. Upon hearing this, Yao Haiyue's expression shifted. She clenched her fists. What? Zhou Lang sensed the unusual tension and assumed the onlookers were awestruck by his bold proclamation. He theatrically declared, "You lot. What kind of men are you to bully a woman? Are you brave enough to fight me? If you lose, you must leave this place immediately." Chapter 39. A misunderstanding. The scene was engulfed in silence, no one daring to respond. Zhou Lang believed they were intimidated, letting out a haughty snort. He locked his gaze onto Li Tao and the others. Striding forward with an air of arrogance, he confronted them. "Did you not hear my words? Are you prepared to fight me?" Li Tao could no longer endure the provocation. "Who are you? What does this matter have to do with you?" Initially, he presumed Zhou Lang to be the heir of some family, but recognizing that no one else could identify him, and seeing his plain attire, he surmised that Zhou Lang was another insignificant individual. If Li Wentai could deal with him, why should this man act so grandly? Zhou Lang defiantly retorted, "By bullying Haiwei. You are directly challenging me." He wasted no time with idle chatter, demanding, "Do you dare to fight?" He had resolved to stand up for Yao Haiwei, hoping to win her affection in the process. Unable to contain their frustration any longer, Li Tao and his companions joined forces to confront Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang, possessing considerable physical prowess, refrained from using any special techniques. Relying solely on his brute strength, he withstood their assaults and retaliated fiercely, leaving them battered and bruised. Yao Haiwei watched the scene unfold, her emotions in turmoil. Her timid nature prevented her from confronting those who had humiliated her. Yet Zhou Lang's brutal assault on them aligned perfectly with her desires. The perpetrators deserved severe punishment. They could not be forgiven so easily. A fleeting moment of gratification crossed her face, which Zhou Lang promptly noticed. He turned back, delivering a fierce kick that sent one of them flying, cracking his knuckles ominously. "Is this all you are capable of?" But I am far from finished." Narrowing his eyes, he seized one of them and unleashed a flurry of blows, demonstrating his superior strength. With a few strikes, he broke bones, even fracturing several ribs of Li Tao in the process. Zhou Lang was determined to make a name for himself, striking with relentless force, nearly to the point of causing death. If this continued, it was likely that all 3 of them would end up in dire straits. Li Tao was filled with sorrow and frustration. He acknowledged his own shortcomings, having harassed women. Yet he had already faced retribution from Li Wentai. Just as the situation seemed on the verge of resolution, an unexpected hothead emerged and delivered a brutal beating. If not stopped, he might very well be killed. The thought of Li Xiao, a member of one of the 4 prominent families of Sanzhou, still in the private room, crossed his mind. "Help! Help!" Li Tao, cradling his fractured hand, pleaded towards Li Wantai's hiding spot, his words earnest. "Li Xiao, I beg you. Save me. I realize my mistakes. I swear I will never dare again." Li Wentai, lurking in the corner, felt a twitch in his eyelids. How could he still be found after hiding so far away? Before he could utter a word, Zhou Lang, noticing Li Wentai in the shadows, contorted his expression. It's you? What are you doing here? He abruptly released his grip on Li Tao, focusing his gaze on him, as a vague connection began to form in his mind. Could it be that Li Wentai had sent someone? Zhou Lang's expression shifted dramatically, almost as if he would consume Li Wentai alive. With a menacing tone, he demanded, Li Wentai, are you in cahoots with these three? I always knew you were scum, but I never imagined you would be so brazen as to lay hands on his woman. You dare deny your intentions towards her. Li Wentai's complexion turned a shade of green. Just after he had put on an act in front of everyone, the protagonist caught him. He had planned to keep a low profile and ride out the storyline. Li Wentai hesitated before speaking. You've misunderstood. This matter has nothing to do with me. Zhou Lang was utterly unconvinced. He strode directly to Li Wentai, fixating on his face. Do you think I would believe your words? I have long suspected your inappropriate feelings for Yao Haiwa. I didn't expect you to bring people to harass her. Are you even human? It was clear to him that this incident was linked to Li Wentai. If that were the case, he might as well settle both new and old scores at once. With this thought, Zhou Lang's eyes glimmered with a hint of murderous intent directed at Li Wentai. A massive pot suddenly descended upon Li Wentai's head, leaving him utterly dazed. Upon meeting Zhou Lang's murderous gaze, Li Wentai felt tears welling up. He was innocent. This matter had nothing to do with him. What was wrong with the protagonist that he would target him like this? Li Wentai gritted his teeth and explained, Zhou Xiao, I have no interest in Miss Yao. This truly has nothing to do with me. You can ask them. There are so many witnesses. Zhou Lang was displeased. Are you implying that I have misunderstood you? The manager of the hall attempted to intervene but was met with Zhou Lang's intimidating glare, causing everyone to instinctively withdraw, despite not knowing his identity. Yao Haiwa softly defended Li Wentai. Zhou Lang, you indeed misunderstood. When I was being harassed earlier, it was Mr. Li who stepped in to save me. As she spoke, Yao Haiwa looked at Li Wentai with warmth in her eyes. If it weren't for Mr. Li, the consequences could have been unimaginable. I owe him a great deal of gratitude. Watching the protagonist's complexion darken, Zhou Lang felt a surge of frustration. Given the protagonist's petty nature, he was certain this would infuriate him. Zhou Lang, who valued his reputation immensely, could hardly allow himself to be humiliated in public. This incident would likely be attributed to him. His expression morphed rapidly, like a kaleidoscope, before he finally murmured, Haiwa, please don't deceive me. Is it truly so? He could not allow himself to be embarrassed, so he would never admit to being in the wrong. Therefore, if Yahaiwa changed her story, he would be vindicated. Zhou Lang's hand lingered behind him, his fingers subtly twitching, emanating a faint, elusive aura. Simultaneously, the insect within Yao Haiwa stirred. She paused, instinctively glancing at Zhou Lang. Her heart racing, clamoring with emotion. Zhou Lang coaxed, Did Li Wentai bully you? Just say the word, and I will stand up for you. Under the influence of the insect, Yao Haiwa nearly found herself about to instinctively affirm his words, using it as an opportunity to draw closer to Zhou Lang. This somewhat poignant voice echoed, and Yao Haiwa realized it was Li Wentai's true feelings. An insect? She sensed an unusual flutter in her heart, took a deep breath, and cast aside the muddled emotions swirling in her mind. Yao Haiwa firmly declared, It wasn't him. When I was harassed, it was Mr. Li who came to my rescue. Zhou Lang, if you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance in the private room. Mr. Li is innocent. She gazed intently at Zhou Lang, forcing out the strange feelings within her heart, increasingly aware that she had been ensnared by someone else's machinations. Recalling Li Wentai's earlier sentiments, she connected the dots to Zhou Lang's abnormalities. No, she must uncover the truth from that year. Zhou Lang's expression shifted several times. At that moment, he felt like a clown, with those around him eagerly anticipating his embarrassment. He felt an overwhelming sense of shame, coupled with indignation. If it weren't for Li Wentai, how could he have been so humiliated? He glared at Li Wentai, his teeth clenched. It seems I truly misunderstood you. What a pity. I thought I could seize the opportunity to thrash Li Wentai, yet it has turned out like this. Li Wentai chuckled awkwardly, not daring to respond. Since everything is resolved, I will take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. He cast a quick glance at Wang Dong, signaling him to follow. In the underground parking lot, Wang Dong, seated in the driver's seat, looked at Li Wentai with confusion. Brother Tai, who exactly is that guy? You just let him off like that? Just like that? Li Wentai leisurely puffed on a cigarette, reveling in the comfort coursing through his body. After leaving the bar, the narrative had shifted, and he had successfully survived. He had also reclaimed a portion of Zhou Lang's fortune. He could clearly feel his luck improving significantly, the future looking bright. Hearing Wang Dong's inquiry, he smiled knowingly. Dongzi, do you know what it means to play the fool to catch a big fish? Simply overpowering someone lacks meaning. It's better to watch them perform. He would never reveal the truth to Wang Dong, opting instead to concoct an excuse to placate him. Wang Dong's eyes lit up with understanding. I see. You're quite clever. After these two encounters, he had gradually discerned a pattern. As long as the protagonist was absent, he could completely be himself without the need for pretense. The only thing that puzzled him was why Yao Haiwe had suddenly changed her attitude. In the storyline, she should have sided with Zhou Lang. Why did she ultimately reverse her position? Could it be a case of the butterfly effect? The next morning, Li Wentai awoke groggily. Just as he turned over, he sensed something was amiss in the room. He quickly opened his eyes to scan the surroundings, and when he spotted a figure standing by the bed, his heart skipped a beat, and he shuddered violently. Bai Rushuang, what are you doing in my room? Li Wentai gritted his teeth. You nearly scared me to death. Do you realize that? That wretched woman. He thought he had seen a ghost. Bai Rushuang remained expressionless, tossing him a phone. See for yourself. Li Wentai took the phone with skepticism, and when he saw its contents, he froze for a moment. He was trending? Li family young master heroically saves beauty, acting gallantly to rescue a beautiful waitress. Shockingly, Li family young master saves the beauty in the bar at midnight. Why did the young master of the Li family visit a bar at such an hour? To gallantly save someone. He flipped through the headlines, discovering that nearly all the trending topics were about him. Scrolling through the browser, the first result was a video of his heroic act. Li Wentai fell silent. Being on the front page brought him no joy. A cold sweat broke out on his back. His first thought was how he would explain this to Li Dahai. Li Wentai could not help but implore, Mr. Bai, could you possibly assist me in suppressing the news? I just told my father that a marriage with you is out of the question. And now I find myself in a bar. He will surely think I am leading a reckless life. At this point, a throbbing headache overtook Li Wentai. It was entirely the original owner's fault for being a wastrel, indulging in women and nightlife before he ever laid eyes on Bai Rushuang. Now, Zhang Mei and her husband were eagerly hoping for him to settle down and marry. Bai Rushuang let slip a faint smile. The trouble you've wrought. You must handle it yourself. With that, she exited the bedroom. Li Wentai's eyes widened. Hey, Mr. Bai, we are partners now. You must help me. He hastily donned his clothes and followed her out. Bai Rushuang sat elegantly upon the sofa, leisurely perusing the newspaper. She cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, Your illustrious deeds are featured in today's paper. You have gained notoriety. Li Wentai, distressed, scratched his head, sitting before Bai Rushuang in a state of desperate supplication. Mr. Bai, I implore you to assist me. I truly do not wish to endure their torment. They will surely break my legs. Li Dahai, a well-educated man, could also be ruthless when provoked. The thought of facing Li Dahai's wrath filled him with dread. If my father discovers I was at the bar, he will undoubtedly kill me. Had I known, I would have stayed away. Seeing his woeful expression, Bai Rushuang felt somewhat amused. Very well, do recount the events. Li Wentai hurriedly relayed the story, embellishing Zhou Lang's embarrassing moments, mindful of Bai Rushuang's fondness for him. He could not afford to speak ill of her beloved while seeking her favor. TSK, Zhou Lang truly lacks wit, mistaking me for the culprit. He even stirred the poison within Yao Haiwe, attempting to salvage his reputation. How desperate for face he must be. Reflecting on Zhou Lang's foolish antics, Li Wentai could not help but sneer internally. Were it not for his capable mentor, with his lack of intelligence and emotional acumen, he would never survive beyond 3 episodes. He had already discerned the plot points of the story. As the protagonist, Zhou Lang was perpetually blessed with fortune, yet most of his advantages stemmed from his mentor. The 7 women were all meticulously cultivated by the mentor for him. Bai Rushuang's gaze flickered. So, it was as she suspected. Unbeknownst to her, Yao Haiwe was also afflicted. It seemed her suspicions were correct. Besides herself, the other senior sisters were similarly compromised. No wonder they all doted on the junior brother. Submissively catering to his every whim, it was the poison's influence. Remembering her own fate, Bai Rushuang felt a sudden pang in her heart. She clenched the newspaper tightly. Why does that deceased woman remain silent? Is it that time of the month? Bai Rushuang remained speechless, quickly dismissing her thoughts. For now, she needed to maintain her partnership with Li Wentai to uncover further truths. The matter of the poison was confirmed. Yet she could not trust that the seemingly benevolent mentor was not merely feigning kindness. I will contact the authorities to retract the trending searches. Once the fervor subsides, we can strategize further. Do your utmost to remain within the villa. I fear nearby paparazzi will capture you. Mr. Bai is simply too handsome. Li Wentai exclaimed with unbridled joy, eager to climb the ladder of favor. What about my parents? Bai Rushuang shot him a cold glance as she rose. That is not my concern. You must handle that yourself. The solution is simple. Explain to your parents that you have changed your mind and are willing to marry me. If they believe you, resolving this matter will be a breeze. It all hinged on whether Li Wentai would acquiesce. Once Bai Rushuang departed, Li Wentai fell into deep contemplation. He had just declared to his parents that he would not marry Bai Rushuang, and now suddenly reversing his stance would appear highly implausible. Half an hour later, still without a plan, Li Wentai slumped on the sofa, despair etched across his face. Without Bai Rushuang's cooperation, he had no way to explain the situation. Leaving him trapped in a corner, his father would surely disown him. Li Dehai, being the head of one of Songzhou's 4 prominent families, was not one to be trifled with. After the news broke, his family would undoubtedly assume he was out gallivanting. There was no chance Li Dehai would let him off lightly this time. Resigned to his fate, he answered his father's wrathful call. Hello, Dad. On the other end, Li Dehai roared like a dragon, his voice reverberating through the living room. You wretched child. You dare call me Dad? Li Wentai? You have some nerve to be out carousing at a bar. Li Dehai unloaded a barrage of accusations, his words striking Li Wentai like bullets. Trembling, Li Wentai attempted to defend himself. Dad, it's not what you think. I swear on my life, I am innocent. Li Dehai scoffed, we're both men. What pretense are you putting on? Do you think I am unaware of your character? Having raised you, I know you all too well. He had thought Li Wentai had turned over a new leaf, devoted solely to Bai Rushuang. But it seemed that his good behavior had not lasted long before he was back to his old ways. How could he not be furious? Li Wentai sought to redeem himself by mentioning his childhood friend. Dad, I was just having a drink with Dongzi to unwind. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. If you inquire at the bar, you'll see I didn't call any escorts. You've truly wronged me this time. He had neither solicited nor called for any escort, merely enjoying drinks with a friend and assisting a damsel in distress. How had it become such a grave offense in his father's eyes? With this thought, Li Wentai found his resolve strengthening. Dad, if you don't believe me, you can ask around. I truly haven't been misbehaving. Li Dehai snorted coldly, indeed planning to check with Wang Dong. He muttered a few words before passing the phone to Zhang Mei. Zhang Mei's gentle voice came through. Son, you truly have no other women out there? You haven't been misbehaving? Hearing his mother's voice, Li Wentai recalled the previous day's fury, focused solely on how to ensnare Bai Rushuang, and had not even called for a companion. Was he innocent? All right, Mom, I'll keep it clean. We'll have someone remove the trending searches. You stay home and avoid any unnecessary outings. Only a mother could be so compassionate. Li Wentai felt a lump in his throat. Your father and I will wait for you at home. Her voice was exceedingly soft, filled with patience. Those who knew Zhang Mei understood that her outward gentleness concealed a sharp edge. Controlling Li Wentai was as effortless as striking at a snake's weak spot. Zhang Mei's words lingered in his mind, an insistent whisper that refused to fade. After hanging up, Li Wentai felt as if struck by lightning. Was this her deal not yet concluded? In the days that followed, Li Wentai remained confined to the villa, not daring to step outside. In the 2 days preceding the trending news, the company had been besieged by paparazzi. As Li Wentai continued to stay out of sight, the fervor gradually waned, and the cameras slowly retreated. Once the situation stabilized, Li Wentai returned to the company. Throughout these days, Zhang Mei called daily, inquiring about his well-being. She questioned whether he had lost his mind for not marrying Bai Rushuang and attempted to leverage financial power to intimidate him, instilling a profound sense of crisis within him. He needed to expedite his plans to make Bai Rushuang despise him. Only by provoking her into retracting their engagement would his parents relent. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. At the company, Bai Rushuang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Are you planning to invest in other projects? Just moments ago, Li Wentai had declared that the current plans were unsatisfactory and proposed entirely new ventures. Bai Rushuang found herself puzzled. Was he truly attempting to undermine his own interests? Or had she misjudged Li Wentai? Foolish woman, I have secured other projects from Wang Dong that will ensure you lose everything. As soon as the project is initiated, you will realize that it is an enormous pitfall. The thoughts echoed, and Bai Rushuang's expression shifted slightly. This lad indeed harbored ulterior motives. Li Wentai remained blissfully unaware that his true intentions had been unveiled. He cleared his throat and spoke. From my observations, the projects provided by the company are either excessively risky or yield disappointingly low returns. Given that we are merely a small enterprise, our understanding of investments is limited. If we rashly proceed with this project, we may very well find ourselves at a loss. Li Wentai donned a facade of professionalism and confidently asserted, I have specifically selected a lucrative project. I am certain it will generate profits. Profits, you say? You are destined to incur losses so severe that affording a meal will become a challenge. In the future, every recollection of me will evoke nothing but resentment. As if you wish to unearth my ancestral grave, ha ha ha. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Bai Rushuang massaged her temples, almost tempted to inquire whether he had ever considered a career as a leading actor. She pressed her lips together and said, Very well, I trust you. Please bring the contract for me to review. He reveled in his own cleverness, believing he had successfully deceived Bai Rushuang. Once the project falters, she would undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated hatred for him. Marriage? He would be fortunate if she did not wish for his demise. His scheme was masterfully executed, effectively eliminating any possibility of Bai Rushuang developing feelings for him, thus preserving his own fate as a mere pawn. Unbeknownst to Li Wentai, the very woman he desperately sought to evade was, in fact, the one destined to accompany him for a lifetime. Fate can be capricious. Li Wentai scrutinized the contract sent by Wang Dong, his furrowed brows deepening with each passing moment. He messaged Wang Dong, Dongzi, do you not have any other projects? There are too many loopholes in this contract. Even I can discern them, and Bai Rushuang will certainly notice too. If she uncovers the flaws, I would be exposed. This cannot stand. I must find a way to amend it. The vulnerabilities are glaringly obvious. Anyone with sense would recognize the impending losses. Furthermore, Bai Rushuang is backed by a professional legal team. This contract is doomed to fail, just as the plans I have meticulously orchestrated over the past few days are bound to collapse. Li Wentai was left with no choice but to abandon his efforts. He urged Wang Dong to find an alternative project. Dongzi, please make a careful selection and see if there are any other viable projects. Hurry. Time is of the essence. I must swiftly execute my grand plan. I must ensure that Bai Rushuang ends our association. I cannot afford to wait any longer. Chapter 42. The True and False Brotherhood. Even after Wang Dong's agreement, Li Wentai's mind remained restless. What if Dongzi lacked any reliable projects? How could he ensnare Bai Rushuang? Perhaps he should prepare a contingency plan? In his relentless pursuit to ensnare Bai Rushuang, Li Wentai fell into deep contemplation. During the lunch break, fatigue washed over him, prompting him to turn to the pantry for a cup of coffee. A figure appeared behind him. Mr. Li, it's been a while since his crossing over. Li Wentai had resolutely distanced himself from the protagonist's women to ensure his survival. He meticulously remembered the faces of several beautiful women, fearing even the slightest hint of affection from them. He was determined to execute his nefarious plan to the fullest. Yao Haiwa, clad in work attire and wearing a pure black mask, regarded Li Wentai with her enchanting dark eyes, which sparkled with warmth. Mr. Li, are you here for coffee as well? What a coincidence. Following the previous incident, Yao Haiwa had donned a mask to avoid being recognized at work. Concurrently, she became aware of her subtly burgeoning feelings for Li Wentai, bordering on affection. As she drew closer to him, her heart raced unexpectedly. Unlike the sensation of being compelled by a witch's curse, her heartbeat slowed, and her breath became involuntarily gentle. She found herself too shy to meet Li Wentai's gaze directly. Li Wentai feigned indifference, sidestepping the woman. He wished to avoid entanglements, hoping his aloof demeanor would drive Yao Haiwa away. After all, weren't women typically averse to cold indifference? Surely she would find it unbearable. Li Wentai felt a sense of satisfaction, masking his delight with an even more frigid demeanor. Yao Haiwa was left with an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Did he truly despise her so? I play the role of the indifferent handsome man rather well. I shall continue this charade and must not allow Yao Haiwa to develop feelings for me. At the moment the door closed, Yao Haiwa heard the familiar stirrings of her heart. She pursed her lips, realizing the truth. Was it because of Zhou Lang that Li Wentai could not be kind to her? Bai Rushuang glanced at the time. With half an hour remaining until the end of the workday, she noted that a certain someone's proposal had yet to arrive. She could not help but speculate about Li Wentai's motives. Was he struggling to find a suitable project to deceive her? Unbeknownst to her, the truth caused her to frown. When she finally located Li Wentai, he was engrossed in a game at his workstation, chatting amiably with Zhang Xiaozue. Bai Rushuang's gaze turned icy. Li Wentai, where is your proposal? The company's investment plan is urgent. Unaware of the conversation Zhang Xiaozue and Li Wentai had been having, She noticed the smile on his face and the focus in his eyes, a sight that stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. Is the proposal not ready yet? Li Wentai, with his eyes wide open, lied, President Bai, the proposal is nearly complete. Please wait a moment. I will definitely deliver it to you shortly. Bai Rushuang nodded curtly. Make haste. After seeing Bai Rushuang off, Li Wentai slipped into the restroom, sitting on the toilet as he called Wang Dong. It's been an entire day. Surely there must be at least one contract available. In a place as vast as Zhangzhou, there can't be a dearth of subpar projects. He urged, Dongzi. How are things progressing with the task I assigned you? That foolish woman is pressing me again. Hurry up. On the other end of the line, Wang Dong felt exasperated. He had numerous projects on his plate, not that he lacked schemes to ensnare others. The Wang family, having risen from nothing, had a checkered past. And to eliminate their opponents, they had prepared many trap contracts. These included numerous contracts that appeared enticing on the surface, seemingly promising great returns while in reality leading to unfathomable depths of loss. Even a millionaire entrepreneur could fall victim to a well-laid trap, losing everything once they invested their money into the project. However, Wang Dong had no intention of providing Li Wentai with such contracts. Brother Tai, if I were to hand over the contract to you, would you not regret it? He patiently advised. You hold your sister-in-law in such high regard. Setting a trap for her is akin to gouging your own eye out. He had witnessed the depths of Li Wentai's feelings for Bai Rushuang. What could transform a notorious womanizer into an epitome of devotion faster than true love? Thus, he feared Li Wentai was on the brink of making an irreparable mistake. Wang Dong gently coaxed, why not reconcile with Bai Rushuang first? Then we can revisit this matter. It's not that I refuse to assist you, but I fear you might incinerate yourself in the flames of love, leaving not a trace behind. Wang Dong believed he understood everything. Convinced that Li Wentai was merely throwing a tantrum, unaware that Li Wentai's silence had deepened like the Atlantic Ocean, he found himself exasperated, pondering how desperately devoted the original owner had been to Bai Rushuang. Must he truly wait until he had inflicted a fatal blow upon her before it would be acknowledged that he held no feelings for her? How had Wang Dong graduated to become a pure-hearted champion of love? Li Wentai took a deep breath and delivered his final ultimatum. You scoundrel. I will give you 3 seconds. If you do not provide me with that contract, I will blow up your family. Each word was squeezed out through clenched teeth, his eyes nearly ablaze. I swear, I will have no regrets. I am determined to deceive Bai Rushuang. He eagerly wishes to delve into Wang Dong's mind, to inform him that he has successfully ensnared Bai Rushuang. With no other option, Wang Dong reluctantly sent over the contract. The contract has been dispatched. You may examine it yourself. Should this project be invested in, a loss of at least 3 million is inevitable. That would suffice for ensnaring Bai Rushuang. He hastily outlined the contract's pros and cons before hanging up. Li Wentai, now satisfied, nodded as he perused the contract. Indeed, the contract bore no apparent flaws. It would be more than enough to ensnare Bai Rushuang. Glancing at the clock, he noted that there were still 10 minutes until quitting time. He needed to hasten to find Bai Rushuang. He hurried towards the office, his heart brimming with elation. At long last, he could rid himself of Bai Rushuang. Providence had smiled upon him. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Dong did not actually believe his words. The contract he sent was a promising project, guaranteed to yield profits, a venture that was purely lucrative. At that moment, Wang Dong continued to reflect on how he was a true brother to Li Wentai. Unlike the superficial friends outside, only he understood Li Wentai's true intentions. He would never allow his brother to err. While others pursued superficial gains, he invested his heart. Chapter 43. What happened to the promised losses? Bai Rushuang scrutinized the contract in her hands, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. She distinctly recalled that Li Wentai had ulterior motives, intending to manipulate the investment to her detriment. Thus, she had taken certain precautions. Who could have anticipated that the project submitted by Li Wentai was, in fact, a commendable one that promised guaranteed returns? After a few seconds of contemplation, she made a decision. Very well, let us proceed with this investment. Li Wentai, you are now fully responsible for the Qingtian project. You have the authority to mobilize funds. And I trust you will not disappoint my expectations. She gazed intently at Li Wentai, attempting to discern his true thoughts. Li Wentai did not exude joy. Instead, he cast a puzzled glance at Bai Rushuang and then at the contract in his hands. Had he truly deceived Bai Rushuang so easily? Was it truly this effortless? He cautiously confirmed, all right, so the project is entrusted to me? It appeared that Bai Rushuang was not particularly astute, allowing him to deceive her. It seemed that Wang Dong's contribution was indeed significant. The contract he provided bore no discernible flaws, successfully fooling Bai Rushuang's discerning eye. President Bai. Since we are to invest in this project, we must familiarize ourselves with its owner. Allow me to arrange a meeting with them to discuss the project in detail. Facilitating our investment, Li Wentai proposed proactively. I can utilize my status to arrange a meeting. I doubt he would dare to deceive me. Li Wentai was not well versed in the Qingtian project. To invest, he needed to feign the appearance of an investor. Meeting the project's owner to inquire about its specifics was essential for him to exploit any potential loopholes. Otherwise, the entire endeavor would be meaningless. His suggestion to use his own name to secure the meeting was purely a strategy to gain Bai Rushuang's trust. Bai Rushuang had no objections and entrusted him with the task of arranging the meeting. After work, Li Wentai promptly reached out to the other party. The owner of the Qingtian project was Jin Jiahui, primarily engaged in the e-commerce sector, having nurtured numerous online promotions and a plethora of streamers. With the current boom in live commerce, establishing a connection with Jin Jiahui would undoubtedly benefit Bai Rushuang. Recently, Jin Jiahui had opened several branch offices and collaborated with prominent figures in the energy sector to facilitate the Qingtian project, possessing extensive connections. Despite this, when Jin Jiahui received Li Wentai's invitation, he readily accepted. President Bai, young Master Li, I have long admired your reputation. Jin Jiahui greeted the two with a smile. Dressed in a suit, Bai Rushuang exchanged pleasantries with him before taking her seat. For this collaboration, Li Wentai had specifically reserved a lavish private room, with a grand round table laden with delicacies and fine wines. Jin Jiahui glanced around and remarked, "Young Master Li, such extravagance." His gaze lingered on Li Wentai meaningfully. "Let us speak plainly. What brings you two to me?" Li Wentai laid his cards on the table. "To be frank, President Bai's company wishes to invest in the Qingtian project. I am merely a guest. You two may discuss the details freely, and I will cover the expenses." With his status, he had no need to feign decorum with Jin Jiahui. He could act with complete liberty, and even Jin Jiahui would have to afford him some respect. Indeed, Jin Jiahui smiled and began conversing with Bai Rushuang. While they engaged in dialogue, Li Wentai focused on his meal, occasionally straining to listen in. It turned out the Qingtian project was centered on energy development. Typically, wealthy investors opt to invest in oil and gas companies, as well as renewable energy ventures. However, Jin Jiahui was not an ordinary individual. His ambitions were grand. Rather than invest in others, he preferred to develop energy himself. Li Wentai secretly marveled at Jin Jiahui's prowess. His ambitions were substantial, and in a few years, he could potentially ascend to be among the four great families. From the conversation, he discerned that Jin Jiahui placed significant importance on the Qingtian project, even contemplating capital restructuring. No wonder he was so well informed about the project's intricacies. Suddenly, Li Wentai froze. Pausing for several seconds, he valued the Qingtian project highly, had invested considerable effort into it. Wait a moment. What happened to the promised losses? An ominous premonition settled in his heart as he inhaled deeply, beginning to attentively listen to their discussion. After hearing the details of the contract, he finally recognized that something was amiss. Why did it sound as though the Qingtian project guaranteed profits? It was not a venture destined for loss at all. His initial intention had been to deceive Bai Rushuang, certainly not to enrich the other party. He was not a benefactor, but a mere dispenser of wealth. Tentatively, Li Wentai inquired, "Mr. Jin, do you truly believe the Qingtian project will be entirely profitable?" His heart raced as he awaited a response. Jin Jiahui flashed a confident smile. "To be candid, young Master Li, I have never made a wrong investment." He asserted emphatically, "I cannot guarantee that the Qingtian project will yield immense profits, but I can assure you that it will only generate gains. Miss Bai can invest with complete confidence. I can underwrite it." Li Wentai gritted his teeth, searching for an excuse to excuse himself to the restroom. Everyone believes themselves to be investment geniuses, promising only profits. Much like a reckless gambler, one either becomes extraordinarily wealthy overnight or falls into ruin. Two extremes. He desperately wanted to believe Jin Jiahui was a fraud, that his words were merely a ruse to attract investments, and he was unwilling to accept that the project genuinely promised profits. After all, this was a project personally handed to him by Wang Dong. He could not doubt his brother's integrity, could he? Recalling Wang Dong's demeanor and warnings from that day at the bar, Li Wentai fell silent. Doubting one's brother is ungrateful. Not doubting him, however, left him fearful of being ensnared himself. Just as he was about to dial a number, a mocking voice interrupted from behind. "Ah, Is this not Miss Bai's assistant? It was Lin Huaxing. Li Wentai tucked away his phone, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze on Lin. Mr. Lin, it is you. I thought a pig had wandered in, given how the atmosphere soured upon your arrival. Were it anyone else, Li Wentai would not have been so harsh. However, Lin Huaxing was truly insufferable. During their previous collaboration, he had tried to make unwelcome advances towards Bai Rushuang, nearly crossing the line. He was more repugnant than any subway harasser. Lin Huaxing's expression turned cold. Miss Bai's assistant is quite sharp-tongued, yet allow me to kindly advise you. Not everyone can be offended. Young assistant, you would do well to recognize your place. Should I uncover your identity, I assure you, you will not have an easy time. Li Wentai rolled his eyes without concern. Go ahead and investigate. Just be careful. Discovering my identity may frighten you, and that would be quite awkward. The two exchanged barbs, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Had it not been for their mutual apprehension, a brawl might have ensued in the restroom. Ultimately, Lin Huaxing smirked. Your presence here indicates that Miss Bai is also present. Is she currently negotiating a contract with someone? Chapter 44. The illusion of love in a threatening atmosphere. Lin Huaxing shamelessly followed behind, refusing to leave Li Wentai's side. After a brief moment, he glanced over at Li Wentai, who remained silent. Had it not been for the project he had personally extricated from Wang Dong, and the enticing introduction by Jin Jiahui, he might have hastily invested in it. Jin Jiahui's unwavering confidence that the Qing Tian project would yield profits and elevate him was not an unfounded belief. Li Wentai suspected that Jin Jiahui held concrete assurances, merely waiting for the initiation of funds. At present, without any contact with Wang Dong, he could not ascertain the reliability of the contract. Pretending ignorance, he entered the private room and feigned annoyance. Mr. Bai, I encountered that Lin fellow again. He truly is insufferable, a lingering ghost. The mention of Lin Huaxing darkened Bai Rushuang's expression, clearly recalling the previous incident that had left her with a psychological scar. From that moment on, whenever she negotiated contracts, she would always have her personal assistant by her side. She fluttered her eyelashes momentarily and replied, There's no need to concern yourself with him. Perhaps he merely passed by. The next moment, the door to the private room swung open. Lin Huaxing instructed the waiter to leave and stepped inside, immediately spotting the coolly exquisite Bai Rushuang, his gaze lingering on her with an ambiguous glimmer. Miss Bai, it has been quite a while, he declared, attempting to seat himself beside her. Bai Rushuang's frosty demeanor left no room for agreement. Lin Huaxing, unfazed by her attitude, eagerly turned to Jin Jiahui. Boss Jin, I see you are here as well. It seems you and Mr. Bai have a collaboration in the works? Those who navigate the tumultuous waters of commerce invariably possess a thick skin, and Lin Huaxing was no exception, standing out as a paragon of shamelessness. Jin Jiahui's eyes flickered slightly. As a keen observer, he sensed the tension among them, a rivalry that could hardly be understated. Stealing a glance at Li Wentai, he confirmed, Indeed, Miss Bai has shown great interest in our company's project. We were just discussing the Qing Tian project. Lin Huaxing's demeanor turned icy as he clenched his fists unconsciously. The fact that Jin Jiahui had accepted Bai Rushuang's invitation and was discussing the project with her was utterly intolerable. With feigned sincerity, he remarked, I did not expect Miss Bai to invest in the Qing Tian project. I assume you have some understanding of new energy, correct? His mention of Bai Rushuang was a deliberate attempt to undermine her. Since it's an investment, why not share your views on energy? It would be unfortunate to invest without any knowledge of the project. Though he professed affection for Bai Rushuang, it was a shallow admiration, driven solely by her beauty and physique, meant for fleeting amusement. His affection was commonplace and cheap. He could not bear to see Bai Rushuang prosper beyond him or receive kindness from others, and he even sought to suppress her. He subconsciously underestimated her, viewing her merely as a delicate flower meant to be plucked, disregarding her capabilities. Upon learning of Jin Jiahui's collaboration with Bai Rushuang, Lin Huaxing's immediate reaction was one of furious embarrassment. How could a woman collaborate with Jin Jiahui? What could she possibly understand? Bai Rushuang was utterly ignorant of investment. He envied her apparent competence, attributing it solely to luck or the allure of her beauty. Li Wentai scoffed, his impatience evident. Lin Huaxing, if we were ignorant of energy, we wouldn't be here discussing collaboration with Boss Jin. In your uninvited presence today, are you planning to settle our bill? Or are you simply seeking to stir trouble and snatch a contract? Li Wentai was no fool. He initially intended to use Lin Huaxing's interference to pause the negotiations, not wishing to waste time. However, he only sought a brief delay, not a complete derailment of the contract. If the contract turned out to be a loss but was sabotaged by Lin Huaxing's antics, he would be infuriated. He could not tolerate Lin Huaxing undermining Bai Rushuang in front of Jin Jiahui, aiming to embarrass her. Once more, he taunted, "Mr. Lin, why have you fallen silent? I see you're worried that Miss Bai will secure the project, leading to your jealousy. Am I right?" Exposed, Lin Huaxing fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Wantai. He exclaimed, "Do not slander me." To cover his tracks, he turned to Bai Rushuang and said, "Miss Bai, let me speak plainly. You are merely an undergarment company. Instead of focusing on selling your lingerie, why venture into new energy? From my perspective, you have no business in investments, yet you insist on forcing your way in. Isn't that rather inappropriate?" Bai Rushuang, who had remained silent, now fixed him with a cold gaze, striking at the heart of the matter. "Rather than questioning me, Mr. Lin, perhaps you should reflect on yourself. I heard that not long ago, you sought to invest in the Qingtian project, but were turned down by Mr. Jin. Instead of pondering my affairs, you might consider why you were rejected." She had researched the Qingtian project prior to her arrival and was now putting that knowledge to good use. Lin Huaxing was struck at his most vulnerable point. Momentarily at a loss for words, Bai Rushuang turned to Jin Jiahui, "Mr. Jin, I admit my knowledge of the new energy sector is limited, so I plan to invest. Leaving all operations to you, I kindly ask for your assistance moving forward." Her words were remarkably astute, openly acknowledging her lack of expertise in front of Jin Jiahui while demonstrating trust in him, much like in bygone eras, when captivating television dramas flourished because the coal tycoons behind them refrained from meddling in directorial matters, leaving the professionals to handle their craft. The coal barons were merely responsible for funding, without further involvement. Bai Rushuang adopted a similar approach, both candid and trusting. Not only was she willing to invest, but she would also refrain from interference. She was akin to a benefactor descending from the heavens. Jin Jiahui, suppressing his excitement, smiled faintly. "Very well, Miss Bai. It seems this time is inconvenient for you. We shall discuss it further next time." With a few exchanged words, they confirmed their next collaboration, and Jin Jiahui departed, leaving the three of them in a state of silent contemplation. Chapter 45. Fortuitous misunderstandings. Bai Rushuang was the first to rise, turning to leave. Lin Huaxing seized her arm, displaying a self-assured smile he believed to be gentle. "Rushuang, will you not stay and accompany me for a while?" With Jin Jiahui gone, this was his chance for a private moment with Bai Rushuang. As this thought crossed his mind, his tone became even softer. "Do you not wish to keep me company?" He forcefully lowered his voice, attempting to cultivate an intimate atmosphere. However, his demeanor only came across as exceedingly lewd. Li Wantai's expression shifted drastically. Had he not restrained himself swiftly, he would have surely expelled his meal. This man must be utterly foolish. Moments ago, he was targeting Bai Rushuang, and now he wishes to keep her company. He is utterly repulsive, more greasy than lard rendered by my mother. Bai Rushuang, feeling his grip on her arm, found her previously simmering anger dissipating. She turned to Lin Huaxing, offering a radiant smile, her exquisite beauty disarming him completely. Lin Huaxing mistook her smile for agreement to stay, his expression brightening. "Rushuang, your hand," but it was yanked away without mercy, and he was met with a warning glare from Bai Rushuang. "Do not push me, Lin Huaxing. My patience is limited." Her voice was icy, laden with unmistakable threat. Striding toward the door of the private room, she cast a glance at the stunned Li Wantai. "Assistant, we are leaving." It was unexpected that Bai Rushuang's smile was quite charming. Her crimson lips curved into a rare smile, radiating a lightness that belied the frostiness in her eyes, as she uttered words that carried a clear warning. She exuded the aura of a regal queen, commanding respect, while simultaneously instilling a sense of dread. Even Li Wantai's heart raced with anxiety, let alone the lecherous Lin Huaxing. Unwilling to concede, Lin Huaxing pursued her, attempting to engage her in a convoluted negotiation. "Miss Lin, can we not discuss this further?" he implored. "The Lin family has numerous projects. Why not invest in mine?" Unfortunately, his words failed to sway Bai Rushuang. At the break of dawn, Li Wantai, preoccupied with thoughts of the contract, arrived at the office first. Upon encountering Bai Rushuang, he deliberately inquired, "General Manager Bai, how did the contract fare yesterday?" Before leaving, Jin Jiahui had exchanged contact information with Bai Rushuang, leaving Li Wantai curious about their private discussions. Bai Rushuang appeared without makeup, her natural beauty understated yet surprisingly appealing, prompting Li Wantai to feel a pang of reluctance to deceive her. She astounded him with her revelation. "Jin Zong sent over the contract just now, and I have already signed it." She looked at Li Wantai with admiration, stating, "You did well this time. Jin Zong praised you in my presence, and your efforts were pivotal in securing the contract. Li Wantai's expression turned incredulous. You signed it already? He subtly expressed his disbelief. I didn't see anyone deliver the contract today. Bai Rushuang then opened her computer and displayed an electronic version of the contract. Jin Zong sent the electronic version. As long as I provide my handwritten signature, it holds legal weight. We plan to print 2 copies for backup. In this technologically advanced era, digital contracts also carry legal significance. Simply put, drafting a contract online, signing it, and ensuring the terms are satisfactory is essentially equivalent to traditional signing. Li Wentai fell silent, his expression a mix of complexity as he cast a glance at Bai Rushuang before taking a deep breath and turning to leave. With the contract already signed, further inquiries seemed futile. He might as well consult his good friend about the reliability of the contract. He feared that if Bai Rushuang profited immensely, she might mistakenly regard him as a benefactor, which would be disastrous. Returning to his workstation, Li Wentai contacted Wang Dong, eager to confirm the news. Dongzi, is the contract reliable? Can it genuinely lead to her losses? We're brothers who share everything. Please don't deceive me. On the other end of the line, Wang Dong fell silent for several seconds before hanging up. He later sent a text, assuring Li Wentai that he had provided a solid project, capable of yielding tens of millions if executed properly. Li Wentai could no longer contain his frustration and unleashed a torrent of expletives over the phone. Wang Dong, I considered you a brother, yet you treat me like a fool. How many times must I remind you? She is not your sister-in-law. Not your sister-in-law. Despite his prior suspicions, the thought of Wang Dong's misguided assumptions infuriated him to the brink of an outburst. Wang Dong, unsure of what to believe, acknowledged his mistake verbally before hanging up, refusing to answer subsequent calls. The contract had been signed, and any resistance now would be futile. With the situation as it was, he could only wait for Bai Rushuang to reap her profits. As Li Wentai furiously typed on his keyboard, his heart overflowed with anguish. Bai Rushuang, indeed, embodied the protagonist of the original story. Her luck was extraordinary, capable of transforming even the most hopeless situations into prosperous ones. For over half a month, Li Wentai remained despondent and listless, until one day, Bai Rushuang summoned him into her office. General Manager Bai, did you call for me? He responded nonchalantly, avoiding direct eye contact. He had intended to deceive Bai Rushuang, yet he inadvertently delivered her a substantial sum of money. This was akin to wishing harm upon an enemy, only to find oneself kneeling before them in submission. Li Wentai, are you aware of the project losses? A seemingly casual question pierced through the air, causing Li Wentai to look up abruptly, disbelief etched across his face. What project? Bai Rushuang rubbed her temples, weariness evident in her voice. What else could it be? The Qing Tian project, from Jin Jiahui. She had initially believed in Jin Jiahui's reliability, only to discover that the entire investment had been lost, resulting in a total waste of her company's first investment of 3 million, a significant amount that struck her hard. She had spent the day in a somber mood after receiving the news. Li Wentai remained stunned for a long while, his eyes reflecting confusion. Since Wang Dong had confirmed the project was profitable, he had ceased communication with him. Now, with Bai Rushuang claiming losses, who was lying? Regardless, his inadvertent goal had been accomplished. Now Bai Rushuang could finally perceive him as a useless individual. Annul the engagement, annul the engagement. Li Wentai silently cheered, nearly unable to hide his joy. General Manager Bai, I sincerely apologize. I am not well versed in investments. He suppressed his elation, feigning embarrassment. I did not anticipate a loss. This is entirely my responsibility. Bai Rushuang waved her hand dismissively. Investments come with gains and losses. This is not solely your fault. As her words faded, Li Wentai overheard her inner thoughts. Foolish woman, she finally lost money. Chapter 46. Zhou Lang's malicious intent in a mere moment. Bai Rushuang's heart plummeted. She could not help but gaze at Li Wentai, who appeared sincere, her eyes flickering. Did he genuinely wish for her to suffer losses? Was his aim to ensnare her? At that moment, she remained vigilant. However, after reviewing the contract and conducting her own investigation, she chose to sign. Bai Rushuang had initially regarded Li Wentai's comments as jest. The Bai family was affluent, yet her current jurisdiction was limited to a lingerie company. Losing a few million could severely damage her vitality, potentially jeopardizing the company's cash flow and leading to bankruptcy. She had not anticipated that Li Wentai harbored such intentions. Maintaining her composure, she replied, pausing momentarily. As for the engagement, I will discuss it with my parents when I find the time. and I will notify you afterward. A forced engagement yields no sweetness, especially since she had no affection for Li Wentai. Her initial reason for staying close to him was to glean more information pertinent to her circumstances, to avoid being manipulated, and to uncover certain truths. Yet now, her perspective had shifted. Observing the barely concealed delight on Li Wentai's face, she waved her hand, dismissing him. The foolish woman certainly despises me now. Quickly annul the engagement, my dear lady. But, didn't Wang Dong claim it would be profitable? The last thought lingered amidst the closing door, leaving some ambiguity. As dawn broke, Bai Rushuang's heart sank. She mocked her own naivety, realizing she had chosen to keep someone with ulterior motives close by. Understanding Li Wentai's desire to annul the engagement was tied to his own fate, she recognized that. According to his thoughts, she should have been wholeheartedly devoted to Zhou Lang. Yet, Li Wentai's presence had unveiled the truth. It was precisely her fixation on the truth that had led to this loss. Bai Rushuang exhaled softly, murmuring, Li Wentai, I do not blame you. I simply did not foresee your delight in my suffering. She continued to regulate her breathing, stifling the tears threatening to spill. It was her own folly. Believing she could comprehend Li Wentai's heart and manipulate him. Perhaps this loss was heaven's admonition for her. The foolish woman lost money and contemplated annulling the engagement. Indeed, he felt elated. However, he struggled to comprehend why Wang Dong had asserted that the Qing Tian project was excellent while Bai Rushuang had incurred losses. What could be the reason for the losses? Unable to grasp it, he dialed Wang Dong's number. Dongzi, tell me the truth. Did the Qing Tian project incur losses or profits? Why did Bai Rushuang truly lose millions? On the other end of the line, Wang Dong was taken aback, his voice rising in disbelief. What did you say? The project lost money. Taiga, don't joke with me. Jin Jiahui's projects have never lost money. He is renowned for his reliability in the industry, always profitable. It was precisely for this reason that I secured the contract from him. How could it incur losses? That is impossible. Li Wentai observed that the man before him did not appear to be lying. With a furrowed brow, he stated, Bai Rushuang herself told me she lost 3 million. For this, she even intends to call off our engagement. Can this possibly be false? He found it hard to believe that Bai Rushuang would deceive him. They shared no deep connection, and she had no reason to lie. Besides, her sorrowful expression at that moment seemed genuine, reinforcing his conviction. Wang Dong took a deep breath and rubbed his aching temples. He assured, I can guarantee you this is a solid project. Initially, I intended to invest myself before transferring it to you. Without further ado, he hung up the phone and began frantically reaching out to others. He had presented a sound contract with minimal risk of loss. How could it have resulted in a failure? Half an hour later, Wang Dong managed to contact Jin Jiahui. Upon learning that the project had indeed incurred losses, a sense of dread settled in his heart. Had he truly jeopardized his good friend's romantic prospects? Surprisingly, Jin Jiahui's demeanor remained unchanged. He still looked cheerfully at the project, filled with optimism about its potential. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Dong inquired, Boss Jin, the project has failed, yet you remain so cheerful? Is it your first loss? And you're merely brushing it off? It seemed absurd that Bai Rushuang had to bear the brunt of the loss. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Wang Dong as he learned that the responsible party was Long Hai, a company that had suddenly emerged and forcibly taken away part of the Qing Tian project team, thereby causing the chaos. Wang Dong's voice was charged with excitement, as if he had uncovered a scandal. In contrast, Li Wentai felt disinterested. His objective had already been achieved, and he was unconcerned with the rest. He merely awaited Bai Rushuang's decision to call off their engagement. Once he dealt with Bai Rushuang, his focus would shift to Yao Haiyue. The thought of freeing himself from the clutches of these two women and distancing himself from the main character brought a smile to his face. However, that smile quickly faded when he realized that Long Hai was backed by Zhou Lang, Bai Rushuang's junior disciple. It was evident that Zhou Lang had intentionally sabotaged the Qing Tian project, aiming to ensure their engagement was dissolved. Li Wentai's expression darkened. He took a deep breath and said, Dongzi, send me the evidence. After hanging up, his countenance was grim. He did not believe the main character had truly fallen out with the heroine. It was clear that Zhou Lang had set his sights on him, deliberately causing turmoil with the project. Ultimately, Zhou Lang sought to harm him. The following day, while at work, Li Wentai noticed Bai Rushuang's demeanor had grown even colder, as if she could not bear to spare him a glance. When they occasionally crossed paths, her expression was one of disappointment, tinged with a sense of resignation. Li Wentai was perplexed. It was only natural for her to harbor resentment after losing money due to him. Yet, he could not comprehend the source of her unspoken disappointment. Had she possibly developed feelings for him? He wrestled with these thoughts throughout the morning but found no answers. It was absurd to think that she might have fallen for him. Then, unexpectedly, a familiar figure reappeared in the office. Zhang Xiaozui's eyes widened upon seeing Zhou Lang, and she urgently poked Li Wentai. "Brotherly, that rogue who insulted you is back. What does he want now? Is he looking for trouble?" Zhang Xiaozui was visibly anxious, ready to defend him. The surrounding employees turned to look at Zhou Lang, and indeed, it was him. Li Wentai paused in his typing, feeling a surge of alarm. Why had the main character come here? Surely he wasn't here to gloat about a financial windfall. He hoped it had nothing to do with him and tried not to react too strongly. As he watched Zhou Lang stride confidently to the top floor, he suddenly recalled Bai Rushuang's words from the previous day. Perhaps she intended to end their engagement and seek comfort in her junior disciple's embrace. The mere thought of Bai Rushuang and Zhou Lang sharing tender moments in the office stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. Yet, as the heroine, it was only natural for her to be with the main character. Why should it bother him? He had no feelings for Bai Rushuang. However, the notion of liking her caused his heart to skip a beat, and he instinctively halted his movements, incredulous. Could it be true? Brotherly, are you really not going to check on the situation? Zhou Lang clearly has feelings for President Bai. Aren't you afraid she might betray you? Since the previous public incident, the company had discovered Li Wentai's true identity as Bai Rushuang's fiancé. Zhou Lang's public disparagement of him was clearly intended to elevate himself. Fortunately, Bai Rushuang had been quick to defend him, preventing Zhou Lang from gaining the upper hand. Li Wentai replied firmly, "President Bai does not care for me. Nor do I for her. It is merely a family arrangement. I have never taken it to heart." With that, he disregarded Zhang Xiaozui's puzzled gaze and turned to enter the restroom. In a flurry, he turned on the faucet and splashed water on his face. How could this be? How could he possibly harbor feelings for Bai Rushuang? She was the main character's woman. To even entertain such thoughts was tantamount to courting disaster. Meanwhile, in the office on the upper floor, Zhou Lang's expression soured upon hearing Bai Rushuang's rejection. He gritted his teeth, glaring at her. "Sister, why do you refuse to be with me? Even if I were to offer you all my shares in the company, you would still turn me down?" Just moments before, he had approached her with confidence to confess his feelings, but after only a few words, she had decisively rebuffed him. The indignation festered within him. Other disciples had shown him adoration. Why did everything change in Bai Rushuang's presence? "Sister, you once had feelings for me. Have you forgotten?" Zhou Lang forcefully manipulated the essence within Bai Rushuang, desperately trying to influence her thoughts. As he exerted his power, Bai Rushuang's eyes grew hazy, her resolve fading. Just as she was on the verge of responding, a voice from outside the door thundered like a celestial strike, jolting Bai Rushuang back to her senses. "Stop pretending. You are the one who sabotaged the Qingtian project, causing Bai Rushuang to lose 3 million. The revelation struck like lightning, and Bai Rushuang's expression shifted as she glanced toward the door, where a shadow loomed. Upon reflecting on the recent discourse, Bai Rushuang clenched her fist and could not restrain herself from coldly inquiring, "Junior brother, do you genuinely harbor feelings for me?" Zhou Lang, oblivious to the shift in her demeanor, assumed he had a chance and hastily feigned deep emotion with fervent declarations. His voice was earnest. "Ever since I encountered you, I have not contemplated anyone else. You are my sole muse. Senior sister, I no longer wish to maintain this current relationship. May I become your lover? I long to be your support." Outside the door, Li Wentai rolled his eyes. Such a cliché confession. Where did the protagonist plagiarize this from? Years ago, he would never have employed such lines to deceive a young girl. While ineffective on others, this approach was a lethal strike against Bai Rushuang. Realizing this, Li Wentai rubbed his temples. Just moments ago, he had sensed burgeoning feelings for Bai Rushuang but attempted to deny them, only to retreat outside due to a remark from Zhang Xiaozui. Would Bai Rushuang bestow upon him the burden of infidelity? Alas, I've just realized my affection for Bai Rushuang, and now she will surely fall into the protagonist's embrace. How unfortunate I am. Within the office, Bai Rushuang looked up in astonishment, momentarily believing she had misheard. Zhou Lang, thinking he had swayed her, pressed on, "Senior sister, if you agree to be with me, I am willing to relinquish all my family assets to you. Will you marry me?" Bai Rushuang will undoubtedly acquiesce. She adores Zhou Lang and will surely end up with him. This is a fate I cannot alter. Bai Rushuang inhaled deeply, revealing a radiant smile. "I regret to inform you, junior brother, that you may have misunderstood. I have never harbored feelings for you, so please refrain from being presumptuous." She herself could not articulate why she smiled. Perhaps it was the revelation of truth. Chapter 48. Mistaking the protagonist? Just as Li Wentai lamented his unrequited feelings, he was startled by the words emanating from within. I'm sorry, but I already have someone I care for. Bai Rushuang's voice was sweet as honey, tinged with laughter. He is quite an intriguing individual, and I hold great affection for him. Junior brother, I appreciate your sentiments, but I cannot accept. Before he could dwell on his disappointment, a wave of confusion washed over him. Was Zhou Lang not the protagonist? Bai Rushuang was the heroine, and Zhou Lang the hero. According to the narrative, they were destined to be together. Yet now, Bai Rushuang had developed feelings for another? Had he been misled about the protagonist all along? The thought sent Li Wentai into a frenzy. Could it be that he had inadvertently downloaded a pirated version of the novel? If he had truly misidentified the protagonist, why was he still playing the fool in front of Zhou Lang? The silver lining was that Bai Rushuang was not with Zhou Lang. Yet the disheartening news was that he seemed to have misjudged the protagonist. Li Wentai's gaze grew vacant. He felt as if he could simply wither away. After so much time in this world, he considered himself utterly useless. Senior sister, you cannot possibly find that boy appealing. He nearly forced himself upon you. How could you possibly like such a character? Zhou Lang was incredulous. He never anticipated that Bai Rushuang would develop feelings for someone else. Recalling Bai Rushuang's unwavering support for Li Wentai, his complexion turned a sickly green. Li Wentai is nothing but a good-for-nothing. You might as well prefer a dog. Just as he uttered this harsh sentiment, the office door was kicked open. Li Wentai strode in, his expression dark and his tone accusatory. Young Master Zhou, we have no enmity between us. Why do you continually belittle me? Am I not even worth as much as a dog in your eyes? For the first time, he stood tall before the protagonist. Upon realizing that he might have feelings for Bai Rushuang, Li Wentai's mindset began to shift. He was determined not to embarrass himself in front of her, nor to continue as a mere buffoon. Even if he were to perish, he would do so with dignity rather than live in disgrace. Zhou Lang's expression changed. He had not anticipated the subject of his disparagement to be right outside the door. Indeed, in my eyes, you are worth less than a dog. What gives you the right to earn Bai Rushuang's affection? You lost her a fortune of 3 million in investments. Do you still have the audacity to show your face? He had long viewed Li Wentai as a thorn in his side, and upon learning that Bai Rushuang had entrusted all investment matters to him, jealousy brewed within him. Thus, he swiftly established Longhai Company, manipulated the Qingtian project, and emerged as the clear victor. Li Wentai chuckled derisively. Young Master Zhou, allow me to remind you that wealth does not guarantee genuine affection. Rather than incessantly mocking me, you should reflect on whether you possess the qualifications for her love. With that, he cast a glance at Bai Rushuang and turned to leave, as if his entrance had merely served to vindicate himself. Completely indifferent to Bai Rushuang and Zhou Lang's romantic entanglements, Bai Rushuang had ceased to speak since his arrival. She quietly observed Li Wentai as he prepared to depart and softly urged, Wentai, please stay. Li Wentai halted, his expression composed. Ms. Bai, what do you require of me? My heavens, why had I never noticed how melodious her voice is? A celestial voice. A goddess. The mockery and humor in his inner thoughts abruptly transformed into praise for Bai Rushuang. She felt somewhat unaccustomed, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Clearing her throat, she said, let us discuss the project and your progress at work. Please remain. Li Wentai feigned aloofness. Very well, I shall stay. He sat across from Bai Rushuang, his heart brimming with delight. He could hardly wait for Zhou Lang to continue his confession. After all, Bai Rushuang would never agree. How could Zhou Lang be the protagonist? As he reveled in his thoughts, Zhou Lang could no longer contain himself. You dare to disregard me. An immense energy coalesced around him, surging toward Li Wentai. As the overwhelming force loomed, Li Wentai was momentarily stunned, realizing that Zhou Lang was indeed the protagonist. Zhou Lang could easily take his life. Regret washed over Li Wentai. Had he known, he would not have entered. A woman's life was more precious than his own. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Jin Jiahui entered with a jovial demeanor. Young man, do not harbor such anger. He surveyed the office and fixed his gaze on Zhou Lang. With an outsider present, Zhou Lang was compelled to relent, casting a fierce glare at Li Wentai. Consider yourself fortunate. He scoffed, his expression dark as he stood aside. Bai Rushuang quietly exhaled, graciously rising to greet their visitor. Mr. Jin, what brings you here? With an outsider present, Zhou Lang could not act openly. His confession was abruptly interrupted. The farce was due for an end. Jin Jiahui took a seat, smiling as he began. Miss Bai, I'm here to deliver some good news. He regarded Li Wentai with appreciation. "Young Master Li, we owe much to your father." Upon learning of the losses, the head of the Li family promptly invested in our project, ensuring the Chitian project could continue. The initial round of investments had resulted in significant losses, amounting to over 10 million, yet his expression remained unchanged as he eagerly sought more funds. He understood that the energy project was profitable, albeit requiring substantial initial investment, and early losses were to be expected. However, he had overestimated his capabilities, making it challenging to secure subsequent investments. Just then, a call from Li Dahai arrived, indicating his desire to inject capital. Li Wentai was momentarily taken aback. "My father invested? How much did he contribute?" His father had not mentioned this matter to him at all. A chill ran through Li Wentai. It seemed his every move was under his father's scrutiny. Those petty antics of his had likely been laid bare. Jin Jiahui briefly outlined the situation with the Qingtian project. Having navigated past the initial challenges, they now awaited the opportunity to reap the rewards. The most arduous development phase had concluded, and they were simply waiting to sell the energy. Bai Rushuang opened her mouth, only to look at Li Wentai with a sense of guilt. She had not anticipated that the project would indeed be profitable. Her prior grievances, accusations, and self-pity now appeared utterly ridiculous. Zhou Lang could no longer remain silent. He forcefully interrupted Jin Jiahui, saying, "Boss Jin, investments come with both gains and losses. Do not be so certain until the final moment." Casting a cold glance at Li Wentai, he turned and departed. Chapter 49. Almost exposed, Jin Jiahui watched Zhou Lang's departing figure with a smile that seemed to mock, casually remarking, "Brother Zhou, you possess considerable talent. In my view, given time, you will certainly achieve great success." This cryptic comment left the three of them momentarily stunned. Li Wentai instinctively glanced at Jin Jiahui, keenly sensing a hint of coldness in his gaze. Suddenly, everything clicked into place for him, and he couldn't help but smirk, tinged with derision. Jin Jiahui was not praising the protagonist. Rather, he was deliberately setting a trap for him. He reclined back in his chair, eager to witness the unfolding drama. As expected, Zhou Lang hesitated, confusion evident in his eyes. Why would Boss Jin say such a thing? I recall that we are not acquainted. He had no connection with Jin Jiahui. How could the latter possibly know him? A glance at the grinning Li Wentai sent a chill down Zhou Lang's spine. Before he could ponder further, Jin Jiahui, feigning camaraderie, embraced him warmly, his tone exceedingly gentle. "Brother Zhou, others may not recognize your name, but I do." He theatrically pulled Zhou Lang closer, turning to Bai Rushuang with a beaming smile. "Miss Bai, your junior is quite remarkable, establishing Longhai Company at such a young age. His future is indeed bright." This was almost an outright admission of Zhou Lang's sabotage of the project. Jin Jiahui was brazenly informing Bai Rushuang that her esteemed junior was the mastermind behind the loss of 3 million. Bai Rushuang, as the company's owner, could hardly be oblivious to the reasons behind the losses. Jin Jiahui looked at her with confidence. Surprisingly, Bai Rushuang appeared perplexed, her beautiful eyes filled with questions. "Longhai Company?" She coughed lightly, signaling Jin Jiahui to refrain from continuing. Jin Jiahui, sensing the cue, shifted his approach. "Brother Zhou, I am still unfamiliar with your company. Perhaps we could discuss potential collaboration?" Zhou Lang clenched his fists, narrowing his eyes at Jin Jiahui. Only a few individuals knew of his founding Longhai Company. How could the latter have discovered this? Did Jin Jiahui know he had snatched the project? Zhou Lang pondered, then dismissed the thought. Impossible. After becoming interested in the project, he had deliberately concealed the company's information, engaging a third party to handle transactions. There was no way his identity could be revealed. Jin Jiahui likely only knew that someone had taken the project. He couldn't possibly know it was him. Perhaps it was just a casual mention. "Boss Jin, let's forego the collaboration. I have other matters to attend to. We can discuss this another time." Bai Rushuang likely remained unaware of the company's and project's details, and thus would not suspect him. He believed he had effectively distanced himself from potential exposure. Little did he know, Li Wentai's internal musings had already unveiled everything. As Li Wentai lamented about the protagonist's cunning, Jin Jiahui produced a stack of documents and placed them on the table. "Miss Bai, I previously informed you of the project's losses, but did not elaborate on the how. Now, I wish to clarify that your junior deliberately concealed his company's identity and anonymously bribed my employees, resulting in a breach of information." In just a few words, Jin Jiahui laid bare the circumstances of the loss. It was Zhou Lang's concealment of his identity and his intentional usurpation of project resources and personnel that led to their insufficient manpower, culminating in significant losses. Given that Zhou Lang was the culprit who nearly jeopardized his financial stability, Jin Jiahui could hardly maintain a friendly demeanor. He snorted coldly, completely abandoning his previous cordiality. His eyes icy as he stared towards the door, his tone chilling. If it weren't for your fiancé's father providing timely financial support, we would have faced catastrophic losses. Even upon learning the truth, Bai Rushuang could not suppress her surprise. She remained silent for several seconds, a rare bitter smile forming on her lips. I apologize, Boss Jean. I was unaware. I did not know he had started a company, nor did I realize he had betrayed us. I am truly sorry. She had initially assumed that Li Wentai's thoughts were mere conjecture, never imagining they held a kernel of truth. Exhausted, she slumped into her chair, gesturing for them to sit. Boss Jean, what do you suggest I do? Jin Jiahui's eyes glimmered with cold light, his resolve unwavering. You must cleanse your ranks. Root out the problem. Miss Bai, as a man, I can share a truth with you. Zhou Lang does not genuinely care for you. He harbors ulterior motives. During his unexpected investigation into Zhou Lang, he had uncovered their relationship, and the deeper he delved, the more alarming the findings became. Despite professing affection, Zhou Lang was entangled with several other women, never having invested true feelings in any. Had it not been for the intervention of Li's patriarch, he might not have unearthed these revelations. With a few hasty remarks, Jin Jiahui took his leave. In an instant, the vast office was left with only Li Wentai and Bai Rushuang. Li Wentai watched Jin Jiahui depart, nearly stomping in frustration. Is he leaving just like that? Doesn't he have more to say? Reflecting on the overheard conversation and the unraveling plot, his vision darkened. He dared not look at Bai Rushuang, nor could he reveal his feelings. Anyone would hesitate before their beloved goddess. No one would dare to speak boldly. For how else could one harbor secret affections for so long? Back at his workstation, Li Wentai was in a frenzy, nearly pulling his hair out. Why did he have to fall for someone so ill-fated as Bai Rushuang? She was Zhou Lang's destined wife. He had developed feelings for the protagonist's wife, solidifying his role as the original story's ill-fated pawn, destined to be crushed by the protagonist. What could he do about loving someone he shouldn't? He could either abandon his feelings, distance himself from Bai Rushuang, and call off the engagement, or he could become the protagonist, usurping Zhou Lang's role, inheriting his fortune and his bride. Lost in these thoughts, tears streamed down his face. What merit did he possess to replace Zhou Lang, save for his wealth? At that moment, Li Wentai completely overlooked one crucial point. He could alter the narrative, trigger a butterfly effect, and eliminate Zhou Lang before he could fully rise. In the following days, Bai Rushuang seemed to have forgotten about the engagement issue and did not bring it up with Li Wentai again. Meanwhile, Li Wentai endured a torturous struggle, his patience wearing thin. Ultimately, he could bear it no longer, spending several nights away from home, drinking with his childhood friend Wang Dong in a bar. Chapter 50. Bai Rushuang goes missing after several days of sleeping in the bar. Li Wentai's spirit was evidently diminished. His mood was equally dismal. Seeking an excuse, he took a leave of absence from work and dragged Wang Dong to drown their sorrows in alcohol. In their private room, a row of red wine bottles lined the table, accompanied by a stack of beer cans. On either side, several glamorous women adorned the space, with one nestled in Wang Dong's embrace. Li Wentai drank voraciously, alarming Wang Dong with his reckless consumption. Pushing away the accompanying women, he stepped forward to seize the bottle from Li Wentai's hands, speaking gently. Tai Gu, what on earth has happened? You look like you've lost your mother. If you're my brother, you need to tell me what's wrong. Otherwise, you might as well stop drinking today. It was only 3 in the afternoon. Yet Li Wentai had been downing drinks alone for over 2 hours. The floor was littered with empty beer cans. He was genuinely concerned that Li Wentai might succumb to alcohol poisoning. With a mind as muddled as a lump of paste, Dongzi, let me offer you an example. He strained with all his might, his face clouded with confusion and tinged with a hint of sorrow, resembling a bachelor who has lost his beloved. You are deeply enamored with someone, yet she is a specter, while you are a celestial being. Just as he began to speak, Wang Dong, standing nearby, bore a look of utter disbelief. The accompanying waitresses could not stifle their giggles. Surely, this guest must have had too much to drink. Wang Dong, unable to contain himself, felt the veins on his forehead throb as he abruptly interrupted. Speak plainly. Li Wentai, unable to divulge the truth to Wang Dong, could only strive to articulate. You have fallen for someone, but fate decrees that you cannot be together. Does that not sadden you? Bai Rushuang was destined to be Zhou Lang's woman, a fact he felt powerless to alter. He recalled a past life spent as a virgin, never having experienced the stirrings of affection, save for fleeting admiration of action stars. After finally developing feelings for a woman, he tragically realized that their destinies were not intertwined. This was more disheartening than a eunuch visiting a brothel. Wang Dong, with a scoff, retorted, "Destined not to be together? Who says so?" His eyes sparkled with a haughty confidence, a self-assuredness that flowed from him like a torrent. "I am the acknowledged heir to the Wang family. I refuse to believe there is a woman I cannot possess." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Aside from the fact that we both fancy the same woman and that my wealth pales in comparison to yours, I will compete with anyone else for her affection." The Wang family, in comparison to the Li family, was indeed formidable. Wang Dong was confident that there was no woman in Haicheng he could not win over. Li Wentai was momentarily taken aback by his audacity, swallowing hard. What if it is destiny? As he posed this question, he recalled Zhou Lang's stolen fortune, the altered narrative, and by Ruchuang's peculiarities. He clenched his fists, a notion beginning to take root in his mind. Wang Dong rolled his eyes and thrust the bottle of liquor back to Li Wentai. "Drink up. Perhaps it will clear your mind. My friend, with all due respect. For the impoverished, fate is but fate. However, for those of us born of privilege, destiny lies beneath our feet. Do you understand?" He waved his hand, dismissing a few waitresses, a smirk playing on his lips. His tone was one of arrogance, exuding confidence in every gesture. "You possess wealth, power, and status. The woman you desire can be captured and kept for a lifetime, even if she is meant to be a free bird. Those you despise can be eliminated at a price, wiped out completely, even if they were destined to be the future emperor. You are free to wield your power and status, to vanquish all obstacles that fate has placed in your path, with wealth and strength. You are undoubtedly the protagonist of your own tale. Historically, the strong have dictated the rules, leaving the weak with no bargaining power. The initiative has never rested in their hands. Is it not akin to the adage that misfortune is a blessing? Is this not merely the self-soothing mantra of the weak, crafted by those perched atop the social pyramid to further exploit the vulnerable? Wang Dong was astute. He had seen through the facade. Fate was merely a pretext for life and death, a feeble excuse for the powerless. Much like the splendidly illuminated skyscrapers of Haicheng below, he could summon the Wang family to bring them crashing down if he so desired. Li Wentai remained silent for an extended period, his dazed gaze sharpening with focus. Observing Wang Dong, who was gazing out at the view, he suddenly became acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them. At length, he managed a faint smile. "Brother, you are right." He swiftly rose, seizing the car keys from the table, and exited the private room. Wang Dong, believing his bold declarations had awakened Li Wentai's ambitions, felt a surge of satisfaction. At the villa, Li Wentai parked in the garage, taking a moment outside to dispel the scent of alcohol. Upon entering, he found no trace of Bai Ruchuang. He attempted to call her, but there was no answer. Furrowing his brow, he made his way to the office. Bai Ruchuang was not there either. "Xiao Chui, where is President Bai?" Zhang Xiaocui, surprised by his presence, exclaimed, "Li Gu, what brings you here? Weren't you traveling with President Bai?" Li Wentai's expression darkened as he realized something was amiss. He had taken a leave of absence for several days and had not been to the office, spending his time instead in bars. How could he possibly know where Bai Ruchuang had gone? Zhang Xiaocui, sensing the gravity of the situation, cautiously added, "You've been on leave for a week, and President Bai hasn't been to the office either. It's been 2 or 3 days. We all thought you were together. But where is President Bai?" After several more attempts to reach her, all of which went unanswered, it dawned on him that Bai Ruchuang was missing. His heart sank, and he immediately ordered the retrieval of surveillance footage from the villa, as well as from the company. He summoned Wang Dong to inform him of Bai Ruchuang's disappearance. Wang Dong leapt to his feet, his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. He extinguished the cigarette in his hand with force. While the security company was indeed his, the true owner was his father. If he were to unilaterally mobilize people from within, his father would undoubtedly conclude that he was causing trouble again and would not hesitate to break his leg over it. Yet, he could not forsake his brother in this matter. "You'd better throw in a few contracts as a sweetener. Otherwise, my father will surely have my head." His tone was tinged with lament, as if pondering how such a young master could find himself in such a dire predicament, unable to even hire a bodyguard. Li Wentai inhaled deeply, forcing down his rising anxiety. "Fine, I will personally explain things to your father. Enough of the chatter. Quickly call your security personnel over." Moments later, Wang Dong gathered several capable subordinates, and they began their investigation. During the inquiry, one man stood by, ready to report progress. Young Master Wang. There are no signs of forced entry. We suspect that Miss Bai was not subjected to a large-scale kidnapping. It is likely that there was only one assailant. Thankfully, there are surveillance cameras in Miss Bai's room, and we are in the process of cracking the password. Once we access the footage, we will uncover how the incident transpired. The subordinate was visibly excited. Wang Dong waved his hand, signaling for the investigation to continue. While they examined the surveillance, he discreetly glanced at Li Wentai. Unable to suppress a gasp, Li Wentai's expression was grim, gripping his phone tightly without uttering a word. He had never seen Li Wentai look so unsettling. As if he were a man whose wife had been stolen away. Wang Dong cleared his throat, unable to resist probing. Brother, did you not say you did not care for Bai Ruchuang? With her now missing, should you not be elated? He had not forgotten Li Wentai's previous fervent declarations. Hearing this, Li Wentai shot him an irritated glare. Who said I did not like her? If I did not, would I have pursued her for so long? Noticing the hint of anger in Li Wentai's demeanor, Wang Dong quickly fell silent. Just then, the surveillance footage was retrieved, and the two made their way to Bai Ruchuang's bedroom. On her desk sat a computer, which had been hacked. Someone was seated there, adjusting the surveillance settings. This exchange was almost devoid of meaning. Who did not know that Bai Ruchuang was a workaholic? Having built her lingerie company from the ground up at such a young age, she was certainly not the type to easily abandon her work. Li Wentai sidestepped the topic and turned to the security personnel. 3 days ago, I began reviewing the surveillance footage from the moment I left home, where she was still present. Her movements were remarkably consistent, primarily confined to her home and workplace, suggesting that any incident involving her could only have occurred either at home or en route to work. However, in recent days, no one at the company had seen Bai Ruchuang, indicating she was likely at home or had vanished while commuting. This narrowing of the investigation significantly reduced the scope of our search. Following Li Wentai's line of thought, the security personnel promptly retrieved the relevant footage, which appeared entirely normal until the early hours of one day. The surveillance revealed a stranger, a tall man clad in black, who intruded upon the villa and shortly thereafter exited with Bai Ruchuang in tow. What was most astonishing was that throughout the entire ordeal, she displayed no signs of struggle. It remained unclear whether she was compliant or unconscious. After viewing the footage, Wang Dong cautiously spoke up. Brother Tai, why didn't she struggle? It's improbable that a man could carry her without her being awake. He swallowed hard. Recalling his findings regarding Bai Ruchuang, he remembered that she held no affection for him, her close friend. Could it be that she had not truly gone missing, but had instead eloped with her lover? Fearing a violent backlash, he refrained from voicing his thoughts outright. Li Wentai, sensing the underlying implications in his words, shot him a cold glance. Bai Ruchuang is not that kind of person. Gazing intently at the figure in the footage, Li Wentai's unease grew as he pondered Wang Dong's remarks. A troubling thought began to fester in his mind. Could this man be the protagonist? After scrutinizing the figure multiple times and studying the high-definition image, he became increasingly convinced. It's Zhou Lang. It must be him. Just days prior, he had stormed into Bai Ruchuang's workplace to confess his feelings, only to be rebuffed. Given Zhou Lang's character, it was certain he would harbor a desire for revenge. Li Wentai understood Zhou Lang well. Anything the protagonist could not possess must be destroyed. The weight of this realization caused Li Wentai's heart to sink. Bai Ruchuang had been kidnapped for several days. She was likely in grave danger at the hands of that brute Zhou Lang. Clenching his fists, he forced himself to suppress further thoughts. Wang Dong, aware of the hidden tensions among the three, frowned and asked, "What now? Are you not concerned that Bai Ruchuang might have feelings for him? Her public rejection could merely be a ruse. Who knows if she truly dislikes Zhou Lang?" He then instructed the security personnel to investigate Zhou Lang's identity. Suddenly, a memory sparked within him. He hurriedly relayed a series of phone numbers to the security team. In the midst of their astonished looks, Li Wentai barked, "What are you waiting for? Quickly trace this number. Determine the owner's current location. He is very likely Zhou Lang." The security personnel nodded vigorously. Wang Dong observed Li Wentai with a peculiar expression, surprised at his knowledge of his rival's phone number. Had he known this from the outset, why had they wasted time on a lengthy search? After an investigation, the security team finally uncovered Zhou Lang's basic information and confirmed his address, which was located in the outskirts of the city. Li Wentai felt an increasing sense of foreboding. Zhou Lang, who clearly resided in a luxurious mansion in the city center, had inexplicably chosen to venture to such a remote area. Was he attempting to conceal his actions? Upon reviewing the surveillance data, Li Wentai noted the desolate scenery. His brow furrowed. The area was dilapidated, surrounded by aging neighborhoods, rarely inhabited even by young professionals just starting out in life. Why was Zhou Lang here? It seemed he was indeed trying to keep a low profile. No one would suspect that Zhou Lang would dare to take such a risk as to kidnap Bai Rushuang and transport her to such a forsaken place. Li Wentai scoffed. This was truly a predicament for Zhou Lang. A wealthy scion, accustomed to a life of luxury, had chosen to rent a shabby dwelling for the sake of the woman he desired. Truly unfathomable. Half an hour later, Li Wentai, accompanied by Wang Dong and others, drove to the outskirts. The environment was abominable. In the dim light of dusk, their spirits sank further. Zhou Lang's decision to abduct someone to such a secluded location could not simply be an act of force. They would believe anything, even murder and disposal. Following closely behind Li Wentai, Wang Dong surveyed the eerie surroundings, unable to suppress a gulp. What was Zhou Lang thinking, choosing such a dreadful place for a kidnapping? Even if he aimed to exert force, he surely could not have picked a more unsuitable location. As a proud young master, he had never encountered a sight resembling a landfill. It profoundly impacted him. Wang Dong grimaced, fighting back discomfort as he surveyed the area. Truly a forsaken place. Zhou Lang had gone to great lengths to find such a locale. Not only Wang Dong wore a grim expression, so did Li Wentai, his gaze icy. He parked the car and turned off the engine, and the group approached the address, revealing a dilapidated rental house in the distance. From afar, it resembled an undeveloped haunted house. One could not deny Zhou Lang's creativity. Zhou Lang must be out of his mind. Thanks to him. This is my first time in such a place. Wang Dong muttered disdainfully. He had encountered Zhou Lang previously at a bar, and his impression was far from favorable. While his friends had resolved the situation, Zhou Lang had arrived late, attempting to play the hero and ostensibly show off by beating someone up. As 3 days had passed since Bai Rushuang's disappearance, the longer the duration, the more perilous her situation became. Li Wentai dared not take any chances. He had to forge ahead. During the drive, Li Wentai had already waged an internal battle. Rescuing Bai Rushuang would mean openly opposing the protagonist. He feared he might ascend to the top of the protagonist's hit list. Yet, recalling Bai Rushuang's words, his heart ached. After finally finding affection for a woman, could he truly relinquish her so easily? Having risen from obscurity to become the heir of the Li family, must he continue to live in such a subservient manner? A surge of defiance welled within him, shattering the constraints on his heart. He stepped confidently through the weeds, his expression fierce. He would not allow himself to be powerless. He must turn the tide. Inside the rental house, Zhou Lang was blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Reclining on the sofa, he nonchalantly smoked a cigarette while gazing at Bai Rushuang. Bound to the bed, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Her disheveled clothing revealed glimpses of her form, accentuating her alluring figure. Zhou Lang slowly approached, looking down at her physique. Third sister, I've long wanted to tell you how splendid your figure is. You always wear tight professional attire. Are you trying to entice someone? Bai Rushuang had regained consciousness some time ago, her limbs numb from being bound, utterly unable to move. Hearing such lewd remarks, she glared at him with disdain. Zhou Lang, shut your mouth and let me go, or I will genuinely hate you for life. Zhou Lang, unfazed, leaned in closer and caressed her cheek. Hate me? You're about to become my woman. Aren't you excited? Bai Rushuang, filled with indignation, raised her head and lashed out. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? You beast. Had I known this would happen, I should never have treated you so kindly. Zhou Lang, undeterred, retorted, Third sister, I distinctly remember how you used to look at me with admiration. His eyes glinted with provocation and dissatisfaction. You once liked me so much. Why didn't you accept me? He was well aware of his master's words. Bai Rushuang had been deliberately groomed for him, as if she were destined to be his vessel. Zhou Lang was exceedingly satisfied with Bai Rushuang. Among the multitude of women, Bai Rushuang possessed a unique temperament akin to a rare flower on a high peak, icy towards others but indulgent and attentive towards him. This stark contrast and favoritism captivated him. Zhou Lang had long grown accustomed to Bai Rushuang's affection, planning to claim her as a reward for his own desires. Such a man was destined not to be content with a single woman. He had assumed that winning Bai Rushuang's heart would be effortless. Yet, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Bai Rushuang as if he wished to tear her apart. Third senior sister, I once thought you cherished me, believed you to be a paragon of loyalty. But to my dismay, you have so quickly taken a liking to that fool Li Wentai. At the mention of Li Wentai, Zhou Lang's demeanor became wildly unstable, as if he had lost his mind. He raged, hurling his fists at the room's contents, shattering everything around him. You clearly have feelings for me. Why then do you favor Li Wentai? You are the one nurtured by our master. You are mine. Yet you turn to another. You are nothing but a base woman. Hearing such harsh words from the once favored junior brother, Bai Rushuang fixed her gaze on the frenzied Zhou Lang. Observing his twisted expression, her heart grew increasingly cold. Indeed, Li Wentai's sentiments were correct. Zhou Lang did not truly care for her, but was merely driven by a baseless possessiveness. He regarded her as nothing more than a vessel, a private possession, not even a person in his eyes. The certainty with which Zhou Lang acted was likely due to the master's influence. Exhausted, Bai Rushuang closed her eyes, realizing that her acceptance as a disciple was a deliberate act by her master, not a reflection of her exceptional talent. Suddenly, Bai Rushuang's eyes flew open, her demeanor chillingly indifferent. Indeed, I have developed feelings for Li Wentai. What of it? Zhou Lang, from this moment forth, you are no longer my junior brother. I am certainly not your third senior sister. Zhou Lang, momentarily halted in his madness, fixed his abyss-like gaze upon Bai Rushuang. What did you say? You dare sever our ties. Chapter 53. The truth revealed. Faced with his inquiry, Bai Rushuang closed her eyes in disappointment, treating him as if he were air. She had once been blind to pour her heart into a beast. Even though she had heard Li Wentai's true feelings and learned a fragment of the truth, confirming the presence of a sinister parasite within her, her attitude towards Zhou Lang had never been resolute. Time and again, she had afforded him opportunities, ultimately leading to a grievous mistake. Now, having been kidnapped for several days, and observing Zhou Lang's deranged behavior, she feared she might soon be violated. With this thought, Bai Rushuang's lashes fluttered weakly, her feigned indifference beginning to crack. Only she knew the depth of her fear. Noticing her silence, Zhou Lang understood her answer and burst into laughter. Without another word, he began to remove his clothing, a cruel smile crossing his lips as he approached the bed. Upon seeing Bai Rushuang's body tremble slightly, his eyes gleamed with primal lust. Third senior sister. To become my woman is your honor. Cultivating together will benefit you as well, so cease your resistance. He seized Bai Rushuang's wrist, his strength shattering the ropes that had bound her for 2 days into mere dust. Bai Rushuang's eyes widened with fear as she looked at him, struggling with all her might. Scoundrel, do not come near me. Do not touch me. If you dare, I will kill you. I will inform the master. Zhou Lang paused, a derisive smile curling his lips. The master? Ah, you must not realize, you are merely a vessel cultivated for me by the master. You are but a tool for my cultivation. Have you not recognized reality? The truth he had long concealed was unveiled at that moment, laid bare by Zhou Lang's own words. Bai Rushuang's spirit shattered completely. Why did he treat her this way? As she crumbled, Zhou Lang seized the opportunity to advance, his hands roving over her body, eyes filled with lecherous desire. Your skin is so smooth. Bai Rushuang, filled with shame and fury, felt a surge of despair. Just as she resolved to end her own life, an unexpected voice pierced through the chaos. If I find Zhou Lang, I will annihilate his entire family. Bai Rushuang's heart raced with excitement. She struggled fiercely, calling out with all her strength. Li Wentai, I am here. Come save me. At that moment, Li Wentai's voice resonated like divine music to her ears, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. His presence signified that he was just a few steps away. Witnessing the woman he was about to possess call out the name of his rival, Zhou Lang's fury ignited. He struck Bai Rushuang across the face. You wretched woman, do you think calling him will help? If you can, summon him to save you. Zhou Lang, consumed by rage, grasped Bai Rushuang's neck tightly. Do you dare to challenge me? With a resounding crash, the door of the rental apartment burst open, followed by hurried footsteps. As Li Wentai entered the bedroom, he was met with the sight of Zhou Lang straddling Bai Rushuang, his hands viciously squeezing her neck, leaving her gasping for breath, her hands weakly grasping at the air. This scene was far more shocking than witnessing the two of them in an intimate embrace. Li Wentai felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Enraged, he picked up a broken stool and swung it violently at Zhou Lang's head. The security personnel quickly intervened, forcing Zhou Lang into a corner. Bai Rushuang, are you unharmed? The once proud and lofty Bai Rushuang had been kidnapped to a desolate place and nearly violated, a blow that could shatter her self-esteem. Upon seeing Li Wentai rush in, her heart found solace, and tears streamed down her face. I am fine, she choked, burying her head in his embrace. In that moment, Bai Rushuang perhaps did not realize the depth of trust she felt towards Li Wentai. Meanwhile, Zhou Lang, relying on his strength, was engaged in a brawl with the others, throwing several security personnel to the ground with sheer force. Fortunately, Wang Dong had summoned many allies, including several renowned experts from Cangzhou, who worked together to subdue Zhou Lang. After Wang Dong had Zhou Lang bound, he furrowed his brow, staring intently at him. So you were Zhou Lang? What possessed you to target someone else's wife? If you wish to court death, just say so. Why must you hang yourself? Zhou Lang snarled. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Let me go, or I will kill you. Wang Dong dismissively extinguished his cigarette, turning directly to Li Wentai. Brother, how do you want to handle this? I can easily dispose of him for you. His unspoken implication was to eliminate Zhou Lang, considering the man had dared to kidnap his brother's wife. It would be better to deal with him now than to face future repercussions. Just as Li Wentai was about to respond, he suddenly shuddered, feeling as if his very soul were being torn from him, leaving him weak. He steadied himself and said, no need for that. Just give him a beating and hand him over to the police, citing kidnapping charges for them to handle. With that, he mustered his strength. Cradling Bai Rushuang as they exited the apartment, placing her in the car, he retrieved a blanket from the trunk and handed it to her. As he sat in the front seat, the earlier bravado dissipated, leaving him filled with frustration and trepidation. Just moments ago, he felt an invisible gaze threatening him, as if daring him to harm Zhou Lang would result in the world's consciousness erasing him as well. This sense of foreboding penetrated his very soul, bringing him closer to death. It was then that he realized with utmost clarity that Zhou Lang was the protagonist of this world, the central character of the narrative. To put it simply, he could not lay a finger on Zhou Lang, or else he, the mere cannon fodder, would be forcibly eliminated by the world itself. Li Wentai was consumed by a profound sense of frustration and resentment. Why should he have to traverse to this world only to serve the protagonist? To be treated like a pawn? Had heaven granted him the identity of the young master of the Li family in Cangzhou merely to ensure his demise was somewhat dignified? What kind of considerate afterthought was that? Chapter 54. Determining intentions. Bai Rushuang regained her composure and noticed the troubled look on Li Wentai's face, hinting at some inner turmoil. After the recent events, she became aware of her own feelings. Viewing Li Wentai with a different perspective, she wished to alleviate his burdens. Wentai, what are you thinking? Looking at Bai Rushuang, who was fully wrapped up, he pressed his lips together and, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, Bai Rushuang, I'm sorry. I've been nursing a hangover from the bar for the past few days. If I had been at home, perhaps you wouldn't have faced these troubles or been bullied. It's my fault. His evasion and failure to recognize his feelings earlier had granted Zhou Lang an opportunity. At the same time, another thought emerged. If he had not altered the storyline, perhaps Bai Rushuang would still harbor feelings for the protagonist. Would it not be splendid for them to live happily together? It was precisely due to his meddling that Bai Rushuang faced bullying. His mistake had led to the distortion of the narrative. Why had he developed feelings for her? Li Wentai inhaled deeply, gazing intently at Bai Rushuang. Rushuang, I have hindered you. His words were inexplicable. Bai Rushuang was momentarily taken aback, completely bewildered by his meaning. Just as she was about to inquire further, she heard Li Wentai's thoughts. Perhaps I am just a mere cannon fodder. In my desire to survive, I distanced myself from the protagonist, inadvertently causing their falling out. Otherwise, the remainder of his thoughts faded away, leaving Bai Rushuang startled. Throughout, Li Wentai had not acted out of line. He had been diligently keeping his distance from her, while she remained unaware of the other matters. Although she could not comprehend why she could hear his thoughts, it felt like fate, a gift. Bai Rushuang paused and took the initiative to grasp Li Wentai's hand. Softening her expression and tone, she gently said, This is not your fault. It's not your wrongdoing. The one at fault is Zhou Lang. I was wrong to trust him. These experiences are mine to bear. And you saved me. Tightening her grip on Li Wentai's hand, Bai Rushuang discarded the blanket covering her and leaned closer to him, tilting her head to give him a soft kiss. The contact was fleeting, and by the time Li Wentai regained his senses, Bai Rushuang had stepped back, her face flushed. With a bright smile, she confessed, Li Wentai, I think I might like you a little. I don't want to annul our engagement. What about you? Her voice was crisp, as if she were extending a lifeline to Li Wentai, who felt himself plummeting into despair, pulling him upwards bit by bit. Knock, knock. A tapping sound came from outside the car window, followed by Wang Dong clearing his throat. You two should drive away first. I'll take him to the police station. So, Bai Rushuang truly had feelings for him. They were mutually infatuated. The realization sent a thrill through him, nearly causing his hands to tremble. After a long pause, he regained his composure. Li Wentai feigned calmness. Then let us not annul the engagement. After a few seconds of silence, he softly added to Bai Rushuang, I will do my utmost to be with you, but there are many things I cannot guarantee, so we cannot marry just yet. Bai Rushuang did not press further, merely responding with a gentle acknowledgement. Li Wentai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful she did not inquire further. To be with Bai Rushuang would mean confronting the protagonist directly. Having witnessed Zhou Lang's formidable strength firsthand, he knew it was no small feat. Not even dozens of bodyguards could subdue him, his explosive power akin to that of a fierce tiger. Truly, he was recognized by the heavenly consciousness as the protagonist, possessing such immense strength at a young age. Despite this, Li Wentai had to face Zhou Lang head-on. The only means to contend with Zhou Lang was to alter the storyline, to devise a way to usurp all of Zhou Lang's fortune. Everything Zhou Lang possessed must be seized, until he had nothing left, causing the protagonist's halo to collapse. Only then could his crisis be entirely averted. By replacing Zhou Lang, he could exist under the world's consciousness. Li Wentai had never forgotten his identity as cannon fodder. To reclaim his position, the only method was to stealthily usurp Zhou Lang's everything. Wealth, power, martial prowess, luck, and opportunities, everything, including Zhou Lang's harem. With this thought, a glint of determination ignited in Li Wentai's eyes. The first step, to claim Bai Rushuang, to seize the protagonist's woman. He would first find a way to win Bai Rushuang over, and then he could pursue Zhou Lang's other women, such as Yao Haiyue. In the adjacent room, Li Wentai sat before his computer, enveloped in smoke. In the afternoon, the world's consciousness had conveyed a clear message to him. He could not kill Zhou Lang, the protagonist, or he would face death himself. This implied he could not attack Zhou Lang. Even the slightest act of aggression, such as a gentle slap, would invoke the world's consciousness against him. With this realization, Li Wentai could not help but curse. Damn this world. You bring me here just to make me a mere cannon fodder? What sin had he committed to be subject to such relentless torment after death? Forced to play the role of an inevitably doomed pawn? Was this not akin to descending into hell? Li Wentai took a deep breath, continuing to contemplate the original storyline. Only one of the 7 crucial female leads had appeared. Logically, having won Bai Rushuang over should have provided him with a 1/7 advantage against the protagonist. So why was he powerless earlier in the afternoon? Li Wentai pondered deeply. Eventually, he would willingly become one of the protagonist's harem. Li Wentai was taken aback. Did this mean he must also possess Bai Rushuang physically to claim a portion of the protagonist's fortune? In an instant, countless unspeakable images flashed through his mind. Li Wentai felt a sudden dry mouth. He gulped down a glass of ice water, attempting to quell the fiery thoughts within him. Yet, this notion grew increasingly fervent, as if something was persistently telling him that by winning Bai Rushuang, he could siphon the protagonist's luck. Thus, he could usurp Zhou Lang, not just Bai Rushuang, but also Yao Haiyue, along with the many beauties in the protagonist's harem. If he were to pursue all these women, it seemed his vitality would be significantly depleted. Clenching his teeth, Li Wentai resolved to step out for a moment, but just then, he caught sight of Bai Rushuang emerging from her room. Her face was filled with terror as she rushed into his embrace. Wentai. Chapter 55, The Temptation of Beauty. Bai Rushuang was clad in a light lace-trimmed nightgown, the delicate fabric barely concealing her alluring figure. Caught off guard by her sudden lunge, Li Wentai instinctively swallowed hard. Struggling to maintain his composure, he asked, Rushuang, why are you crying? Since realizing his feelings for Bai Rushuang, he no longer wished to address her as the distant Bai Zong. He desired to draw closer to her in any way possible. After a moment, Bai Rushuang looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and said, I dreamed of Zhou Lang, and I'm truly frightened. The usually aloof and unyielding female CEO was openly expressing her fear in front of Li Wentai tonight. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by concern. He then reassured her, it's all in the past. Zhou Lang has been taken to the police station, where he will face legal consequences. Despite the circumstances, he was acutely aware that Zhou Lang was shielded by the world. As a protagonist, how could he possibly be imprisoned? It was likely that Zhou Lang would receive assistance from others within the police station and would not need to bear any responsibility for the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Bai Rushuang nervously grasped his clothing, her eyes flickering with a hint of shyness, but predominantly fear. Wentai, would you accompany me tonight? She awkwardly uttered. Her face flushed as she sought to justify her request. I've been quite frightened these past few days. You are my fiancé. It is only natural for you to comfort me. Are you unwilling? That day, Bai Rushuang had clearly heard Li Wentai's inner thoughts and was well aware of his feelings towards her. Given their mutual affection, sharing a bed seemed entirely natural, and they need not be cautious. Li Wentai was taken aback. He never anticipated Bai Rushuang would extend such an invitation. Overcome with emotion, he thought, Rushuang, I will keep watch over you tonight. Rest assured, I shall not take advantage of your vulnerability. Feigning calmness, he pulled out his phone to scroll through videos, while internally, his mind raced with 100 wild thoughts. The goddess lay in bed, and he was at its foot. The prospect of being alone together, with the potential for something to transpire, was nearly inevitable. They both grew increasingly anxious, and it was not until half an hour later that Bai Rushuang, her cheeks still warm, spoke again. Li Wentai, you should sleep in the bed as well. It has grown cold recently, and you surely cannot endure the chair. Li Wentai nodded, moving awkwardly to the edge of the bed, lying down without even daring to remove his clothes. With the chill of the season, Bai Rushuang, who was particularly sensitive to the cold, had taken the precaution of layering 2 blankets and turning on the heater, sharing the upper blanket with Li Wentai. As they lay together, separated merely by a blanket, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Having never had a girlfriend, Li Wentai was ill-prepared for such a scenario. He quickly got up, seeking refuge in the bathroom, oblivious to Bai Rushuang's puzzled gaze behind him. From what she understood, Li Wentai, coming from a wealthy family, had a history with numerous women before their acquaintance. Why then did he appear so inexperienced today? Bai Rushuang suppressed her curiosity and closed her eyes to rest. In the bathroom, Li Wentai remained for over an hour, until his legs felt numb, before he finally emerged. By this time, Bai Rushuang had peacefully drifted into slumber, her serene visage reflecting her youthful innocence. With a sigh, Li Wentai resigned himself to bed, unable to resist the allure of beauty. He could not ascertain what it truly meant to seize the protagonist's fortune. Was it merely a matter of sharing a bed with Bai Rushuang? It seemed far too simplistic. He feared that if he acted impulsively, not only would he fail to gain any fortune, but he might also incur the wrath of the protagonist, who could swiftly end his life upon discovering infidelity. Concerning his life, Li Wentai dared not act recklessly. Perhaps he needed to engage with other female protagonists to uncover the truth. Bai Rushuang and Yao Hiwei could be coincidences, but Yang Miao Miao surely could not be. According to the narrative, the protagonist had already thoroughly won over Bai Rushuang, even persuading her to become the primary partner, willingly sharing him with other women. Simultaneously, the protagonist's senior sister would make her entrance. Yang Miao Miao, true to her name, was as delicate as a willow, reminiscent of a figure from a classical painting. Her graceful movements and charming expressions echoing the elegance of Lin Daiyu. Yang Miao Miao harbored an infatuation for the protagonist, and despite being a few years his senior, her feelings remained unwavering. Their relationship was nearly solidified. Could he truly attempt to undermine it? Li Wentai's lips curled in frustration, deciding it was best to wash up and sleep. The following midday, Li Wentai remained in bed, soundly asleep, having stayed up late the previous night, while Bai Rushuang had been traumatized and had not enjoyed restful sleep for 2 days. Just as they were enveloped in sweet dreams, a thunderous roar echoed through the room. Li Wentai, you ungrateful wretch, get up. The voice, akin to a furious tiger, pierced through the air, startling Li Wentai into a daze. Dad, Mom, was he dreaming? He distinctly remembered sleeping in Bai Rushuang's room. How could his parents be standing at the door, eyes ablaze with fury? Realizing this was no dream, he hastily explained, Mom and Dad, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. Bai Rushuang and I did nothing inappropriate. Last night, they had merely shared a blanket and engaged in innocent conversation, yet here he was, being accused of infidelity. Li Dahai's expression darkened, losing all semblance of his usual gentility. Son, is this how your mother and I raised you? Just days ago, you claimed you had no feelings for her, and now you find yourselves in the same bed. What is true and what is false? Recalling Li Wentai's previous solemn declarations and the arrangement with Wang Dong, Li Dahai was consumed with anger. I will not let you off lightly today. You will learn who holds the power. With a fierce temper, Zhang Mei grabbed a feather duster, chasing Li Wentai around the room. The sight of him clad only in his underwear, having just emerged from a bed, only intensified their ire. Within moments, Li Wentai had received several kicks from his father, and the couple continued to vent their frustrations upon him. Don't think I'm unaware of your misdeeds. I've had someone watching you all along. You destroyed Bai Rushuang's company project, costing her millions, and now you think you can just sleep with her? Are you not ashamed? Li Dehai and Zhang Mei had endured trials together for decades, and they could hardly believe they had raised such a disgraceful son. It was no wonder they were furious. Bai Rushuang, feeling a bit embarrassed to be caught in such a compromising situation, quickly interjected, "Uncle, Aunt, you're mistaken. The project he managed didn't incur any losses. In fact, I even made a significant profit." As she spoke, Bai Rushuang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. But she couldn't help feeling shy at the thought of Li Wentai's parents. Surely, he wouldn't consider calling off the engagement now. Li Dehai turned his gaze toward Bai Rushuang, and upon seeing the purple marks on her neck, his expression flickered with concern. As an adult, he understood what those marks signified. His son had shared a bed with Bai Rushuang. How could she still defend him? With a tinge of disappointment, Li Dehai remarked, "Bai Rushuang, what on earth do you see in this boy? You have plenty of suitors. Why settle for my son? He is truly a disgrace." Cornered by his own mother, Li Wentai protested, feeling utterly wronged. He had done nothing wrong, yet here he was, being labeled a disgrace. As he opened his mouth to defend himself, Zhang Mei shot him a fierce glare. "Listen to your father. You've truly gone too far." Li Wentai felt tears welling up in his eyes. Faced with the unrelenting fury of his parents, he would rather face the protagonist directly. At least that would be a more merciful fate. Bai Rushuang sensed that Li Wentai's parents were inclined to support her, and she sought to defend him. Pulling out her phone, she displayed the project earnings and the chat history with Jin Jiahui. "Uncle, Aunt, if you don't believe me, here is the evidence. Wentai has only ever had my best interests at heart. He has never deceived me." Li Dehai regarded the phone with skepticism, but after reviewing the evidence, his expression shifted to one of confusion. His informants had clearly reported that Li Wentai was mingling in bars and tampering with contracts to sabotage Bai Rushuang. He had even sought out a contract guaranteed to fail. However, Wang Dong had personally confirmed the truth. How could that be false? Wang Dong was a child he had watched grow up, and compared to his own son, Wang Dong's word was far more credible. Upon reflecting on this, Li Dehai's gaze hardened with resolve. "Wang Dong has already informed me that my son deliberately sought out him for a project that would incur losses. And there are chat records to substantiate this." He cast a cold glance at Li Wentai. "I have retrieved the call records between the two of you and printed them out. Would you like to sign them?" As the head of one of the 4 prominent families in Sangzhou, Li Dehai was fully aware of Li Wentai's indiscretions, even those the young man presumed were hidden. How dare he claim innocence in his presence? Hearing his childhood friend's betrayal, Li Wentai wished to berate him thoroughly. Zhang Mei interjected, "Wentai, if it weren't for Wang Dong informing me and your father, we would have been oblivious to your unscrupulous actions." It was indeed true that the first round resulted in a loss of 3 million. Coincidentally, Jin Jiahui's company had encountered issues, leading to a cessation of funds. Li Wentai nodded slightly, acknowledging his awareness. That day, Jin had indeed mentioned this matter. The rupture in funds seemed to be orchestrated by the protagonist. Otherwise, Jin would not have targeted Zhou Lang so deliberately. "I understand you wish to call off the engagement, but you cannot resort to such tactics." Li Dehai seemed fatigued. He turned and sat on the sofa, embodying a demeanor that suggested he intended to clarify matters today. Faced with his mother's inquiries, Li Wentai opened his mouth, unsure of how to counter. Were it not for his parents' backing, Bai Rushuang might have truly suffered losses. In that case, not only would the money end up in the protagonist's hands, but he would also lose his wife. Suddenly inspired, Li Wentai adopted a woeful expression. "Dad, Mom, you truly misunderstand me. I was merely having a quarrel with Rushuang. How could I possibly betray her?" The couple on the sofa raised their eyebrows, their expression shifting as if to say he would face consequences if he could not articulate his reasoning. With the arrow knocked, he had no choice but to release it. Li Wentai, with feigned sincerity, spun tales that blended truth and fiction. "Dongzi witnessed my pursuit of Bai Rushuang. I became the laughingstock of the entire circle to win her over. Coincidentally, during those days, I had a tiff with Rushuang, and I thought to intimidate her into admitting her fault. Moreover, Dongzi has been my brother for many years. It is evident how deeply I love Rushuang." He spoke with unwavering confidence, bolstered by Wang Dong's belief in his infatuation with Bai Rushuang, which led to the latter providing him with a favorable contract under duress. Contemplating Jin Jiahui, Li Wentai inhaled deeply. "Dad, Mom, while you may doubt me, you cannot question Boss Jin's judgment. He has never failed in his investments." At the mention of Boss Jin, the couple's expression softened slightly. Jin Jiahui's business was thriving within the industry, reputed for never having failed in his ventures, making his projects highly sought after. Even Wang Dong had to exert considerable effort to secure the Qing Tian project from him, suggesting Li Wentai had no intention of deception. The couple sighed in relief but did not contemplate absolving him. Witnessing their change in demeanor, Li Wentai seized the opportunity to intensify his narrative. The reason Rushuang and I quarreled was due to someone pestering her, which disrupted our marital harmony and nearly led to a separation. In the distance, Bai Rushuang's expression shifted. Incredulous as she glanced at Li Wentai, she, being exceptionally astute, immediately discerned his intention. He was attempting to shift all blame onto Zhou Lang. Bai Rushuang lowered her gaze slightly. This reasoning was not entirely unfounded. With her son rarely seeking assistance, Li Dahai pondered, "You were cuckolded?" Li Wentai nodded vehemently. "Indeed. I was nearly forced into a situation of infidelity. This individual, Zhou Lang, is Rushuang's junior, and he has repeatedly belittled me in public. Just days ago, he audaciously kidnapped your daughter-in-law." Chapter 57. He will not be forgiven. Li Wentai embellished Zhou Lang's wrongdoings, recounting even the incident where Zhou publicly humiliated him at a bar. After listening, Li Dahai's face turned pale, and he drew in a deep breath, struggling to control his trembling hands. "Son, I have put you through hardship." His expression darkened with an impulse to take severe action. "His name is Zhou Lang, correct? I shall hire an assassin to eliminate him." Under the impression that his son was merely inept and indulging in reckless behavior, he was taken aback to discover that a hindrance was causing the turmoil. His son had always been pampered. When had he ever endured such trials? The thought of this only fueled Li Dahai's anger, and he looked at his son with profound guilt. "Son, it was my oversight. Your mother and I should never have doubted you. You have loved Xiao Shuang for so many years, and everyone has witnessed your affection. Yet, we perceived you so poorly. This is our failing." Upon learning the truth, it was only natural for them to share a bed. The one deserving of wrath was Zhou Lang. What kind of hero would take out his frustrations on his son? Li Wentai suppressed a laugh, adopting a helpless demeanor. "Dad, he is still Xiao Shuang's junior. It would be best if you refrained from intervening. He has kidnapped Rushuang, but she has now seen through his true nature, and I am confident they will no longer associate." Bai Rushuang chimed in, "Uncle and aunt, I will have no further dealings with Zhou Lang." She glanced at Li Wentai, a hint of shyness in her eyes. The older couple exchanged glances, recognizing a glimmer of joy in each other's expressions. Their son had endured so much suffering, and it was evident that Xiao Shuang had developed deep feelings for Li Wentai. Not only had she discerned Zhou Lang's true character, but their marital bond had also strengthened. Viewed this way, it was not entirely a negative development. Li Dahai nodded gently. "Xiao Shuang, I am relieved you have come to this understanding." A glint of resolve flickered in his eyes. Zhou Lang's actions had struck a nerve with him. Li Dahai's voice grew cold. "Since Wentai has advised me not to interfere, I shall feign ignorance. However, should this happen again, I will not spare him." He had worked tirelessly for half his life to ensure a comfortable life for his wife and child. Now that he had become the richest man in Sangzhou, he could not permit his son to live in disgrace. Observing his father's demeanor soften, Li Wentai felt immense relief, realizing he had successfully navigated this ordeal. He brushed his hand over the red mark on his skin, contemplating. Despite his father's outwardly genteel nature, he was undeniably formidable when provoked. He would not falter against anyone. As for his father seeking retribution against Zhou Lang, it was best to avoid that for now. With the protection of the world's providence, Zhou Lang would not face immediate consequences. For the moment, Li Wentai merely used Zhou as a scapegoat. If he were to take action against Zhou Lang, it would require more favorable circumstances to consider. Until he had absolute certainty, he must not act against Zhou Lang. After all, he was merely a disposable pawn. Attempting to seize the protagonist's fortune would not be so simple. Reflecting on the sensations from the previous afternoon, Li Wentai discreetly observed Bai Rushuang. "Dad, you must trust in our relationship. Rushuang and I share a profound bond that Zhou Lang cannot disrupt. I am not inept. I simply chose not to engage previously out of respect for Rushuang." As Bai Rushuang prepared to speak, she heard Li Wentai's inner thoughts. "Ha, I've successfully shifted the blame onto Zhou Lang. My mom is ruthless. She nearly knocked me out." Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Bai Rushuang's lips, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Li Wentai was indeed exceptionally clever, knowing how to redirect the blame. Even though she was aware of the truth, she could not help but commend his astuteness. Few could navigate such social entanglements as adeptly as he. He was truly a remarkable man, one she had chosen. Realizing her own thoughts, her cheeks flushed slightly, adding to her shyness. She took a deep breath, unconsciously revealing a sweet smile. Zhang Mei, who had been observing Bai Rushuang closely, felt a surge of joy at her daughter-in-law's demeanor. She cleared her throat. With a cheerful smile, he looked at Li Wentai. His expression gentle. Wentai, since you've mentioned it, your father and I can rest assured. How are things progressing with you and Xiaoshuang? Your father and I plan to settle matters soon. What are your thoughts? After all the turmoil, it would be beneficial for both of them to settle down early. Even though his mindset had shifted, Li Wentai still felt his palms sweat at the words. Clenching his fists, he feigned calmness and replied, I am certainly going to marry Xiaoshuang. Among the young scions, even if engaged, one could still withdraw. If there were no feelings between them, engagement would serve no purpose. Now that they had an engagement, it was sufficient to prove their relationship to the outside world. Zhou Lang's issues were not entirely resolved. It seemed he would soon be released from detention. If Zhou Lang learned about their engagement, it might not be Bai Rushuang who faced danger next. Thinking of this, Li Wentai's expression twisted slightly. If he were captured by Zhou Lang, he would not receive the same treatment as Bai Rushuang. He might not survive the journey. Li Wentai felt darkness cloud his vision and took a deep breath. Dad, I plan to date Rushuang properly and won't be getting engaged in the short term. As I said, once our feelings are solid, we will marry directly. Absolutely no dragging our feet. He gazed steadfastly at Li Dahai, his eyes filled with determination. This attitude made Li Dahai, who had some reservations, raise an eyebrow in surprise. Well, this kid is more romantic than I thought. No wonder he has been hesitant to get engaged. He is thinking of marrying directly. A satisfied smile spread across Li Dahai's face. Very well, since that is the case. Your mother and I can rest easy. You two take a good rest. We will be leaving now. Zhang Mei reluctantly released Bai Rushuang's hand, exchanging a few heartfelt words before departing the villa. Once they left, Li Wentai exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the sofa. His father was truly difficult to deal with. In an unexpected turn of events, she publicly announced their marital status at the morning meeting. The applause was thunderous, incensing the envious gazes around them. Mingled with a hint of jealousy, Li Wentai offered an awkward smile. Gazing up at Bai Rushuang, who was dressed in professional attire, he silently marveled at her boldness. He never expected Bai Rushuang to declare their relationship. Since the kidnapping incident, their bond had progressed rapidly. The usually aloof Bai Rushuang occasionally displayed a softer side, leaving the inexperienced Li Wentai blushing. What was it like to win over a goddess? It was divine. On stage, Bai Rushuang smiled and said, I have said all I need to say. I hope everyone can continue with their work as usual. She gracefully stepped down and stood naturally beside Li Wentai, her tone noticeably softer. Wentai, come to my office. I have something to discuss. Li Wentai nodded slightly, and the two entered the elevator side by side. As the doors closed, cheers erupted from the crowd. I am certain they are truly in love. Of course, our president has fallen head over heels. Anyone with eyes could see how Bai Rushuang treated Li Wentai differently. They had never seen her use such a gentle tone, even with business partners. It seemed their boss was headed for something wonderful. In the office, Bai Rushuang presented a contract to Li Wentai with a smile. Your status has changed. I can no longer allow you to remain an ordinary employee. Sign this contract, and from now on, you will be the company's vice president, holding the greatest authority after me. She gazed at Li Wentai with tenderness in her eyes. He swallowed hard as he examined the contract, astonished. The document was freshly printed, indicating that Bai Rushuang had put significant thought into it. Not only did it grant him the vice presidency, but it also allocated him half of the company's shares. This company is your brainchild. I cannot monopolize your hard work. His presence had already created a considerable ripple effect. According to the original storyline, Bai Rushuang's lingerie company would eventually become the largest in the nation, a renowned brand. Currently, he was merely a supporting character, which implied a lack of fortune. However, owning half of the company would surely alter the narrative. Bai Rushuang paused momentarily, nodding gently without further comment. Upon learning of Li Wentai and Bai Rushuang's reconciliation, Wang Dong quickly called, Brother, come out for a drink when you're free. Seeing the long-lost call, Li Wentai smirked coldly. This rascal dared to inform Li Dahai behind his back, even silently persuading him to invest 100 million. If Li Dahai hadn't approached him, he might have remained oblivious. Li Wentai cheerfully replied, All right, see you at the usual place. As soon as they met, Li Wentai grappled with him. He slammed Wang Dong against the wall and delivered a fierce punch. You little rascal, how dare you spy on me for my parents? If it weren't for my father accidentally letting it slip, I would have never known. Even Boss Jean was aware of this matter. While he had been kept in the dark, Wang Dong, realizing his fault, took a few punches but still maintained a smiling demeanor. He leaned closer to Li Wentai, feigning innocence. I was doing this for your own good. You clearly don't like Bai Ruxiang. You must be blinded by love. If you keep this up, I'll definitely find a master to exorcise you. After all, he had once pursued Bai Ruxiang with fervor, and now that he had won her over, he was throwing it all away. Wasn't that a sign of being bewitched? Li Wentai's mouth twitched as he unceremoniously tossed Wang Dong to the ground, sulking on the sofa. He wondered how far the original owner had gone, not just his parents, but even Wang Dong believed he was infatuated with Bai Ruxiang to the point of madness. The fact that they could even suggest he was bewitched showed how extreme the original owner's behavior had been. If not for Wang Dong's intervention, he might have truly put Bai Ruxiang in a compromising position, forever living in Zhou Lang's shadow. Recognizing this, Li Wentai sighed in relief and decided not to hold a grudge. All right, I was just joking. Ultimately, you helped me. You know me well enough to prevent my regrets. Wang Dong did not dare to continue the conversation and shifted topics. By the way, Zhou Lang has left the police station. Upon mentioning that name, Wang Dong frowned slightly. His dislike evident. That guy has had a stroke of luck. Someone spent a fortune to smooth things over for him, even though this incident did not directly involve him. Witnessing his good friend's wife being kidnapped and nearly harmed left Wang Dong feeling uneasy. Having grown up together, they were like brothers, and he felt protective of Li Wentai. It was infuriating that some unknown brat dared to covet his brother's woman. Li Wentai's eyes flickered slightly. Maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, he crossed his legs casually. Dongzi. I previously held back for Xiao Shuang's sake, wanting to be suppressed by Zhou Lang to make her dislike him. Now that Bai Ruxiang has seen through his true nature, I no longer need to pretend. A confident smile crept onto his face as he continued. You are right. Given our status, there is nothing we cannot achieve. He is merely a poor boy. What right does he have to oppose me? Since fate had granted him a second chance, it was certainly not meant for him to live a life of submission, content to be a mere pawn. He was no fool. The heavens have bestowed upon me such a splendid heritage. How could I squander it? Beside him, Wang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. You've finally come to your senses. I always said, why do you demean yourself before him? With your standing, he should be the one serving you. Li Wentai, who was sipping water, paused momentarily, swallowing discreetly. Having the protagonist as his subordinate was indeed an intriguing notion. Lowering his gaze, Li Wentai murmured, investigate Longhai Company for me. Find a way to deplete its financial resources. To deal with Zhou Lang, one must resort to cunning tactics. Chapter 59. I can read minds. Zhou Lang was surrounded by formidable allies. His most significant support came from his master and 7 senior sisters. If he could seize everything from the protagonist, even the world's consciousness would be powerless to intervene. After bidding farewell to Wang Dong, Li Wentai personally met with Bai Ruxiang to inform her of his intention to resign from the company. He had to confront Zhou Lang and could not remain a mere employee in Bai Ruxiang's company. He needed to leverage his connections against Zhou Lang. Staying here was futile. As he finished speaking, Bai Ruxiang looked up from her computer, her expression perplexed. Recently, she had been enamored with romance, believing their daily encounters could lead to an office romance. To her astonishment, Li Wentai intended to resign. Confused, she furrowed her brow slightly and asked urgently, why would you want to leave? Is it because you do not wish to stay by my side, or do you have grievances against me? Little did anyone expect that the aloof CEO, who rarely showed vulnerability, would find it hard to suppress her feelings once they emerged. Akin to an addiction she could not control, she yearned to be by Li Wentai's side at all times. The thought of Li Wentai's previous intentions tightened her chest, and she grasped his arm anxiously. Li Wentai noticed her unusual demeanor, and his heart sank. Ruxiang, you misunderstand. I have no grievances against you. I have other plans that I wish to discuss with you. Since the recent kidnapping incident, Bai Ruxiang had become particularly clingy, often gripped by inexplicable panic and a profound sense of insecurity. It was frightening enough to awaken such a strong-willed person multiple times in a single night. One could only wonder what Zhou Lang had done. Bai Ruxiang's eyes flickered slightly, and she hesitantly spoke, really? Upon seeing Li Wentai nod gently, she finally exhaled, her earlier tension gradually dissipating as she smiled at him. I thought you had grown to dislike me. Observing Bai Ruxiang's unusual reactions, Li Wentai felt a pang of sympathy, reinforcing his resolve to eliminate Zhou Lang, that detestable protagonist, consumed by darkness, directing such erratic behavior towards a woman. Seeing Bai Ruxiang's deep attachment to him, Li Wentai hesitated for a few seconds before laying his cards on the table. Rushuang, if I were to confront Zhou Lang, would you assist me? He has harmed you and me, and I cannot let him escape unscathed. As the world's protagonist, Zhou Lang shone with the halo of main character privilege. Surrounded by admirers wherever he went, and countless individuals paving the way for him, young Master Zhao even personally intervened at the police station to bail Zhou Lang out. Employing unknown means to suppress the kidnapping case, Wang Dong attempted to exert pressure on the police without success, ultimately conveying to him that Zhou Lang's backing was formidable. Even the Wang family could do little. Being a tyrant in Songzhou, it was astonishing that young Master Zhao could stand against them. One could only speculate about his origins. Aside from Zhou Lang's master, various factions were at play, and attempting to overthrow the protagonist to seize his fortune was akin to moving mountains with a mere will. In the past, for various reasons, Li Wentai had avoided direct confrontation with Zhou Lang, leading to misunderstandings between them. Now, however, he was determined not to let him off the hook. Pausing momentarily, he revealed his malice without reservation. If I were to take everything from him, would you support me? His gaze held a subtle scrutiny. He cherished Bai Rushuang and was willing to strive for her, provided she was worthy of such efforts. By openly laying his intentions bare, he sought to discern Bai Rushuang's genuine feelings. If she truly cared for him and was willing to confront the protagonist on his behalf, it indicated that his plans were feasible. Conversely, if she did not support him, what was the point of harboring resentment for her? He would simply walk away. Bai Rushuang, unaware of the inner turmoil within Li Wentai, regarded him with surprise. Did he truly intend to confront Zhou Lang? If she recalled correctly, Li Wentai had previously sought to avoid Zhou Lang, finding his presence as daunting as encountering the King of Hell. What had brought about this sudden transformation? After a few seconds of contemplation, Bai Rushuang decided to speak candidly. She awkwardly sipped her tea, saying, Wentai, there is something I have concealed from you for a long time. The fact that you can share this with me indicates your trust in me, and I do not wish to betray that trust. Her gaze was earnest, though her heart fluttered with anxiety. She understood that this revelation would be hard to believe, but it was her secret nonetheless. She could hear Li Wentai's innermost thoughts and was acutely aware of how serious his decision was, likely leading to dire consequences. If she was not mistaken, opposing Zhou Lang could pose a risk to Li Wentai. Speak, Li Wentai replied nonchalantly, calmly sitting down to sip his tea. As the CEO, Bai Rushuang certainly had her share of secrets. Her family had been delaying the meeting between their families. Perhaps this was intentional on her part. Bai Rushuang wrestled with her thoughts for a few seconds before closing her eyes and speaking. Sometimes, I can hear your innermost thoughts, your heart's voice. Li Wentai initially dismissed it as trivial. It took several moments for him to process her words, incredulous. What? You can hear my thoughts? Rushuang, please do not jest with me. Bai Rushuang's expression turned serious, shaking her head slightly. She never joked lightly and would not utter such things without conviction. Anything that passed her lips was generally accepted as truth within the company. In a hushed tone, Bai Rushuang said, I am not deceiving you. Sometimes I can hear your thoughts. If you do not believe me, feel free to say a few words. The atmosphere grew tense. Li Wentai's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he struggled to suppress his astonishment, attempting to analyze everything. If Bai Rushuang could indeed hear his thoughts, she must have already known the truth. Considering her previous odd behaviors, everything began to make sense. No wonder Bai Rushuang's attitude towards Zhou Lang had shifted suddenly. She had inadvertently altered the course of events. Could it be? How is it possible for one to hear another's thoughts? Yet Bai Rushuang does not seem to be lying. Am I being fooled? Li Wentai's mind was in turmoil, while Bai Rushuang smiled gently, promptly reciting two of his thoughts. At that moment, Li Wentai was utterly convinced. If such absurdities as him transmigrating into a novel could occur, then surely the ability to hear thoughts was a product of the butterfly effect triggered by his arrival. Bai Rushuang was the first to experience it. Noticing his odd expression, Bai Rushuang cautiously inquired, Did I perhaps say too much? I merely wish to join forces with you against Zhou Lang, to reassure you in your actions without any reservations. I will never show mercy towards Zhou Lang again. Chapter 60. The Green Tea Master Li Wentai remained silent for a long while, attempting to rise only to be met with darkness before his eyes. His physical fragility paled in comparison to the despair within his heart. Suppressing the urge to curse, he took a deep breath and regarded Bai Rushuang with utmost seriousness. Rushuang, how much do you know? Do you comprehend the extent of my resolve to confront Zhou Lang for you? He was merely a tragic pawn, resolved to fight against the protagonist for Bai Rushuang. Yet if she knew the truth and still chose to marry him, it would render everything meaningless. Bai Rushuang opened her mouth, her beautiful face tinged with a hint of helplessness. Often, I find myself perplexed by your expressions, sensing an oddity in our exchanges. I am acutely aware that Zhou Lang does not hold genuine feelings for me, yet the rest remains shrouded in mystery. Her eyes reflect a haze of confusion, as if she once stumbled upon a significant truth, only to have it forcibly erased from her memory. It appears that only in the proximity of Li Wentai does her mind momentarily recall fragments of the past. She recalls that Li Wentai harbors a certain wariness towards Zhou Lang, seemingly compelled by fate to distance himself from her. Bai Rushuang candidly articulated this, her demeanor betraying no deceit. Upon scrutinizing her expression, Li Wentai exhaled softly, relieved to ascertain her honesty. You speak truly, yet all of this bears no significance. Perhaps it is the whims of this world that allowed Bai Rushuang to hear his innermost thoughts. Does this imply that the universe is granting him an advantage? If so, one might fear that he and Zhou Lang are destined to become adversaries, locked in a struggle to the death. Otherwise, what could account for his ability to traverse dimensions, bestowing upon him the chance to alter everything? It seems likely that the world's consciousness does not seek his annihilation, but rather hints at the notion that he should seize Zhou Lang's fortune. Otherwise, why would it grant him dominion over the narrative? The two stood in silence, momentarily at a loss for words, just as the atmosphere thickened with tension. The office door swung open. A petite, charming girl entered, her presence commanding immediate attention. Upon spotting Bai Rushuang, she rushed over, her brow furrowed, her adorable visage ablaze with indignation. It seemed she had come to demand answers. Third senior sister, why have you harmed junior brother? He has been nothing but sincere towards you, yet you abandon him for a scoundrel. How can you betray our sisterhood and the kindness of our master? The so-called scoundrel, Li Wentai, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, discreetly surveying the girl before him. She was undeniably cute and petite, embodying the essence of a little darling. Yet her words twisted the truth, accompanied by a moral battleground. Could she be the cunning Lu Mingyan, known for her manipulative prowess? Despite her youthful appearance, Lu Mingyan had long since reached adulthood, her petite stature merely a constraint on her style, compelling her to adopt a cutesy persona. In the original narrative, Lu Mingyan was not only attractive but possessed a fiery disposition, confident in her master's favoritism and an exceptional talent for tea art, often stirring up chaos among the other senior sisters, earning her the title of a little tyrant. Yet, why had she appeared now? Bai Rushuang, taken aback by the unsolicited visit from a fellow disciple, felt a twinge of annoyance. Lu Mingyan, this matter does not concern you. Refrain from intervening. What has junior brother confided in you? I advise you to stay out of this. From this day forth, I sever all ties with Zhou Lang. At the mere mention of Zhou Lang, her gaze turned icy, fists clenched unconsciously. Recalling the harrowing experiences of the past 2 days, her tone sharpened, and her expression hardened as she glared at the girl. Lu Mingyan, aghast, exclaimed, Third senior sister, you have truly lost your mind. What kind of poison has Li Wentai administered to you? Bai Rushuang let out a derisive laugh, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes as she retorted coldly, instead of questioning me, perhaps you should inquire about Zhou Lang's actions. I was nearly victimized. And yet you come to me with grievances? Lu Mingyan, I never anticipated you would harbor such feelings for him. She suffers the consequences of her own choices, and thus, no one is entitled to cast judgment upon her, not even our fellow disciples. Lu Mingyan's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that third senior sister would dare to counter her. In a fit of exasperation, she cried, You have truly lost your senses. Junior brother cares for you deeply and treats you with kindness, yet you turn a blind eye and even betray him? Do you have any idea of the torment he endured? Locked away in the police station for 2 days and nights? Her words erupted with a mix of fury and compassion. Bai Rushuang maintained her icy demeanor, unwavering in her gaze. Witnessing the escalating confrontation, Li Wentai took a deep breath and turned to Bai Rushuang. Rushuang, do you require my assistance? Bai Rushuang subtly shook her head. This is a matter for our sect. Your involvement is unnecessary. Li Wentai nodded and exited the office. Bai Rushuang had long since discerned Zhou Lang's true nature, and thus, she was not easily deceived. As for Lu Mingyan, her timing was decidedly inappropriate. In the original tale, Lu Mingyan was the last female protagonist to make her appearance, eventually succumbing to Zhou Lang's charm. Logically, her presence should not occur at this juncture. Her sudden emergence hinted at potential alterations in the plot. If her memory served her correctly, Yang Miao Miao was due to appear next. Why then? Was it Lu Mingyan who had arrived today? With the chime, the elevator came to a halt. As Li Wentai looked up, he locked eyes with an approaching figure. Zhou Lang. Upon seeing Zhou Lang, Li Wentai initially thought he was dreaming. It was only when confronted with Zhou Lang's menacing glare that he realized the gravity of the situation. Zhou Lang. How dare you commit such acts against Bai Rushuang, and then show your face in her company? In previous times, Li Wentai would have never dared to speak so boldly to Zhou Lang. Caught off guard by the unexpected confrontation, Zhou Lang, who had previously relished belittling him, stood stunned, unable to fathom that this once submissive rich heir would dare to reprimand him. Rage surged within him, eyes ablaze with fury. Li Wentai, you must be tired of living. I was just about to settle the score with you, and here you are, conveniently presenting yourself. Chapter 61. Proving one's intentions drawing from past experiences. Zhou Lang was certain that Li Wentai would not dare to confront him directly. Thus he spoke without restraint. Li Wentai, do not assume that Bai Rushuang's current affections lie with you. The one she truly loves is me. Malice filled his gaze, devoid of the expected protagonist's arrogance. It seemed that the previous events had dealt a significant blow to him, darkening his spirit. How did he differ from a villain? In response to the provocation, Li Wantai's expression remained unchanged as he coolly replied, Zhou Lang, this is Bai Rushuang's company, not a place for your reckless antics. I advise you to behave. Freshly released from detention, did he truly wish to reacquaint himself with that experience? Calmly, he brushed past Zhou Lang and exited the elevator, pausing as he stepped out. The ambient sound of employees typing and murmuring reached his ears. The cacophony served as a reassurance. In a public setting, could the protagonist truly harm him? Surely, the authorities could not be so inept. Even if he were to perish, Zhou Lang would not escape the consequences. Committing murder in full view of the public would ensure Zhou Lang could not evade legal repercussions. You seek death, Zhou Lang snarled. Do you truly believe I would not dare to strike you? He summoned all his strength, his gaze darkening as he fixated on Li Wentai, who, in Zhou Lang's eyes, had become a mere specter. The first-floor lobby was filled with employees, and he could not fathom that the protagonist could truly succeed. Zhou Lang sneered. Li Wentai was undeniably a coward. As a martial artist of considerable prowess, he had the backing of his master. What could a mere rich heir like Li Wentai possibly do against him? He likely wouldn't survive a single blow. Zhou Lang swiftly pursued Li Wentai. An intense chase poised to unfold. Just then, the elevator doors opened again. Bai Rushuang stood there, her expression frosty as she immediately recognized the two familiar figures. Upon grasping the situation, she coldly declared, Zhou Lang, how dare you show your face in my company? Please leave. You are not welcome here. Her tone was resolute, her gaze fiercely confrontational. Zhou Lang halted, feeling the weight of humiliation, and defiantly questioned, Third senior sister, why may I not enter your company? Why does he have that privilege? Mentioning Li Wentai only ignited his fury, prompting a frenzied outburst. His eyes reddened with resentment. Third senior sister, what kind of poison has he fed you? How can you have developed feelings for him after knowing him for such a brief time? What am I to you? He had never doubted his master's words. Thus he had always regarded the 7 senior sisters as his own women, striving to present himself perfectly in front of them. He sensed that a few of the senior sisters harbored different feelings for him. Even the notoriously aloof Bai Rushuang treated him with remarkable gentleness. He was quite satisfied, merely awaiting the moment to claim her as his own. He had anticipated that once he descended the mountain, he would swiftly win Bai Rushuang's heart, but to his astonishment, she had developed affections for another. How could a man as assertive as Zhou Lang tolerate the thought of his woman being enamored by someone else? The mere idea was more painful than death. He stubbornly fixed his gaze on Bai Rushuang, demanding an answer from her. In the distance, Li Wentai paused, feeling a slight relief upon seeing Bai Rushuang arrive just in time. Bai Rushuang let out a mocking laugh, revealing a fleeting smile under Zhou Lang's astonished gaze. She coolly retorted, Junior brother, I have never declared my feelings for you. Prior to this, you have never expressed any affection towards me, nor have you ever pursued me. You have done nothing for me. During our time on the mountain, you treated me just like everyone else. I fail to see how you love me. Now, what do you think you are to me? Had she been under the influence of foolishness, driven by the pest within her that compelled her to like Zhou Lang, that would have been simply naive. Zhou Lang anxiously attempted to defend himself. Every time I come down the mountain, I deliberately bring you a gift. Does that not count as concern for you? Senior sister, if I were indifferent to you, why would I bother to give you gifts? Just as Bai Rushuang was about to respond, she hesitated. He truly believes that the trinkets he offered are worth their weight in gold. How shameless. Li Wentai's inner thoughts came at the right moment. He questioned the meaning of the scriptures inscribed above, even speculating that they were meticulously carved by a master, only to realize they were mere trinkets. Just like Zhou Lang's cheap sincerity, they held no value. Reflecting on this, a look of scorn and sorrow appeared in Bai Rushuang's eyes as she resolutely exposed the truth. You do not genuinely like me. Stop pretending. This is merely your possessiveness. You view me as your personal property. As the words left her lips, Bai Rushuang felt a slight tremor. Her statement inadvertently struck a chord within herself. Zhou Lang did not love her. He merely assumed she was his woman, unwilling to allow anyone else to take her away. It was a pure and unadulterated possessiveness. Perhaps Zhou Lang was aware of this, yet remained ensnared by his uncontrollable desire to possess. To find himself in such a predicament over someone he did not love, all for the ridiculous need to own her, was utterly pathetic. In that instant, she loathed Zhou Lang to the core. Zhou Lang's expression shifted multiple times, his countenance turning ashen. Third senior sister, I thought you were not materialistic. I never expected you to be this kind of person. The gift I meticulously chose for you. And in your eyes, it is worth only a few coins, he countered, accusing Bai Rushuang of being a gold digger while conveniently disregarding the fact that he had offered her a mere trinket, thus shifting all blame onto her. She closed her eyes, unwilling to engage further, and was about to ask him to leave when a sudden sound of footsteps approached from behind. Lu Mingyan arrived late. She rebuked, Senior sister, that was a gift carefully chosen by junior brother. How can you look down on him like this? Chapter 62. A sudden change of attitude from a distance. Li Wentai moved closer to discern the situation better and happened to overhear Lu Mingyan's words. He rolled his eyes, muttering to himself, Lu Mingyan is too foolish. Bai Rushuang gifted her a pair of shoes worth 16,000. He had initially thought Lu Mingyan was adorably sweet, only to realize her reasoning and logic were equally lacking, leaving him astounded by her naivete. With her comprehension skills, she would be a liability rather than a help. Lu Mingyan's expression stiffened. Did she just hear someone insult her? She glanced around but found nothing amiss, so she assumed she had misheard. Third senior sister, I think you are being unreasonable. Junior brother truly likes you. You cannot take advantage of his feelings just because he has affections for you. It is too cruel. Recalling the sight of Zhou Lang quietly shedding tears a few days prior, Lu Mingyan felt an urgent desire to speak up for him. Seeing Lu Mingyan present, Zhou Lang seized the opportunity to feign vulnerability, pretending to be heartbroken. Seventh senior sister, please do not blame her. This is all my fault. It is my deep affection for her that leads me to make mistakes. He forced a pitiful expression, appearing as if he were on the verge of tears, evoking sympathy from those around him. He grasped Lu Mingyan's hand, purposefully trying to appear strong as he said, Senior sister, let us go. One day, I will prove my sincerity to third senior sister. He was aware of Lu Mingyan's unconditional support and her unique feelings towards him. Therefore, he intentionally portrayed weakness to elicit her compassion. Zhou Lang was astute. After being bailed out by young Master Zhao from the police station, he had buried the matter. In front of Lu Mingyan, he claimed that someone had kidnapped Bai Rushuang and that he had single-handedly rescued her, inadvertently killing the kidnapper, which led to his detention. Lu Mingyan, with her innocent heart, never thought to investigate the truth and believed Zhou Lang's words implicitly. Seeing Zhou Lang's restrained demeanor, her heart ached as if something were pulling at it, causing her immense pain. She indignantly exclaimed, Third senior sister, you are being too harsh. In the distance, Li Wentai could no longer bear her foolishness, even too apathetic to offer a retort, choosing instead to lower his head and play with his phone. This Navi girl was truly a source of amusement. Zhou Lang's acting was not particularly sophisticated. He managed to deceive Lu Mingyan solely due to her bias. Now that Bai Rushuang's perception of Zhou Lang had soured, her heart was filled with resentment. She could see through his feigned affection, recognizing it lacked sincerity. Taking a deep breath, she warned, Little Seven, I will remind you one last time. Do not underestimate any man, especially Zhou Lang. He is very skilled at lying. I advise you to be cautious and not to trust his words. Having already pointed out the glaring discrepancies between the 16,000 shoes and the $2 trinkets, it was evident that something was amiss. If only Lu Mingyan would notice this, she might discern the truth. Yet, Lu Mingyan's lack of insight led her to angrily call Bai Rushuang a backstabbing wolf and storm off with Zhou Lang. Before leaving, she made a fierce statement. Bai Rushuang, one day you will regret your actions. She was convinced that Bai Rushuang could not distinguish right from wrong and had misjudged junior brother's genuine feelings. Falling for rumors from unknown sources, A good word is hard to convince a damned soul. As the saying goes, old adages hold their truth. Bai Rushuang coldly observed as the two departed. She turned and headed towards the staircase. She could empathize with Lu Mingyin's perspective, for Lu Mingyin was inherently naive, a natural green tea. Unlike Bai Rushuang, who held a certain status, Lu Mingyin was merely the daughter of a small family, spoiled and unable to discern right from wrong. After being chosen by the matriarch, Lu Mingyin found herself the weakest among the 7 sisters, feeling inferior and often lamenting her plight to the master. Her fragile heart was easily swayed by a few careless words from her sisters, unable to tolerate even the slightest grievance. Having not seen each other for a year, Bai Rushuang was astonished that Lu Mingyin had not changed one bit, remaining as naive and foolish as ever. If not for her charming appearance, she likely would not have caught the master's attention at all. Engrossed in her thoughts, Bai Rushuang inadvertently collided with Li Wentai in the corridor. You need not concern yourself with what transpired earlier. My junior sister lacks discernment and has merely been deceived. I believe that one day she will see through Zhou Lang's true nature. Li Wentai shook his head and smiled. In my view, your junior sister is utterly foolish. Unless she witnesses it with her own eyes, she is unlikely to believe. He scratched his head and cleared his throat lightly. Rushuang, my father has requested me to visit the Li group, and I would like to take you along. Would you be willing? In truth, Li Dahai did not call him. He merely wished to divert Bai Rushuang's attention upon seeing her so disconsolate. Indeed, Bai Rushuang's eyes brightened momentarily, only to be followed by a flush of embarrassment. She felt at a loss. Would it be inappropriate? After all, it was your family's enterprise. What would my presence signify? Even though the two had confirmed their relationship, until they were wed, she could not rightfully be considered a member of the Li family, nor could she enter as the lady of the Li household. Li Wentai chuckled. You are my girlfriend. You will be mine in the future. Is it so wrong for you to accompany me to see the family business? Eventually, all of this will belong to us. I want you to meet the future matriarch of the group. Bai Rushuang's face turned crimson, rendering her speechless. Li Wentai decisively made the choice for her. Let us go now. For your own sake, consider it a duty to the company as well. From this day forth, everyone will know you are the future mistress of the Li group, and many companies will be eager to collaborate with you. He took Bai Rushuang to make her presence known at the Li group, an act beneficial and harmless. The Li family name held significant weight in Songzhou, more so than that of the other 3 prominent families. With the Li name backing her, Bai Rushuang would no longer fear any underhanded tactics within the company, nor would anyone dare to usurp her investment projects. Offending Bai Rushuang would equate to offending the entire Li group. Bai Rushuang nodded slightly and followed him downstairs. Soon, employees of the Li group gathered in one area, sitting upright, casting furtive glances at the woman on stage, whispering amongst themselves. Who is she? Is she the girlfriend brought by young Master Li? Chapter 63. Public relationship. The employees buzzed with excitement, their eyes alight as they gazed at the few individuals on stage. Today, several major bosses were present, and even the future mistress had come. Surely, there was an announcement to be made? They eagerly anticipated some gossip. On stage, Li Dahai beamed at Li Wentai. Addressing all the employees below, he proclaimed, "This is my son, the next heir of the Li group." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, a show of respect as some even cheered enthusiastically, eagerly awaiting Li Wentai's speech. Just as Li Wentai prepared to speak, Li Dahai turned and passed him by, seemingly with no intention of handing him the microphone. Li Wentai was left bewildered. Is this truly my father? Turning back, he saw Li Dahai standing beside Bai Rushuang, excitedly introducing her to the crowd. This is my daughter-in-law, and the next mistress of the Li group. Please give her a warm welcome. The applause grew louder. Everyone looked at Bai Rushuang with heightened anticipation. She was the chairman's chosen future mistress, undoubtedly reliable, although her background remained unclear. Marrying into the Li family of Songzhou was akin to soaring to prominence. Li Dahai cleared his throat and regarded Bai Rushuang with utmost gentleness. Xiaoshuang, how about you say a few words to everyone? Don't be afraid. The entire Li group will belong to you and Wentai. You can speak freely. No one will dare to question you. His smile was warm, exuding a sense of assurance, even more so than his demeanor towards Li Wentai. It was indeed remarkable. Not long ago, he had been reviewing company documents in his office when his son barged in, declaring his desire to publicly acknowledge his relationship with Bai Rushuang. Although he was unsure of his son's sudden fervor, he had long awaited this day and did not hesitate to organize a company meeting. At this moment, the audience fell silent, utterly stunned by the events that had unfolded. The ability to stand firm within the Li group was a testament to their astuteness, and they understood the significance of Li Dahai's actions during such a crucial annual meeting to introduce his son and future daughter-in-law, and to treat the latter with distinct emphasis, indicated that Li Dahai aimed to establish Bai Rushuang's authority, ensuring everyone recognized her identity. She was to be the next mistress, as decreed by the chairman. Her position was unassailable. Bai Rushuang was momentarily struck dumb, her heart racing with excitement. She silently glanced at Li Wentai, who appeared equally incredulous. Did Li Dahai truly overlook his own son to turn to me? She was no fool. She comprehended Li Dahai's intention. Clearly, they had accepted her as their daughter-in-law, even if she had yet to officially marry into the Li family. With her eyes slightly reddened, Bai Rushuang stepped forward to take the microphone. "Thank you, uncle, for your trust in me." After briefly expressing her sentiments, she returned to Li Wentai's side, her heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Being recognized in front of everyone as the future mistress was more significant than any wedding. She was no longer merely Li Wentai's fiancée. She was firmly established as his wife. In stark contrast to the elated Bai Rushuang, Li Wentai's lips twitched, nearly speechless. He had never anticipated his father would take such a bold step. As the only son, he was undeniably the future heir of the Li family. No one could challenge his position, thus allowing his father to blatantly overlook him. Wow! The old man is openly showing favoritism. It seems he is truly set on Rushuang. Hearing those familiar sentiments, Bai Rushuang's cheeks flushed. In the penthouse office, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. The father and son exchanged glances, each sizing the other up. Li Dahai scrutinized Li Wentai with suspicion. "Son, are you planning to take over the company? As far as I know, you have always shown little interest in it. I tried to engage you, but you were unwilling. Why the sudden change of heart?" After Li Wentai came of age, Li Dahai had numerous times urged him to learn to manage the company and become a worthy successor. However, Li Wentai had no such aspirations, preferring to live as a carefree spendthrift, causing embarrassment in various circles. Now, with Li Wentai's sudden interest in the company, there had to be something amiss. Observing his father's dubious expression, Li Wentai remained unfazed. A slow smile crept across his face. "Dad, I've brought Xiaoshuang here. Surely you understand my intentions? I wish to carve out a place for myself in Sangzhou, to provide Xiaoshuang with the best life possible. Taking over the company is my best option." Previously, Li Wentai had shunned leadership roles, preferring to squander money. However, now he sought to seize the opportunity presented by his connections. Behind Zhou Lang stood formidable resources and numerous powerful figures. This meant Li Wentai had a formidable adversary, and he needed to leverage his backing to contend with Zhou Lang. Similarly, only by entering the Li group and becoming its executor could he gain greater influence. His demeanor had steadied, his gaze resolute, his heart no longer as tumultuous as before. Was it possible that this incident had truly anchored Li Wentai's resolve? Li Dahai pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, I understand. I will arrange a position for you in the company. Although we are a family business, there are still quite a few difficult shareholders within the company. Today, you need to make an appearance, but your position cannot be too high initially." As a father, he felt it was his duty to clear the path for his son. Li Wentai nodded in understanding, exchanged a few casual words, and planned to leave the office. Li Dahai raised an eyebrow and sharply called him back. "You rascal, having just accomplished your goal, are you trying to slip away?" Prior to this, he had assumed that his son and Bai Rushuang were already cohabitating, and that they had naturally become intimate. The day he caught them in bed, he had realized only later that their relationship had not yet reached that final stage. They had remained quite innocent. Reflecting on his previous assumptions of a pregnancy, Li Dahai was filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment. "You have been dating her for so long, yet you haven't even sealed the deal? How can you be so useless?" He gazed at his son with a mixture of disappointment and helplessness, pondering how Li Wentai, once so carefree, had transformed into such an innocent soul in Bai Rushuang's presence. Outside the door, Bai Rushuang hesitated, her hand poised to knock. Chapter 64. Zhou Lang's Madness. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She had assumed their acting skills were impeccable, only to realize they had been seen through by the elder couple. This was clearly a private matter between them. How could others be more aware than they were? Li Wentai felt a twitch in his eyelid and coughed softly. "Dad, please don't meddle in the affairs of the young. Rushuang and I are sincerely in love. Rest assured, she will undoubtedly be your future daughter-in-law. There will be no one else." After a few casual reassurances, he finally sent them away. A few days later, Li Wentai was assigned to an entry-level position for his internship, a development he accepted without question. Having just joined the company and contributed nothing yet, it would be inappropriate for him to ascend to a higher role prematurely, as the employees and shareholders would likely voice their discontent. He knew he must first familiarize himself with the company's internal operations, gradually gaining hands-on experience, and only then would he earn their trust through proven competence. Otherwise, his status as the young master alone would not suffice to command respect. Once he completed his tasks, Li Wentai entered a CAF. After savoring his coffee, he carried his documents towards the top floor. As he rounded a corner, he overheard a few female employees engaged in conversation. One spoke with evident envy. "Did you know? Young Master Li is particularly fond of Bai Rushuang. He even played the role of her devoted admirer." Another replied incredulously, "Are you joking? He is the esteemed heir of the Li family and the future successor of the company. How could he possibly be a devoted admirer?" After the women departed, Li Wentai let out a silent sigh. This was the third time he had encountered such gossip, ever since they publicly acknowledged their relationship at the annual meeting. The staff had grown curious about Bai Rushuang, eager to uncover the identity of the future lady of the house. Their inquiries had unearthed the fact that Li Wentai had once been a devoted admirer for several years, demonstrating the extent of his infatuation with her. Initially, employees assumed their relationship was a mere alliance of families, devoid of love. However, upon learning of his unwavering pursuit, they were taken aback to discover that what they thought was a strategic union was, in fact, a genuine romance. Bai Rushuang's reputation underwent a remarkable transformation, making her the envy of female employees throughout the company. Li Wentai offered a bittersweet smile, shaking his head in resignation, fully aware of the speculation surrounding him. Just as he was about to leave the CAF, a sudden realization struck him. He paused, contemplating that if the entire company was abuzz with gossip, the outside world must have caught wind of it as well. Did Zhou Lang know? If the news spread, it would mean an irrevocable confrontation between him and Zhou Lang. In a discreetly luxurious villa nestled within the mountains, Zhou Lang lounged on the sofa, fixated on his phone with disbelief etched across his face. His eyes widened as he absorbed the shocking news. What? That wretched woman Bai Rushuang is truly with Li Wentai. How dare she betray me? In the early morning, while racing at the club, Zhou Lang had stumbled upon a rumor that he had dismissed as a joke. After living with Bai Rushuang for 7 years, how could he not understand her true nature? It took him years to earn even a semblance of her affection. How could Li Wentai, having known her for such a short time, truly manage to win her heart? It seemed an impossible feat. Only after scrolling through trending topics did Zhou Lang realize the full gravity of the situation. Bai Rushuang had indeed become Li Wentai's wife, the lady of the Li family. Infuriated, he wreaked havoc throughout the villa, his eyes ablaze with rage. Bai Rushuang had been groomed specifically for him, and yet she dared to betray him for another man? Upstairs, Lu Mingyan was drawn down by the commotion. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, she paused, perplexed as she turned her gaze to Zhou Lang. "Junior brother, what on earth happened? Why are you so furious?" In her memory, Zhou Lang had always been gentle, his demeanor warm and welcoming. She had never witnessed such a display of rage from him. He appeared almost deranged. Zhou Lang hesitated, then revealed a pained expression, cradling his head in his hands. He collapsed onto the sofa, sobbing, "Senior sister, what have I done wrong? Why doesn't he, the third senior sister, like me? Why does she prefer Li Wentai? Am I truly inferior to him?" His tear-filled eyes bore into Lu Mingyan's, exuding an air of tragic longing. His voice trembled, choked with emotion. Were Li Wentai present, he would surely lament Zhou Lang's lack of genuine emotion. His words, though melodious, were devoid of sincerity. Were it not for his charm, others would likely see through Zhou Lang's faade. Yet Lu Mingyan believed him, moved by his suffering, even if it was in pursuit of another woman. Taking a deep breath, her eyes misty, Lu Mingyan approached Zhou Lang's side. "Junior brother, I advise you to let her go. The third senior sister has treated you unfairly. She rebuffed you so harshly last time. Even so, do you still wish to hold on to her?" Just as she was about to continue, she noticed something on her phone. Curiosity piqued, she scrolled through the trending topics, her eyes widening in shock. What? Li Wentai is actually the heir to the Li family? He is the true young Master Li. I thought it was just a coincidence. As she read further, her heart sank. Meeting Zhou Lang's gaze, she cautioned gently, "Junior brother, I urge you to give up on the third senior sister. She clearly values wealth above all. Otherwise, she would never have accepted Li Wentai." Chapter 65. You cannot compete with him. At the Li Group, in a pristine office, Li Wentai stared blankly at his computer, dark circles under his eyes. After the news of Bai Rushuang becoming the designated lady of the house spread, he had grown increasingly wary, preparing for the possibility of Zhou Lang's retaliation. Yet, as time passed, Zhou Lang showed no signs of action. Even his naive and endearing junior sister had not approached him. According to the protagonist's character, Zhou Lang would undoubtedly erupt with rage upon hearing the news, perhaps even attempting to confront him immediately. It was inconceivable that he would let this slide. The protagonist would never assume a role of complacent indifference. He was likely scheming something in the shadows, and Li Wentai had his own responsibilities to attend to. Li Wentai couldn't help but let out a sigh, rubbing his temples in an attempt to alleviate the pressure building in his head. Suddenly, a waft of fragrance enveloped him. A delicate hand rested gently on his forehead, soothingly pressing against his temples. Bai Rushuang spoke softly, her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she regarded Li Wentai. "Wentai, you have been sighing for days. Is there something troubling you?" Upon recognizing the familiar scent of her perfume, Li Wentai knew she had arrived. His expression turned even more dejected, tinged with helplessness. "Rushuang, this matter is rather complicated, and I cannot divulge the details at the moment." What troubled him most was not the fact that Zhou Lang had not yet confronted him. However, he was acutely aware of numerous plot points, yet found himself unable to divulge anything to Bai Rushuang, rendered speechless under the influence of the world's consciousness. He could not reveal his time-traveling secret, nor could he provide her with any spoilers about the storyline. Despite possessing comprehensive knowledge of the entire narrative, he was unable to communicate it, leaving him to toil in solitude. This feeling of frustration was utterly ineffable. Zhou Lang was scheming behind the scenes to eliminate him, while he held the strategy, yet found no avenue to implement it. Li Wentai felt a significant weight pressing upon his chest, suffocated by pent-up emotions. He spoke softly, "Rushuang, I wonder if you can grasp my sentiments. It is akin to being able to foresee the future, yet being unable to voice it or share it with you. I can only find ways to divert from the plot on my own." The protagonist group was formidable. Facing Zhou Lang alone would likely lead to failure. He yearned to confide in Bai Rushuang, to discuss strategies for countering the protagonist, especially since she was a CEO and exceptionally intelligent. Collaborating against Zhou Lang would surely increase their odds of success. Bai Rushuang had never seen him in such a state of urgency. Her brow furrowed slightly, tinged with concern. "I can sense your distress. Perhaps you could articulate it within your heart. There's no need to be overly anxious. Everything is predestined." Li Wentai shook his head slightly. "The emotions I can convey are but a fraction. Anything beyond that serves no purpose. I can only offer hints at the most critical junctures, and beyond that, it is futile." Moreover, a new plot was poised to unfold. According to the original book, the protagonist would soon be entangled with another powerful figure. While Longhai Company was quietly rising, his enemies grew stronger by the day, and he found himself helpless, merely a spectator. How could he resign himself to such a fate? Observing Li Wentai in turmoil, Bai Rushuang fell into contemplation and, within mere seconds, devised a solution. Her voice was laced with warmth as she spoke, her eyes radiating trust. "Even if you cannot articulate it, there are alternative methods to instigate change. You may enlist me or Wang Dong to undertake certain advantageous tasks on your behalf. I will not pry. You need only to have clarity in your heart." She firmly believed that Li Wentai would not harm her. Even if he could not reveal the truth, she was willing to take action on his behalf, trusting him unconditionally. Li Wentai recognized the underlying message in her words, and his expression shifted. "Rushuang, you truly place such faith in me?" Indeed, Bai Rushuang was correct. Since the truth was elusive, it was best to trust him unconditionally. Whatever he deemed necessary, she would follow, akin to a blade wielded at his command, united in their opposition. Overcome with emotion, he embraced Bai Rushuang tightly, exclaiming, "Rushuang, you are simply wonderful. I never anticipated you would say such things. Thank you for your trust." The suffocating weight upon his chest dissipated in an instant, as if sunlight had broken through the clouds, illuminating a path forward. He had meticulously sought to reveal the plot to Bai Rushuang, striving to communicate vital information to earn her belief and cooperation. Yet, he had never imagined that she would extend such profound trust without requiring validation from him. Even in the absence of knowledge about the plot, she would believe him without hesitation should he speak. Bai Rushuang's trust was invaluable, nearly bringing him to tears. He held her tightly, burying his face in her fragrant neck, their posture appearing intimately close. Bai Rushuang's cheeks flushed, and she remained silent. She considered herself clear-headed, not prone to romantic delusions. Yet, in the presence of Li Wentai, she found herself unknowingly surrendering her heart, even wishing to trust him blindly. With a resigned sigh, she was about to push him away when the office door swung open abruptly. Accompanied by a voice, Li Dahai entered. "You rascal, there's a dinner gathering tonight." "And you," his words halted mid-sentence as he beheld the two of them closely entwined. His expression froze, and he coughed awkwardly, clenching his fists. Bai Rushuang was the first to react, pushing Li Wentai away and standing to the side, her face flushed. "Uncle, what brings you here?" She nervously clasped her clothing. Unable to lift her gaze, Li Wentai, accustomed to such occurrences, calmly turned to his father. "Dad, can you please knock before entering next time? I'm a married man now. It's quite easy for you to see things you shouldn't." Li Dahai chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement. "All right, I understand. I will certainly knock next time." He closed the door and strode in, continuing, "The Longhai company you asked me to investigate has yielded some insights. The mastermind behind it is indeed Zhou Lang. But the investors are not him personally. Zhou Lang hails from a modest background and lacks the capital to start a company. I suspect someone is backing him. Otherwise, he would not possess such economic strength." Li Dahai settled onto the sofa, his expression contemplative. The company owner was Zhou Lang, yet the investors were not him. Who would willingly invest millions to establish a company for Zhou Lang? It appeared that Zhou Lang was not a mere pawn. He likely had powerful figures supporting him. He continued, "Based on the information I have, dealing with Zhou Lang will not be straightforward. He is not a simple character, and you cannot outmaneuver the people behind him." Li Wentai was not surprised by this conclusion. Zhou Lang came from an unremarkable family, yet he was backed by a formidable mentor. Combined with the protagonist's halo and fortune, making him a favored child of the world's consciousness. In a sense, he could be considered a scion of a wealthy family. As for those behind Zhou Lang, they would not hesitate to aid him, even to the extent of sacrificing for the protagonist. Li Wentai scratched his head, speaking awkwardly. "Dad, his identity is indeed complex. It might be best if you refrain from provoking him." Li Dahai was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed in disbelief at his son. "It's just a small company. Do you truly believe I cannot handle him?" His face displayed blatant disdain. To him, Zhou Lang was merely an inconsequential figure. Possessing a company meant little. With that alone, he could not stand against him. In Sangzhou, any family would defer to him. Who wouldn't he approach him with respect? A fledgling company, established only recently, would have no standing in Sangzhou should he wish to eradicate it. No one would dare collaborate with them. Just a young upstart. Dealing with him would be a trivial task. Observing his father's self-important demeanor, Li Wentai felt awkward. He could not possibly reveal that Zhou Lang was the protagonist. When the protagonist wielded fortune, attempting to confront Zhou Lang could lead to disastrous consequences. Even Li Dahai would have an 80% chance of suffering a setback. After all, how could one challenge a protagonist? Li Wentai struggled to lift his head, a hint of humiliation crossing his face. He spoke solemnly. He nearly bullied Rushuang. "I cannot swallow this indignation. I wish to confront him myself to prove my strength." Until the situation became clearer, he would not allow Li Dahai to act rashly. Unless absolutely necessary, he would tackle Zhou Lang himself. "Not bad. You rascal." Showing some ambition, Li Dahai laughed heartily, grasping his meaning. "Then let us proceed as you suggest. If you ever encounter an insurmountable challenge, come find me. In Sangzhou, you can freely invoke my name, no matter who it is. They will certainly show respect to your father. You must strive to make me proud." Li Wentai nodded, cautioning Li Dahai against hasty actions, lest they disrupt his plans. Once Zhou Lang fell into the trap, the financial chain of Longhai Company would snap instantly, leading to a collapse of its cash flow. When a company experiences a cash flow crisis, it signifies impending bankruptcy unless it is backed by a continuous influx of funds. Otherwise, the company is doomed. "Oh, you clever boy. I underestimated you. After all, you are my son, and how could you possibly be a fool?" He gazed meaningfully at Li Wentai. "To think that at such a young age, you would manage to stem the flow of funds. It appears you are quite suited for the business world." Li Wentai awkwardly nodded, subtly indicating to his father that it was time to leave. All pertinent discussions had been concluded, and remaining here served little purpose. Casting his gaze upon Bai Rushuang's abdomen, he spoke softly. "Son, Xiaoshuang, I have no other expectations. I merely hope that you two will marry soon, allowing me to cradle my grandchildren sooner." Should anyone overhear his words, they would undoubtedly find them both amusing and perplexing. In other corporations, even a biological father would be reluctant to delegate power to his own son, unwilling to relinquish control easily. Yet here at the Li Group, Li Dezai seemed solely focused on becoming a grandfather, almost eager to retire early. He and Zhang Mei were not yet 50, yet they were already yearning for grandchildren. Li Wentai's eyelids flickered, and he quickly took Bai Rushuang's hand. Dad, rest assured, I will marry Rushuang soon. Having children is merely a matter of time. We have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. Fortunately, it was already after working hours, and Li Wentai led Bai Rushuang away. All the while Li Dezai's laughter echoed behind them. Clearly, he was intentionally hastening their marriage and procreation. Otherwise, a dignified president would never have such leisure. Bai Rushuang personally prepared a few bottles of red wine, and the two shared a modest drink. After dinner, Bai Rushuang went to take a shower, while Li Wentai languidly reclined on the sofa, pondering how best to ensnare the protagonist. Soon, a call from Wang Dong interrupted his thoughts. Taigu, my subordinates have informed me that Zhou Lang's company is preparing a project and is currently seeking investors. Should we consider an anonymous investment? Then withdraw our funds to infuriate him? Wang Dong's voice brimmed with malice. A few days prior, Zhou Lang had acquired a small company, spending a significant sum. If I invest according to plan, I could ensnare him quite effectively. After the recent kidnapping incident, Li Wentai harbored no fondness for Zhou Lang. He would feel no remorse in obliterating Zhou Lang's enterprise. In fact, he relished the thought of Zhou Lang's misfortunes. Li Wentai's eyes brightened. This was precisely the course of action. Subsequently, Zhou Lang had managed to entangle himself with the daughter of a powerful figure, successfully elevating Longhai Company through her patronage. Leveraging the connections of that influential individual, he encountered many more affluent personalities, thus gaining entry into high society and stepping onto the path of the protagonist. With this in mind, a slight smile graced Li Wentai's lips as he calmly replied, "Let us proceed as you suggest. From this moment forth, whenever he has a project, we shall devise ways to sabotage it. He must not profit. As long as Zhou Lang's company remains unprofitable, his projects will inevitably fail. Even if he entangles himself with the daughter of a powerful figure, what of it? Surely, that influential individual would investigate the company behind Zhou Lang. Upon witnessing the dismal state of Longhai Company, I cannot believe that individual would continue to assist Zhou Lang. In contrast to the impoverished, it is often the wealthy who prioritize profit. They will not invest in someone devoid of value or potential, nor will they support a person incapable of managing a company. In summary, as long as the company flounders, no one will invest in Zhou Lang." Chapter 67. What are you doing here? All right. I will send you the relevant project information shortly. A moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 gold. I shall not intrude upon your precious time. After discussing business, Wang Dong immediately shifted to a more trivial tone. Li Wentai was not angered. Just as he hung up, Wang Dong's document arrived. This fellow has become increasingly thorough in his work. Perhaps I should consider a gift for him, though what should it be? Bai Rushuang emerged from the bathroom. Noticing Li Wentai lost in thought, she leaned over, her delicate hand caressing his face. "What are you pondering?" Li Wentai grasped her hand. "You know exactly what I am thinking, don't you?" The familiar fragrance made Li Wentai's heart flutter, but remembering the pressing matters at hand, he set aside his other thoughts. "Look," Li Wentai offered his phone. Bai Rushuang took it, glancing at the screen before instinctively sitting up straight. Remembering their earlier conversation in the office, she hesitantly asked, "Is this the project that Longhai Group intends to pursue next?" Astute. Li Wentai's lips curved into a smile, offering her praise. Bai Rushuang felt the weight of the phone in her hand, knowing instinctively that it must have cost Li Wentai a fortune. Yet, he so readily shared it with her, and this trust brought her both joy and a sense of gravity. "Are you not afraid I might betray you?" Bai Rushuang teased, curiosity dancing in her eyes as she studied Li Wentai. Should she hand this information over to Zhou Lang, Li Wentai would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, not to mention the considerable expense he incurred to obtain it. More importantly, his undercover agent within Longhai Company could very well be exposed, a loss of immeasurable consequence. Li Wentai raised an eyebrow and smiled, pulling Bai Rushuang close, leaning in to whisper, "Would you?" Bai Rushuang felt her breath catch, her mind momentarily blank as she gazed at his handsome face. "No," she declared firmly. Perhaps sensing it was insufficient, she added, "I could never betray you. I believe in you." With that, Li Wentai kissed her. Their passionate encounter left Li Wentai invigorated, and even as the battle concluded, he remained spirited. Glancing at his phone, a sudden realization struck him. Due to the constraints of the world's consciousness, he could not directly eliminate the male protagonist. But that did not mean he must passively endure. If he could not kill, he could still engage in numerous other strategies, such as intercepting Zhou Lang's project. Zhou Lang, being the protagonist, surely possessed the luck and fortune to make his chosen projects profitable. Li Wentai could preemptively seize Zhou Lang's project. It would merely require a bit more financial investment. After all, he was not lacking in funds. Most crucially, he must not allow Zhou Lang to strengthen to the point of becoming the formidable character depicted in the original narrative. By maintaining control over this aspect, Li Wentai felt confident he could survive until the end. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Wentai drifted into slumber, awakening the following morning to Bai Rushuang's affectionate kiss. Without opening his eyes, his hand instinctively found its way to her. Xiaoshuang, I entrust the project to you. Do not let me down. Bai Rushuang rested against Li Wentai's chest, her voice brimming with confidence. Rest assured, with me here, there will be no issues. Even if challenges arise, I will spare no effort to resolve them. This morning, she meticulously organized the information she had gleaned from Li Wentai's heart, subsequently confirming one crucial detail. Li Wentai must not confront Zhou Lang directly. Should they face off, Li Wentai's chances of victory would be virtually non-existent. Thus, if they truly wished to contend with Zhou Lang, it was imperative that she take action. As she recognized this reality, she silently questioned its worth. But gazing at Li Wentai's profile, she found her answer. Unlike others, Li Wentai was worthy of her efforts. After indulging in a tender moment in bed, Li Wentai finally escorted Bai Rushuang to her company. Despite meeting every day, Bai Rushuang felt a pang of reluctance each time they parted ways. Just escort me to the office, if you please, she implored, her eyes blinking up at Li Wentai. That expression hardly resembled that of a formidable businesswoman. Yet, Li Wentai found himself drawn to this side of Bai Rushuang that she only revealed in his presence. He affectionately patted her head and nodded in agreement. True to her word, once they reached the entrance of her office, Bai Rushuang bid him farewell without hesitation. This attitude of moving forward without looking back made Li Wentai yearn to reprimand her once more. However, considering that Bai Rushuang had pressing matters to attend to, he suppressed that impulse. As Li Wentai stepped out of the corporate building, he intended to locate his vehicle when two familiar figures caught his attention from a distance. Haiwe, what on earth is going on? Why have you been avoiding me lately? Zhou Lang confronted Yao Haiwe, his expression one of anguish. Li Wentai smirked slightly. Oh, a delightful spectacle was unfolding. With no immediate plans, he decided to remain where he was, curious to see what mischief Zhou Lang was up to this time. Yao Haiwe had no desire to face Zhou Lang. The mere sight of his face reminded her of the painful words she had overheard while with Li Wentai. Nevertheless, Zhou Lang had indeed cared for her over the years, and without concrete evidence, she was reluctant to sever ties with him, fearing she might unjustly accuse him. Haiwe, I have good news for you. I've heard of a remarkable traditional Chinese doctor who can treat your mother's illness. Let us go together in a few days to get your mother the help she needs. Her mother was Yao Haiwe's greatest vulnerability. Upon hearing this, her eyes brightened, ready to respond, when that familiar voice echoed again. It seems this journey has led Yao Haiwe to entrust herself to Zhou Lang. It's understandable. Zhou Lang had been there for them in the past, and now sought a doctor for her mother. It's not surprising that Yao Haiwe might feel indebted to him. But would she regret it if she knew that her mother had fallen ill and passed away right after she left? Yao Haiwe's face paled. This was clearly Li Wentai's inner thoughts. The fact that she could hear them indicated he was nearby. Sure enough, as she scanned her surroundings, she spotted Li Wentai. Zhou Lang followed her gaze, his expression darkening immediately. What are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be here? Li Wentai replied innocently. Is this place yours? Did you purchase it? Zhou Lang was caught off guard by Li Wentai's unrelenting retort, momentarily rendered speechless. Seeing his bewildered expression made Li Wentai chuckle. After all, he was a wealthy heir. He had every right to express his temper. Previously, he had restrained himself, fearing Zhou Lang might lash out violently. But now that Zhou Lang had not fully matured, he felt capable of managing him. Why then should he continue to suppress himself? While Li Wentai focused on Zhou Lang, he failed to notice the complex gaze Yao Haiwe cast upon him. Noting Zhou Lang's lack of response, Li Wentai continued to speak. Zhou Lang was already irritated. Among the women he knew, Yao Haiwe had captured his attention the most. Yet, he had yet to win her over. Today presented a prime opportunity. After the turmoil in the Yao family, Yao Haiwe had only her mother left. When her mother underwent surgery last time, Li Wentai had taken advantage of the situation. If he could heal her mother, he was certain Yao Haiwe would reciprocate his affections. But Li Wentai intentionally brought up Bai Rushuang, clearly with ulterior motives. Haiwe, Don't believe her nonsense. I've come to realize that Bai Rushuang is merely a woman who is motivated by money. I can't believe I was so kind to her. Zhou Lang gazed at Yao Haiyue with a look of deep longing, an expression of determination flashing briefly in his eyes. Ultimately, isn't he just treating Yao Haiyue as a backup? Surprisingly, this perspective is quite refreshing. Why, if you truly care for her, must you conspire with your mentor and ruin someone else's family? Just as she was about to speak, she noticed a young girl had suddenly appeared beside Zhou Lang. Lu Mingyan stood by Zhou Lang, curiously observing Yao Haiyue. Junior brother, who is this? Upon spotting Li Wentai nearby, her expression darkened. What are you doing here? Truly, they were like siblings, asking the same question. Li Wentai regarded the two with a smirk. Not your concern, Li Wentai. I assure you, as long as I am present, I will not let you bully my junior brother. Li Wentai shrugged, remaining silent. Zhou Lang's face turned slightly pale, yet he proceeded to explain Yao Haiyue's background and circumstances. After hearing Yao Haiyue's story, Lu Mingyan felt a twinge of sympathy. So, junior brother, what plans do you have for Miss Yao now? This place isn't safe. There are unsavory characters lurking around her. I think it would be wise to place her somewhere closer to me for better protection. Additionally, I've contacted a renowned physician to see if he can treat her mother's illness. Zhou Lang laid out his plans one by one. Lu Mingyan's eyes sparkled with admiration and pride. Her little junior brother had indeed matured. Look at how well organized his arrangements were. After her moment of reflection, Lu Mingyan turned to Yao Haiyue with enthusiasm. Miss Yao, since my junior brother has made all these arrangements, why not just follow his lead? Li Wentai rolled his eyes, almost to the heavens. His words are more pleasant than a song, claiming to protect her by keeping her close. But he knows how much Bai Rushuang values Yao Haiyue as an employee. Taking Yao Haiyue away serves to satisfy his own desires while also annoying Bai Rushuang. If this is indeed the case, Li Wentai's gaze dripped with disdain. Yao Haiyue felt her head buzzing. Li Wentai was remarkably persuasive. Yet, it was also thanks to him that she might not be able to refuse. After all, the temptation to treat her mother's illness was immense. Nevertheless, if everything hinged on her mother's life, Yao Haiyue admitted she could not take that risk. Although her mother was currently unwell, she still had her mother with her. If she lost her, she would truly be an orphan. Under the pressure of both Zhou Lang and Lu Mingyan, Yao Haiyue slowly shook her head, turning down Lu Mingyan's suggestion. No, my mother has already seen many doctors, all of whom said there was no hope left. I simply wish to spend the remaining time by her side. Furthermore, I don't intend to resign. I've worked here for quite a while, regardless of your history. I believe Bai is a competent superior, and I am satisfied with the salary she offers. If there is nothing more, I must return to work. Zhou Lang was left speechless. He had considered every angle, yet Yao Haiyue still managed to refuse? Anger surged through him, overriding all other thoughts, and he blurted out his innermost feelings. Haiyue, you regard her as your superior, yet you have no idea how she truly feels about you. You've been working at her company for so long, and since your mother fell ill, has she ever shown concern for you, or your mother? Likely Wentai. Zhou Lang understood where Yao Haiyue's vulnerabilities lay. The doctor I found is highly esteemed. There are countless people queuing for his services. He agreed to see your mother this time solely because of my mentor's reputation. If that doesn't work, you can take your mother along for a change of scenery. A hint of hesitation crossed Yao Haiyue's face. If she could bring her mother along, it might not be such a bad idea. Meanwhile, her phone rang, a call from the hospital. Concerned that she might not hear clearly, she deliberately turned on the speakerphone. Miss Yao, hello. A group of people just arrived suddenly, claiming they want to take your mother away. Yao Haiyue's expression changed instantly, her anxiety palpable. Zhou Lang secretly urged the insects within her body while explaining, Haiyue, you need not worry. This person is someone I sent. I intended to surprise you. So I had them handle your mother's transfer to another hospital. Indeed, look how much my junior disciple cares for you. Lu Mingyan chimed in. Seeing a flicker of gratitude on Yao Haiyue's face, she was about to agree when Li Wentai subtly shook his head. This foolish girl cannot see that they are clearly using her mother as leverage. Truly, one can sell you and still count the money for others. The word agree lingered on the tip of Yao Haiyue's tongue. Neither agreeing nor refusing felt right. As Yao Haiyue hesitated, Zhou Lang grew impatient, intensifying the power of the insects. This scene could deceive Lu Mingyan and Yao Haiyue, but it did not escape Li Wentai's notice. It seems this kid has truly run out of options, resorting even to using the insects. Perhaps this foolish girl is not as naive as she appears. If she were to agree, she might endanger both her mother and herself. Just a moment ago, Yao Highway felt she could not acquiesce, yet suddenly, a voice emerged in her mind, incessantly coaxing her to yield to Zhou Lang. As she was on the brink of capitulation, the familiar voice resonated once more. Awakening her clarity, she clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, refusing to relent. In this moment, she felt the need for pain to sharpen her awareness. Noticing Yao Haiyue's continued silence, Zhou Lang's anger surged. Could it be that the insects given by his master had lost their efficacy? Why else would she not respond? Yao Haiyue lowered her head. Just the fact that Zhou Lang had secretly implanted the insects within her made her deem him unworthy. Moreover, Li Wentai was correct. If her mother fell into Zhou Lang's hands, she would likely have to obey his every command. In contrast, Li Wentai bore no grudge against her, even for Bai Rushuang. He would not deceive her. With this thought, Yao Haiyue knew how to choose. I've thought it over and have decided against it. Zhou Lang, I owe you too much already, and I do not wish to accrue further debts. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Lang's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was a business partner. In comparison to Yao Haiyue, the project held greater significance, so he answered the call, feigning sorrow. Haiyue, I never expected that after all these years, you would not trust me. If that is the case, I shall not force you, but rest assured, whenever you need me, I will always be here. Having expressed his apparent affection, Zhou Lang hurriedly departed. Once he vanished from sight, Lu Mingyan turned to Yao Haiyue. There was no denying that Yao Haiyue's beauty had kept Zhou Lang captivated for so long. She possessed a beauty that even women found enchanting. Lu Mingyan glanced at Yao Haiyue, then looked down at herself, forcing a smile. Miss Yao, look how much my junior disciple cares for you. Yet you wound his heart like this. I truly feel for him. Yao Haiyue regarded Lu Mingyan and suddenly inquired, do you like him? With her feelings exposed, Lu Mingyan felt a flush of embarrassment. After a few moments of hesitation, she bravely nodded. Unsure whether she was concerned about Yao Haiyue's reaction or harboring ulterior motives. She hastily clarified, Miss Yao, rest assured, I will not compete with you for him. If you two truly end up together, I can play the supporting role. As long as I can remain by his side, that is enough for me. Upon hearing this, Yao Haiyue could not help but roll her eyes. Was there something amiss with Zhou Lang's senior sister? Where did she derive the notion that they were a couple? Moreover, a woman willing to play second fiddle just to be near a man was truly a disgrace to all women. She felt compelled to remind her. Your junior disciple has left. Shouldn't you hurry after him? At this, Lu Mingyan abandoned the conversation and hurriedly dashed after him. Once the two had departed, Li Wenai approached Yao Haiyue. If you trust me, I can arrange for your mother to be transferred to a hospital with better treatment and greater safety. No one, except for you or those you permit, will be allowed to visit her. A glimmer of hope flickered in Yao Haiyue's eyes. Given Li Wentai's status and influence, his words were not mere platitudes. What stirred her heart even more was the assurance that no one could reach her mother without her consent. To be honest, Zhou Lang's earlier actions had indeed left her with some lingering shadows. Is that truly possible? Yao Haiyue gazed at Li Wentai, disbelief clouding her features. Unsure if she was dreaming, Li Wentai remained silent and, before her, called his assistant, instructing him to begin the transfer procedures for Yao Haiyue's mother. Once completed, he recalled that he had previously exchanged contact information. He waved his phone in front of her. All set. I will send the hospital bed number to your phone shortly. Now, it's getting late. You should head to work. With that, he turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Yao Haiyue suddenly comprehended why Bai Rushuang ultimately chose Li Wentai. With Li Wentai, one could attain respect. Even when he acted for her benefit, he would first seek her permission before making decisions. Conversely, Zhou Lang was different, above all. He was concerned only for himself, never considering her feelings, with every action driven by his own desires. Standing still for a few seconds, Yao Haiyue abruptly rushed to Li Wentai, bowing deeply. Brotherly, thank you. I will never forget your immense kindness. Li Wentai waved dismissively, no need for thanks. I help you because Rushuang values you. Moreover, you managed to remain true to yourself in the face of Zhou Lang's temptations, refusing to betray your principles. For that alone, you deserve this. A flicker of shame passed across Yao Haiyue's face. In truth, there had been a moment of wavering within her. Had she not heard Li Wentai's genuine sentiments and recognized Zhou Lang's true nature, she might have indeed agreed. She opened her mouth to speak, but Li Wentai, sensing her intent, shook his head. The past is the past. What matters is the future. With that, he strode away. Yao Haiyue stood, entranced, watching his silhouette, her heart racing faster than before. However, The realization that Li Wentai's actions stemmed solely from Bai Rushuang's regard for her caused her spirits to plummet. After a long while, Yao Haiyue finally composed herself and ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, as Li Wentai entered his car, he received a call from Wang Dong. "Brother Tai, are you free now? What's the matter?" "I've discovered that Zhou Lang is meeting with his partners." Before Wang Dong could finish, Li Wentai interrupted, "Send me the address. I'm heading over now." Chapter 70. Intercepting the collaboration. Before long, Li Wentai arrived at the location Wang Dong had mentioned. Upon seeing him, Wang Dong hurriedly approached. "Brother Tai, you're here. What brings you here?" Noticing Li Wentai's unusual demeanor, Wang Dong quickly added, "I knew you were on your way, so I came out to greet you. You need not worry about what's inside. My people are keeping an eye on it." Upon hearing this, Li Wentai's expression softened slightly. In a corner hidden from his view, Wang Dong let out a long sigh of relief. As the atmosphere intensified, Tai Ji's presence became almost palpable, reminiscent of his father's formidable aura. Soon, the two of them found themselves in a private room on the second floor. Upon entering, Li Wentai noticed several individuals leaning against the wall, holding what appeared to be horn-like devices. Wang Dong approached one of them, clapping a hand on his shoulder, and inquired about the situation next door. "It seems they are wrapping up their discussion. I just heard Zhou Lang on the phone requesting that someone bring over the contract." "That quickly?" Li Wentai expressed his surprise and anxiety. If the contract were signed, it would complicate his plans to intervene later. Wang Dong chuckled reassuringly. "Fear not, Tai good. I am well prepared." He then produced a note from his pocket and handed it over. Li Wentai opened it to reveal a string of phone numbers. Could it be? He instinctively glanced at Wang Dong, who nodded emphatically. "Yes, it's the phone number of Zhou Lang's partner, Lin Yukai. Tai Gu, to be honest. I went to great lengths to obtain this number. Are you not touched?" He winked mischievously. "To get a horse to run, you must let it graze well." Li Wentai, not one to be stingy, recognized Wang Dong's passion for cars. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Fine, once I successfully secure this project, you may choose any vehicle from my garage to enjoy for a month." "How does that sound?" Wang Dong's eyes sparkled with disbelief. "Really? Any car?" "Tai Gu, I hereby declare you my one and only boss." Li Wentai shot a mock glare at Wang Dong and then took out his phone, dialing the number on the note. Soon, a phone rang in the adjacent room. Lin Yukai, upon seeing the caller ID, excused himself politely. "I'll take this call. Let's continue our discussion later." Zhou Lang nodded, dismissing the interruption. Their prior conversation had been quite pleasant, with the terms of cooperation nearly finalized. All that remained was the signing of the contract. Without beating around the bush, Li Wentai introduced himself directly. "Hello, I am Li Wentai. I hear you have a project I am quite interested in, and I would like to discuss it with you in person." Standing in the corridor, Lin Yukai was taken aback. The name Li Wentai was undeniably familiar. "Are you truly General Manager Li?" He stammered after a moment. "Wouldn't a meeting clarify that?" Li Wentai replied, realizing he was indeed speaking to Li Wentai. Lin Yukai quickly responded, "All right, please send me the address. I will arrive in no more than half an hour." Without hesitation, he made the decision. While they were of similar age, one was the son of a publicly listed company as chairman and a future heir, while the other was merely an emerging figure in the business world. It was an obvious choice. After ending the call, a triumphant smile spread across Li Wentai's face. It seemed the allure of the protagonist's halo was not as formidable as he had imagined. He had anticipated a more arduous effort to persuade Zhou Lang. But this had been surprisingly straightforward. When Lin Yukai returned, the contract had already been delivered. Zhou Lang greeted him with a smile. Yet Lin Yukai could not bring himself to meet Zhou Lang's gaze. "I'm sorry, Zhou Zong, but it appears this contract cannot be signed." He was aware that his actions were somewhat unscrupulous, but who would turn down a lucrative opportunity? The fault lay with Zhou Lang's company for not being as formidable as the Li Group. Zhou Lang's smile faltered. Yet he understood the necessity of maintaining a good relationship with Lin Yukai. After a brief pause, he managed to ask, "May I inquire what transpired?" Realizing that Lin Yukai had just received a phone call, Zhou Lang quickly deduced that the issue stemmed from that conversation. A flicker of malice crossed his eyes. He had nearly finalized the contract, and now it was being disrupted. He vowed silently not to let the instigator go unpunished. "Other companies have also expressed interest in this project, Zhou Zong. You know how business works. It's all about which side offers greater profits, so I wish to reconsider. I hope you don't mind." Lin Yukai did not state his intentions too firmly, recognizing that Li Wentai had only expressed interest, not a commitment. Though unwilling, Zhou Lang had no choice but to retreat. Once he departed, Lin Yukai promptly moved to the adjacent room. By the time Zhou Lang left, Wang Dong's associates had already vacated, leaving only Li Wentai and Wang Dong in the private room. Li Wentai, straightforward as ever, pushed a contract towards Lin Yukai. Take a look, and if everything seems in order, please sign. Lin Yukai carefully reviewed the contract and realized that Li Wentai had indeed come well prepared. Upon reaching the end, where Li Wentai even offered him a point of profit, he no longer hesitated and signed his name. Observing Lin Yukai sign, Li Wentai quietly asked, "If I may be so bold, why would you pursue a project unrelated to the Li Group?" Lin Zhoutsai's unspoken concerns were evident, as he wished for the success of the project he had painstakingly developed. Given his foray into a different industry, it was crucial to address any uncertainties Lin Yukai might harbor. Li Wentai smiled, revealing, "Nothing more than I simply find Zhou Lang displeasing." Lin Zhoutsai's expression shifted to one of understanding, and his admiration for Li Wentai deepened. To invest so much in a project that was not needed, merely out of disdain for another, reflected an extravagant and capricious nature. "Mr. Li, such a kind-hearted individual as yourself does not favor him. It seems he is not worthy. Thank you for the heads up. I shall refrain from any future collaboration with him." After a moment, Lin Yukai added, "Moreover, I will advise my associates to be cautious of him as well." Li Wentai's eyes glimmered with amusement, acknowledging Lin Zhoutsai's cleverness. It was no wonder Zhou Lang chose to collaborate with him. From this exchange, it was clear that Lin Yukai was not only intelligent, but also quick-witted, promptly aligning himself with Li Wentai's sentiments. Well then, hereas to a pleasant collaboration ahead, Li Wentai extended his hand. He relished the prospect of working with astute individuals. Indeed, a fruitful partnership. Lin Yukai, perceptive to the unspoken dialogue between Li Wentai and Wang Dong, excused himself without lingering. "I will send someone to your company by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Should any issues arise, don't hesitate to call me," Lin Yukai affirmed, leaving with the contract and a joyful expression. At that moment, Lin Huaxing emerged from the private room. Observing Lin Yukai's figure in the distance, his brow furrowed. In the business world, few companies held significant stature, and due to the intricacies of human relationships, appearances could be deceiving. "Is that Lin Yukai?" Lin Huaxing squinted suspiciously. He was aware that Lin Yukai had recently ingratiated himself with the newly established Longhai Company. Was his presence here indicative of some business development? Driven by curiosity, Lin Huaxing took a few steps forward, expecting to catch a glimpse of the founder of Longhai Company, only to instead encounter someone he least wished to see. Li Wentai. How could Lin Yukai possibly emerge from his private room? Surely, the news of his collaboration with Hailong Company cannot be mistaken. Lin Huaxing narrowed his eyes, a thought lingering in his mind as he recalled the deeds of Li Wentai. If he were to inform Zhou Lang of their clandestine meeting, a spectacle would undoubtedly ensue. Sensing a malevolent gaze upon him, Li Wentai instinctively glanced towards the entrance. At that very moment, the person outside turned to leave. With just a glimpse of the profile, Li Wentai recognized the individual. TSK, how fitting for a protagonist to possess such an aura. I had just signed a contract with Lin Yukai, and now I encounter Lin Huaxing. I wonder if he noticed Lin Yukai, given his disdain for me. The odds are high that he would inform Zhou Lang. Seeing Li Wentai in silence, Wang Dong assumed he was anxious and reassured him. "No need to worry. I've arranged for people on Zhou Lang's side. Not to boast, but with a word from Brother Tai, I could tell you how many times he used the restroom today." Li Wentai rolled his eyes. "No thanks. I'm not interested in how many times he visits the restroom. But why are you so curious about him?" Li Wentai's request for Wang Dong to investigate Zhou Lang was impulsive, yet Wang Dong's demeanor suggested he was well prepared. "No particular reason, I just find him displeasing." Wang Dong shrugged, looking rather shameless. This rationale left Li Wentai at a loss for words. Indeed, as a villain, Wang Dong, being his friend, naturally belonged to the same category. They were inherently at odds with the protagonist. It was noon, and after the commotion, Li Wentai felt a pang of hunger. So he invited Wang Dong to dine here. Their meal stretched over an hour, filled with conversation. Wang Dong remembered Li Wentai's earlier mention of borrowing his car for leisure. As Li Wentai finished his meal, Wang Dong finally asked, "Brother Tai, may I come by your place to choose a car after we eat?" Li Wentai, known for his reliability, pulled a set of keys from his pocket and tossed them onto the table. "Here, this is the key to my garage. Take it and feel free to choose any car you fancy. Just one condition, do not let it get scratched. Rest assured, I guarantee with my life that both the car and I will be safe." Wang Dong exclaimed, clutching the keys, a broad grin spreading across his face. Li Wentai averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight of such foolishness. Just as they were about to leave, Li Wentai's phone rang. The caller ID displayed by Rushuang. Suddenly, he remembered his promise to accompany her for lunch. To his dismay, he realized he had forgotten amidst his excitement. Surely, Bai Rushuang must still be waiting for him. Hastily, he answered the call. Throughout the morning, Bai Rushuang had been reviewing the project materials Li Wentai provided the previous day. Initially disinterested, she found the project remarkably promising upon closer inspection. She had intended to call him immediately, but decided against it, knowing they would meet for lunch soon. However, as time passed, and Li Wentai failed to arrive, concern for his well-being prompted her to call. Upon hearing his voice, Bai Rushuang exhaled in relief. With a hint of playful reproach, she asked, "What have you been doing this morning? Why haven't you messaged me?" "Nothing much, just intercepted Zhou project." Li Wentai replied nonchalantly, though internally he was elated. If he managed to survive until the final episode, today would mark a significant milestone. "What? You've intercepted the project?" Bai Rushuang's voice rose in surprise. "Indeed. My goodness, you are quite impressive. In such a short time, you've managed to secure everything? Even through the phone?" Li Wentai could sense the admiration in her tone. "Yes, this collaboration was made possible largely thanks to Wang Dong's assistance, so I treated him to lunch." As he spoke, Li Wentai's voice faltered slightly. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, he ended the call amidst Bai Rushuang's reluctant farewells. "Oh, is this still the decisive brother Tai I know? No wonder they say that the tender embrace is a hero's grave. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand." Wang Dong teased, winking at him. "Indeed, it appears that a man in love experiences a decline in intellect. Brother Tai, do you think men like us will lack for girlfriends? Not for lack of women, but for a genuine heart that treats you well." Li Wentai replied incisively. Wang Dong huffed in dissatisfaction. "All right. I understand you have a good relationship. When you have children, I will surely prepare a grand gift for my dear nephew." Li Wentai rose to leave, but stumbled upon hearing Wang Dong's words. "No, Brother Tai, I was just joking." Wang Dong quickly pleaded. Ignoring him, Li Wentai departed. After ending the call, Zhou furiously threw his phone to the ground. "You, Li Wentai, first you steal my woman, then my project. In this life, we shall not coexist." It took Zhou a full half-hour to calm down. Staring at the ceiling, a ruthless glint passed through his eyes. The Li family business had flourished for years. Becoming a towering tree, his own gusts were insufficient to topple it. However, not being able to contend with Li Wentai did not preclude him from dealing with Bai Rushuang. "Senior sister, you were the first to act unjustly. Do not blame me for being ruthless." At this moment, Li Wentai and Bai Rushuang remained oblivious to the impending crisis, enjoying a candlelit dinner. After having stood her up for lunch, a tinge of guilt compelled Li Wentai to treat Bai Rushuang to a lavish dinner that evening. As they savored red wine accompanied by piano melodies, the atmosphere was quite warm and inviting. The following day, upon waking, Li Wentai found Bai Rushuang had prepared breakfast, consisting entirely of his favorite dishes. As the saying goes, one must reciprocate kindness. Recalling Bai Rushuang's splendid performance the previous night, Li Wentai decided to drive her to work. Yao Highway arrived near the company and immediately spotted Li Wentai bidding farewell to Bai Rushuang. Watching his handsome figure, a pang of bitterness crossed her heart. She longed for the woman before him to be herself. Yet, acknowledging the chasm between them, she quietly concealed her feelings. "Yao Highway, do not be overly greedy. You and he are not from the same world. For now, being able to observe him from afar and exchange a few words is enough." Taking a deep breath to compose her expression, she resumed her walk to the company. Expecting Li Wentai to ignore her, she was surprised when he nodded in her direction, as if greeting her. In that instant, it felt as though her heart had stopped beating. Bai Rushuang had already entered the company and was unaware of this encounter. After the morning meeting, the secretary rushed in, panic-stricken. "Not good, President Bai. There's been a crisis. Several raw material suppliers and partners have called to terminate their contracts." "What?" Bai Rushuang sprang from her seat. She closed her eyes, then reopened them, regaining her usual composure. "Contact other suppliers to see if anyone is willing to collaborate with us. Additionally, dispatch someone to investigate who is behind this." Commands flowed from Bai Rushuang's lips, calming the previously panicked crowd. Zhou had not intended to conceal his actions. Thus it wasn't long before Bai Rushuang uncovered the mastermind behind the turmoil. Upon seeing that name, Bai Rushuang felt no surprise at all. In truth, she had anticipated this outcome. Li Wentai had seized such an excellent project from Zhou Lang the previous day, and it was only natural that he would retaliate. However, she did not expect Zhou Lang to be incapable of confronting Li Wentai and instead to turn his sights upon her. Was this not a clear case of preying on the weak? Should we seek help from Mr. Li? Her secretary inquired cautiously from the side. Bai Rushuang remained silent, internally grappling with whether or not to ask Li Wentai for assistance. Given the magnitude of the situation, it was inevitable that news had reached Li Wentai. After hearing of the incident, he wasted no time, pressing the accelerator and heading straight for Bai Rushuang's company. Simultaneously, an uninvited guest arrived at Bai Rushuang's office. She frowned as she beheld Lin Huaxing, who treated her office as if it were his own. Coldly, she asked, "What do you want?" "Just came to see you." Lin Huaxing replied, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Bai Rushuang, his tone dripping with a hint of lewdness. "Your company is on the brink of bankruptcy. Out of our past acquaintance, I thought I'd let you know that when the time comes, I have a warm bed available." Just as Li Wentai entered, he caught the tail end of Lin Huaxing's remark, and his anger flared. The entire city of Zhangzhou was aware that Bai Rushuang was his fiancée. How dare this man attempt to undermine him? Bai Rushuang was equally furious, her breath quickening, her chest rising and falling more rapidly, causing Lin Huaxing to gawk. "Do you think I'm a sickly cat just because I haven't roared?" Without a second thought, Li Wentai charged forward with clenched fists. Lin Huaxing, caught off guard, was struck down to the ground. Li Wentai had put forth nearly all his strength into that blow, and it took Lin Huaxing a few moments to regain his senses after collapsing. Feeling something in his mouth, he instinctively spat it out, revealing a mix of blood and teeth. Lin Huaxing could only seethe in silence. His eyes darted around, and he lay on the ground, refusing to rise, yelling, "Help! He is going to kill me. I'm calling the police." Li Wentai scoffed at the notion. "Go ahead and call the police. I'd like to see who dares to meddle in this matter." Perhaps it was Li Wantai's assertive tone that left Lin Huaxing momentarily speechless. Initially, he had thought Li Wentai merely a simple assistant, only to later discover his true identity. The power of the Li family loomed large in his mind, overwhelming him with a sense of despair. "You're bullying me because of your position," Lin Huaxing exclaimed, prompting Li Wentai to laugh in disbelief. It was Lin Huaxing who had instigated this situation. Li Wentai's actions were merely a display of righteous indignation. "Today, I am indeed leveraging my position. What of it? What can you do about it? If you have the capability, stand against the Li family." Lin Huaxing was too intimidated to do so. Yet he could not leave in defeat. Struggling to rise, he glared at Li Wentai with malice and declared, "You wait. If I don't destroy you, I'll write my surname backwards." With that, he fled. Li Wentai attempted to pursue him, but Bai Rushuang grasped his arm, shaking her head. "Let it go. He didn't gain anything from this encounter, and we are already in a precarious position. It's not wise to create further enmity." Li Wentai yearned to dismiss Lin Huaxing as inconsequential, but ultimately refrained from pursuing the matter upon witnessing Bai Rushuang's worried expression. The commotion had left her office in disarray, and as they began to restore order, footsteps approached from a distance. Lu Mingyan stood at the door, casting a guilty glance at Bai Rushuang. Upon noticing their attention, she quickly adopted an air of arrogance. "What are you doing here?" Bai Rushuang asked, puzzled. Despite her dissatisfaction with Lu Mingyan repeatedly speaking on Zhou Lang's behalf, the two were, after all, fellow disciples. Moreover, Bai Rushuang understood that Lu Mingyan's behavior was likely influenced by the manipulation of the goo worm, thus her attitude remained neutral, neither cold nor warm. Lu Mingyan, initially apprehensive, misinterpreted Bai Rushuang's demeanor as a sign of lingering affection for Zhou Lang, and her confidence surged. "Sister, the junior is only acting out of anger, targeting your company. If you apologize to him, I'll speak on your behalf later. I assure you, your company will be fine." Ignoring Li Wentai, Lu Mingyan approached Bai Rushuang, her expression one of feigned concern for her well-being. Upon hearing this, the flicker of camaraderie in Bai Rushuang's heart extinguished entirely. Lu Mingyan had the audacity to suggest she apologize to Zhou Lang at such a critical juncture. Her words clearly indicated that Lu Mingyan had not considered Bai Rushuang's perspective at all. It was well known throughout Zhangzhou and Jing City that Bai Rushuang was Li Wantai's fiancée. When she stepped outside, she represented not only herself, but also Li Wantai's honor. To apologize to an insignificant individual would tarnish his reputation. Furthermore, Bai Rushuang felt no obligation to apologize to Zhou Lang. "Why should I apologize to Zhou Lang? What have I done wrong? Is there a law stating that if he likes me, I must be with him?" Lu Mingyan was rendered speechless. The goo worm had its greatest effect only when Zhou Lang was present. Although Lu Mingyan had feelings for Zhou Lang, she still possessed a rational sense of right and wrong. Recognizing Bai Rushuang's steadfastness, she understood her efforts were in vain. "Just hope you don't regret this," Lu Mingyan said before departing. At that moment, Bai Rushuang allowed her vulnerabilities to surface. Lu Mingyan was the youngest disciple. By the time she arrived at the mountain, Bai Rushuang was already old enough to remember. She recalled how their master had focused all his attention on Zhou Lang, while the eldest sister had made an effort to care for the youngest. Bai Rushuang, concerned for Lu Mingyan's safety, had often taken her into her own room. It could be said that Bai Rushuang had raised Lu Mingyan single-handedly. Yet, her naturally placid disposition had allowed Lu Mingyan to grow accustomed to her whims. The years they spent together had certainly left a mark on Bai Rushuang's heart, and she held a unique fondness for her junior. However, even the deepest affection could not withstand continuous strain. At that moment, Bai Rushuang felt her patience with Lu Mingyan was nearing its limit. "Don't be upset. I will find a way to deal with the goo worm situation." Li Wentai had initially intended to remain uninvolved, but could not bear to see Bai Rushuang in distress. Bai Rushuang shook her head, offering a bittersweet smile. "Those matters are not easily resolved." With a sigh, she expressed her discontent. Observing Bai Rushuang's troubled expression further solidified Li Wentai's resolve to defeat Zhou Lang. He believed that as long as he triumphed over Zhou Lang, all of these difficulties would be effortlessly resolved. After spending some time with Bai Rushuang to ensure she was all right, he eventually took his leave. On the way, Li Wentai meticulously devised a strategy to confront Zhou Lang. A casual glance in the rearview mirror revealed a car persistently tailing him. Li Wentai narrowed his eyes. He had anticipated that Zhou Lang's retaliation would not be so straightforward. Assessing the surroundings, he noted that this was a major road in the city, bustling with traffic. Not only was it difficult to shake off the pursuing vehicle, but even accelerating proved challenging. Throughout the journey, Li Wentai made several attempts to lose the car behind him, all of which ended in failure. Just as he was about to leave the main road, he sharply turned the steering wheel and veered into the outskirts, where the roads were wider and less populated, allowing for greater speed. Once on the rural road, Li Wentai pressed down on the accelerator, but he had underestimated the speed of the car following him. The vehicle clung to him tenaciously, and to his shock, it even attempted to ram into his car. As he maneuvered to evade, the car's tires suddenly lost traction, leading to a loss of control. Li Wentai gripped the steering wheel tightly. The vehicle crashed forcefully into a tree, and almost simultaneously, the airbag deployed in the driver's seat. Remarkably, Li Wentai emerged virtually unscathed. Stepping out of the car, he gazed at the mangled engine hood, a wave of dread washing over him. It was no wonder the affluent favored luxury vehicles. The quality of the airbags was evidently commendable. Li Wentai couldn't help but reflect on his fortunate circumstances. Just as he was about to shake off the pursuing vehicle, fate dealt him a cruel hand with the tires slipping. At that moment, the pursuer caught up. Li Wentai stood frozen as a tattooed man wielding a knife emerged from the driver's seat. This was a matter of life and death. Realizing the imminent danger, Li Wentai bolted. Meanwhile, Bai Rushuang, engrossed in a contract, felt a sudden pang in her heart, followed by a profound sense of unease. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. Instinctively, she feared for Li Wentai's safety. No, it couldn't be. He wouldn't come to harm. Bai Rushuang reassured herself and made several attempts to call him, but to no avail. Her anxiety intensified, and after a moment's hesitation, she dialed Li Dahai's number. Upon answering, Bai Rushuang cut to the chase. As a concerned future daughter-in-law, her worry delighted Li Dahai, yet upon learning that Li Wentai was not answering her calls, he too felt a surge of anger. Bai Rushuang's apprehension deepened. She exchanged a few forced words with Li Dahai before ending the call. Staring at her computer screen, her mind felt clouded, and she was like an ant on a hot skillet, anxious but helpless. Lost in thought, a breaking news alert popped up on her screen. Just moments ago, a severe car accident occurred in the suburbs, with the car crashing into a large tree and the driver now missing. Bai Rushuang fixated on the vehicle in the footage. That was Li Wentai's car. She had ridden in it countless times and could recite the license plate number from memory. There was no mistaking it. Why was Li Wentai in the suburbs? What had caused the accident? Where was he now? A flurry of questions raced through her mind. But she knew these were irrelevant. The fact that Li Wentai was absent from the car indicated something else had transpired. Perhaps someone was after him. Trembling, she picked up her phone and dialed Li Dahai again. Bai Rushuang repeatedly urged herself to remain calm. In times of crisis, panic was the enemy. Yet, when she heard Li Dahai's voice, a hint of desperation seeped into her tone. "Uncle, something's wrong. Wentai's been in a car accident in the suburbs. The news says the driver is missing. I suspect he might be in danger. You need to gather people and head there immediately." On the other end, the sound of something heavy dropping echoed, followed by Li Dahai rallying the family bodyguards. With Li Wentai's fate uncertain, Bai Rushuang could not remain at the office waiting for news. After hanging up, she hastily made her way to the suburbs. Concurrently, Li Wentai was running for his life. "Damn it, Zhou Lang, you coward. At least have the decency to face me like a protagonist. These petty tricks are beneath you." Li Wentai cursed vehemently. Fueled by Zhou Lang's misfortune, Li Wentai sensed that his pursuer was also a martial artist, as his aura resonated closely with Zhou Lang's. Martial artists typically possessed sharper senses than ordinary folk. After venting his frustrations, Li Wentai heard the pursuer nonchalantly remark, "Who told you to provoke Zhou Lang?" The comment nearly sent Li Wentai into a fit of rage. "I didn't want to cross him, but what choice did I have? If Zhou Lang lives, I die." The chase continued for over 20 minutes, and Li Wentai began to tire, his speed gradually diminishing. As the footsteps drew closer, despair flickered in his eyes. Was this truly the end? No, he refused to accept it. Li Wentai understood that his endurance against this martial artist stemmed from absorbing a portion of Zhou Lang's fortune and physique. Had it been the old him, he would have perished in the car. Just a fraction of that fortune had bolstered his strength. He could only imagine the power he'd wield if he claimed all of Zhou Lang's luck. The thought ignited a fierce passion within him, but within moments, the sound of footsteps shattered his daydream. Perhaps having faced death once before dulled his fear, yet thoughts of Bai Rushuang and Li Dahai filled him with regret. There were still so many things he wanted to share with them. If this was truly his last day, how devastated would they be? "Zhou Lang, you better pray I make it out alive. Otherwise, when I do, I will ensure you pay for every torment I've endured today." As the footsteps closed in, Li Wentai realized his pursuer was upon him. He ran forward, straining to listen to the sounds behind him. The moment he detected a rush of air, he swiftly stepped aside, narrowly avoiding the martial artist's strike. The man raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of delight crossing his features. "Your reflexes are commendable, but it's a pity." From Li Wentai's evasive maneuver, the man discerned that Li Wentai's martial skills were lacking. Despite Li Wentai's best efforts, he could not withstand even 3 moves before being knocked to the ground. The man regarded him with a mixture of pity and amusement, then raised his hand. Yet Li Wentai struggled for survival. "Please, don't kill me. I have money. Name your price, and I'll pay it." The man scoffed. "Do you think someone like me would be swayed by money? Sleep now, and remember not to offend the wrong people in your next life." As the hand descended, Li Wentai closed his eyes. If he could not escape death, he would at least face it with dignity. Bang, bang, bang. Li Wentai's eyes flew open at the sound of gunfire. His body instinctively reacted faster than his mind, and before he could fully comprehend, he rolled to the side. Just as he moved, the man's hand struck down, missing him by mere inches. The assailant, realizing his attack had failed, attempted to strike again, but his arm fell limply to his side before collapsing onto Li Wentai. In that instant, Li Wentai felt as if the stars had aligned. Moments later, he saw Li Dahai, his eyes reddened, rushing towards him with the bodyguards in tow. Upon seeing Li Wentai safe and sound, Li Dahai's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, laughing and crying in relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. This was the first time Li Wentai witnessed such a display from Li Dahai, and tears welled in his own eyes. He called out, "Quick, get him off me. I'm being crushed." Prompted by Li Wentai's words, Li Dahai finally reacted, instructing the bodyguards to remove the man from atop Li Wentai. Li Wentai sprang to his feet and went over to help Li Dahai up. Li Dahai, feeling a bit embarrassed, muttered about his aging legs not being what they used to be. Afterward, he insisted on sitting Li Wentai down on the ground. "You should rest for now. Let the doctor examine you first. We wouldn't want any internal bleeding or complications." Li Wentai understood that Li Dahai was looking out for him, so he complied and sat down. They had hardly exchanged a few words when Li Wentai noticed Bai Rushuang arriving with the ambulance. She appeared like a weeping willow, tears streaming down her face as she approached him, hesitating to embrace him, which softened Li Wentai's heart immensely. "Don't cry. I'm fine," he reassured her. Bai Rushuang bit her lip, nodding vigorously. The medical staff lifted Li Wentai onto the stretcher and into the ambulance, where Bai Rushuang followed suit. Since the ambulance could only accommodate one family member, Li Dahai had to drive separately. Even at that moment, Li Dahai did not forget to comfort Li Wentai, saying, "Son, don't be afraid. I'll follow right behind you. Call me if anything happens." His words nearly brought Li Wentai to tears. As the ambulance started, Li Wentai intended to share a few more words with Bai Rushuang, but she firmly refused to engage with him, insisting he should rest and regain his strength. Hearing her hoarse voice left him with no choice but to remain silent. Chapter 75. The malicious villain Li Dahai had already contacted the doctor. So upon arriving at the hospital, Li Wentai went directly for an examination. When the results came in, both Li Dahai and Li Wentai fell into silence. Having witnessed Li Wentai's dire state earlier, everyone expected him to be severely injured, but the examination revealed merely a few minor abrasions. Li Dahai remained skeptical. He had seen Li Wentai struggling to walk. How could it only be minor injuries? Reluctantly, the doctor conducted another examination, but the results remained unchanged. Realizing this was likely due to the protagonist's fortune at play, Li Wentai acknowledged the remarkable power of the protagonist's aura. Confirming that Li Wentai was not in serious danger, Li Dahai and Zhang Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I feel a bit dizzy. Dahai, please help me." Zhang Mei swayed unsteadily, nearly toppling over. This led to more chaos, but thankfully they were already in a hospital. After examining her, the doctor concluded it was due to emotional fluctuations and advised her to take care, warning that a burst blood vessel could pose life-threatening risks. Contemplating the instigator of all this, Li Wentai lowered his gaze, silently vowing to seize all of Zhou Lang's fortune. "Even if I have to turn the entire capital upside down today, I will find the one who harmed my son," Li Dahai declared fiercely. Pulling out his phone to seek assistance, Li Wentai stepped forward to press down on Li Dahai's hand. He now knew who the culprit was and saw no need to waste resources on unnecessary investigations. "Dad, you don't need to look for anyone. I know who the culprit is." Li Dahai's hand froze midair, his piercing gaze igniting with resolve. "Who is it? Tell me quickly. I'll avenge you." Li Wentai remained silent, turning to look at Bai Rushuang, who gently nodded at him. Only then did he utter Zhou Lang's name. "That Zhou Lang again?" Li Dahai clenched his fists. In a fit of rage, he stormed out. Li Wentai swiftly stepped in front of him, pleading, "Dad, I've grown up. Let me handle this myself." He acknowledged Li Dahai's strength, but Zhou Lang was the male lead, imbued with the protagonist's aura, and in a direct confrontation, he might not necessarily lose. Simultaneously, Bai Rushuang recalled past events. Initially, she believed Zhou Lang acted out of youth, but now she suspected he was inherently malicious. She worried that Li Wentai and Li Dahai underestimated Zhou Lang. "He dares." Li Dahai slammed his fist on the table, declaring, "As long as I, Li Dahai, am here, no one will harm a hair on my son." Li Wentai felt a surge of emotion at his father's unwavering support. "Dad, you can protect me for a moment. But can you ensure my safety for a lifetime? Or do you think I am no match for Zhou Lang and wish to step in for me?" Although he spoke with a smile, Li Dahai could discern the determination in Li Wentai's words. It made sense. Despite his reluctance, he acquiesced to Li Wentai's wishes. Before Li Wentai could formulate a plan to deal with Zhou Lang, he received an unfamiliar text message. "Li Wentai, just wait. One day I will trample you beneath my feet." Li Wentai turned the phone to show Bai Rushuang, whose face reflected concern. "You must be cautious when you go out. It would be wise to have some bodyguards with you. Even if they can't match Zhou Lang's men, they can at least buy you some time." "That's reasonable." Li Wentai pondered for a moment before calling Wang Dong to request 50 of the best bodyguards. To forge iron, one must first strengthen oneself. Merely having bodyguards was insufficient. He also needed to enhance his own physical capabilities. Therefore, he invested a considerable amount to hire a master to guide him in improving his skills. Naturally, apart from Li Wentai and Bai Rushuang, no one else was privy to this arrangement. "Young master, wake up." At the sound of a call, Li Wentai stirred from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he sensed something was amiss. Looking out the window, he realized they were no longer in the city. Li Wentai shot a piercing gaze at the driver, who gripped the steering wheel with trembling hands. "Young master, I didn't mean to, but they took my son. I had no choice." The driver covered his face, sobbing uncontrollably. Li Wentai's eyes flickered with disdain. Just as Bai Rushuang had said, Zhou Lang was indeed a treacherous villain. To achieve his goals, he would stoop to endangering children. Zhou Lang stood nearby, surveying Li Wentai with a condescending gaze. "You have two choices. Either come out and kneel before me now, and perhaps I will grant you a whole corpse, or you can perish with your vehicle." Whether it was due to absorbing Zhou Lang's fortune, Li Wentai distinctly sensed that Zhou Lang's aura had intensified since their last encounter, likely indicating substantial progress in his martial skills. Had he already indulged in the furnace? Now was not the time to ponder such matters. Li Wentai opened the car door and stepped out, a sly smile gracing his lips as he addressed Zhou Lang. What if I choose neither? As his words fell, the screech of tires echoed, and 20 burly men descended from the minibus, surrounding Li Wentai. Witnessing this, Zhou Lang's expression cracked, and he erupted in fury. Li Wentai, are you still a man? You need to bring so many people just to step outside? Li Wentai shrugged. What can I say? I'm wealthy and indulgent. Only a pauper like you needs to take matters into your own hands. To thwart any underhanded tactics from Zhou Lang, he had made complete preparations. These bodyguards were well trained and had likely sensed something amiss soon after he was taken away. Zhou Lang's face flushed with anger at Li Wentai's taunts. He turned to the driver. Why didn't you tell me Li Wentai had so many bodyguards? Do you even want to save your son? What a despicable villain. What? Unable to deal with me, so you take it out on a child. You've truly disgraced your master. Once Li Wentai finished speaking, the bodyguards erupted in laughter. Zhou Lang's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and red, resembling a painter's palette. Chapter 76. An unequal contract. A wave of inexplicable panic surged within Zhou Lang, as though he sensed something was slipping out of his control. Li Wentai remained unfazed, uninterested in wasting words on such a petty individual, and directly commanded the bodyguards to take action. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. With the financial backing of Li Wentai, he has spared no expense in hiring some of the most reputable individuals in the bodyguard industry. Subsequently, he invested significantly in upgrading their equipment. It is no exaggeration to say that even the accomplished Zhou Lang would be hard-pressed to contend with them, let alone the fact that Zhou Lang had yet to reach his full potential. Before long, Zhou Lang found himself in a position of retreat. Observing his disheveled exit, Li Wentai wore a serious expression. It was not an illusion. Zhou Lang's martial prowess had evidently advanced since their last encounter. Preoccupied with managing company affairs while simultaneously honing his own martial arts skills, Li Wentai, having personally witnessed Zhou Lang's unscrupulous behavior, took the initiative to advise Li Dahai and Zhang Mei to safeguard themselves. He feared that if Zhou Lang discovered he could not target him, he might turn his attention to Li Dahai and the others. After all, there was already a cautionary tale involving the driver. This was a matter of principle. If the driver could betray his master due to his son, who could predict what he might do next? Li Wentai would never allow such a ticking time bomb to remain in his midst. After hearing about the incident, both Li Dahai and Bai Rushuang felt a surge of apprehension. Li Wentai squeezed Bai Rushuang's hand, grateful for her reminder to seek bodyguards. Otherwise, he shuddered to think of the potential consequences. A genuine expression of gratitude towards Rushuang was in order, and he resolved to treat her better in the future. Zhang Mei let out a dismissive huff. Days passed in tranquility until Bai Rushuang suddenly called Li Wentai, her voice brimming with excitement, announcing that a renowned lingerie brand had approached their company, seeking collaboration. This presented both an opportunity and a challenge for Bai Rushuang's firm. The previous assault by Zhou Lang had inflicted considerable damage on the company, and although Li Wentai had acted promptly to mitigate the losses, many unfounded rumors had still circulated. In the world of commerce, profit is paramount. Numerous partners had severed their ties with Bai Rushuang as a result. However, what could have attracted such a prestigious brand to Bai Rushuang's company? Li Wentai sensed an unusual undercurrent and worried that Bai Rushuang might be deceived. He feared that after the small factory received payment and completed the order, they might be met with the response, "No such person exists." Rushuang, what is the name of the person you are collaborating with? I believe it was Li Jiwei. Why? Do you doubt his identity? I specifically sent someone to verify. And he is indeed affiliated with the company. Having established a company for such a length of time, Bai Rushuang was hardly naive. Li Jiwei. Li Wentai found the name oddly familiar. This was not merely coincidence. He recognized it as someone connected to Zhou Lang. It seemed a nefarious plot was afoot. Unable to suppress his frustration, he silently cursed. Observing Li Wentai's silence, Bai Rushuang mistakenly assumed his tacit approval. Well, I mustn't keep you. He is waiting for me to sign the contract in the office. Once I earn money, I will buy you a nice outfit. With that, Bai Rushuang hastily ended the call. Li Wentai, concerned that she might indeed fall into Zhou Lang's trap, hesitated for a brief moment before quickly driving to Bai Rushuang's company. He rushed to her office and forcefully pushed the door open, immediately asking, "Has the contract been signed?" Bai Rushuang shook her head, her expression darkened. as if a fire was raging within her. Not yet. Initially, Bai Rushuang had believed that Li Jiwei's favorable demeanor indicated a genuine interest in collaboration. But upon reviewing the contract, she discovered that he had treated her like a fool. Indeed, the order was substantial. But the costs had been ruthlessly minimized. Accepting this order would yield her no profit and even necessitate the expenditure of labor costs. This contract was not only unprofitable, but would also hinder her other business ventures. Who would dare to sign such a contract? Upon seeing Li Wentai, Li Jiwei's eyes flickered momentarily, yet he maintained a cordial facade. Ms. Bai, please don't be hasty. Collaboration is a gradual process. If there are any concerns, feel free to voice them, and we can discuss further. Bai Rushuang, expressionless, slammed the contract down in front of Li Jiwei. Signing a contract must be predicated on mutual benefit. Your proposal is no different from working for free. In fact, it's even worse. I stand to gain nothing and must contribute our company's manpower. As the two exchanged words, Li Wentai quietly picked up the contract and began reviewing it. Ms. Bai, that's not the correct way to phrase it. What do you mean working for free? Once you become our subcontractor, the reputation of your brand will undoubtedly rise, allowing you to increase your prices. That, too, is a form of mutual benefit, Li Jiwei said with a smile. Bai Rushuang's lips curled into a cold smile. Look at this technique. It's truly masterful. I almost want to applaud Li Jiwei. She continued, in truth, our company is merely here to assess the quality of your products. If they meet our standards, I can recommend you to other clients. It seems Zhou Lang is indeed desperate, resorting to such underhanded tactics. However, I never expected Zhou Lang to have entrapped Li Jiwei so early. This young man's capabilities should not be underestimated. Fortunately, Rushuang did not sign that contract, or she might have found herself in dire straits. A familiar voice echoed in her ear, and Bai Rushuang instinctively glanced at Li Wentai, her eyes filled with shock. Li Jiwei was indeed affiliated with Zhou Lang. If Bai Rushuang had been wavering on whether to collaborate with Li Jiwei, she would now resolutely refuse any partnership. She was not foolish enough to leap into a pit she knew was there. Forget it, Mr. Li. It appears you are not genuinely interested in collaborating with us. In that case, let's call it off. With that, Bai Rushuang stood, preparing to leave with Li Wentai, but unexpectedly, Li Jiwei's demeanor shifted. Chapter 77. An eye for an eye, Ms. Bai. I advise you to think carefully. If you refuse to collaborate with us, you may very well lose all your connections and clientele. This was an overt threat. Bai Rushuang involuntarily halted her steps. Fully aware that Li Jiwei's words were not mere bluster, he possessed the means to follow through. Observing her reluctance to leave, Li Jiwei's expression morphed into one of smug satisfaction. Although Bai Rushuang had already gleaned from Li Wantai's unspoken thoughts that Li Jiwei was connected to Zhou Lang, she felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. Indeed, it is a formidable company, which explains his audacity. However, in the world of commerce, profit is king. While Li Jiwei may currently align himself with Zhou Lang, once we present our terms, which side he chooses remains uncertain. The previous project has already demonstrated this point effectively. Just as Bai Rushuang prepared to explode with anger, Li Wentai's voice rang out, instantly calming her. Oh, then please convey to your associate that I shall never back down. Li Jiwei was taken aback. Was he suggesting continued collaboration or not? Confusion clouded his features as Li Wentai raised his hand, and two imposing bodyguards entered the room, taking their positions on either side of him, emanating an overwhelming sense of intimidation. What are you planning? Li Jiwei's voice trembled uncontrollably. Li Wentai, don't think that just because your surname is Li, you can act with impunity. If you dare to harm a single hair on my head, I will ensure this matter goes viral online, and the entire nation will condemn you. His fear was palpable. Bai Rushuang smirked, revealing a look of disdain. It appeared that Li Jiwei was not all that he claimed to be. You may threaten to post a video online for the public to condemn me, but that presupposes you must first leave this room. Li Wentai replied coolly. What do you mean by that? Li Jiwei asked, panic evident in his eyes. He had heard tales of wealthy heirs capable of anything. He merely threatened his fiancée. Does Li Wentai really intend to kill him? No, he hasn't lived enough yet. Initially, Li Jiwei wanted to maintain his composure, but upon seeing the bodyguard brandish a baton, he could no longer keep up the facade. Just as he was about to concede, Li Wentai suddenly spoke. After all, our acquaintance is fated. Today marks our first meeting. Is there any need to escalate the situation? Indeed, Li's words bore wisdom. Li Jiwei nodded eagerly in agreement. Li Wentai stroked his chin. Some individuals simply invite trouble. When spoken to kindly, they refuse to listen, yet a sharp slap renders them compliant. Rather than partnering with Zhou Lang, why not collaborate with the Li family? It's true you may see potential in Zhou, but there are many capable individuals in this world. How can you be certain he will succeed? He paused for emphasis. The Li family is different. The Li Corporation has flourished for many years, boasting substantial financial resources and more. Why cling to Long Hai? In the previous moment, Li Jiwei thought he was descending into despair, only to find himself soaring into fortune the next. Anyone of sound mind would know to choose between Long Hai and the Li Corporation. Had he not sought a partnership with the Li family before? It wasn't due to lack of desire. It was simply that the Li family had deemed him unworthy. Now that he had achieved what others could not, promotion and raise were imminent. Li Jiwei looked at Li Wenai with fervent admiration. Indeed, it is an honor to collaborate with the Li Corporation. Sensing the fish was hooked, Li Wentai smiled. Collaboration is possible, but we may need to draft a separate contract. Li Jiwei understood all too well how stringent the previous contract had been, thus he readily agreed without hesitation. Li Wentai called to instruct someone to prepare a new contract. While they awaited its arrival, Li Wentai and Bai Rushuang engaged in casual conversation, leaving Li Jiwei feeling uncertain of where to place his hands and feet. Fortunately, it was too long before the contract arrived. Li Jiwei eagerly took it, glancing over it. Everything seemed in order until he reached the profit-sharing clause, at which point his smile faltered. He forced a grin and looked to Li Wentai. Mr. Li, isn't this profit share a bit too low? Oh, that? I noticed your previous contract offered quite a meager profit, so I assumed your company preferred such arrangements, hence I added a few points. Li Jiwei's expression transformed into one of distress. Mr. Li, let us discuss this profit share further. This is far too low. We won't make any money. He stammered, filled with regret. Had he foreseen this turn of events, he would not have acted so arrogantly earlier. Li Wentai understood the nuances of negotiation. To ensure the horse runs, one must provide ample grass. While his proposed profit was not exorbitant, it was certainly better than what Li Jiwei had brought. Li Jiwei hung his head, resembling a forsaken pup. Noticing his inaction, Li Wentai gestured for the bodyguard to step forward. Li Jiwei feared they were about to resort to violence, panic-stricken. No, I will sign. I'll sign immediately. He snatched a pen from the table and hastily scribbled his name. After signing, he presented the contract to Li Wentai, who declined to take it, prompting him to pass it to Bai Rushuang instead. Holding the contract, Bai Rushuang felt a surreal sensation wash over her. Was she truly about to collaborate with the company? Under Li Wentai's encouragement, she finally inscribed her name. The contract existed in duplicate. Li Jiwei, clutching his copy, gave Li Wentai a thumbs up. Truly, you are the future heir of the Li Corporation. Your decisiveness is admirable. Mr. Li, my previous actions were not my true intentions. I sincerely apologize and hope for a pleasant collaboration moving forward. He then deeply bowed to Bai Rushuang. Miss Bai, I am sorry. Bai Rushuang's emotions were tumultuous. Half an hour ago, Li Jiwei had been boasting before her. Now he was humbly apologizing, all due to Li Wentai's intervention. Reflecting on Li Wentai's scathing remarks towards Li Jiwei, her heart felt sweet as honey. Once Li Jiwei departed, Bai Rushuang immediately embraced Li Wentai. Thank you for standing up for me today. You are my fiancée. It is only natural that I protect you, Li Wentai replied, playfully pinching her nose. Bai Rushuang's eyes sparkled with mirth. Tilting her head to gaze at Li Wentai, she teased, Why do you seem so different all of a sudden? Because my mindset has changed, he replied. How so? Bai Rushuang's curiosity piqued. I once refrained from contention, yet those around believed me easy to bully, seeking to dominate me. Now, anything I care for will be mine. His tone shifted, imbued with determination. Listening to his resolute voice, Bai Rushuang found herself momentarily stunned, feeling that Li Wentai appeared even more handsome than before. No matter what the future holds or how you change, I will always stand by your side. She intertwined her fingers with his, gripping his hand tightly. Meanwhile, Zhou Lang grew anxious, having yet to receive news from Li Jiwei, especially considering the previous project, where he had nearly secured a signature before Li Wentai intervened. He feared history might repeat itself. He decided not to wait any longer and called Li Jiwei directly. The response came swiftly. Zhou Lang cut to the chase, eager to know the outcome. The contract has been signed, but our partner has changed to the Li Corporation. What is going on? Zhou Lang's voice rose in surprise. Li Jiwei, however, had no intention of explaining. Let us not keep in touch anymore. With that, he hung up. Zhou Lang, gripping his phone, slammed his fist on the table in frustration. What is wrong with Li Wentai? Why does anyone he sends betray him? Before he could fully vent his emotions, a knock at the door interrupted. Bad news, Zhou. Our company's negative reports are flooding the internet, and people have unearthed your previous actions. Everyone is claiming that Longhai Group is a bad enterprise, leading to a mass unfollowing. Zhou Lang took the tablet from his assistant and, after reading a few lines, felt a surge of anger, nearly smashing the device. These people online are fools. They know nothing yet choose sides. Mr. Zhou, the company's stock has plummeted. Zhou Lang glared at the speaker, instilling such fear that the individual fidgeted nervously. Suddenly, Zhou Lang recalled Bai Rushuang. When he had targeted her company, had her feelings mirrored his current turmoil. However, he quickly regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his emotions. Investigate who is behind this. Although it was a question, he already had a suspicion. Such a war of public opinion was common in business. Likely a retaliation from the Li family, especially after Li Wentai had nearly perished at his hands. Reflecting on this, Zhou Lang felt a twinge of regret. He had been so close to success, yet luck had favored Li Wentai. At that moment, Li Wentai was scrolling through his phone when a notification popped up. He opened it to find various negative reports about Longhai Group. I hear Longhai's stock has plummeted. This is the consequence of wrongdoing. It's not that retribution doesn't come, but rather that the time is not yet ripe. Bai Rushuang's tone was laced with schadenfreude. Her feelings towards Zhou Lang now reduced to disdain and dissatisfaction. Not wanting to dampen her spirits, Li Wentai responded with a hint of indifference. In truth, such news would hardly impact Zhou Lang. His reputation might suffer, but as long as Zhou Lang remained and his mentor was present, Longhai Group would not falter. This was merely a minor skirmish that posed no real threat. After observing the unfolding farce for a while, Li Wentai decided to investigate the orchestrators behind the scenes. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps they could unite against Zhou Lang. However, upon discovering the puppet master, Li Wentai fell silent. It was none other than Li Dahai. Hadn't he instructed Li Dahai to leave Zhou Lang alone? That stubborn old man never listened. Initially, Li Wentai intended to ignore it, but he was taken aback by Zhou Lang's impulsiveness. He had the audacity to confront him over such a trivial matter. Sitting comfortably in his chair, he regarded the man opposite him with a mix of admiration and amusement. Truly, as the protagonist, Zhou Lang exhibited commendable bravery by daring to venture in alone, were it not for the restriction against erasing the protagonist's existence. Li Wentai felt he could seize this opportunity to teach Zhou Lang a lesson about humility. Leaning back in his chair, he feigned nonchalance. I was unaware of your esteemed presence, Mr. Zhou. What counsel do you bring? Zhou Lang regarded him with a cold stare. Li Wentai understood that Zhou Lang's words were a deliberate attempt to provoke his pride. Yet, having lived 2 lifetimes, he was not easily riled by mere words. With an open palm, he quipped, What can I say? I have a good father. I've told him not to interfere, yet he insists on meddling. Alas, as a dutiful son, I cannot thwart his paternal affections. In terms of verbal sparring, Zhou Lang was no match for Li Wentai. And it wasn't long before he stormed out of the office, his face flushed with anger. Watching him leave, Li Wentai shook his head. Zhou Lang must be lacking in common sense. Why else would he come to his company to be berated? Once Zhou Lang was out of sight, Li Wentai dropped his previous facade. Upon arriving home, he found Li Dahai playing with the cat and dog. Indifferent, he spoke up. And Li Wentai felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Regardless of Zhou Lang's character, he was still the protagonist. Directly confronting him was akin to courting disaster. Furrowing his brow, he said, Dad, didn't I ask you not to go after Zhou Lang? Hearing the accusatory tone in Li Wentai's voice, Li Dahai exploded. It is only natural for a father to seek revenge for his son. Why do I need a reason? Didn't I tell you I would handle this myself? Li Wentai's eyes brimmed with helplessness. What was he to do with a father who disregarded his wishes, relishing in provoking the protagonist? I gave you time. Yet what have you accomplished? I had no choice but to take matters into my own hands. At this, Li Dahai shot Li Wentai a glare, as if to say, How did I end up with such a useless son? Li Wentai felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking on his exasperation. However, he couldn't voice the fact that Zhou Lang was the protagonist. Instead, he gently cautioned, Zhou Lang is somewhat unpredictable. Dealing with him may lead to repercussions. His tone was serious, but judging by Li Dahai's demeanor, it was evident he paid little heed to the warning. Li Dahai waved dismissively, I'm not afraid. I rose from humble beginnings to create this vast enterprise. It proves I have fortune on my side. Besides, instead of lecturing me, you should marry Rushuang. That's the real priority. Li Wentai realized that Li Dehai had not abandoned his desire for revenge against Zhou Lang. He empathized with his father's position. Were he in Li Dehai's shoes, he would likely make the same choices. However, understanding did not equate to acceptance. Li Wentai persisted, "Dad, this is a matter for us young people. You needn't interfere. Moreover, your plan won't significantly impact Longhai Group." Li Dehai scanned the room, fuming and ready to strike. "You ungrateful wretch. I'm avenging you. And here you are, complaining about my age. Just wait. If I don't thrash you today, I'll change my surname." The memory of past beatings loomed large in Li Wentai's mind as he took off running. Li Dehai, incensed, grabbed a stick from the corner and chased after him. "You little rascal, stop right there." Just then, Zhang Mei arrived at the commotion. Li Wentai's eyes lit up. Salvation had arrived. He dashed to her side. "Mom, save me. Dad is going to hit me again. What have you done now?" Li Wentai rolled his eyes internally. "I swear, I didn't do anything this time." Zhang Mei instinctively shielded him, glaring at Li Dehai. What is going on? As long as it didn't involve fundamental issues, Zhang Mei was generally kind to her son. Li Dehai chuckled awkwardly, casting the stick aside. "I don't want to hit him, but look at what he is saying. I'm trying to help him, and he accuses me of meddling." His tone hinted at a sense of grievance. Li Wentai turned away, thinking, is this what they call a tough guy sulking? It's truly unbearable. Seeing that Li Dehai wasn't listening, Li Wentai placed his hopes on Zhang Mei. "I've told you, Zhou Lang is unpredictable. It's best not to provoke him. I will handle this myself." He then recounted several instances related to Zhou Lang. Yet, he underestimated the protective instincts of a parent. "I don't care if he is unpredictable. I will not let him harm you." Zhang Mei conceded. "You have a point. You are now an adult. And we shouldn't handle everything for you. I promise we won't interfere, but if you need help, you must let us know. Your father and I will do everything in our power to assist you." A warm wave of gratitude filled Li Wentai's heart. "Indeed. The only ones who would unconditionally support you are your parents." "Understood." He nodded earnestly. Li Dehai remained stern-faced. Zhang Mei went to the kitchen to instruct the maid to prepare lunch, leaving Li Dehai and Li Wentai staring at each other in the living room. To ease the tension, Li Dehai turned on the television. Coincidentally, it was broadcasting footage of Li Wentai's car accident. Hearing the name of the location, Li Wentai felt a sense of familiarity. If memory served him correctly, this site was where Zhou Lang would soon invest in land, marking the beginning of his journey to becoming a tycoon. When Zhou Lang purchased the land, it was undeveloped and thus extremely affordable. Afterward, he constructed numerous factories, attracting several small enterprises due to the low costs. Gradually, the area burgeoned into an industrial park, significantly boosting the local economy. However, it wasn't long before the city's planning included this land, and the authorities decided to acquire it for redevelopment. This demolition allowed Zhou Lang to leap across socioeconomic boundaries. Why do the wealthy continue to accumulate wealth? Because they understand how to make money work for them. Zhou Lang, as the protagonist, possessed the protagonist's halo. With his ample resources, it was merely a matter of time before he ascended to become a global billionaire. In truth, Zhou Lang's past success stemmed from several fortunate encounters and this pivotal redevelopment. Now aware of this, Li Wentai felt compelled to take action, lest he let Zhou Lang down. "Father, I believe this plot of land is quite promising. I intend to acquire it and establish a bumper car arena here," Li Wentai remarked, half jokingly yet with a hint of seriousness. "Am I unable to buy it? Has Zhou Lang already purchased this land?" "Surely not. It's too swift." The thought of missing such a lucrative opportunity saddened Li Wentai for a moment. Once he had sufficiently teased his son, Li Dehai finally spoke. "Because I have already bought it. The documentation will be finalized in a few days. You can simply take it over." Li Wentai's eyes widened in disbelief. What a stroke of luck. My father has unexpectedly intercepted Zhou Lang's project. Li Dehai smiled with a sense of pride. It had been years since he had seen that expression on his son's face. "Today, I must teach you that experience prevails. Indeed, you should exercise your intellect. How could I have built the company to its current stature without being able to handle Zhou Lang? That was merely a facade to mislead him." Chapter 80. A twofold strategy. This tale deserves to be recounted from the beginning. Initially, Li Dehai had indeed promised Li Wentai he would not intervene. However, after waiting a couple of days without a response from Li Wentai, he assumed his son was letting it go. That was unacceptable. Li Dehai, who had built his wealth since the age of 36, would not tolerate anyone bullying his son. This was no different than a personal affront to him. If he allowed this to pass, anyone could trample upon him. Li Dehai was not a rash individual. Before confronting Zhou Lang, He had thoroughly investigated Zhou's background. Except for the years he spent in the mountains, he knew every detail of Zhou Lang's life, even when he learned to walk and talk. During his research, Li Dehai discovered a pattern. Every project Zhou Lang invested in ultimately turned a profit. He learned that Zhou Lang's next investment was indeed that very plot of land. Without hesitation, Li Dehai acted swiftly, transferring the funds before Zhou Lang could finalize the deal. It was said that when he made the payment, Zhou Lang was already preparing to sign the contract. Li Dehai wore a smug expression. Li Wentai was astonished. It seemed that their fates were intertwined as adversaries. Previously, Zhou Lang had also been on the verge of signing a contract when Li Wentai had snatched the project away. No wonder Zhou Lang was so furious. If it were him, he would feel equally distraught. I've navigated the business world for years. Surely I understand that public opinion can be easily swayed. That is my true weapon. Li Dehai lifted his chin proudly. Li Wentai silently gave him a thumbs up. Truly impressive, father. Meanwhile, Zhou Lang received the news of the land sale and was instantly incensed, especially upon learning that it had fallen into Li Dehai's hands. He furiously smashed objects in his office, his eyes blazing with rage as he shouted, "This Li Wentai and Li Dehai, are they sent by fate to thwart me? Whenever I take an interest in a project, they snatch it away." Lu Mengyan, witnessing his outburst, felt a pang of sympathy. Indeed, this is an unfair bullying. Rest assured, little junior brother, I shall confront the Li family. Zhou Lang had only intended to vent his frustrations, but upon hearing her words, he found merit in her suggestion. It would be an opportunity for Lu Mengyan to test the extent of Li Wentai's influence. He turned to her, worry etched across his face. "Seventh sister, perhaps it would be prudent not to go. Li Wentai is unscrupulous. Last time, he invited me to a duel and then brought dozens of bodyguards. Had I not escaped swiftly, I might have faced dire consequences." Lu Mengyan gently placed her fair hand on his, interrupting his concern. "Li Wentai has indeed gone too far. I will confront him, and you need not worry about my safety. The Li family may be formidable, but the Lu family is no pushover." Zhou Lang offered a few more words before reluctantly sending her off. The Li family held considerable sway in Songzhou, and anyone could easily direct Lu Mengyan to their villa. She hailed a cab and headed straight for the Li residence. Upon seeing Li Dehai emerge, her anger diminished somewhat. She understood why Li Dehai would take action against Zhou Lang, as the latter had indeed been at fault. After a moment, Lu Mengyan finally expressed her purpose. Seeing a young and beautiful girl seeking his son, Li Dehai and Zhang Mei exchanged uneasy glances. Had Li Wentai been unattached, they would have found this encounter delightful. However, their son was already in a relationship, and they were quite pleased with his girlfriend. "Young lady, what brings you to see Wentai? Perhaps you could share your intentions with me first, and I shall relay the message," Zhang Mei said with a warm smile. Lu Mengyan had intended to scold Li Wentai thoroughly and insist he cease antagonizing Zhou Lang. Such sentiments were difficult to convey to Zhang Mei. "And no, it's nothing. I shall find him at his company," she replied hurriedly before dashing away. Once she was out of sight, Li Dehai began to curse and pulled out his phone to call Li Wentai, questioning whether he was feeling rebellious. Li Wentai, bewildered, had no idea what he had done wrong. Once Li Dehai recounted the events, Li Wentai was even more confused. Relieved, Li Dehai and Zhang Mei exchanged glances. "That is better. Let me tell you, if you think of pulling any tricks, do not blame your father for being ruthless." After threatening Li Wentai, he hung up. About half an hour later, Li Wentai suddenly realized who the beautiful girl his father had mentioned was. It was none other than the love-struck Lu Mengyan. Surely, she had not come to seek vengeance for Zhou Lang? The thought piqued his curiosity, and he instructed the security to allow her entry. Morale, as they say, is often fleeting. Once lost, it can be difficult to regain. Lu Mengyan, too, felt her anger dissipate by the time she reached Li Wentai's office. "What do you want?" Li Wentai asked nonchalantly from his chair, observing her with keen interest. Perhaps Zhou Lang's absence diminished the impact of her influence. Lu Mengyan began to reconsider her earlier assumptions about Zhou Lang's actions. "Li Wentai, if you wish to fight, do so honorably. Or at least inform me of how many people you'll bring. What skill is there in overpowering others with numbers?" Lu Mengyan scolded, her expression stern. "Your family may possess wealth, but my master's resources are not to be underestimated. Should you continue to target my junior brother, your family's survival would be uncertain." Realizing the confrontation was unfolding as he anticipated, Li Wentai lost all interest. "Are you finished? If so, you may leave." Without waiting for her response, he summoned security to escort her out. Yet, Only Li Wentai and Zhou Lang understood that their conflict had never truly ceased. Zhou Lang had lost several promising projects to the Li father and son duo. Perhaps due to the frequency of these incidents, Zhou Lang was not as enraged as before. He pondered whether there might be a way to eliminate both adversaries in one fell swoop. Chapter 81. The swiftness of action reflecting on the projects he had lost. Zhou Lang's eyes flickered with a glimmer of inspiration. As the saying goes, without taking risks, one cannot seize opportunities. He was prepared to gamble on something substantial. Soon enough, Li Dahai received word that Zhou Lang was interested in yet another project, one that required a substantial investment. After some contemplation, Li Dahai realized that to truly seize this opportunity, he would need to exhaust all of the family's current liquid assets, which felt perilously risky. He was not short on funds. It was merely a matter of pride, and he deemed it unnecessary to gamble the family's future. However, the potential profits from the project were tantalizing. In the realm of investment, risk and opportunity are inextricably linked. The greater the risk, the higher the potential reward. Success in this venture could double the family's assets. Has the news been disseminated? Zhou Lang inquired of his assistant. The assistant nodded, confirming that others had witnessed Li Dahai in discussions with General Tan. Zhou Lang smiled. Excellent. Ensure that we have eyes on them around the clock. As soon as they sign the contract, I want to be informed immediately. How about it, Tai Gu? Is the listening device functioning properly? Wang Dong, brimming with excitement, turned to Li Wentai. Li Wentai removed his headphones and gave him a thumbs up. Indeed, the clarity is exceptional. With this, I shall be promptly informed of any developments involving Zhou Lang. Wang Dong's grin widened, almost reaching his ears. This is a new project from my security company. I thought you might find it useful, so I deployed it against Zhou Lang right away. Tai Gu, given my generosity, could you lend me your car for another fortnight? Li Wentai shot him a disapproving look. It was evident that Wang Dong's overtures were not entirely altruistic. He clearly coveted his vehicle. Yet, Li Wentai felt a swell of satisfaction knowing that Wang Dong admired his collection of limited edition cars, some of which were no longer in production. Recognizing Wang Dong's assistance, Li Wentai acquiesced with a nod. Wang Dong's flattery grew more pronounced. Contemplating Zhou Lang's fortuitous nature, Li Wentai couldn't help but inquire. Are you certain this device is reliable? We wouldn't want Zhou Lang to catch wind of it in a matter of days. Rest assured, it is entirely dependable. It has been monitoring Zhou Lang for half a month without detection, Wang Dong replied, pride seeping into his tone. Just then, a phone rang. Li Wentai picked up a call from Li Dahai. Son, I've just received news that Zhou Lang is preparing to invest in another project. However, the required investment is considerable. Even though we are the wealthiest family, a failure could be quite detrimental. What do you think? Li Wentai's eyes widened in surprise. It was astonishing that while he had just learned of Zhou Lang's intentions, his father had already uncovered the details of the project. The speed of his father's information network was remarkable. He couldn't help but wonder if Li Dahai had secretly installed listening devices in Zhou Lang's office. Upon hearing Li Wentai's astonishment, Li Dahai erupted into laughter, a hint of pride in his voice. What is this? As long as you have sufficient wealth. It's not just Zhou Lang's projects that I can uncover. If I wish to see Zhou Lang in a confrontation with other women, I could procure high-definition footage. Li Wentai shook his head in disbelief, realizing how naive he had been. After reflecting on this, he proceeded to share the intelligence he had gathered. This project is a trap. Zhou Lang anticipates our interference and has deliberately set a pitfall for us. So, we shall not pursue it? Li Dahai tentatively asked. Li Wentai pondered for a moment. Not in haste. If you refrain from acting immediately, Zhou Lang will surely catch wind of it. Instead, maintain the pretense and continue discussions. When they request funds, express that the amount is overwhelming and requires further contemplation. Perhaps we can turn the tables on Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang may possess favorable fortune, but even he could face obstacles. After concluding the call, Li Dahai promptly organized for further negotiations to proceed, assigning his personal secretary to the task. Wang Dong's visit was initially to showcase the new technology his company had developed, as well as to retrieve the car keys. With the keys secured, he departed. Reflecting on Li Dahai's earlier comments, Li Wentai dispatched someone to investigate Bai Rushuang's company. It was not a matter of distrust. Rather, Bai Rushuang had a tendency to report only good news, leaving him no choice but to take this precaution. Half an hour later, a report detailing Bai Rushuang's company operations arrived on Li Wentai's desk. Upon reviewing it, he noted that the only partnership was with their company, prompting him to furrow his brow. Rising from his seat, He drove directly to Bai Rushuang's office. Upon arrival, the receptionist informed him that Bai Rushuang was currently in a live broadcast. With purposeful strides, Li Wentai made his way there. However, upon entering, he found Yao Haiyue standing in front of the camera. Startled by Li Wentai's entrance, Yao Haiyue quickly retreated. Bai Rushuang, quick on her feet, took over. Mr. Li, it was my initiative to go live. It has nothing to do with Ms. Bai. For reasons unknown, ever since learning of Li Wentai's relationship with Bai Rushuang, Yao Haiyue found it challenging to appear at ease in his presence. As she spoke, Bai Rushuang joined them. I encouraged her to broadcast. She is attractive and possesses a great figure. With some training, she could excel in this field. Our company is facing difficulties, and I resorted to this strategy out of necessity. Bai Rushuang grasped Li Wentai's hand, speaking cautiously. Observing their interaction, Li Wentai couldn't help but smirk. Was he really that intimidating? If I asked you to stop the broadcast, would you comply? He directed at Yao Haiyue. Seemingly caught off guard by the question, Yao Haiyue hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No, the company is in a precarious position, and I have the capability to assist. Thus I will exert my utmost effort. Given that you have already made your decision, does my opinion still hold weight? Li Wentai spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. Bai Rushuang and Yao Haiyue paused, then exchanged knowing glances. Realizing that Li Wentai had tacitly agreed to allow her to continue broadcasting, they smiled at one another. Yao Haiyue declared with conviction, Mr. Li, rest assured. I will focus solely on sales and will not engage in any inappropriate behavior. Chapter 82. Discovering clues with Li Wentai's approval. Bai Rushuang and Yao Haiyue shed their hesitations and dived into their work. Yao Haiyue, already beautiful, further captivated viewers with her appealing commentary, making their broadcasts stand out among competitors. Each day, a steady stream of loyal followers tuned in for their show, leading to a gradual increase in audience numbers. Bai Rushuang observed this success closely. Impressed by Yao Haiyue's contributions, she generously raised her salary, not merely by a small increment, but rather by offering her a commission based on her sales performance. Yao Haiyue was overjoyed. By the 5th day, Yao Haiyue's cumulative sales had surpassed 100,000. With a 5% commission, this translated to a profit of 5,000 for her over just a few days. If this trend continued, repaying Li Wentai the 25,000 would soon be within reach. The thought made Yao Haiyue blush with excitement. On this day, Li Wentai made a special visit to Bai Rushuang to review his plan for any potential oversights. Bai Rushuang accepted the documents and began to peruse them diligently. No. This plan is executed flawlessly. But did you truly conceive it all by yourself, without consulting your uncle? She teased playfully. Recently, the online sales performance has been quite impressive, with several bestsellers flying off the virtual shelves. Consequently, Bai Rushuang's mood was equally buoyant. Do you really regard me as so inept? Li Wentai remarked discontentedly, pinching Bai Rushuang's cheek. Just then, an unexpected gasp echoed nearby. Bai Rushuang and Li Wentai hurried over. The staff responsible for the live stream greeted Bai Rushuang with palpable excitement. President Bai, our sales have exceeded 100,000 today. Both Bai Rushuang and Li Wentai stood frozen in disbelief. They had only just begun streaming, and they had already reached such staggering sales. The numbers continued to climb. Half an hour later, Yao Haiyue finally concluded the broadcast. As she removed her sound card, a throng of people surrounded her, forming a circle around her. Haiyue, you were phenomenal. You broke 100,000 in just one day. Perhaps it was her first time receiving such praise from so many, as Yao Haiyue felt her cheeks flush. I was just lucky. Haiyue, President Li and President Bai are looking for you. A voice called out, and upon learning that Li Wentai and Bai Rushuang wished to see her, Yao Haiyue quickly squeezed through the crowd and made her way to the office. Upon entering, she was met with Li Wentai's commendation. Well done. It's been a few days since I last saw you, and you've only grown more impressive. Hearing Li Wentai's compliments, a smile spread across Yao Haiyue's face, though she shyly lowered her head and replied, It's nothing. I always feel incredibly nervous every time I step on stage. Bai Rushuang watched Yao Haiyue converse with Li Wentai, an inexplicable sense of unease swelling within her. She recognized that familiar gaze Yao Haiyue directed at Li Wentai. It felt as if she were staring into a mirror. Could it be that Yao Haiyue had developed feelings for Li Wentai too? Suddenly, Bai Rushuang felt as though someone were coveting her precious possession. Meanwhile, Li Wentai remained oblivious to the shift in Bai Rushuang's mood, continuing his conversation with Yao Haiyue. Brotherly, I've calculated it. At this rate, I should be able to repay your 200,000 within a year or two. Yao Haiyue's eyes sparkled with excitement and gratitude as she gazed at Li Wentai. Thank you for your unwavering support. Without you, I wouldn't have come this far. Li Wentai waved his hand dismissively. I haven't done much. Your success is entirely due to your own capabilities. I merely added a touch of embellishment. So, Li Wentai genuinely believed she was exceptional? Realizing this, Yao Haiyue's smile grew even brighter. Yet, to Bai Rushuang, Yao Haiyue's radiant expression felt somewhat irksome. She had previously held a degree of gratitude towards Yao Haiyue, for it was through her live stream that the company had been pulled from the depths of despair. However, should she dare to covet her man, Bai Rushuang would not hold back. Are we done? If so, let us proceed to lunch. I am quite hungry. Without allowing Li Wentai a moment to protest, Bai Rushuang seized his hand and led him away. Once they exited the office, she abruptly released his hand and coldly stated, I just remembered I have something to attend to. You go ahead to the restaurant. What had triggered her sudden anger? Li Wentai watched Bai Rushuang's retreating figure, confusion flickering in his eyes. They say a child's mood is as fickle as June weather, but Li Wentai found women to be far more perplexing, especially Bai Rushuang. Yet before he could voice a word, Bai Rushuang had already yanked him away, leaving him stranded halfway. Without much hesitation, Li Wentai pursued her. Without a word, he lifted her chin and kissed her, leaving Bai Rushuang breathless before finally releasing her. Li Wentai's hands expertly ignited the flames of passion, and soon, Bai Rushuang melted into his embrace. What could have caused her sudden ire? Observing Li Wentai's bewildered expression, Bai Rushuang realized he likely remained unaware of Yao Haiyue's affections for him. Knowing this, she was even less inclined to reveal it. What if Li Wentai started to notice Yao Haiyue's feelings? Wouldn't that be like shooting herself in the foot? She concocted an excuse. And seeing that Bai Rushuang's anger had dissipated, Li Wentai took her hand and led her to the restaurant. Bai Rushuang's company was gradually finding its footing, and Li Wentai's visits became less frequent as he shifted his focus to Zhou Lang. Following Li Wentai's advice, Li Dahai deliberately engaged with the project leader, claiming his liquid funds were insufficient and suggesting they bring in another partner. Otherwise, he would withdraw, for he was not short on money. Fearing that Li Dahai might abandon the project, Zhou Lang had no choice but to reluctantly join. He understood that as long as he participated, Li Dahai and his son would inevitably follow suit. Upon learning that Longhai Group was also involved, Li Dahai fell silent, fully cooperating. Now that they were approaching a critical juncture, Li Wentai, concerned about potential complications, assigned someone to monitor the listening device. However, the device was installed in Zhou Lang's office. And since Zhou Lang could not always stay there, Li Wentai received little useful information. Chapter 83. A renewed fortune. In the afternoon, Li Wentai lounged on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, a wave of warmth enveloped him, coursing through his veins and inducing an unparalleled comfort. What was happening? Li Wentai felt bewildered. And in the next moment, he received a call from Li Dahai. Li Dahai announced that he had just signed the land purchase contract and was at the housing authority for the transfer. He inquired whether Li Wentai wanted the land registered under his name. What a jest! This land was destined for demolition. Once it was torn down, and he received the compensation, he might just find himself the next world billionaire. The mere thought of that scenario filled Li Wentai with boundless joy. After hanging up, he finally connected the dots regarding the source of the warmth. If he was not mistaken, it was Li Dahai's signing of the contract that altered the plot line, allowing him to once again seize Zhou Lang's fortune and vitality. Once assured that all was well, he stood up, eager to test whether his current abilities had indeed improved. After absorbing Zhou Lang's fortune last time, his running speed and endurance had notably increased. Today, he decided to first test his speed. Concerned about not having enough space indoors, he chose to step outside. After just a few strides, Li Wentai immediately sensed something was amiss. Running felt as though his entire body had become weightless. Curious about his newfound speed, he also wanted to gauge whether his strength had increased. Looking around, he finally settled his gaze on a heavy stone pillar at the garden gate. It was said to be quite substantial. Previously, he could not even budge it. Yet this time, he discovered that with just a slight effort, he could effortlessly lift the stone pillar. While his strength was still insufficient to rival Zhou Lang's, he was at least confident he could escape should he encounter a martial artist akin to the previous encounter. Li Wentai was astonished as he set it down. Was this surge in strength not a bit too terrifying? All for a mere contract. Could it be that disrupting the plot line allowed him to garner even more of Zhou Lang's fortune? If so, with that thought, Li Wentai could not help but smile. Despite his enhanced physical prowess, he remained committed to his training, even more diligently than before. If merely obtaining a fraction of Zhou Lang's fortune could yield such strength, he could hardly fathom the outcome of claiming it all. Thus, Li Wentai resolved to grow stronger. Aside from Bai Rushuang, who was aware of the situation, Wang Dong was the first to notice Li Wentai's transformation. "Brother Tai, is it just my imagination? Or do you seem to have grown even stronger?" Wang Dong gazed at Li Wentai with a look of envy, as if to say, "I thought you were just like me, a mediocre student, who knew you were secretly studying late at night." Li Wentai had no intention of deceiving Wang Dong. To say nothing else, those bodyguards were arranged for him by Wang Dong. If he truly harbored ulterior motives, he would have acted long ago. Indeed, he had recently found a master to practice martial arts. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong immediately became intrigued. Is it true? Is he exceptionally skilled? Can he strike down a bull with a single punch? Curious, Wang Dong eagerly nodded. What man, in his youthful exuberance, has not dreamt of being a hero? Yet, as he matured, he learned the distinction between dreams and reality. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his admiration for martial artists. Rather than listen to my words, it would be far better for him to demonstrate his abilities. This statement sent Wang Dong's anticipation soaring. He followed Li Wentai with great enthusiasm. At the martial arts school, Li Wentai had spent a considerable sum to enlist the services of an ancient martial artist. The master, upon seeing Li Wentai arrive with a guest, said nothing. Li Wentai greeted him first, and then inquired, "Master, can you kill a bull with your bare hands?" The ancient martial artist instantly understood that it was Wang Dong who was truly interested. "I have not attempted to kill a bull, but I once killed a tiger with my bare hands, so I believe taking down a bull would not pose a problem." Wang Dong was overjoyed and immediately expressed his desire to become a disciple. The master did not decline, as Li Wentai had provided him with ample compensation. Not only would he accept one more student, he could afford to take on 2 more. Li Wentai was both surprised and pleased. He had been pondering how to persuade Wang Dong to train with him, yet here was Wang Dong volunteering. Since the incident with Zhou Lang and Bai Rushuang, it had become evident that Zhou Lang lacked any moral boundaries. If Li Wentai could not find a breakthrough with him, Zhou Lang might very well target those around him instead. Following the last incident where he was pursued, Li Dahai and Zhang Mei had become particularly vigilant regarding these matters. Thus, the likelihood of Zhou Lang succeeding was minimal. Bai Rushuang typically accompanied him everywhere, making it less likely for Zhou Lang to choose them as targets. After considering those in his circle, Li Wentai ultimately concluded that Wang Dong was the most probable next target for Zhou Lang's schemes. Wang Dong was embroiled in trouble because of him, and he felt compelled to assist. Otherwise, what kind of brother would he be? Yet, he had overestimated Wang Dong's resolve. Just as their training commenced, after barely half an hour, Wang Dong was already panting heavily and plopped down on the ground. "Tai Gu, this is unbearable. I'm done. You can train alone." With that, he pushed himself off the floor and attempted to leave. "How can that be?" Li Wentai swiftly seized him. "You are aware of the trouble I faced recently. Had I not run quickly, I might no longer exist in this world. The Wang family's influence is only slightly less than that of the Li family. Are you so certain that you want to attract the attention of those evildoers?" Wang Dong's heart quivered. "No, Tai Gu, please don't scare me. I wouldn't frighten you if I didn't genuinely consider you a brother." Li Wentai rolled his eyes. Wang Dong had already stepped outside. He glanced back at Li Wentai and then at the ancient martial artist. Li Wentai placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "This is what brotherhood means. We share our fortunes and face adversity together." Wang Dong nodded, his face a mask of reluctance. From that day forward, the two commenced their training together. However, it is said that one's nature is hard to change. Wang Dong would diligently train for a few days before inevitably slacking off. Li Wentai had exhausted all possible methods to motivate him, yet to no avail. Wang Dong could only manage to persist for 2 days. By the 3rd day, he was nowhere to be found. Ultimately, Li Wentai resigned himself to allow Wang Dong to train sporadically. Chapter 84. I'll give you 100,000 to spend the night with me. Meanwhile, he did not forget to repeatedly emphasize to Wang Dong the importance of bringing more bodyguards whenever he ventured out. At Longhai Group, upon learning that Li Dahai had invited the project leader to dinner and that both were enjoying a lively conversation, Zhou Lang's mouth almost split into a grin. It seemed the bait had been thoroughly taken. He was eager to see their expressions when they uncovered the truth. That scene would undoubtedly be splendid. Yet, a nagging sense of foreboding lingered in Zhou Lang's mind. He had observed Li Dahai's previous investments, which were primarily conservative in nature, This venture seemed unusually reckless. It was likely that seeing his past projects yield profits had encouraged him to take another gamble. If not for Zhou Lang's interference, the project's success would yield extraordinary returns. Zhou Lang reassured himself but remained uneasy, reviewing the entire plan to ensure there were no flaws. Only after confirming its soundness did he breathe a sigh of relief. When he lifted his gaze again, he was met with the sight of a young girl sitting in the chair before him. Lu Mingyan was resting her chin on her hands, gazing at Zhou Lang with infatuation. Due to the angle, Zhou Lang could not help but notice her ample cleavage. His spirits were already high, and this sight stirred something deep within him. In truth, he felt little affection for Lu Mingyan. Compared to Bai Rushuang, she seemed rather simple-minded. Her only redeeming quality was her unwavering obedience to him. "Junior brother, you look so handsome when you're deep in thought." Lu Mingyan beamed, her eyes sparkling. Zhou Lang swallowed hard, his lips feeling parched. After all, she would eventually be his woman, so what did it matter if he made his move early? He reached out and pulled Lu Mingyan into his embrace. "To me, you are also quite beautiful." Lu Mingyan beamed with joy at the compliment. Locking eyes with her, Zhou Lang leaned down slowly, his gaze descending to her delicate, rosy lips. He gently pressed his lips against hers. Over the years, Lu Mingyan had only Zhou Lang as her male friend, and this was her first kiss, making her movements somewhat clumsy. Yet, her innocent response only heightened Zhou Lang's interest. Awakened by his hormones, he sought more than just a simple kiss, attempting to escalate their intimacy. His hand began to wander up her slender waist. Lu Mingyan shivered, snapping back to reality and instinctively raising her hand to stop him. "Junior brother, I'm not ready yet." As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Bai Rushuang seated at the dining table, two candlelit dinners laid out before her. Remembering Bai Rushuang's previous culinary mishap, Li Wentai felt a cold shiver run down his spine, and his smile froze. Bai Rushuang shot him an exasperated glance. "Don't worry, I'm preparing Western cuisine today. It's easier than Chinese food. I won't mess it up." Realizing his thoughts had been laid bare, Li Wentai chuckled sheepishly as he took a seat across from her. He sampled the steak, which was a fine filet mignon, tender and succulent. As he swallowed the morsel, Bai Rushuang let out a small sigh of relief. The two engaged in conversation as they ate. "Yao Haiwei is doing exceptionally well in sales. I checked her numbers after work, and she sold over 200,000 a day alone. I want to provide her with some additional perks. A raise is far from sufficient." Li Wentai replied nonchalantly. "That's fine, you call the shots. I'm considering giving her a share in the company. She's currently riding a wave of success. But we all know how quickly trends can change online. While she is still in the spotlight, I want to help us bring in more streamers, maximizing our company as profits." Bai Rushuang's eyes were fixed intently on Li Wentai, seemingly eager to gauge his reaction. "All right, if you want to achieve great things, you must look beyond immediate, trivial gains. For a company to thrive and strengthen, it cannot rely solely on the aspirations of a single individual. Only through the flourishing of diverse talents can the organization truly prosper." Observing that his attention was focused solely on the company's future, there was no mention of Yao Haiwei. Bai Rushuang couldn't help but chuckle. "Tai Gu, have a drink and relax. That Zhou Lang is certainly no match for either of us." Noticing Li Wentai's somber demeanor as he sat on the sofa, Wang Dong couldn't resist interjecting. Li Wentai glanced up at him, then rose to head to the restroom. "Damn, we came here to discuss serious matters, yet this brat Wang Dong has coaxed me into drinking quite a bit," Li Wentai muttered under his breath. As he passed through the lobby, a familiar figure caught his eye. "Yao Haiwei, what is she doing here? Surely she isn't still working here?" Li Wentai furrowed his brow. Live streaming may sound simple, but excelling in it is quite challenging, especially with the high demands placed on the hosts. The foremost requirement is an acute level of concentration. In this virtual realm, individuals may purchase your products out of admiration, but they will equally reject the brands you endorse if they harbor disdain for you. If one does not rest well, fatigue easily sets in, leading to mistakes. Previously, Yao Haiwei had to juggle multiple jobs due to financial constraints. However, Bai Rushuang's salary undoubtedly surpassed what she could earn through part-time work. It was not only out of sympathy for her plight, but also a desire for her to avoid external jobs, allowing her to rest adequately and approach her work with renewed vigor each day. The lobby manager spoke arrogantly. "Manager, you know my mother's health has been poor, and I need to care for her at night. I truly have no extra time to come to work." Yao Haiwei pleaded with a hopeful expression, wishing he would show some compassion and let her go. Instead of showing pity, the manager's eyes gleamed with malicious glee. "Yao Haiwei, with her head bowed. Failed to notice the manager's expression, but Li Wentai, standing at an angle, observed it all too clearly. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Moments later, the manager spoke. Yao Haiwei, I am aware of your family situation. Your mother is ill, and you likely cannot afford the medical expenses. How about this? If you are willing to spend a night with me, I shall give you 100,000. This is quite a sum. Were it not for your current status as a prominent streamer, I wouldn't even consider offering this much. Yao Haiwei's eyes widened in shock, her face flushed with anger. She raised her head, glaring at the manager. Get lost. Chapter 85. Hero to the rescue again. Upon seeing her refusal, the manager's expression darkened. He narrowed his eyes at Yao Haiwei. Don't forget, your paycheck comes from my approval. If you leave like this, you may find yourself with nothing. Yao Haiwei was at a loss. She hadn't anticipated that the manager would be so shameless as to threaten her with her wages. Knowing that she was in dire need of money, he still chose to leverage her salary against her. How did such a person even become a manager? Yet, no matter how much she needed money, she would never resort to trading her body. If you don't give it to me, we shall meet in court. Yao Haiwei did not wish to prolong her entanglement with this manager, uncertain of what further indignities he might impose. The manager was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. Stepping forward, Li Wentai emerged from the side, casting a bemused gaze at the manager. Oh, what are you two up to? The manager immediately recognized Li Wentai and chuckled awkwardly. Ah, young Master Li, we're not doing anything. Just discussing how Haiwei has climbed the ranks and wishes to resign. You see, her sudden departure leaves me in a bind. I had hoped she would stay a few more days, but she insists on leaving immediately. He let out a theatrical sigh, feigning sorrow. Yao Haiwei stared at the manager in disbelief. Is this person an actor? If I weren't the one involved, I might almost be convinced by his fabrication. Fearing that Li Wentai might form a negative impression of her, she opened her mouth to clarify her innocence. However, the more anxious she became, the harder it was to articulate her thoughts. Noticing this, the manager's face flickered with schadenfreude. Li Wentai had previously rescued Yao Haiwei and given her beauty. If he were to take an interest in her, it could spell trouble for the manager. Thus, he spared no effort in tarnishing Yao Haiwei's reputation before Li Wentai. Is it as he says? Li Wentai turned to Yao Haiwei, his gaze imbued with a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, Yao Haiwei felt a wave of calm wash over her. She shook her head. No, I truly came today to resign. But he claims that because I did not give prior notice, I shall receive no wages at all. He also mentioned being concerned that I might reveal the 100,000. The manager hastily interrupted, forcing a smile. I was merely trying to scare you. Resignations must be given in advance, it's the policy. Such suddenness leaves me without a replacement. Rest assured, your wages will be deposited in full. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he hurriedly exited. Seeing Li Wentai's demeanor, it was evident he favored Yao Haiwei. What if Li Wentai decided to stand up for her? The manager was not foolish. Once he left, Yao Haiwei turned to Li Wentai, speaking with a hint of grievance. Mr. Li, please don't misunderstand. I indeed came to resign today. Rest assured, I will focus solely on my streaming career moving forward. Li Wentai sensed a hint of discontent in Yao Haiwei's expression, as well as an overwhelming fatigue. Currently, Yao Haiwei was the face of Bai Rushuang's company. If she faltered now, it would lead to significant losses for the company. Concerned, he inquired, You seem exhausted. Has the workload been too much lately? Is he genuinely concerned for me? Yao Haiwei, who had been feeling dispirited, instantly perked up at his words. She shook her head, releasing a sigh. It's not so much about work. Now that I've gained some fame, everyone believes I've struck it rich. Former colleagues and friends have come to me asking for loans. Previously, when my mother was ill and I was at my wit's end, I had hoped to rely on these same colleagues and friends, but unsurprisingly, they all turned me down. Now that they see my success, they flock back to me, trying to get close. Her nature was soft, making it difficult for her to refuse others, and thus, these social interactions left her feeling drained. Midway through her lamentation, she suddenly remembered that Li Wentai was not her boyfriend but her superior. She swallowed the rest of her words. However, Li Wentai had witnessed such scenarios far too often. When one is down and out, even breathing seems to be a mistake. Yet, when one rises to glory, they are surrounded by those who appear to care. Those individuals require no attention. They offered no support when you needed it most and are unlikely to assist you in the future. It is better to sever ties. Li Wentai offered this advice with genuine concern. Yao Haiwei had contemplated this approach before, but she feared being perceived as arrogant for distancing herself from those who had once been her acquaintances. Reputation is crucial for a streamer. There are not only messages. People have even written letters to me, Yao Haiwa lamented. Li Wentai couldn't help but frown. Messages are one thing, but letters? That crosses into harassment. After a brief moment of consideration, he decisively stated, given your circumstances, I prioritize safety and privacy when it comes to purchasing a home. Yao Haiwa was taken aback. After confirming she hadn't misheard, she widened her eyes. That seems inappropriate. While she acknowledged harboring some peculiar feelings for Li Wentai, she had no desire to disrupt his current relationship. Li Wentai paid her no mind. He then took her to a nearby residential complex close to the company. As they arrived at the entrance, Yao Haiwa immediately sensed a difference. The complex employed facial recognition for entry and exit, and delivery personnel were prohibited from entering, although security would deliver items. Furthermore, security patrols occurred every 2 hours. Concerned that Yao Haiwa might have questions, Li Wentai endeavored to share everything he knew. After speaking, he noticed her silence and couldn't help but glance at her. What met his eyes was a tearful visage that stirred his heart. Why was she crying? Li Wentai was bewildered. What's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? Yao Haiwa shook her head. No, Mr. Li, I am truly grateful to you. With that, she leaned forward. Feeling her warmth, Li Wentai was taken aback. He considered pushing her away but feared that such an action would deepen her sorrow. Thus, he remained still. After a while, Yao Haiwa finally calmed down. Once he was assured of her well-being, Li Wentai took his leave. The time was nearing midnight, and he wondered if Bai Rushuang had fallen asleep. Musing to himself, he started the car. Chapter 86. Misunderstanding resolved. It was fortunate he hadn't waited for her, or he would have felt guilty. Upon entering, Li Wentai saw Bai Rushuang lying on the bed, seemingly asleep. He chose not to wake her, and instead lay beside her. In truth, Bai Rushuang was not asleep. She merely wished to conceal this from Li Wentai, as it would imply that she could not sleep without his presence. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, causing Bai Rushuang's heart to tighten with an ominous premonition. Could it be that Li Wentai? She could not continue that line of thought. Internally, she urged herself to trust him, but then recalled the saying that all crows are black. Oblivious to the turmoil, Li Wentai slept soundly until dawn. Upon awakening, he leaned in and kissed Bai Rushuang gently on the cheek. Good morning, he said, his smile somewhat forced, though he failed to notice. After breakfast, they drove to the office together. Throughout the journey, Bai Rushuang remained silent. Li Wentai assumed she was preoccupied with work matters and did not disturb her. However, Bai Rushuang's heart grew colder as suppressed anger bubbled to the surface. Once they arrived, she strode purposefully into the company without casting a glance at Li Wentai. Confounded, he scratched his head in confusion. What is going on? Aside from that, he could think of no other explanation. Bai Rushuang walked briskly, but the elevator was uncooperative, stuck on a high floor. She could only watch as Li Wentai approached. What's wrong? You seem in a foul mood this early. Is a relative coming to visit? Bai Rushuang rolled her eyes, but remained silent. Li Wentai attempted to lighten the mood with a few jokes, but seeing her persistent demeanor, he eventually decided to ignore her. What's the matter? Does she think she's the only one who can be upset? I have my own grievances too, as long as I don't complain to Li Dahai and his wife. The atmosphere in the elevator was tense. After about a minute, the doors opened, revealing a familiar face. Yao Haiwa's surprised gaze shifted between Li Wentai and Bai Rushuang, before she bowed deeply. Mr. Li, I cannot thank you enough for last night. I finally managed to get a good night's sleep. Rest assured, I will work even harder. Bai Rushuang's expression instantly brightened. So, Li Wentai hadn't been with some dubious woman after all. He had been helping Yao Haiwa. No need for thanks. You are now our company's star. Your success ensures Rushuang's company thrives. Li Wentai replied dismissively. Once Yao Haiwa left, Bai Rushuang's delicate hands encircled his waist, her warmth enveloping him. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him softly on the lips. Li Wentai was momentarily dumbfounded. Indeed, the heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. As a man, he resolved to be magnanimous and not dwell on Bai Rushuang's earlier petulance. They proceeded to Bai Rushuang's office, where she attended to her duties while Li Wentai occupied himself with his phone. Once she had made significant progress, they carried out their routine check on employee live streaming status. After a few minutes, Li Wentai recognized that Yao Haiwa was genuinely dedicated to her work. She had truly applied herself. Her speech and product presentation had become markedly more professional. Li Wentai couldn't help but admire her. Setting aside other considerations, Zhou Lang had an excellent eye for women. Each one was exceptional, both beautiful and highly capable. After their routine inspection as they turned to leave, Li Wentai's gaze caught a glimpse of a loose screw on the chandelier hanging above Yao Haiware's head. The light fixture swayed precariously, seemingly on the verge of falling. Everyone was engrossed in their tasks, oblivious to the imminent danger, save for Li Wentai. "Everyone, be careful," before he could finish. The light fell with a crash, just as it was about to strike Yao Haiwei on the head. Without a moment to spare, Li Wentai rushed forward, scooping her up and spinning her aside. The light shattered beneath them, glass and ceramic fragments scattering everywhere. Everyone present gasped in shock, especially Yao Haiwei, who turned pale at the thought of how narrowly she had escaped death. She ordered someone to shut off the live stream and reprimanded the staff present before leading Li Wentai away. Watching his retreating figure, Yao Haiwei felt her heart flutter. With a bitter smile, she realized that she had not yet repaid her previous kindness, and now she owed him a debt of gratitude for saving her life. It seemed she was destined to remain entangled with Li Wentai for life. She opened the car door, took her seat behind the wheel, turned the key, and pressed the accelerator, executing the motions fluidly. By the time Li Wentai regained his senses, they were already 100 meters away from the company. Observing Bai Rushuang's dark expression, he felt a sense of foreboding. "Where are you taking me? To the hospital?" "It's fine. The light didn't hit me. You'll find out when we arrive," Bai Rushuang retorted, falling silent thereafter. What was she planning? Li Wentai entered the house, bewildered. Upon crossing the threshold, he was forcibly stripped of his clothing. "I'm fine, really." Li Wentai feigned calmness, though his heart was filled with delight. The next moment, he saw Bai Rushuang's eyes glistening with tears as she gazed intently at him. "I am not saying you were wrong to save someone. I just hope that while you save others, you also remember to ensure your own safety." On the way back, she had contemplated reporting him to Li Dahai and his wife, but upon reflection, her only concern was for his safety. "If I were in Yao Haiu's position, I would rather suffer the injury myself than see you hurt. Do you understand?" This was the first time Li Wentai had witnessed such an expression from Bai Rushuang. Ultimately, she was worried about him. He grasped her hand, solemnly promising, "All right, I vow that from now on, I will prioritize my safety above all else, so please stop crying." Bai Rushuang shot him a playful glare. "That is more like it." Li Wentai glanced at a certain part of her and smirked. "You lit the fire. You're responsible for extinguishing it. Li Gu, trouble is brewing at your house." Chapter 87. Returning to inherit the family business early the next morning, a frantic ringtone jolted him awake. Groggily, he pressed the answer button, and Wang Dong's anxious voice came through. Li Wentai was instantly alert, sitting upright and demanding. "What did you say? Repeat that." "A fire has broken out at your home. I have just received the news and have already dispatched someone to check it out. The current status of casualties remains unknown." As Wang Dong uttered the last sentence, his voice trembled with emotion. Li Wentai sprang from his bed, hastily searching for his clothes. His movements were far from quiet, awakening Bai Rushuang, who groggily sat up, still cloaked in sleep. "What is happening?" she inquired, her voice laced with drowsiness. "Wang Dong just called to inform me that there is a fire at my parents' place. I'm heading over now," he replied, continuing to dress. By the time he finished speaking, he was already at the door. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Bai Rushuang said no more, simply advising him to be safe on the road. Once Li Wentai left, she wasted no time, quickly getting up, washing up, and changing her clothes before heading out. On his way, Li Wenai's heart raced, and he pushed himself to drive as fast as possible. Half an hour later, a luxury car pulled up at the Li family's old residence. Upon arrival, he found both fire and ambulance services on the scene, with Wang Dong present as well. Wang Dong hurried over to him, noticing the sweat on Li Wentai's brow, and offered words of comfort. Upon learning that Li Dahai and Zhang Mei were unharmed, Li Wentai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He clapped Wang Dong on the shoulder, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Brother, I truly appreciate your help this time." Although this incident had no direct relation to Wang Dong, who had merely made a phone call out of kindness, he still came over, treating Li Wentai as a true brother. Li Wentai vowed to remember this favor. The fire was extinguished shortly thereafter, and Li Wentai ventured inside to assess the damage. However, he found no clues. Uncle Mao's investigation yielded the same result. The expansive villa showed no signs of arson. Li Wentai and Wang Dong exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Li Dahai and Zhang Mei arrived almost simultaneously, only realizing their home had been set ablaze upon returning. They had built their lives from the ground up, and the old house symbolized their success, almost as if it were their child. This house held significant importance in their hearts. Zhang Mei, unable to contain her anger, erupted into a tirade. In contrast, Li Dahai remained cheerfully oblivious, remarking on his good fortune for having spent the night elsewhere, exclaiming that perhaps even fate was on their side. Zhang Mei, caught between laughter and tears, shot him a disapproving glance. Gazing at the charred remains of their belongings on the first floor, she initially felt relief, soon followed by a wave of dread. If they had gone out with friends yesterday, what might have happened today was a chilling thought. Son, do you think Zhou Lang is behind this? Zhang Mei surmised astutely, realizing that he was the only one with a vendetta against the Li family. Li Wentai, unwilling to keep the truth from them, nodded. Li Dahai clasped his hands behind his back, remaining silent, as if in tacit agreement. Life is paramount. Nothing surpasses the value of one's existence. Consequently, Li Wentai sought out Wang Dong and requested 300 bodyguards, emphasizing the necessity for their skills to be top-notch. Such a large commotion would inevitably spread, reaching the ears of Wang Dong's father, Wang Tao. No sooner had Wang Dong delivered the bodyguards to the Li residence than he received a call from his father. Having always been obedient, he thought little of it. Wang Dong, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the recent events to Wang Tao, a seasoned strategist within the Wang family. Upon hearing of the 2 assassination attempts on Li Wentai and the fire at the Li home, he immediately grasped that the Li family was being targeted. Dad, have you finished your questions? If so, I'll be on my way. Wang Dong sensed trouble brewing. Just as he was about to leave, he was halted. Wait, Wang Tao said gravely. The Wang family, like the Li family, had only Wang Dong as their sole heir. Aware of the close bond between the two, Wang Tao wished for Wang Dong to avoid Li Wentai for the time being. The reasoning was simple. Li Wentai's environment was perilous. This time it was Li Dahai and his wife. Next time it could be his own son. Why should I? Wang Dong countered. Taigu is my good friend. Seeing his stubbornness, Wang Tao shifted to a more conciliatory approach. Wang Dong's expression turned conflicted. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Wang Tao, however, was clearly mistaken. No sooner had Wang Dong finished speaking than he sought out Li Wentai, relaying his father's words verbatim. I feel it's necessary to meet your father, Li Wentai stated resolutely. Caught off guard by Li Wentai's determined gaze, Wang Dong paused for a moment before responding, Meet my dad? That's fine. They drove to the Wang residence. Upon seeing Wang Tao, with his thick, dark hair, Li Wentai suddenly recalled a crucial plot point. Shortly after his own demise, Wang Dong would similarly meet his fate. The novel described how Wang Tao turned gray overnight upon learning of his son's death, eventually seeking revenge against Zhou Lang. Yet, fortunately, none of this had come to pass. Uncle Wang, did you summon me for something? Li Wentai inquired. The Wang and Li families shared a long-standing friendship, though their busy schedules had distanced them over the years, leaving only these 2 young men to maintain their bond. This was the first time Wang Tao had seen the grown-up Li Wentai, who indeed had matured into a fine young man. However, considering the rumors surrounding him, Wang Tao's brow furrowed slightly. I understand the bond you 2 share from childhood. Hearing that the Li family is in trouble, you need not worry about the bodyguards. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The empathy of a parent was evident. Li Wentai mused that Wang Tao was making a significant investment to keep Wang Dong at a distance, yet he knew it would not suffice. Having aided him on several occasions, a spiteful person like Zhou Lang would have surely taken note of Wang Dong's loyalty. Li Wentai refrained from rushing to explain. Instead, he opened his phone and sent several project-related documents to Wang Tao's computer. Uncle Wang, I understand your desire for Dongzi to inherit the family business, but I genuinely believe that he may find a better path by staying with me. He has little interest in security work and is rather fond of taking on cases. Here are some projects we have worked on together. Perhaps you could take a look? At this moment, Wang Dong also realized the implications. The former was inconsequential, but the latter was entirely unacceptable. It was far more thrilling to follow Taigu. Every day was a new adventure. Wang Tao opened the computer and diligently reviewed the projects Li Wentai had sent, an endeavor that lasted for nearly half an hour. Neither Li Wentai nor Wang Dong urged him, even exchanging playful glances. After reviewing the final project, Wang Tao's gaze towards Li Wentai had shifted from disdain to a hint of admiration. It was evident that Li Dahai was fortunate to have such a capable son. Observing the grinning Wang Dong beside him, Wang Tao smirked and soon made a decision. Parents universally aspire for their children to achieve greatness. As for the dangers surrounding Li Wentai, he could simply assign a few more bodyguards to his son. After all, he runs a security company and is never short of bodyguards. A tiger father does not raise a dog son. It appears that you have indeed inherited your father's commendable genes, Wang Tao remarked, casting an irritated glare at Wang Dong. From now on, I entrust the care of this ungrateful child to you. If he refuses to listen to you, call me, and I shall handle him myself. Wang Dong, with a stubborn expression, retorted, Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? I always listen to Taigu. If he tells me to go east, I would never dare go west. Wang Tao was so exasperated by his son's response that he felt speechless. Observing this, Li Wentai promptly rephrased Wang Tao's earlier statement. What your father means is that if you do anything wrong, you should let me know, and no one is allowed to bully you. Wang Dong was taken aback, scratching his head in embarrassment. I truly didn't catch that. Why can't that old man just say things plainly? Why must he be so roundabout? Wang Tao gritted his teeth in frustration. If it weren't for Li Wentai's presence, he would have certainly given the boy a piece of his mind. They are both sons. How can the disparity be so vast? Uncle Wang, I have an ungracious request. Would you be willing to delegate the management of the security company to Wang Dong? This would make our future endeavors much more convenient. After all, opportunities are fleeting, and rest assured, I will not act recklessly. Having reviewed the proposals Li Wentai had previously submitted, Wang Tao had already grown to appreciate his business acumen and thus readily agreed. Wang Dong, upon hearing this, was overjoyed, believing it to be a sign of Wang Tao's trust in him, and he thumped his chest proudly. Dad, you can rest assured. I will manage your security company with great flair. Wang Tao shot him an annoyed glance. Don't get ahead of yourself. If it weren't for the considerable investment from the Li family, I wouldn't entrust the company to you to meddle with. Despite being ridiculed by his father, Wang Dong remained undeterred, grinning foolishly instead. As no evidence of arson was found, the authorities ultimately ruled the fire as having an unknown cause, and the matter was thus put to rest. Meanwhile, Zhou Lang received news that Li Dahu and Zhang Mei were unharmed. His first reaction was disbelief. He had witnessed the flames erupt the previous night before leaving. How could Li Dahu and Zhang Mei possibly have emerged unscathed? Upon learning that they had gone to visit friends, Zhou Lang could only lament their good fortune, feeling powerless otherwise. However, the more he pondered, the angrier he became. And he could not restrain himself from picking up the phone to call Zhou Lang. I heard your house caught fire yesterday. How come your parents weren't burned to death? Li Wentai had long suspected that this fire was likely set by Zhou Lang. But the latter's brazen call to flaunt and curse his parents was something Li Wentai could not endure. Well, what can I say? I'm just lucky. You have no idea. Every project I've invested in recently has yielded significant profits. With this windfall, I'm at a loss as to how to spend it. I plan to use all my earnings to organize a wedding for Rushuang. What do you think? Forget it. Your opinion, as a failure, is hardly worth considering. That's that. Goodbye. With that, Li Wentai hung up the phone without allowing Zhou Lang a chance to respond. Just as Zhou Lang was about to curse, he heard the dial tone, signaling the call had ended. Bastard! Zhou Lang slammed his phone onto the ground, venting his fury at Li Wentai. Lu Mingyan entered to witness Zhou Lang in a frenzy, momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the same little junior she knew? He had always been gentle and unassuming, never raising his voice, let alone cursing. The stark contrast left Lu Mingyan stunned, unsure of how to react. When Zhou Lang finally calmed down, he noticed Lu Mingyan standing at the doorway. Frowning, he inwardly berated her. Why did this woman choose to arrive at such a time? Realizing Lu Mingyan still had her uses, Zhou Lang suppressed his anger and continued to placate her. Chapter 89. Shares. I apologize if I startled you. I was genuinely furious. You wouldn't believe the things Li Wentai said during our call. Hearing them, you would likely be even angrier than I am. Zhou Lang animatedly recounted Li Wentai's words, embellishing the details. However, Lu Mingyan did not react with the anger Zhou Lang had anticipated. Instead, a hint of confusion crossed her face. She had only learned of Li Dahu and Zhang Mei's incident that morning. Upon hearing the news, her first inquiry was directed at Zhou Lang, eager to ascertain whether he was involved. Zhou Lang initially considered denying it, but the unmistakable scent of oil and combustibles clinging to his clothing made it impossible to feign innocence, leading him to reluctantly admit the truth. Nonetheless, he argued that he had no intention of harming anyone, merely wishing to frighten Li Wentai. After hearing that Li Dahu and Zhang Mei were not home, Lu Mingyan reluctantly accepted Zhou Lang's explanation. Yet, she was left pondering why he was so furious. Why is it that the authorities can commit arson without consequence, while the common people cannot even light a candle? Sensing Lu Mingyan's emotional shift, Zhou Lang's eyes gleamed with an inscrutable light. He discreetly summoned the manipulative insect. Instantly, Lu Mingyan felt an uncontrollable surge of anger welling up within her. Furrowing her brow, she exclaimed, "Zhou Lang is going too far. You only sent someone to scare his parents. Is it necessary to use such harsh words?" Saying this, she turned and stormed out. Zhou Lang's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Though Lu Mingyan could be somewhat foolish at times, it was undeniable that she was often quite useful. On another note, senior sister, Bairushi was just about to enter the company when a melodious female voice suddenly called out from behind her. Spotting Lu Mingyan, she did not pause her steps and continued to walk forward. Lu Mingyan was momentarily stunned. Realizing that this seemed to be the first time Bairushi had ignored her greeting, she rushed forward, blocking her path just before she could enter the elevator. Lu Mingyan blinked her eyes, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Senior sister, may I have a moment to speak with you?" This look was all too familiar to Bairushi. As a child, whenever Lu Mingyan desired something, she would gaze at her with those very eyes. Who would have thought that after all these years, she would still employ the same tactic? Bairushi sighed, recalling their shared bond from their time on the mountain, and ultimately decided not to refuse. Not wishing to engage in a lengthy conversation, she suggested they meet at a nearby CAF. Bairushi could likely guess Lu Mingyan's intentions. If she followed the expected pattern, she was undoubtedly there to plead on Zhou Lang's behalf. Bairushi resolved that if Lu Mingyan dared to mention Zhou Lang, she would promptly leave. "Senior sister, you must not remain blinded by your feelings. Previously, the junior disciple refrained from acting against Li Wentai due to your connection. However, should you continue down this path, he has stated he will no longer spare you out of consideration for your past bond, and he will not hesitate to act against you." As she spoke, Lu Mingyan's eyes brimmed with concern. Bairushi could see that she was genuinely worried for her. Yet, just as Lu Mingyan steadfastly chose Zhou Lang, Bairushi would resolutely stand by Li Wentai. The difference lay in the fact that Lu Mingyan was influenced by the manipulative insect, while Bairushi was guided by her own heart. "If you only called me to convey such sentiments, I advise you to save your breath. I will not part ways with Wentai. Nevertheless, I do appreciate your attempt to warn me. Today as coffee is on me, farewell." With that, Bairushi rose and made her way outside. Lu Mingyan, unable to contain herself, called out after her, "In that case, senior sister, when we meet next time, I shall show no mercy." Her voice resonated loudly. As Bairushi had not yet departed, Lu Mingyan clearly heard the conversation. Sitting by the window, she watched Bairushi briskly enter the company. Li Wentai had long been waiting in Bairushuang's office. Observing her hurried entrance, he inquired curiously, "Why did you arrive so late?" Due to the low temperature in the underground garage, he had instructed Bairushi to alight at the company entrance and take the elevator up. However, he had not anticipated that she would arrive later than he did. Bairushi did not conceal anything, recounting the events that had just transpired. "Zhou Lang is about to initiate the next phase of his plan. If only we had known in advance, we might have been able to evade it." A flicker of concern passed through her beautiful eyes. Zhou Lang's first strike was aimed at Li Dehai and Zhang Mei. Who could predict whose life he would target next? Li Wentai remained silent for a moment, contemplating whether to inquire with Wang Dong later to see if anything had been intercepted. "In that case, you must exercise caution in the future. Lu Mingyan is closely associated with Zhou Lang. One cannot rule out the possibility of her assisting him in unsavory endeavors." Li Wentai remarked solemnly. "Rest assured, I am aware," Bairushi replied, having long recognized Zhou Lang as a treacherous individual and had raised her guard early on. Once Bairushi became preoccupied with her duties, Li Wentai took the opportunity to call Wang Dong, inquiring if there had been any recent interceptions. Wang Dong shook his head in frustration. Li Wentai couldn't help but chuckle and offered some words of encouragement before ending the call. With no leads from Wang Dong, he was left to rely on his own resources. Initially, he had hoped to harness Zhou Lang's fortune through pivotal narrative points, but despite racking his brain, he could not recall any significant plot points. One could only conclude that the crucial narrative moments had yet to unfold. Nevertheless, this did not deter Li Wentai. Recognizing the absence of plot points and unable to ascertain Zhou Lang's next move, he convened everyone and commenced perturbing Longhai Group. While it could not inflict severe damage, it would certainly keep them preoccupied. Thus, they would have no time to plot against others. After over 10 days, Lu Mingyan had not reappeared. Li Wentai and Bairushi were occupied daily with their skirmishes against Longhai Group, while Youhaiyue's life gradually settled into a routine. No one harassed her anymore. Devoting herself wholeheartedly to her work, her salary was steadily increasing, and she could see the funds for her mother's medical expenses coming together. All of this was thanks to Bairushi and Li Wentai. One must not forget their roots. After the live broadcast concluded, Yao Highway mustered her courage and approached the president's office. Knock, 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 come in. Pushing open the door, Yao Highway entered the office, her demeanor slightly awkward. President Bai. I am here today to. Chapter 90. Underhanded maneuvers by Ru Shuang was engrossed in her documents and, without waiting for Yao Highway to finish, raised her hand to interrupt her. The sudden turn of events left Yao Highway utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that Bai Ru Shuang would grant her shares in the company. Though they appeared modest at first glance, the company was flourishing, and this year promised substantial profits. Her commission and benefits remained unchanged, with the prospect of additional year-end dividends. It was an unexpected delight. Thank you, President Bai. Thank you so much. Yao Highway was at a loss for words, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Bai Ru Shuang gently patted her shoulder, saying, all right, focus on your work. The company will never shortchange you. As she exited the office, Yao Highway felt as if she were floating. The office returned to its tranquil state. The partition door opened, and Li Wentai emerged, exclaiming, President Bai's grand vision is truly enticing. What grand vision? Did I not give her shares? Bai Ru Shuang shot him an annoyed glance. Thinking of Zhou Lang, she couldn't help but frown. In truth, she was content with her current life. The company was thriving. Li Wentai was becoming more ambitious, and their relationship was stable. If it weren't for Zhou Lang's interference, life would be idyllic. Hearing Bai Ru Shuang's grievances, Li Wentai comforted her with a smile. It's all right. Being busy can be a good thing. It means we can marry sooner. Unexpectedly, Li Wentai mentioned marriage. Imagining their wedding, Bai Ru Shuang felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. Yes, being busy was good. It would allow them to achieve their goals and marry sooner. With this thought, Bai Ru Shuang felt invigorated. However, often, reality does not align with one's desires. The following morning, Bai Ru Shuang discovered an influx of resignation letters in her inbox, more than one. In fact, even an entire department had submitted their resignations. They shared a common trait. After handing in their resignation letters, they left without claiming their salaries for the month. It was akin to ants on a hot pan. With so many responsibilities, who would handle the tasks? Moreover, the platform had strict shipping deadlines. Delays would incur penalties. In contrast to Bai Ru Shuang's distress, Li Wentai remained remarkably composed. Do not panic. The immediate priority is to quickly find new employees. Even if we have to offer higher salaries, it is essential that we do not disrupt company operations and warehouse shipments. If either of those falters, Bai Ru Shuang's company will be rendered moot. And what about you? Bai Ru Shuang could not help but ask. This matter needed clarification. Otherwise, if they brought in a new batch of staff, they could easily poach existing ones. It was crucial to resolve this issue at its root. Why does this situation mirror the last incident with the Qing Tian project? Could it be that Zhou Lang is behind this again? Never mind. I should handle this matter swiftly so that Bai Ru Shuang doesn't end up crying again. Li Wentai quickened his pace. Initially, he suspected these individuals were poached by competitors. But he soon realized it was Zhou Lang. Fueled by resentment for not wanting to be his pawn, he sought to ruin her company. Such a person was indeed terrifying. In that moment, Bai Ru Shuang felt immense relief for having chosen Li Wentai. Without him, she might have fallen into Zhou Lang's clutches. At that point, not only would she be unable to run a company, but she might even lose her autonomy, becoming merely a tool for Zhou Lang's ambitions. With a direction for investigation, Li Wentai found himself swiftly uncovering details about Zhou Lang. After much contemplation, he resolved to confront Zhou Lang directly. Since he had decided to confront him, there was no point in delaying. He had nothing to fear. Additionally, he hoped to glean more clues. Since he could not draw the snake from its hole, he would have to startle it instead. Arriving at Zhou Lang's residence, he was greeted by Lu Mingyan, who opened the door. Upon seeing her, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Wentai's eyes. Have these two moved in together? No wonder Zhou Lang seems to have improved his skills. The voice echoed once more in Lu Mingyan's ears. She looked at Li Wentai with a peculiar expression. Li Wentai assumed she was merely being nonsensical. Indeed, Zhou Lang told you to rest early while he sneaks out to find other women. How could there be such a foolish woman in this world, allowing herself to be sold while counting someone else's money? What a naive sweetheart. Lu Mingyan's expression shifted. She was aware of Zhou Lang's nighttime outings, but he had explained that he was practicing late at night. Previously, she had heard her master mention something about the essence of the sun and moon and had thought little of it. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Zhou Lang emerged, and Lu Mingyan casually inquired, Junior brother, you're awake. What were you up to last night? Why had she suddenly thought to ask this? Zhou Lang paused for 2 seconds, offering a vague excuse about the company being busy. Lu Mingyan wanted to press further. But a voice in her mind urged her to trust Zhou Lang, so she suppressed her doubts. The seeds of doubt have already been sown, and one day they shall take root and sprout. Upon seeing the visitor outside, Zhou Lang's eyes flickered with excitement. However, Li Wentai's expression revealed only a hint of fatigue, far less discomfort than he had anticipated. "What brings you here?" Zhou Lang asked nonchalantly. Li Wentai let out a cold laugh and said, "Come on. Did you poach someone from the Rushi company? And if I did, what can you do about it?" Zhou Lang replied, "After all this time, you still resort to the same old tactics. To be honest, I owe you my gratitude. Your actions have pushed Rushi further into my embrace. Can you imagine how she would react if she found out you were behind all this?" A meaningful smile spread across Li Wentai's face. Chapter 91. Drugged wine. Zhou Lang clenched his jaw in frustration. "Li Wentai, we'll see about that. I refuse to believe that the Li family can remain prosperous forever. Next time, luck may not be on your side." Realizing Lu Mingyan was still present, he hastily added, "Who doesn't know about your reputation, young Master Li? You've offended so many people outside, and now you're venting your anger on me? The Li family is hardly impressive. If it were anything else, it might be acceptable. He is the protagonist." Yet, Li Wentai questioned himself. His parents had always treated him exceptionally well, and family was his bottom line. Next time, it won't be as simple as exchanging words. Li Wentai shot him a cold glance, conveying a profound message with his eyes. Lu Mingyan stood aside, unable to interject. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind as she glanced at Li Wentai. If this matter had nothing to do with Zhou Lang, why would Li Wentai go to such lengths to find him? Is my junior brother truly innocent? Whenever Lu Mingyan began to harbor doubts about Zhou Lang, a piercing pain would course through her heart. What a foolish woman, being played by Zhou Lang while still counting his money, truly hopeless. As he was leaving, Li Wentai cast a glance at Lu Mingyan, his expression difficult to decipher, before casually leaving with his hands in his pockets. Lu Mingyan instinctively clutched her heart, watching his departing figure with furrowed brows. Turning back to Zhou Lang, she blurted out, "Junior brother, you haven't done anything out there. Have you kept it from me?" "What are you talking about, senior sister? What could I possibly do outside?" Zhou Lang maintained his usual playful demeanor. After leaving Zhou Lang's home, Li Wentai drove around the city. Following the incident last time, he had chosen a different club for leisure. After all, it was just money being spent. Regardless of the location, the entrance of a newly opened club in the eastern part of the city was lined with luxury cars. Just the sight of the two dazzling golden characters was enough to signify the opulence within. "How do you like this new place I found for you, Taigo?" "They say it's the premier club in our city now," Wang Dong said, grinning widely. "It's not bad," Li Wentai replied as he strolled up the steps, surveying his surroundings. Such places are merely about beautiful women and fine wine. The ambience is secondary. Quality is of utmost importance. They opted not to go to a private room, as Li Wentai claimed there was no atmosphere in the booths. The first floor was surrounded by open seating near the bar. Given that young Master Li was present, it was undoubtedly a lavish affair. "I know you're feeling troubled, Taigo. Here's a royal salute for you. What a good brother I am. Come on. Let's pop this bottle and wash our hands." A group of scantily clad women with alluring figures swayed around them, twisting their slender waists. Li Wentai took a sip of the whiskey on the table and waved Wang Dong off, saying, "You all enjoy yourselves. I'm feeling a bit down today." It was inexplicable, but in such a setting, he felt an unfamiliar sense of guilt, a feeling he had never experienced before. He couldn't help but worry about what would happen if Bai Rushi found out. Li Wentai furrowed his brow and glanced at the group of women around him. Their heavy makeup and cheerful smiles made them resemble the enchanting spirits from Journey to the West. "Li Xiao, let's have a toast. We've prepared a large platter of seeds just for you," one of them said, her fingers reddened from cracking the shells. Annoyed, Li Wentai excused himself to the restroom, rising abruptly from the table. In the restroom, he splashed cold water on his face repeatedly, sighing deeply. Just as he was about to leave, he inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure sitting at a nearby table by the dance floor. The woman wore a simple cream-colored spaghetti strap dress that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. She held a glass, continuously pouring drinks down her throat. Observing Lu Mingyan's state made it clear to any observer that she was there to drown her sorrows in alcohol. Alone in such a place? Was this not akin to a little white rabbit wandering into a wolf's den? At times, he truly found it challenging to decipher a woman's thoughts. Was she genuinely so naive as to romanticize such a place, or was she knowingly walking into danger? Li Wentai scanned the area for Zhou Lang but found no sign of him. Wiping his hands with a paper towel, he stood to leave. Why should he stick around when the protagonist was absent? After all, Lu Mingyan was not his woman. Just then, before Li Wentai could navigate past the stage towards his table, a commotion erupted from afar. "Get your filthy hands off me!" Lu Mingyan shouted angrily, attempting to break free, only to find herself cornered by men on either side. A drunken bald man had his hand lightly resting on her shoulder, leering at the beauty before him with a malicious grin. The noise was deafening. Li Wentai could not make out the man's words, but they were undoubtedly unsavory. Lu Mingyan's stunning face, already flushed from intoxication, turned an even deeper shade of red. "Get away from me, or I'll call the police," she said, reaching for her phone. Suddenly, a nearby man snatched it away, holding her phone tightly in his grasp. Occasionally, passers-by glanced their way with varying expressions. The bald man took out a thick wad of cash from his wallet and slapped it onto the server's tray. "Bring the drinks. Consider the extra as your tip," he said impatiently. With that much cash, it was no less than 2,000. The server nodded eagerly, grinning with eyes nearly closed. The bald man's group acted as if they were accustomed to this behavior, ignoring Lu Mingyan's struggle as her arms were pinned down, rendering her immobile. Li Wentai discreetly glanced toward the entrance. Logically, the world would ensure that the protagonist would appear promptly to play the hero. Yet, as he waited, Zhou Lang's figure failed to materialize. Just as a glass of whiskey was about to be forced into the beautiful woman's mouth, a sense of dread washed over him. This drink had been tampered with and was laced with drugs. Li Wentai cursed inwardly. Chapter 92. Why must I be the nice guy? Women truly are troublesome. Though he felt displeased, he chose to step in. It wasn't due to any ill intentions towards Lu Mingyan. The reason was simple. She was Bai Rushi's third senior sister. Hey, what's going on? Behold, their grip has turned her arm crimson. Do you truly understand the meaning of cherishing beauty? Li Wentai stepped forward, extending his hand to forcefully pull down the bald man's grip on Lu Mingyan. The sudden jerk nearly sent him tumbling to the ground. "Come, brother. Let us have some fun together. The more, the merrier," the bald man said, draping his arm around Li Wentai's shoulder. Lu Mingyan, caught in this precarious situation, looked on with reddened eyes, biting her lip in frustration. She had long recognized Li Wentai's true nature. Indeed, he was a pervert. With a furious shout, she attempted to rise and escape. However, the bald man's lackeys dared not release her without his command. Furthermore, their leader had proclaimed that it was far more enjoyable to share pleasure than to indulge alone. How foolish it was to seek drunken revelry without understanding the situation. Li Wentai, irritated by her outburst, rubbed his throbbing temples. This is Zhou Lang's woman. She is a member of the protagonist's harem. How could her purity be so easily compromised? He lamented his penchant for playing the Good Samaritan, frustrated that this ungrateful woman dared to unleash her ire upon him. Lu Mingyan furrowed her brows in confusion, casting a bewildered glance at Li Wentai. Now, she was more certain than ever of her suspicions. She could indeed hear his thoughts. Yet she was utterly astonished to discover that he was not the villain she imagined. Rather, he was actively coming to her aid? How could this be? "Are you not leaving?" Li Wentai shot her an incredulous look, baffled by her apparent lack of awareness. What on earth was she still doing there? Did she genuinely intend to indulge in their merriment? As Li Wentai prepared to take Lu Mingyan away, the bald man abruptly sobered, standing up and smashing a bottle on the floor with a resounding crash. "Brother, what you're doing is quite ungracious. I paid for that drink. You can't just take her away." He shot a glance at his lackeys, who rushed forward to encircle Lu Mingyan and Li Wentai. Li Wentai cast a disdainful glance at Wang Dong, who was still gyrating on the dance floor like a lunatic. This fool was utterly unreliable. "Leave her with me. And if I refuse?" Li Wentai raised an eyebrow defiantly. The bald man brandished a bottle menacingly, as if to strike him. In that instant, Lu Mingyan, terrified, covered her eyes with trembling hands and gasped. The next moment, Li Wentai swiftly twisted the bald man's arm, sending him crashing to the ground. All eyes in the raucous establishment turned toward them. Lu Mingyan lowered her head, like a quail, and whispered urgently, "Let us not stir trouble. We should leave quickly. If this incident reaches Bai Rushuang and Zhou Lang, they may misunderstand, and it could lead to dire consequences." The manager approached, seething with anger, but upon recognizing the troublemakers, he quickly donned a welcoming smile, signaling to the nearby security to escort the bald man and his associates out. Li Wentai adjusted his clothing nonchalantly, stating, "Any losses incurred today will be settled tomorrow." "Young Master Li, you jest. Today, it is our fault for allowing such uncouth individuals to enter and disrupt your enjoyment. Please accept this supreme black gold card as an apology." It contains a preloaded balance of 100,000 for your drinks. What manager could rise to such a position without being astute? A mere 100,000 was trivial. The potential revenue from a black gold card could accumulate countless zeros over the year. As Li Wentai glanced at the card, he was about to refuse when the manager, with an obsequious demeanor, approached him. "It's getting late. I have arranged a romantic suite for you upstairs." His lecherous gaze swept over Lu Mingyan, clearly viewing her as Li Wentai's conquest for the evening. Lu Mingyan, indignant, instinctively stepped back, realizing she had just escaped one danger only to stumble into another. She is truly exquisite. No wonder young Master Li chose her. When will we be so fortunate? The surrounding crowd erupted into laughter, expressing envy for Li Wentai's good fortune. Lu Mingyan glared at Li Wentai, her bright eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though intoxicated and swaying, her mind remained somewhat clear. "You're all in cahoots. Li Wentai, I never imagined you to be such a person." She pointed accusingly at him, unleashing a torrent of invective. Li Wentai was incensed by her vitriol. Rubbing his temples, he frowned deeply, exhaling a long sigh. He truly did not wish to lower himself to her level. Initially, he had intended to have the manager escort her upstairs to rest, but now, the situation had become increasingly complicated. How did this foolish woman become a part of the protagonist's harem? He pondered. Zhou Lang must keep a closer watch on her, otherwise she will inevitably cause a great deal of trouble. As Lu Mingyan wandered in a daze, she heard Li Wentai's familiar voice amidst the dazzling lights. He had yet to utter a word. She paused, wondering if perhaps she had misjudged him. Just as Lu Mingyan stood in contemplation, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing Zhou Lang arrive, Li Wentai turned to leave, realizing that trouble always seemed to find him. He had no intention of wasting time with Zhou Lang and Lu Mingyan. The protagonist had already found his harem. What transpired next was predictable. Li Wentai, halt. Picking on a woman is nothing to boast about. Zhou Lang, having burst through the door, seized Li Wentai's arm, positioning himself heroically to shield Lu Mingyan. "Fear not. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you," he whispered reassuringly. Li Wentai forcefully shook off Zhou Lang's grip. "Get lost. I'll only say it once." As the two men began to clash, Lu Mingyan, suddenly emboldened, stepped forward to intervene. "Junior brother, let me explain. It's not what you think. Li Wentai has harmed me." Yet, inexplicably, despite her earlier clarity, she felt as though something was constraining her thoughts, compelling her to acquiesce to Zhou Lang's will. She found herself moving forward uncontrollably, a delicate arm wrapped around Zhou Lang, her eyes glistening with a tender plea as she gazed up at him. Zhou Lang activated the charm once more, and Li Wentai understood the situation all too well. How revolting! Zhou Lang spat fiercely onto the ground. He reached out, pulling the person before him into a tight embrace. Lu Mingyan, overwhelmed with gratitude, looked at Zhou Lang with infatuation, their eyes locking in a moment of shared connection. This scene made Li Wentai's stomach churn. What a nauseating glitch. Was he merely a pawn in their sordid drama? The attention of many around them had long since shifted away from the alluring dancers and the dance floor. All eyes now fixated on this peculiar tableau. Confusion deepened. Could it be that this entire spectacle was a deliberate act orchestrated by Li Xiao and the bald man? No way, it couldn't be. Was Li Xiao truly so extravagant in his pursuit of women that he required a cast of extras? "Manager, come here," Li Wentai beckoned. The manager hurried over, clutching a walkie-talkie, standing before Li Wentai with an obsequious demeanor. "Li Xiao, how may I assist you? From now on, in your establishment? If he is present, I shall not be. If I am present, he must not be. Should he ever set foot here again, I vow never to return," Li Wentai declared, pointing a finger at Zhou Lang with an authoritative tone. The manager could see the seriousness etched across Li Wentai's face. He was not jesting. Upon witnessing this, the manager quickly donned a conciliatory smile. "What you say holds no weight. Rest assured, our venues will never allow him entry again. A mere nobody. What could he possibly do here? He would only come to sponge off us. It would be wise for him to exit before we have to force him out ourselves." "What do you think you are, daring to oppose Li Xiao?" chimed in the burly security personnel accompanying the manager. "You think a little money makes you significant?" Zhou Lang seethed with impotent rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Li Wentai crossed his arms, sizing him up with the disdain reserved for a mere jester. "Indeed. A little money does carry weight, but alas, you possess none. How cruel. Had it not been for Lu Mingyan's presence, Zhou Lang would have long since retaliated against Li Wentai, unwilling to let this insult linger. "You and your pack of blind fools, just wait," Zhou Lang shouted, jabbing a finger menacingly at the manager's nose. The manager, growing impatient, exchanged glances with the security men. What are you waiting for? A group of towering, clad in black security guards swiftly surrounded Zhou Lang. Lu Mingyan felt as if her body had turned to cotton, allowing Zhou Lang to sweep her off the ground. Her mind clouded. She glanced around, her lips parted but words failing to escape, as if something lodged in her throat prevented her from speaking. Little junior brother, you are truly wonderful. What would I do without you? She finally managed to utter. Li Wentai nearly lost his composure, his worldview shattering. What a pity. Another woman under the sway of the charm. Over time, she has completely lost her own will, becoming a vessel for the protagonist, reduced to a mere tool. At that moment, as Lu Mingyan perceived Li Wantai's thoughts, she felt something within her struggle, yearning to break free from its confines. Yet, the more she fought, the deeper she sank. She could acutely sense foreign thoughts invading her mind. In the next instant, her gaze softened as she looked at Zhou Lang, little junior brother. I must thank you for coming to my rescue today. Lu Mingyan was enveloped by love, and the fleeting thoughts that had surfaced moments ago dissipated. At that moment, Li Wentai distinctly saw something luminous pulling away from Zhou Lang's body, flowing into his own. How splendid! To his astonishment, he had unexpectedly gained the protagonist's fortune and vitality tonight. Could this be the legendary aura of the protagonist? To simply enjoy a drink and reap such rewards? From a distance, Wang Dong and his companions stumbled off the dance floor, finally sensing something amiss. Taiga, what's wrong? Who dares disturb your enjoyment? Wang Dong slurred, nearly tripping over his own feet. Li Wentai gazed at him with a blank expression, lifting Wang Dong upright with one hand. By the time you remember me, the flowers on my grave will have grown 3 meters high. If anything truly happened, I would be long gone. Chapter 94. Increasingly unfamiliar once Wang Dong steadied himself. He saluted Li Wentai. Tai-gu, who would dare disrespect you? Just tell me, I'll take care of it. Li Wentai remained silent, fighting the urge to kick Wang Dong into the nearest toilet to knock some sense into him. Did he not realize where he stood, saluting a pillar? The manager stifled a laugh, gently turning Wang Dong around. Seeing that Wang Dong was quite intoxicated, Li Wentai lost all desire to continue this charade. It was Zhou Lang's misfortune to appear tonight and ruin his enjoyment. As he left, Li Wentai pondered silently. This was indeed splendid. Not far away, a familiar silhouette stood in the night. Zhou Lang, weary from holding Lu Mingyan, swayed slightly. What sort of place was this? Everyone here was either wealthy or of high status. Where were the taxis? There weren't even any designated drivers. Every wealthy heir had a chauffeur. A gust of wind snapped Wang Dong out of his drunken stupor. Tai-gu, how did we end up at the entrance? Are we not continuing? Li Wentai waved dismissively, irritation lacing his voice. Hearing this, Wang Dong hurriedly called for the driver to come from the parking lot. Li Wentai narrowed his eyes, observing Zhou Lang and Lu Mingyan from a distance. Senior sister, wait here. I'll go check for a taxi at the intersection, Zhou Lang muttered, unwilling to leave Lu Mingyan exposed to the night air. He set her down and ventured off to hail a ride. Once Zhou Lang had walked away, Lu Mingyan distinctly felt her awareness returning, clarity gradually seeping back in. She glanced back and inadvertently spotted Li Wentai and Wang Dong. Inexplicably driven by a surge of courage and curiosity, she mustered her last ounce of strength and hurried towards Li Wentai. Li Wentai, what did you mean by that? What protagonist? Suddenly, a sharp voice broke through the air. Li Wentai froze, startled. Protagonist? He furrowed his brow in confusion. Could it be that she could hear his thoughts? No way. Could the protagonist's harem truly be able to hear him? What are you talking about? Li Wantai's movements stiffened as he scrutinized the woman before him, bewildered. Lu Mingyan leaned against her forehead, swaying as if she might collapse at any moment. I refuse to believe that you can hear me, you silly girl. Lu Mingyan, you are such a naive fool, a dimwit. If you take one more step forward, I'll take you upstairs. Li Wentai repeatedly probed within his heart, observing Lu Mingyan before him, who exhibited no reaction whatsoever. With a sigh of relief, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Lu Mingyan rubbed her aching temples, her mind swirling in confusion. The few individuals standing beside Li Wentai seemed intent on maintaining a distance, lingering several meters away from her. Li Wentai lowered his gaze, lost in thought for a moment. Perhaps this was merely a coincidence. It was entirely possible that he had inadvertently let something slip. Just then, a furious shout pierced the air. Li Wentai, what are you doing? Let go of my junior sister. Zhou Lang charged towards Li Wentai, his demeanor aflame with indignation. Li Wentai remained rooted in place, observing him with an expression akin to that of a fool, raising his hands in mock surrender. He was at least 2 meters away from Lu Mingyan. Let go? Zhou Lang hastened forward, only to find himself at a loss for words upon witnessing the scene. He paused momentarily. Lu Mingyan swayed unsteadily, teetering as she struggled to maintain her balance. Junior sister, it's all right. I'm here. You need not fear. This beast cannot harm you. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Lang pulled Lu Mingyan into his embrace. For Li Wentai, it was clear that since Lu Mingyan was utterly devoted to Zhou Lang, this foolish woman would from now on be his adversary. He had no intention of provoking her further. He merely wished to avoid trouble. Zhou Lang, I warn you to keep your mouth clean, or you will not even know how you met your demise. This woman came seeking brother Tai of her own accord. What does it have to do with him? Wang Dong admonished, pointing a finger at Zhou Lang from a distance. Lu Mingyan sensed that something was amiss within herself. She gently placed a hand on Zhou Lang's shoulder, saying, Junior brother, I'm fine. Li Wentai did not harm me. She exerted all her will to regain clarity. However, just as she uttered those words, a sharp pain pierced through her head, akin to an impending explosion. Zhou Lang's earlier actions had already caused him to lose face before Li Wentai and the others. And now Lu Mingyan had the audacity to speak in Li Wentai's defense, which only deepened his resentment. He tightened his grip on Lu Mingyan's arm, his eyes gleaming with a crimson rage. Senior sister, you dare to speak for him? You must not forget that I am your junior brother. His madness was palpable, as if he wished to tear Lu Mingyan apart limb from limb. Li Wentai found himself enlightened today, witnessing the embodiment of impotent fury in Zhou Lang. This scoundrel, unable to vent his anger on Li Wentai, directed his ire toward Lu Mingyan instead. What kind of man was this? Pa. A person like him dares to consider himself a protagonist. He shatters my worldview. Realizing his own state of agitation, Zhou Lang hastily regained his composure, feigning concern as he gazed at Lu Mingyan with longing. Senior sister, I was merely too worried about you. Please do not wander off carelessly in the future. Those outside are beasts. You belong to me alone. Only I truly care for you. You are the real beast. Zhou Lang's thoughts turned bitter as he recalled Bai Rushuang's unwavering loyalty to Li Wentai. While even his own beloved junior sister seemed to have developed an inexplicable sympathy for the man, gradually he began to harbor rebellious thoughts against himself. Li Wentai, I warn you, should you dare to entertain any improper thoughts about my junior sister, I will ensure you pay dearly for it. You will meet your end before you even realize it. Lu Mingyan leaned against Zhou Lang, gazing up at him with disbelief. She couldn't fathom how her junior brother had become so unfamiliar to her, almost unrecognizable. Chapter 95, a collaboration to outmaneuver Zhou Lang. No matter what had transpired before, her junior brother had never displayed such impotent rage, nor had he ever shouted at her. Lu Mingyan instinctively sought to escape Zhou Lang's embrace, yearning to distance herself from the scene and its inhabitants. She stumbled back a step. Zhou Lang's brows knitted together in concern. Senior sister, what are you trying to do? Are you, like the third senior sister, falling for this beast's tricks? Are you going to betray me too? Lu Mingyan's bright eyes brimmed with confusion as she questioned, Junior brother, what on earth is wrong with you? Their gazes locked, revealing only disappointment. How could he utter such words? This moment caused Li Wentai to question, could Lu Mingyan truly be at odds with Zhou Lang? If he could successfully dismantle Zhou Lang's harem, devoid of his furnace, what would remain for him to grow stronger? Li Wentai felt a surge of ambition. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Lu Mingyan. Knowing someone's face does not equate to knowing their heart. After uttering this phrase, he left in a cloud of dust. In the study, the lights were aglow. Bai Rushuang sat at her desk, diligently reviewing contracts. In her work attire, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, she exuded a relaxed yet meticulous demeanor. Could she be waiting for me this late? Li Wentai, reeking of alcohol, shamelessly leaned against the study door, whispering. He felt a twinge of guilt, having encountered both Lu Mingyan and Zhou Lang that evening. Bai Rushuang, finishing her final tasks and organizing her folders, spoke without looking up. Her tone calm. Li Wentai was taken aback. Men are truly foolish. If Bai Rushuang were to reprimand him now, he wouldn't feel as deeply guilty or remorseful. Her unwarranted indulgence made him feel uneasy, as if he were out of place. However, he never anticipated that the hangover remedy was not a trap. Bai Rushuang merely wished for him to sleep more soundly after drinking. Nothing more. The following day, Li Wentai focused intently on the company's affairs. The protagonist's life belonged to others. His own legacy and wealth were paramount. Early that day, he received news that Zhou Lang had secured angel investment from a foreign group. With venture capitalists already on site for inspection, the group expressed considerable interest in Zhou Lang's project. Once the funds were secured, the product development and company listing would be imminent. Such a benefactor, even if Li Wentai had no need, would never be easily relinquished to Zhou Lang. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, outside the presidential suite of the Bulgari Hotel, Zhou Lang clutched his meticulously prepared materials, a grin stretching across his face in anticipation of the group meeting. He was resolute in his pursuit of this investment. Once he secured this round of funding, he envisioned his company as future and thought, the Li family? Crushing them would be as simple as squashing an ant. The originally agreed meeting time was set for 5:30 at Longhai Company. Zhou Lang, anxious and impatient, pressed the doorbell, only to be taken aback when the man who opened the door was none other than Li Wentai. Mr. Li? What a coincidence! Li Wentai chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits. As Zhou Lang stepped inside, he remarked, Mr. Li, didn't we agree to meet at 5:30 at your company? You shouldn't have come all this way personally. Business discussions lack sincerity. Since I have extended my goodwill, it is only fitting that I pay a visit in person. Zhou Lang replied with a forced smile, getting straight to the point as he entered. He is not foolish. He naturally perceives why Li Wentai has appeared at the Bulgari Hotel. Undoubtedly, he has come to vie for investment with him. Zhou Lang secretly rejoices, feeling fortunate that he arrived a step earlier. The implication of General Zhang's words is clear. Between Zhou Lang and Li Wentai, only one can prevail. Li Wentai casts a sidelong glance at Zhou Lang, and seeing his disheartened demeanor, he cannot suppress a sense of glee. Zhou Lang exhales a breath of cold air. General Zhang resumes perusing the contract in Zhou Lang's hands. To be fair, he is more optimistic about Zhou Lang's project. However, despite the lack of innovation in Li Wentai's unchanged project, it possesses the advantage of stability, ensuring no financial loss. It is evident to all that the Li family does not need to solicit investments, sharing such a promising project with others. Zhou Lang's project is indeed innovative and commendable, yet it inevitably entails risks. Li Wentai, reclining comfortably with one leg crossed over the other, speaks in a languid tone, suggesting, since we are all present today, why not? Zhou General, speak candidly and reveal your cards. Investment is akin to shopping. It is all about cost-effectiveness. Zhou Lang grits his teeth in frustration. If the group chooses to invest in us, I am willing to concede an additional 3 points from the profit sharing. Further concessions would render the investment meaningless, transforming it into mere charity for others. Would he truly allow himself to suffer losses for mere applause? Li Wentai finds Zhou Lang's magnanimity quite satisfying. If your company were to concede another 3 points, I must admit, I would lean more towards investing in Zhou General's venture. Zhou Lang's furrowed brow gradually unfurls. Unexpectedly pleased with this turn of events, he releases a sigh of relief, casting a scornful glance at Li Wentai with a provocative gaze. Li Wentai gestures to indicate a number. In that case, I will relinquish 6 points. Zhou Lang nearly loses his balance and tumbles from his chair, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could Li Wentai truly be mad? 6 points. If it were Zhou Lang in his position, he could never muster such sincerity. General Zhang stands momentarily stunned, slowly removing his gold-rimmed glasses. Mr. Li, I must have misheard. How much are you willing to concede? This is not comparable to Zhou General's large enterprise. Our operation is merely a small workshop, a family business. Li Wentai's gaze shifts to a distant purple clay teapot, a rare gift from the late Mr. Li, containing precious pre-rain Longjing tea, not for sale to the public. Ultimately, it all boils down to financial capability. Li Wentai's words are double-edged, expressing both his sincerity while subtly belittling Longhai. What qualifications does Longhai possess to compare with the Li family? To obstruct one's financial path is akin to murdering one's parents. Zhou Lang is the one who first ignited the flames at the Li family. Today, he merely returns the favor. Zhou Lang's complexion pales, reflecting his distress. If the group invests in Li Wentai, it would mean that for 5 years in North China, no other company could secure substantial investments. The group would fully support Li Wentai, transforming even the most mundane venture into a golden opportunity. Thus, Li Wentai bears no losses. He is acutely aware of the stakes involved. Having just arrived, he is fortunate to engage amiably with both Mr. Li and Mr. Zhou. How about this? Tonight, I shall treat you all. Let us enjoy a casual meal downstairs. Even though the scales in General Zhang's mind have tilted towards Li Wentai, he must not reveal it too overtly. As for dining, this represents Zhou Lang's final chance to secure investment. Should he miss this opportunity, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile. Li Wentai nonchalantly produces a Bulgari Hotel black card, slapping it on the table with a disdainful glance at Zhou Lang. Now, That is thorough due diligence. This card holds a preloaded 50,000. Now, that is true sincerity. Just the three of us here. It feels a bit sparse. General Zhang removes his suit jacket, his face flushed with wine after a few rounds. Zhou Lang, sensing the moment, swiftly exits to find several attractive waitresses, slipping one of them 10,000. With his people now entering, a smile returns to his face. Meanwhile, Li Wentai remains silent, puffing on a cigarette, contemplating the timing. If this drags on, the contract will surely remain and sign tonight. General Zhang observes Li Wentai with a grin, teasing, "Are you worried I might run off tomorrow without signing?" Accompanying his smile, he feigns humility. Zhou Lang, seated nearby, struggles to contain his emotions. If he does not act soon, once the contract is signed, it will be too late. With both handwritten and electronic signatures along with facial recognition, even if they sober up tomorrow, everything will be set in stone. As a company, we genuinely cannot offer such concessions. Personally, I can sacrifice 5% of my shares. If the group invests in us, no substantial funds can be injected into other companies for the next 5 years. Calculating this, it essentially means your group is covertly acquiring a promising stock. Once we are listed in 5 years, Li Wentai listens silently to Zhou Lang's grand vision, nearly laughing aloud. This fellow's eloquence is indeed impressive. If you put it that way, it does hold some validity. General Zhang, holding his wine glass, wears an inscrutable expression, looking further ahead. If Zhou Lang were to part with shares, investing here would indeed not be a loss. Mr. Li, if you were in my position, how would you choose between these two projects? General Zhang laughs heartily. Li Wentai cannot help but feel a pang of reflection. This is a veiled attempt to nudge him towards offering more sincerity. What is Longhai to even be compared with the Li family? Even if I were to hand Longhai over to the group, what difference would it make? Am I to relinquish Li's shares to the group? It is already unprofitable. Must I further invest to lose money? My mind is not muddled. Li Wentai scoffs, leaning on the table as he slowly rises. I may not be as astute as Zhou General, but I can still do the math. I earnestly wish to befriend you. Even sacrificing the profits of our project for your group, what more do you desire? Li Wentai's demeanor shifts abruptly. Zhou Lang regards him with an amused expression, internally mocking him. Ah, isn't this inviting the investors into your embrace? General Zhang's expression darkens, yet he maintains his smile, saying slowly, I am merely an employee of the group. Following Mr. Li's earlier statement, I will choose whichever project offers the greater cost-effectiveness. Good brother. Do you think this investment is akin to shopping at the market? Li Wentai chuckles. Are you certain you want to bind yourself to Longhai? Locking yourself into an uncertain future? Even if your group successfully invests this time, what then? This last remark strikes a chord with both men seated beside him. Indeed, even if Zhou Lang secures the investment, what follows? There are countless hurdles to overcome before going public. How many uncertainties will arise over the next 5 years is all too predictable. If the mud that is Zhou Lang cannot be lifted onto the wall, it will directly impact his career path. Li Wentai shrugged his shoulders, embodying a demeanor of resignation. Dear brother, think carefully. In middle age, when one faces layoffs and is pulled down from a high position, there is a saying that cuts to the quick. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. Although the Li family cannot part with their shares, it is merely a collaborative project, sparing their group from bearing any additional risks. Moreover, the Li family's ascent to its current stature is indisputable. It is no wonder that people say you and your father are truly remarkable. President Zhang, with a smile, picked up a pen and swiftly signed his name on the contract. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Lang was left utterly dumbfounded. All his efforts had been in vain. He sat there with a sullen expression. Li Wentai took the contract and tucked it into a folder, then slapped a black gold card onto the table. Zhou Lang could never match Li Wentai's lavishness. Even if he could not secure the investment, he would stubbornly continue to accompany them. He could not afford to offend the financial benefactor from the group. Li Wentai genuinely had little interest in the indulgences around him. He had pondered for quite a while after drinking the bowl of detox soup prepared by Ruoshuan. However, just as he was about to leave, his gaze caught a familiar figure in the corner. Lu Mingyan. What was she doing here? Could it be that Zhou Lang intended to offer Bai Mingyan to the investors for support? He can't even spare his own woman. He truly is a scoundrel. Li Wentai and Lu Mingyan locked eyes. Lu Mingyan, flustered, instinctively took a step back, her gaze evasive. Following Li Wentai's astonished glance, Zhou Lang also spotted Lu Mingyan. What are you doing here? Shocked, he instinctively glanced around, ensuring he wasn't seeing things. You said you were coming to the Bulgari Hotel for business. I saw these ladies enter the room together, so I followed them in to see you, Lu Mingyin stammered, her hands clasped nervously on her thighs, resembling a girl caught in wrongdoing. This sister bore an uncanny resemblance to a dear acquaintance of mine. The moment President Zhang laid eyes on Lu Mingyin, he became mesmerized. Perhaps it was because Lu Mingyin was not dressed in the same uniform as the waitstaff that attracted his attention. For someone like Li Wentai, who was constantly surrounded by beautiful women, he had long since grown desensitized to their allure. President Zhang quickly stood and walked toward Lu Mingyin, a glass of Maotai in hand, filled to the brim. His intentions were unmistakable. You two know each other? President Zhang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, surveying Lu Mingyin with an inappropriate gaze. Zhou Lang, sensing the shift, signaled for Lu Mingyin to step back. President Zhang's expression darkened as he coldly scrutinized Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang, already simmering with frustration from not securing the investment, was now infuriated. A short-sighted individual like him is destined to remain a mere worker. His thoughtless words left Li Wentai in astonishment. Was this man out of his mind? President Zhang, momentarily sobered by Zhou Lang's outburst, mused that not investing in him was indeed the right decision. If the group could not invest, he could secretly maneuver to have his peers share the profits. In lucrative business dealings, who would turn their back on money? Unfortunately, Zhou Lang was too short-sighted, believing that a failed collaboration with the group meant all hope was lost. The waitress, with her long, elegant legs and perfect figure, clearly had seen her fair share of high-class settings. Having received Zhou Lang's generous tip, she was bound to fulfill her responsibilities. Witnessing this, Lu Mingyin realized that everything happening today might have been spurred by her presence. Chapter 98. She is not truly foolish. His words were founded on reality. Just moments ago, Li Wentai had witnessed the golden aura within Zhou Lang, like a dragon, intricately weaving into his own being. Hence, he understood the truth. One's own misdeeds can lead to one's downfall. Zhou Lang had brought about his own demise. It has long been said that one must never offend a financial benefactor. One should remain composed. A person as foolish as Zhou Lang can only manipulate those even more naive than himself. It is truly heartbreaking to see such a wonderful junior sister waste herself on such a scoundrel. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Lu Mingyin, glancing over, caught sight of the caller ID. She recognized it as by Ruo Shuang. Hello. The moment Li Wentai answered, he adopted an irreverent tone. What are you doing? Surely you're out drinking with beautiful ladies, enjoying the night scenery. How about a video call? You can see all the lovely ladies here. On the other end. Bai Ruo Shuang hesitated for a moment before biting back. Oh, go ahead and enjoy the night view with those pretty girls. The scenery outside is so delightful. I want to even bother to leave the door open for you. Wait, I was just joking. Before Li Wentai could finish, Bai Ruo Shuang had hung up. He was left feeling utterly dejected, wishing he could slap himself. How had he become so foolish? He lamented to himself that they had agreed to sit down together to drink and chat, to enjoy the evening. As he spoke, he raised his wrist, gesturing to the time on his watch, his expression apologetic. This sight left Lu Mingyin, who had been standing at a distance, seemingly in a daze. Since the moment the group of beautiful women entered, she had followed them in, standing quietly in the corner, witnessing everything unfold. Li Wentai, despite being a man of loose morals, had not behaved like Zhou Lang, who was surrounded by women. He neither drank nor acted inappropriately toward any of the ladies. In contrast, Zhou Lang, just as Li Wentai picked up his suit jacket and prepared to leave, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes fixated on him from behind. It was not Zhou Lang. He sat sulking in the corner, smoking. When he met Lu Mingyin's innocent, sparkling gaze, he sensed a different kind of emotion reflected in her eyes. What is she thinking? Shouldn't she be clinging to Zhou Lang, weeping and trying to win his favor? Why is she looking at me like that? What a peculiar pair they make. In truth, Lu Mingyin's demeanor was not born from ignorance. She was simply too innocent and had misplaced her trust. She felt a pang of envy witnessing the interaction between Bai Mingyin and Li Wentai. It would be a lie to say she felt no envy at all. Her heart swelled with a mix of emotions, a bittersweet ache that was indescribable. The entire villa was lit up. Noticing the empty driveway, devoid of the Li family's vehicles, he sighed deeply. He unlocked the door with his fingerprint and stepped inside, originally intending to stealthily ascend to the second floor to sweet-talk Bai Ruo Shuang. Li Wentai was unexpectedly met with a frosty reception as soon as he stepped through the door. Bai Ruo Shuang slammed a contract onto the table with a resounding thud, causing Li Wentai's heart to skip a beat. He inwardly speculated that his playful banter might have led to his downfall this time. There are no beautiful girls. I was merely teasing you to see if you would get jealous. Huh. With a cheeky grin, he hurried towards Bai Rushuang, feigning servility as he fetched her a warm glass of milk from the water bar, presenting it with both hands. At that moment, Bai Rushuang was clad in a silk camisole dress, its delicate contours subtly accentuating her silhouette, making her look like a living work of art that left Li Wentai spellbound. He instinctively swallowed hard. As she crossed her legs, her elegant brows arched slightly, and a sly smile played at the corners of her lips, revealing that she was already aware of his antics. I had intended to surprise you, but now it's all out in the open. She sighed. This contract hasn't been processed by the legal department yet. Everything will only be finalized by next Monday. Alas, the surprise is ruined. Li Wentai strolled casually to her side, handing her the milk. Contrary to his expectations, Bai Rushuang did not explode in anger. Instead, she appeared to be in remarkably good spirits. You must trust me, Rushuang. I am the only one who genuinely cares for you in this world. Other men harbor ulterior motives. Seized by mischief, Li Wentai mimicked Zhou Lang's tone, eliciting a laugh from Bai Rushuang, who nearly spilled her milk onto the table. Are you out of your mind? Indeed, it is a case of lovesickness. Not seeing you for one night has left my heart in turmoil, Li Wentai quipped, his carefree demeanor a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. Today, he had successfully secured the group's investment, impressing Bai Rushuang not just with his abilities, but also with his cunning and determination. Beneath his seemingly frivolous exterior lay a seasoned and calculating heart. Li Wentai refrained from disclosing his encounter with Lu Mingyan to Bai Rushuang, deeming it unnecessary. If she truly wished to learn about Lu Mingyan, she could easily have someone investigate. Women, with their meticulous nature, often ponder the most. He had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. It was a rare occasion that he received a call from Li Dehai without being berated. After this incident, he was certain Zhou Lang would not let the matter rest easily. However, upon arriving at Bai Rushuang's lingerie company, he was immediately struck by an oppressive atmosphere. The staff seemed noticeably diminished. Hearing that Bai Rushuang was conducting an emergency meeting, he wandered aimlessly through the office, surrounded by an array of feminine products. Initially intending to wade in Bai Rushuang's office, he passed by a slightly ajar door where he overheard several junior anchors discussing Zhou Lang's offer of a base salary of 50,000, plus a guaranteed 1,000 for each hour of live broadcasting, regardless of sales. The exorbitant pay left him astonished. Such high wages, are they expecting us to engage in dubious activities? One woman stammered. Any content broadcasted must have passed scrutiny. Besides, with so many people leaving, our company is now solely promoting Yao Highway, pouring all resources into her. If we stay, we'll be stuck doing the same work for a pittance this month. Another added. What? Li Wentai froze, his body stiffening in disbelief. Zhou Lang dared to extend such offers even to new interns. Moreover, all gifts in the live broadcast would count towards the anchor's earnings, with him taking none and still offering 1,000 for each hour. Such generous compensation was enough to make even him feel tempted. It was as if a fortune was being handed out. With a heavy heart, Li Wentai ascended to the upper floor, realizing he could no longer remain idle. It was time to lend a hand to his fiancée, otherwise, it would be rather ungracious. Outside the conference room, Bai Rushuang and Yao Highway emerged side by side. Rest assured, President Bai, if it weren't for Mr. Li's assistance back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. I will never forget the kindness you've shown me, Yao Highway said earnestly, her gaze sincere. Bai Rushuang sighed deeply, her exquisite features marred by a frown. Let us hope we can weather this storm. President Bai, would you be free for lunch today? Li Wentai called out nonchalantly from a distance, leaning against the wall. Bai Rushuang's face bore a clear expression of frustration. The company's current predicament weighed heavily on her. Yet he seemed to be in high spirits. I have no time. Eat something on your own, she replied sternly, her demeanor unusually impatient with him, a clear indication of her distress over company matters. Ignoring her protests, Li Wentai grasped her arm and pulled her aside. Food is essential. Missing a meal won't bring the world crashing down. Why can't we enjoy a proper meal? At a French restaurant where Bai Rushuang often dined, Li Wentai extravagantly ordered a lavish spread of her favorite dishes. Bai Rushuang rested her chin on her hand, lacking enthusiasm. The company is facing serious issues that won't be resolved easily. I hardly have the appetite. Do you really think the salmon deserves such disdain? Li Wentai, ever the gentleman, meticulously sliced the salmon into portions for her plate. Reluctantly, Bai Rushuang began to eat, though after just a few bites, Her phone rang at the most inopportune moment. Instinctively, she glanced at Li Wentai before pausing to answer the call. An earthquake? You've donated $5 million in cash and supplies on behalf of the company? And that ridiculous design for winter plush lingerie? I've sent everything to the disaster area. Li Wentai's radiant smile remained as he continued to indulge in his meal. With the company's current financial state, Li Wentai's lavish spending only exacerbated by Rushuang's headache. I understand you mean well, but our cash flow is insufficient to cover this quarter's payments. We've been overly generous. How will we manage production moving forward? Li Wentai rarely witnessed by Rushuang in such a state. Her beauty was undeniable. Even in her troubled expressions, she remained captivating. Well then, I could support you, he declared with a classic line. Bai Rushuang couldn't help but chuckle at his jest, lifting her glass for a sip of wine. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Wentai promptly refilled her glass of red wine. Rest assured, the worst that could happen is merely the company's bankruptcy. How much worse can the outcome truly be? This seemingly peculiar, yet comforting statement held a semblance of truth. The frown etched between Bai Rushuang's brows began to dissipate. He was right. The most unfavorable scenario would simply entail a corporate restructuring, allowing for a potential resurgence. What truly troubled her was the thought of all the dedication and effort invested by the employees going to waste. She detested hearing about the company's troubles during meals and urged him to eat quickly. Chapter 100. Rebirth is an art when the sky falls. There will be someone tall to hold it up, Li Wentai remarked before silently handing a card to a waiter, signaling for the bill. His intention was to help Bai Rushuang relax, to ease her constant tension. He extravagantly procured several beauty cards for her, featuring various advanced treatments to ensure her relaxation and skincare. However, the result of these treatments left Bai Rushuang with a face dotted with needle marks. And she now wished she could crush Li Wentai. Sitting at her makeup desk, she glared at her reflection, lamenting her appearance. Having just undergone a beauty treatment, she couldn't possibly venture outside looking like this. Reluctantly, she resorted to attending an online meeting with the company. Li Wentai whimsically suggested, consider this a small vacation for you. After a year of hard work for the company, once Bai Rushuang's face had completely restored, her first action would be to apply a beautiful makeup and drive to the company early in the morning. The scene before her caused her to pause in astonishment. The company entrance had returned to its former bustling state. There were 6 receptionists at the front desk alone. Hello, President Bai. You are even more beautiful than in the photos. You truly are a match made in heaven with President Li. Indeed. What fortune to have a stunningly beautiful president with long legs. Bai Rushuang chuckled awkwardly as she hastily approached her office door. Before she could enter, she spotted Li Wentai engaged in a contract negotiation with his subordinates. This was her company. How could he navigate her business affairs so effortlessly? President Bai? From afar, Yao Haiwei waved excitedly at her. Bai Rushuang halted. Haiwei, what is going on? Originally, she had come to the company to retrieve some contracts and discuss matters with several collaborating factories. After such a prolonged partnership, it was unreasonable to halt operations abruptly. She could still manage the funding issues for a while. Failing to deliver goods on time would incur far greater losses. President Li mentioned that you've been resting at home for the past few days, and you were unaware of the happenings here? Our company has gained significant attention. Yao Haiwei opened a live stream link on her phone. In the video, Yao Haiwei stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Wentai, who had shed his usual nonchalant demeanor, donning black gloves and exhibiting a commendable focus. My sincerest apologies, everyone. We will be discontinuing the 7-day, no questions asked refund policy. Please do not panic. I can assure you, under our company's name, that all of our lingerie is made from imported, pure natural latex. Furthermore, our quality checks are conducted manually, ensuring there are no defects, he continued. Please select your styles and sizes accurately, as lingerie is intimate wear. Would you dare purchase items that could be returned without reason after being tried on? A young woman raised a question about what to do if the material was unsuitable or caused allergies. We promise no refunds, but we will send replacements free of charge. Li Wentai's method of live streaming appeared unorthodox, but the results exceeded expectations. Most importantly, his assertion that no one would dare buy lingerie that had been tried on before resonated well with the audience. A smile tugged at the corners of Bai Rushuang's lips, as this strategy would allow them to control losses within the month without fear of malicious returns from competitors. Naturally, Li Wentai clarified that the generous offer of free replacements was not available to everyone, as the store's audits were official, effectively filtering out numerous opportunists, including those attempting to undermine their business. President Bai, Are you satisfied with the luxurious little vacation I arranged for you? Li Wentai leaned casually against the desk, nonchalantly adjusting his collar. Bai Rushuang, her eyes twinkling with mirth, walked briskly into the office. Of course, I am satisfied. However, your words seem a bit exaggerated. You know we don't have direct access to the goods from that supplier, she began, but Li Wentai interrupted her with actions that spoke volumes of his capabilities. He had already signed the procurement agreement with their suppliers and placed it on her desk. All the unsold inventory that lacked quality issues but failed to meet current aesthetic standards had been donated to remote areas. Without sacrifice, how can one gain? I roughly estimate that we won't have to pay much in taxes this year, he said, his eyes narrowing in delight. Bai Rushuang couldn't help but scoff at this seemingly commercialized act of charity. Li Wentai donating lingerie to girls in impoverished areas did not concern her. You must consider that only by expanding and strengthening our company can we assist those in need more effectively. If you wish to continue paying taxes, I have no objections. But why waste so much money on taxes? Whether you donate to the mountains or invest in additional production lines, Li Wentai shrugged, a carefree demeanor radiating from him. Bai Rushuang suddenly felt enlightened. This woman's stubbornness is hard to change. Oh, my dear Shuang, what would you do without me? To be a powerful leader, one must be decisive. Bai Rushuang glanced up at him, a smile gracing her lips. Li, is my office chair comfortable? Can you stand up now? You are taking advantage of me. Li Wentai chuckled as he rose from the chair, willingly offering her his seat. The passing employees cast envious glances in their direction. If I were President Bai, I would wake up laughing in my dreams every night. Blessed with such beauty and a capable fiancé, one employee remarked. Indeed, it seemed that rebirth was truly an art. Bai Rushuang's lingerie company had become renowned throughout the land. Everyone knew they offered not only high-quality materials but also cared for women's health and supported the vulnerable. Chapter 101. Stepping into the spotlight to assist her rapport with the public had reached an all-time high. The employees now within the company were all talented individuals that Li Wentai had recruited from various industries, with sufficient financial backing. No elite could be out of reach for headhunters. Despite the higher salaries offered by Shou Lang's company, it was evident to all that such offers were but a fleeting illusion, merely a superficial transformation of the company. The departure of certain employees inadvertently attests to their utter lack of loyalty to the company. Retaining such individuals inevitably heralds disaster. Today, I was removed from the group by them. Previously, the Research and Development Department had been clamoring for labor arbitration and our quarterly bonuses. They even purchased traffic to elevate their presence on trending lists. These products represent our dedication. Their prior departure from the company was, after all, a necessity. We, too, are human and require sustenance. President Bai had once promised us original shares and bonuses, yet now, he fails to mention anything. Li Wentai lounged in a chair, lazily observing the antics of these jesters on his phone screen. Undoubtedly, there is a mastermind orchestrating their actions. Otherwise, how could this ragtag group exhibit such professionalism in their filming angles and the sharpness of their topics? The reputation of Bai Rushuang online has become polarized. If they treat their employees in such a manner, what genuine goodwill could they possibly possess? It is merely a facade, and surely, no one is truly expected to empathize with capital. The comment section is rife with individuals attempting to exonerate these job-hopping employees. At this juncture, Bai Rushuang summoned the legal department of the company, promptly releasing a robust labor contract along with a statement within her work. Is it only the people from Shou Lang's side who can compose such essays? Bai Rushuang had individuals create several accounts to shift the narrative in the comment section from a bystander's perspective. As a mere bystander, I could no longer tolerate the situation. Let us examine their labor contract, shall we? The division of profits from design works will not be settled prior to the completion of sales. It is evident that these so-called designers, who purportedly poured their hearts and souls into these creations, were the first to jump ship. Surely, you must have heard of their new company? They are offering exorbitant salaries, and they left while pocketing triple their wages. While the owner may indeed be charitable, they are not running a money-printing factory, are they? Yes, I wholeheartedly support the views expressed above. Why should they be allowed to leave at will, profit, and then demand a share of the spoils? If their designs fail to sell, will they step in to cover the owner's losses? A new round of public relations commenced, and several accounts from Shou Lang's side were met with scorn. Bai Rushuang's counterattack was indeed magnificent, requiring no intervention from Li Wentai. The handling of this matter certainly earned Bai Rushuang Li Wantai's admiration. To his surprise, President Bai's contract was impeccably crafted. Impressive, indeed. Li Wentai applauded. His eyes filled with affection and admiration for Bai Rushuang. With a hint of pride, Bai Rushuang playfully tousled her hair, declaring, "If one lacks a bit of cunning, how could they rightfully call me President Bai?" Downstairs, a commotion ensued as former employees gathered, vociferously demanding that Bai Rushuang provide an explanation. The receptionists were visibly agitated. However, these ruffians arrived brandishing their phones, live-streaming the entire ordeal. Despite the anger directed at them, we could not resort to physical confrontation or even utter a single defiant word. A misstep could turn into a topic for Zhou Lang's side to exploit tomorrow. Bai Rushuang prepared herself, gathering her long hair into a single ponytail, and made a show of opening the office door to descend. Li Wentai gestured for her to remain calm. "I must go clarify things. They disturb us daily. Even if the company's reputation remains intact, the heat from their side continues to rise. We cannot allow them to benefit from our hard-won traffic." With a resigned sigh, Bai Rushuang acquiesced. Li Wentai swiftly opened the door and descended the stairs. After all, Bai Rushuang represents the company's image. Should he err in his words and ruin something? He could easily fabricate a termination statement or announce a breakup, providing the audience with the drama they crave. "What brings you here today?" Li Wentai inquired, surveying the assembly before him with a condescending gaze. "When my mother was bedridden, I devoted myself to the company for the sake of new product development, sacrificing my health. Why should we not receive our bonuses?" Phones were almost thrust into Li Wentai's face, their live-streaming audience growing with every moment. Taking advantage of the situation, Li Wentai did not allow his colleagues to remain idle. They continued to stream and sell products. Such immense wealth must be seized. Li Wentai's expression turned serious as he retorted, "You claim your mother suffers from uremia. May I ask what connection that has with the company? Or do you suggest her illness was caused by us?" The individual was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Zhou Lang sat in his office, nearly choking with rage as he observed the live stream. He had invested in traffic and exerted tremendous effort to promote these inept individuals, only to find that they had accomplished nothing outside Bai Rushuang's lingerie company, which continued to thrive. The audience remained captivated, watching as Bai Rushuang's company continued to sell products as if nothing had transpired. Indeed, those who voluntarily resigned should not expect severance pay, correct? They stammered in agreement. It was unclear who shouted, "This is what Bai Rushuang owes us. We toiled for the company's profits. What is this paltry sum she offers us?" "Young lady, I hope this experience imparts a valuable lesson. Broaden your perspective and consider the long term. Leaving our company does not guarantee you will encounter someone as exceptional as President Bai in the future." Li Wentai opened an envelope containing 100,000 yuan and handed it to the girl who had been vocally lamenting her mother's illness. He then addressed the cameras and smartphones, stating earnestly, "I hope this matter concludes here. We are prepared to defend our rights through legal means if necessary. President Bai has chosen not to engage in conflict with young graduates, but should this occur again, we will pursue litigation. As for the rumors circulating, I believe the truth speaks for itself. We welcome talented individuals from all fields to apply to our company. While we may not offer exorbitant salaries, we will certainly not make empty promises to our employees." With this, he seized the opportunity to invite applications on camera. Consequently, the company's recruitment expenses were significantly reduced. Some funds ought to be conserved while others should be invested wisely. To grow and strengthen the company, relying solely on these individuals is far from sufficient. With the current surge in traffic, it is prudent to launch several new products while securing next year's orders for the North China region to thwart the schemes of those with ulterior motives. Previously, factories had willingly terminated contracts with Bai Rushuang, even incurring penalties to avoid business with their company. Now, however, they were knocking on her door, pleading for her to allocate some orders to them. Truly, the wheel of fortune turns. The following morning, the entrance to the company was remarkably serene. With Bai Rushuang's resolute public relations statement and Li Wentai's declarations in the live stream, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. These individuals truly lack the courage to continue their disturbances. Every matter necessitates substantiation. Moreover, they voluntarily resigned, demonstrating disloyalty from the outset. In the past, the online environment was dictated by capital, with the public consuming whatever was presented to them. The audience has now discerned this pattern and no longer blindly adheres to public opinion, but rather seeks the truth. During the morning meeting, Bai Rushuang passionately shared the company's order revenue over the past month, promising to issue this year's year-end bonuses ahead of schedule. She expressed hope that everyone would continue to strive, emphasizing that the company's success does not rest solely on her shoulders, but requires the collective effort and cooperation of all. She believed that together they could forge a brighter future. Starting tomorrow, she announced a 5-day holiday, having arranged for the finance department to contact a travel agency, allowing them to select their destinations for a company-sponsored team-building trip, which would not encroach upon their personal time. The company erupted in excitement. President Bai and CEO Li were truly wonderful. Choosing to transition to this company was undoubtedly the best decision they ever made. Indeed. Yet, Bai Rushuang felt a twinge of doubt. Upon learning the truth, she discovered that Li Wentai had invested considerable effort and finances to recruit these individuals from various companies, paying substantial fees to headhunters. The company's prosperity grew day by day, and Yao Haiyue sighed with genuine relief. Before leaving the conference room, she cast a glance at those restless individuals who had harbored thoughts of leaving but lacked the resolve to act. She understood that no one could resist the allure of exorbitant temptation. However, as Xiao Li had stated, one must maintain a long-term perspective. I am aware of your previous underhanded actions, yet I will not expose you, provided you cooperate diligently in the future. I can treat the past as if it never occurred. The crowd averted their gazes, unable to meet Yao Haiyue's eyes. In the upstairs office, as Bai Rushuang stepped through the door, she had yet to exchange more than a few words with Li Wentai when her phone rang. She paused at the sight of a familiar number flashing on the screen. It was none other than Zhou Lang. Answer it. Li Wentai raised an eyebrow, playfully urging her. As she hesitated before picking up, she slowly said, "Hello? Sis, I heard your company has encountered some troubles recently. I just found out today that the new hires over there are all former employees from your company." Zhou Lang's tone dripped with sarcasm, indicative of a desire to provoke. Bai Rushuang sensed the underlying mockery and responded coolly, "Yes, but it doesn't matter. If they find better opportunities with you, so be it." Observing Bai Rushuang's unperturbed demeanor, Zhou Lang's irritation intensified. After exchanging pleasantries, he furiously slammed his phone to the ground. Li Wentai, seated on the sofa, idly played with his thermos and smiled at Bai Rushuang. "Is there nothing you wish to say to me? To you?" Bai Rushuang's eyes twinkled with mirth as she paused for effect. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know how to handle such significant troubles the company has faced." "Thank you? That's too formal. As long as you manage the company well and grow it without causing me losses, that would be the best gratitude." They shared an unspoken understanding. Zhou Lang was undoubtedly aware that these individuals had switched companies, clearly harboring malicious intent, a deliberate act of revenge following the previous investment incident. Bai Rushuang inexplicably developed a sense of trust and reliance on Li Wentai, feeling that as long as he was present, she had no need for concern. There was nothing he couldn't resolve. Bai Rushuang's company swiftly garnered recognition far and wide, even reaching Li Dahai and Zhang Mei, who typically shunned mobile phones and short video platforms. Before the workday concluded, Li Dahai called. "All right." Li Wentai furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Whenever Li Dahai reached out, it was rarely for good news. He pondered what he might have done recently to displease the elder. Upon arriving home, he stood hesitantly at the entrance of the villa, reluctant to take a step further, as if wary of the dangers lurking within. Bai Rushuang carried an assortment of supplements and high-end clothing favored by Zhang Mei, having arranged everything prior to leaving the company. Upon noticing her, Li Wentai immediately turned to retreat. Their conversation caught the attention of the elders inside. Li Dahai himself swung open the villa door and hurriedly approached. "You scoundrel, making Rushuang carry things. Is this how I raised you?" Li Wentai felt a surge of frustration. Had he not noticed that Bai Rushuang had brought so many items? He begrudgingly carried the bags ahead of her. "Look at how pale Rushuang has become these past few days. Has she not been eating well at home? Her face is as thin as a knife's edge." Zhang Mei regarded Bai Rushuang with such warmth that one might mistakenly think she was their biological daughter, while Li Wentai appeared more like a stray child picked up from the street. At the dining table, Bai Rushuang raised her wine glass high. "I truly apologize. What are we even needing to accompany?" Li Dahai chuckled, lifting his own glass. He then turned to Li Wentai, speaking in a low tone. Li Wentai thoroughly explained the recent events to Li Dahai, recognizing that he was the biological father of the original owner and could harbor ulterior motives. Initially, Li Dahai had worn a joyful expression, but upon hearing Li Wentai's account, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Haven't you heard the saying? The barefoot are not afraid of those in shoes. You and Rushuang must exercise caution in your dealings from now on." Zhang Mei also set down her utensils. Looking at Li Wentai and expressing her agreement with concern, she still felt the lingering fear from the last incident involving the villa fire. After dinner, as Li Wentai and Bai Rushuang prepared to leave, she couldn't help but murmur, "If things truly become dire, We should consider hiring some bodyguards from abroad. Zhang Mei's notion of foreign bodyguards referred to those from security firms abroad, commonly known as mercenaries. However, Zhou Lang was no ordinary adversary. He couldn't be dealt with so easily. Mom, you and Dad must take care of yourselves. That's the priority. I'm resilient and Ru Shuang and I will be fine. Li Wentai dismissed the matter with jest. Throughout the journey home, he maintained a furrowed brow, feeling unusually unsettled. An inexplicable anger simmered within him, seeking an outlet. It was utterly perplexing. He sensed that something significant was about to transpire. No. Having seized so much fortune from Zhou Lang, Li Wentai's current state was not comparable to the past. He felt something amiss in the villa. Someone had broken in. With a sudden break, he executed a sharp turn. Heading back toward the villa. Ru Shuang, you go down to the garage and find Mom and Dad. Stay together and do not wander off. Ru Shuang was left bewildered. Uncertain of the task at hand, she was compelled to comply with his commands. Watching Li Wentai's departing figure, she expressed her concerns, urging him to exercise caution and prioritize his safety. Instinctively, Li Wentai sensed that danger lurked above, in the garden. Indeed, as he emerged from the underground parking lot and burst into the garden, he found security personnel engaged in a fierce struggle with a man clad in black. Li Wentai joined the fray, but quickly realized he was not in control. The black-clad assailant exhibited astonishing combat prowess, easily dispatching one of the approaching bodyguards with a single blow. Had it not been for Li Wentai's desperate counterattacks, he would have been severely injured on several occasions. The assailant's strikes were relentless and lethal. Had the bodyguards not intervened, Li Wentai would have stood no chance. Li Dahai and Zhang Mei watched the unfolding scene on the surveillance screen, nearly fainting from shock. Urgently, they commanded that all personnel be summoned to assist. The sounds of the struggle below were deafening. When two bodyguards struck the man with electric batons, he astonishingly showed no reaction. How could this be human? The onlookers were left in disbelief at the black-clad figure's resilience. With no other recourse, Li Wentai pushed himself to his limits. Drawing upon the protagonist's fortune he had extracted from Zhou Lang. Seizing the moment, he executed a swift maneuver to lock the man's throat while pressing a knee into his abdomen. Bring chains. Ordinary ropes are useless against him. Although the bodyguards were merely ordinary individuals, their numbers proved advantageous. Together, they managed to ensnare the black-clad man with chains, expending tremendous effort to subdue him. Li Wentai collapsed onto the garden floor, gasping for breath. What manner of being was this? Someone who remained unfazed even after electric shocks? Li Dahai, along with Zhang Mei and Ru Shuang, rushed out of the villa. Enraged, Li Dahai ordered a call to the hospital for Li Wentai to undergo a medical examination. No, Dad, don't worry about me. I'm perfectly fine. The urgent matter now is to take this man to the police station. Li Wentai stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes and even twirling in front of Li Dahai and Zhang Mei to demonstrate his lack of injuries. He was merely exhausted. Chapter 104. The existence of assassins. Ru Shuang stood at a distance, her countenance grave as she observed the scene. The man was taken to the police station, where reporters had been prearranged outside. Consider this carefully. If you disclose the mastermind behind this, I might grant you leniency. Otherwise, the implication hung heavily in the air. The black-clad man appeared tormented, his face twisted in anguish as he looked at Li Wentai, hesitating to speak. I know you are merely a pawn in this matter. Reveal the truth, and we can put this behind us. I, Li Wentai, have never sought to make things difficult for those beneath me. Li Wentai raised the bottle of mineral water Ru Shuang had provided and drank deeply. The chains binding the man were removed, but Li Wentai felt no concern over his potential escape. Should he attempt anything drastic in front of the cameras, it would surely attract even more attention. Speak up. Young Master Li is asking you a question. A bodyguard barked at the ancient martial artist before them. The man shot a peculiar glance at Li Wentai, stammering as if summoning his last reserves of strength. Yes, before he could articulate a complete name. He erupted in a thunderous scream. The crowd instinctively covered their ears. In the next moment, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood and collapsed to the ground. The bodyguards quickly checked for his breath. This is bad. Nopsals. He's dead. The police confirmed a direct cause of death. Now, the reporters who had come to discredit Zhou Lang turned their cameras on Li Wentai. What would be the nature of this incident? Time would tell. But preliminary assessments suggested it was a case of excessive self-defense leading to manslaughter. Ru Shuang, who had accompanied Li Wentai into the police station, gripped his hand anxiously, her eyes glistening with concern. Otherwise, Li Wentai, perceiving the depth of her unease, understood her unspoken thoughts. Was she suggesting pleading with Zhou Lang for leniency? He scoffed softly, gently patting her arm in reassurance. Rest assured, the law will not overlook the guilty nor wrongfully accuse the innocent. This matter does not involve us. At most, we might consider providing him with a burial fee out of humanitarian concern. Everything unfolded as Li Wentai had anticipated. After a night of examinations, the police found no external injuries on the deceased. Yet, the bodyguards had clearly stated that the man had shown no reaction to the electric shocks. This was not the most troubling aspect. They had uncovered no information related to him. In this day and age, could it be that he had never existed? The police staff felt a chill, cold sweat trickling down their backs. This situation was undeniably strange. Mr. Li, our forensic examination confirmed that we found no internal injuries on the man, which contradicts your account, the officer informed Li Wentai. He recounted the altercation, backed by surveillance footage showing his strikes against the man. But why were there no signs of trauma? Where had the blood come from? Had he succumbed to poisoning? If it were simply a case of poisoning leading to organ failure, it would not result in death. What kind of poison was it? He was unaware. If it were not drug-related, a normal person could not withstand electric shocks without reacting. Apart from poisoning, he had also been afflicted with a curse planted by Zhou Lang. Only such a method could lead to a death that appeared natural, thereby explaining the man's agonized expression before so many witnesses. Modern autopsies could not detect such things. Li Wentai was released without charges. However, as he exited the police station, he felt no relief. His expression remained grave, brows furrowed in worry. Bai Rushuang's eyes were red, filled with concern as she gazed at him. What rest could we possibly have? Zhou Lang has resorted to employing assassins against us. One moment's inattention could mean we may never open our eyes again. Upon hearing her thoughts, Bai Rushuang momentarily froze, a chill creeping into her heart. Assassins, she recalled the earlier discussions in the police station. She understood Li Wentai's concerns and had already grasped the cause of the man's death. Yet, she had never anticipated the existence of assassins. Trepidation gripped her as she paused, pondering how much her master and junior disciple had concealed from her. What else remained unknown to her? Li Wentai adjusted Bai Rushuang's clothing with care, his eyes filled with tenderness. Let's go together. With that, he stepped out alone once more. After several days of relentless effort, Li Wentai has come to a firm conclusion. On that fateful night, Zhou Lang was indeed in close proximity to his villa. The assassin must surely be one of Zhou Lang's own. What frustrates Li Wentai the most is the futility of the situation. Even if he were to find evidence proving Zhou Lang's presence near his home, what difference would it make? Who would believe that a person merely a few meters away could manipulate another to commit murder from such a distance? The family doctor called. Young master, your wife's blood pressure has been soaring these past few days, and relying on medication to manage it is not a solution. All right, I understand, Li Wentai replied. Li Dehai and Zhang Mei sat on the sofa. Li Dehai, with a solemn expression, sipped tea from a thermos, appearing aged by at least a decade overnight. Dad, what is wrong? The matter has been resolved, yet you and Mom still wear those frowns all day long. Li Wentai jested, attempting to lighten the mood. He reached for an orange from the table, peeled it, and handed it to Zhang Mei. Zhang Mei glanced at him, sighed deeply. Do you truly not know? Or have you just not been online these past few days? Have you not seen the news? What news? Li Wentai feigned ignorance, though he was well aware of what his parents referred to. The incident involving the son of the richest man had escalated online, dominating trending searches for several days. You haven't seen how people are disparaging our family online? Mom, why bother stooping to their level? A few insults won't affect us, Li Wentai reassured, patting Zhang Mei's shoulder. Zhang Mei wore a troubled expression, struggling to articulate her thoughts. I have already contacted the president of the company today, urging them to find a way to suppress the trending searches. That wretched little brat has undoubtedly hired online trolls, despite the search terms being blocked. They still managed to surge to the top. Li Wentai chuckled at his father's newly acquired jargon, feeling a pang of bittersweet emotion. His parents, at their age and with their wealth, could easily settle in a serene location and enjoy their retirement. Yet they were consumed with worry over his troubles, unable to find a moment's peace. Li Wentai looked sternly at Li Dehai. Dad, it's unnecessary to waste resources over these people and trivial matters. It's better to be open than to suppress. The more we try to silence this, the more curiosity it will breed. After a brief silence, he added, even if the authorities come forward to support us, the public will only believe that we paid to resolve the issue. I have a good strategy, Li Wentai declared. retrieving all the surveillance footage from their home, 360 degrees, without blind spots. Such comprehensive footage would be difficult for trolls to manipulate or edit. He began a live broadcast. "Hello everyone, I am Lee Wontai." As soon as he started the stream, a barrage of vicious insults flooded the screen. "Look at that ghastly face. He doesn't seem like a good person at all. A murderer deserves to pay for his crimes. Does the son of the richest man have the right to take lives so casually? I foresee that the empire built by Lee Dahai will eventually crumble at the hands of this prodigal son. This is outrageous. Why is he still allowed to broadcast? Why has his account been banned?" The comments section was even more brutal, filled with photos of his past indulgences and the sharp critiques of netizens. To be fair, the girls he has been with are all top-notch. This guy really has a charmed life. Lee Wontai skimmed through the comments and continued to elaborate on the entire sequence of events. "Actually, my purpose for this broadcast is not to clear my name. I am simply curious if any of you know someone with expertise who can help me understand." He posted the complete surveillance footage on his profile. Within just 10 minutes, the views skyrocketed past 1 million. This footage is incredibly revealing. I mean, he kicked 2 people away. As a game designer, I wouldn't even dare to create a character like that. How terrifying. Imagine if a regular person faced someone like that in their home at night. Look at that final counterattack. It's so impressive. Oh my, the martial artist has fallen. Based on his moves, after 8 years of martial arts training, I would only be handing over my head. Now, Lee Wontai's latest video featured a detailed autopsy report, along with the forensic analysis of the kick's impact on the man. There were no obvious external injuries. This case is truly bizarre. Lee Tai, we believe in you. I'm your fan. I bought lingerie from your wife's livestream. Yes. Remember when you donated all your inventory to the disaster-stricken areas and provided sanitary pads to women and milk powder and diapers for children during the earthquake? I stand with you, Lee Tai. Before concluding the live stream, Lee Wontai noted that the viewer count had surged to 1 million. The comments were coming in so quickly that he could barely keep up. Even so, after articulating the truth and his perspective, he decisively ended the broadcast. Looking at the back-end earnings, he shook his head in disbelief. The netizens still referred to him as the son of the richest man, treating money as if it were nothing. With a deep sigh, Lee Wontai realized he had surprisingly received over 1 million in gifts. The speed at which this incident had escalated was nothing short of astonishing, stirring a tempest of controversy online. Several unscrupulous individuals even began to peddle various mystical explanations. Lee Dahai looked at Lee Wontai with worry. "Are you sure this will work? Dad, you and Mom should focus on resting at home. Your health is the priority. I will handle the outside matters, so you need not worry. It's not you I'm worried about. It's the wolves lurking outside." After Lee Wontai's persuasion, coupled with the timely intervention of an official statement, the situation finally began to settle. Due to the inability to ascertain the cause of death, various analyses had circulated online. Some approached it from a mystical angle, while others speculated about video manipulation conspiracy theories, suggesting that someone with Lee Wontai's wealth could easily hire skilled technicians to seamlessly stitch together the surveillance footage. However, an account emerged with a logically sound analysis, prompting the authorities to issue a refutation. Based on my years of experience as a forensic expert, the video, the state of the deceased, and the surveillance footage from the incident lead me to reasonably suspect that the individual may have consumed stimulants or banned substances prior to arriving at Li Xiao's residence, which could explain why he exhibited no physical response when attacked. Chapter 106. No visit to the Three Treasures Hall without cause outside the police station. The effects of the drug had worn off, leaving the man's face contorted in agony. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that he could no longer articulate his thoughts. Thus, it was imperative to thoroughly investigate his background, whether he had been manipulated by someone who secretly administered him substances he should not have ingested, or if he was merely a habitual addict. This analysis held considerable merit. The authorities, aligning with this narrative, issued a statement, tentatively concluding that the man had consumed a substantial amount of stimulants, thereby providing a plausible explanation. The controversy surrounding the Li family on the internet had finally subsided. However, Zhou Lang's audacity in this matter would certainly not go unpunished by Lee Wontai. Lee Wontai, who had been feeling drowsy without a proper support, could not have anticipated that Lu Mingyan would voluntarily seek out Bai Rushuang. That afternoon, after the company had just concluded a product launch meeting, Bai Rushuang's enterprise was flourishing, capitalizing on the recent influx of free publicity. The sales for the latter half of the year were already secured, and pre-orders for new products had been announced straight into the following year. In the distance, a familiar silhouette lingered outside the office door, her eyes flickering with hesitation. Bai Rushuang, spotting her from afar, recognized her as her junior sister. "Sister," Lu Mingyan called softly, her head bowed. Bai Rushuang waved at her with a warm smile, inviting her to her office. Inside, Li Wentai had already prepared coffee for Bai Rushuang. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with Lu Mingyan's innocent, wide-eyed stare. "What brings you here?" he wondered, sensing that there was something amiss. "Sister," Lu Mingyan stammered, hesitating to voice her concerns. It was clear she had something weighing on her mind. However, Li Wantai's instincts told him, no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. It certainly cannot be anything good. Lu Mingyan frequently glanced at Li Wentai, her eyes filled with worry. Bai Rushuang took the iced Americano that Li Wentai had prepared for her. "If you have something to say, do so freely. He is not a stranger," she reassured. "Sister, are you aware of the matters concerning the dead soldiers?" With this statement, an immediate hush enveloped the spacious office. Li Wentai and Bai Rushuang exchanged glances, each momentarily taken aback, but neither spoke. Li Wentai remained silent, keen to discern Lu Mingyan's intentions for her visit. "I do not know," Lu Mingyan replied, her gaze downcast as she nervously rubbed her hands, struggling to find her voice. "Moreover, how could we question what master intends to do?" Bai Rushuang placed her coffee cup firmly on the table, instinctively glancing at Li Wentai, who was languidly reclining on the sofa, absorbed in his phone, seemingly indifferent. Lu Mingyan bit her lip, her expression a blend of innocence and distress, yet she maintained her reticence. "This is the first time I am solemnly informing you, and it shall also be the last time I advise you. My junior brother has changed. He is not a good person. Should you choose to associate with him, you must proceed with caution." After expressing this, Bai Rushuang exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. For some time, she had sought the right opportunity to discuss matters with Lu Mingyan. Given Lu Mingyan's disposition, had she approached her first, Lu Mingyan would have likely remained skeptical. Now that Lu Mingyan had come to her, the situation was different. Let her leap into the fire and become cannon fodder. What concern is it of ours? Why should we meddle? Li Wentai, seated nonchalantly in his chair, sighed inwardly. "After all, she is my junior sister. What are you thinking?" Bai Rushuang remarked, understanding why he held little regard for Lu Mingyan. Yet, she perceived that Lu Mingyan was not malicious, but rather too innocent and benevolent, which had led her into Zhou Lang's trap. "Those items were purchased for you, yet you have so effortlessly turned them into gifts for others. Should I not feel aggrieved?" Li Wentai reclined, crossing his legs. Bai Rushuang tossed a stack of contracts into his lap, instructing him to review them carefully before signing. These were products for the new launch, and Li Wentai had no authority over their styles or comfort. He tossed the contracts back onto the desk. "You decide. I understand nothing about this. My role is merely to invest in you." "Then wait a moment. I will finish this task before we dine," Bai Rushuang replied, immersing herself in her work, diligently reviewing the contracts. In a state of ennui, Li Wentai's thoughts drifted back to Lu Mingyan's earlier visit. What could possibly prompt Lu Mingyan to seek out Bai Rushuang? Observing her pitiable expression, it was evident that she had encountered difficulties with Zhou Lang. His instincts hinted that Lu Mingyan held vital information. At the restaurant, Li Wentai appeared distracted. Bai Rushuang merely cast him a glance, instantly discerning his thoughts. "Is it possible that your junior sister can hear my unspoken thoughts?"